Chapter 1 Exile, A Journey to Cursed Land. Field foreseed a radiant smile awaiting the judgment from his father, the Count Court. His original name was Chin Hao, hailing from Thwagwolf Blue Star, and had traversed into this world merely 3 days prior. The good news was a descendant of a count. The bad news was profoundly unappreciated. Field, you were very dolthid, much like him maturely united for out of our own path, proclaimed as splendidly dressed middle Gidman, his words lay said with uplifting phrases. However, the old count's voice was feeble, and his demeanor was listless, rendering his statement almost absurd. The eye so full present were filled with mockery. The count paused, momentarily distracted, and when he regained his focus, he could not recall where had left off. The original owner of this body had been an exceedingly kind individual, selflessly relinquishing the potion to awaken on his fighting spirit to Hydia and your brother and the opportunity to study mage academy to hister. He could have entreated his servant with kindness. Logically, such a virtuous person should command respect. Alas, who was noble, and from the perspective of nobility, the original owner was beauty and ineffectual fool. Next to the old count's a mature woman, Field's stepmother. A voluptuous beauty, she sat elegantly in the secondary seatofty lord, gracefully lifting her tea cup to her lips before setting it down. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes glanced at Field, and the soon light accent to a tethi hybrigio vernos, as he hodel raised urchin, nearly jutting her jawat Field the nightfall territory off the vast north will bear barony, ample enough for to showcase our talents. Indeed, despite my utmost efforts to please Severion, I cannot escape a theft out of exile. Feeling slightly dizzy, the original owner had succumbed to illness after being bullied by Thecrode, leaving this mess for him to inherit. Field bit a slip, barely managing to steady his mind. Then, with a cold smirk, hate had how foolish the original owner had been to believe a thought kindness would suffice for survival among the nobility. His stepmother cast his interested glance downward. Harrius narrowed in disdain. Do you have any objections? Suppressing the frustration within, Field retracted a smiley and responded in a flat tone, as you wish, my father. His so-called father had been drained by his stepmother, obeying a command. Fool! Someone from the relatives burst out laughing, Lay said with a sharp and biting insult. The North was inhabited by both humans and orcs, rife with bloodshed, violence, and savagery. At a Cadeprier, the Holy Griffin Empire had utilized corrupting mists to slaughter 300,000 orc troops, and know it was likely overrun by filthy goblins and trolls. Of course, the North was 7 worse no. 300,000 orc soldiers, along with all the humans and animals in the North, had transformed into corrupted beings, forever lurking in the miasm of death, becoming synonymous with Helioniarth. The royal family had organized 3 campaigns to claimless territory alending total annihilation. The territory is soft north existed Merlian, lands thought no Tevendogs would trudge upon. Most of the time, none even mentioned it. It was accursed land and even worse, no even flaying serfs or criminals would choose to run to the nightfall territory. No worries, I still have a connections. Field solidly reassured dimsel phase a transparent map materialized before him, marked with a slowly moving green dot. Prepare yourself, the count said, appearing fatigued, his complexion pale. Field's stepmother supporteth the count, hernier light translucent sick nightgown lending a semblance of vitality to his withered form. Field persidis lipshisibling shadow received prosperous fiefdoms, while if I soldman merely uttered a few insipid words to dismiss him. Field would not acquiesce and immediately state his demands father, in idio your support developing nightfall territory is no easy task. His stepmother's soft flesh pressed against the count's arm, her eyes narrowing with a seductive gleam. Gredis nata virtui of to nobility, Field do havio redi received more than enough, the count replied without hesitation. Family members nearby cast scornful glances without restraint. Doen gut with black hair and black aesis imply a disgrace to Theros family. Just a bastard. Black hair and blackies, one season fancy and nobility, had sustoholdani significance after the massive invasion by Eastern Amad sent the fall off the ancient kingdoms off Tinnersea. Field felt a surge of anger, his flashing with fury. The original owner's existence was indeed a consequence of the count's on actions. What must he suffer for it? His mother had been a maid in the castle, hailing from Addiston Teast, sold a rare slave of Benemidic trotters. After a night of drunken revelry, the count that father read the original owner. With a low status lacking the power of his mother's family, and having inherited some of her physical traits, Field was subject to disdain and ostracism. 500 gold coins, and do may bring along a personal servant to treat each Kildequally, the count declared, and was then hurriedly escorted away by his stepmother. Field was utterly disheartened while 500 gold coins sounded substantial. It was Moyamaret reflained he grand scheme of developing gay territory, akin to toothpicks stirring a cauldron, producing only a splash. Yet, it was better than nothing. Hey, Field, the nightfall territory is a splendid place, perpetually shrouded in darkness, a fool in putrid land thought compliments your devilish eyes, his shelf brother approached with a grin, exaggerating his tone, Mithifus not nearly as fortunate tepurfulan city is infamous for its spear and goats. Field felt a blaze o fang arignat within him, his art simmering with rage. Festet of eas fifways irrelevant as a transmigrator, hewled find away. But amok his appearance set erect limade Field wished to bear a the entire lineage of his brother. Moreover, this little brat's ability to harness fighting spirit was due to Field's own kindness, when his brother had initially displayed per talent, hiding in a corner and weeping while being mocked by others, it was Field who extended a helping hand. Get lost, Field shot back, refusing to entertain him. Do you remember the flacken Haradril? His brother, unfazed by Field's demeanor, leaned in with a sinister smile, whispering in his ear. Field narrowed his eyes, a smile flashing in his mind shows the girl the original owner Radatard, whose lifeless body was later discovered in the Bacaliofa tavern. The original owner had been devastated, folly grave lay along ultimate lip-rishing, allowing Field to take his place. His brother licked his lips that was her struggle swore quite thrilling. Field's pupils contracted sharply, a wavy of shaw gripping his art. His brother, no one adult, had committed such a vile act. While the girl was merely a stranger to Field, the casual trampling of Anather's life left them feeling unprecedented revulsion. Chapter 2 A brutal beating, my brother is a chosen one. His brother's feature is twisty taunted, once you enter tot corrupted land, there will be no chance of return. If I don't savor your expression I will feel regret. Field snails dug deeply into his flesh, his fiskrit kingashi cold liest, have not provoked I a white jet me? Because you bestowed upon me thought de med patushana fighting spirit. After consuming it still cannot bring I through to the fiercestier night, every one whispers behind me back, calling me a wasty it's our fault, you must have a poisoned it. Field felt tutorly disgusted that to smear lie juatoy or per talent. Ha, I fi offend a lover, he will snitch her away and let countless vagabonds ravage her, oh but sadly have in a future, you bastard, his brother grinned triumphantly. Damn you scum, Field Sanger reachedite zenith the original owner had been too kind-hearted. Indeed, doing good deeds sunly breeds sinemi as itis asaphone builds bridges and droid sunlit to encounter corpses, while lithosoha commit murder on Darson wear golden belts. Such shameless bastards must beto to lesson with ephists, Urius king fordeth. A fierce ekni strikes in this brother flying, and Field immediately surged forward, delivering a kick to his brother's face, splattering blood across his visage. Every knew astonished the ordinary litisal Field they decabided such brutality. I detest being threatened. Seizing the opportunity while the guards were still in shock, Field grabbed his brother's golden curls, preparing to slam him into the ground. Suddenly, Heffelte tightening around his neck, his entire being lifted high off the ground. In an instant, that painful sensation of suffocation made Field acutely aware of death closing in. Watery outowing to me lord, Thuist Field was strikingly beautiful, with flowing auburn hair, but what drew the most attention was the mysterious rune upon her forehead. A chosen one, Field was taken aback. In this world, extraordinary powers existed, and the Kile with chosen ones exceptionally unique beings with transcended fighting spirit and magic, possessing an array of unfathomable abilities, including combat, support, and construction. The unfortunate truth is, only women cold become chosen one as perhaps the gods of this world were family. As Field teetered on Thebring fun consciousness, Heffelth himself spinning, followed by Escher pain in his back, realizing he had been thrown against the wall. Ha, you truly dare not kill. Ah, I will kill ya, his brothercode loudly, drawing his dagger. Field wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, acutely aware of the numbage for its chosen ones. No longer willing to dally with them, he endured the excruciating pain and swift lighter net away to leave. To his astonishment, his Yatobi appointed Dunjer brother Oriada possessed the protection of Fa chosen one, which heightened Field sensi of peril. Devoid of the luxury to remain in having now antagonized this brother, Field recognized the urgency to take action otherwise Harisked being captured by his brother that Varinite, subjected to any form of madness and torment. One sigatherma strength I shall return to Rekevo Kupanual, Field muttered, his gaze lowered, fury unabashedly flickering in his eyes. Under 9 years of compulsory education, there exists no cowardice. What, pray tell, is this bothersome green dotakintoafli? On Field pondered, contemplating the map visibayonla to him. It appeared on the day of the arrival perhaps ides linked to the lordly aptitude. For every shadow, there I like t counterpart to chosen one's lords. By signinga contract wing chosen one, mutual feedback and growth can be achieved. Lords possess unique talents often related to their contracted chosen any and their domain. However, their urial sorora not ability is the texist independently of bothland and contract, yet still bestowtalent. The originalis naturally lacks such abilities, yet the transmigrated Field possessed this rare gift. Of course, one cannot rule out a possibility of visual impairment such as floaters or cataracs and must wait to ascertain Heathruth, which is not far off, situated in Golden Eagle City. Having haste ligathera disbelongings, the butler hado redi collect the gold coincide was waiting with a fast full off desperalance deaths or vance for Field's departure. Upon learning of the destination to the accursed land, the butler felt Zarito hang himself, yet knowing that suicide would not grant them intratoparadis, has steeled himself to mark towards his demise. Leadisprost, Field said, burdened with thoughts, lacking the inclination to for solicito his butler. Ashiapine Thagati softy manner, a troop of ragtag armored cavalry appeared in his line of sight. From among them emerged a damon draped in a crimson cloak, wielding the England's esteemed Baron Field. I am Captain Connor of the cavalry, a signatus Urscourt. I trust we shall have a pleasant journey. The initial Rallionia, Connor. Field replied courteously, though alarm bells rang within him. Though designed de Sainscourt, Theban did like demeanor of the cavalry offered little line to offer assurance Field harbored doubts that might be murdered for his riches as soon as she stepped outside. Of course, such a possibility wasn't like Largus to Red Knights typically refrain from committing soft murder against nobility, as it would irreparably damage their future prospects. Field shrugged, perhaps they are here merely to supervise, to oversee my journey to the gallows. First, we must make our way to Golden Eagle City to procure supplies for the expansion of Nightfall territory here solved intending to investigate the Fenich de Green Dot. Golden Eagle City, the second largest urban center within Throsfamilai domain, boasted unparalleled commercial prowess. It had been besto duetapin Field's second sister, with annual tax revenue as reported lyriacking 100,000 gold coinsan astonishing figure in stark contrast to Field's meager 500. Traveling by carriage, Field spent the better part of the morning reaching the sprawling Kitty, which spanned 40 square kilometers. Unlike modern times, the soldiers girding Thesa to get slanged carelessly against thools, exchanging lujokis or horling insults of the lower class individuals attempting to enter, demand injects or bitant fees for admission. It was not until face pot the cavalry clearing up at head off Field the tanafasur abruptly up from Isiat. Quickly, Movathos reches aside, Anabalus passing through the aureas, you fools. The lethargic soldiers immediately straightened, cursing and shoving the commoner sand merchants to his side, ensuring a clear passage for the noble. The then did obsequious expressions as they bowed to Field. Although Field was not favored, Herman ednable, and the common folk dared not offend him. Slowing hishers, Field made his way toward the location of the Green Dot. They got off icer hiva deseo frelifus langasha didn't attract trouble, it would be splendid. Horizm collecting taxes swiley indulgent in off use wigs of full live wine, reclining in his chair to bask in the sun. Guided by the Green Dot, Field arrived at the northern section of T City, where the slave market lay. Oh, this accursed an nauseating blend of pig-feed and excrement, Captain Canorgrimaced, repeated lifting the air before him, yet to no avail the follow dar permeated his nostrils relentlessly. Chapter 003, The Poison of the Celestial Corpse. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Hongling clutched her slender, elegant neck, which was undeniably beautiful, resembling a genuine swan's neck. Her legs were long and perfectly straight, her arms delicate and fair. and her neck was gracefully rounded and proportionate. However, at this moment, a distinct purplish-red handprint marred her neck, a shocking sight to behold. Yu Hongling gasped for breath like a dying fish, struggling for a full minute or two before she finally began to recover. Tears streamed down her cheeks like precious pearls. She had come to confront Lu Yi in a state of fury, only to be met with this treatment. How could she possibly endure it? If it were before, she could have kicked down the door, and Lu Yi would have merely punished her by making her assist him in repairing it, but now, this was beyond comprehension. On what grounds did he treat her this way? Was it merely about 2 doors? Besides, she was his junior sister and, in a past life, his Dao partner, his beloved. Even if she had caused him some trouble, could all affection truly vanish? She resolved not to repair that door. She refused to believe it. Lu Yi's cold, murderous gaze flashed through her mind. If it's to be done, so be it. Fueled by anger, Yu Hongling began her task of repairing the door. Meanwhile, Lu Yi retreated to a secluded spot, a place he cherished for meditation. He had stumbled upon it occasionally. The scenery was exquisite, and though the concentration of spiritual energy was average, it was sufficient to lift his spirits and expedite his cultivation. Yet, a woman in a flowing white dress, her hair elegantly styled, was already waiting there. The wind caressed her long skirt, accentuating her stunning figure. Lu Yi, damn it, he was far too familiar with this place. He could no longer remain in the Dao sect and needed to find an opportunity to descend the mountain. However, having encountered her and his master, Bai Qiulan, he collected his thoughts and bowed respectfully. Bai Qiulan turned to look at Lu Yi, inquiring, "Why do you possess only one life?" She had posed the very question he had been dreading, replying to my master, "It is due to my lack of skill in the arts. In pursuit of a breakthrough, I merged my 9 lives into one, hence I possess but a single life," Lu Yi answered with a smile. A flicker of realization crossed Bai Qiulan's eyes. So, that was the case. With the method to restrain the chaotic lunar power now discovered, let the events of the past life be treated as but a dream, never to occur again. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, I shall cleanse the sect myself, Bai Qiulan warned coldly. I shall remember this, Lu Yi affirmed. Bai Qiulan departed, her grace unmatched, her skin as white as snow, her eyes reflecting the autumn waters. The chaotic lunar energy was frigid to the core. With the chaotic poison it birthed capable of inflicting unbearable suffering, yet, when used to nourish a woman, it could indeed render her exquisitely beautiful and delicate. However, master, are you certain you have found a way to restrain the lunar energy? If not for employing the yin-yang transference technique to shift the chaotic poison onto myself, do you truly believe you could endure it? Within the sect, there were only these 3 women connected to him. Now, 2 had been resolved, and as for Yu Hongling, he could simply disregard her. At last, he could focus on his cultivation. He settled into his usual spot and began to meditate. "Old buddy, are you still there?" "Ding, I am here." The panel blossomed in Lu Yi's mind. It was a cultivation assistance interface with only 3 options. 1. Cultivation, 2. Simulation, 3. Enlightenment. What, no energy needed anymore? Lu Yi inquired curiously. "Ding, I've become the Tao of Heaven. What more energy do I require?" The system retorted. That was indeed a valid point, but to ascend to the Tao of Heaven so ruthlessly, directly manifesting the great catastrophe of eternity, was that necessary? Lu Yi chuckled. "Ding, absolutely necessary. You are my host, I must arrange for the strongest. I thank you." "Ding, no need for thanks." Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that even after traversing to this realm, he still had one companion by his side. He commenced his cultivation. Ding, initiating cultivation. The cultivation technique remained unchanged, still the 9 lives unyielding heavenly scripture, a text crafted by the legendary 9 Lives Emperor, whose unmatched talent birthed this scripture. Yet, Lu Yi was even more formidable, extending this scripture to heights beyond its original intent, breaking through the Emperor's domain and reaching the level of the Taoist celestial. The first layer of heaven represented the weakest realm, categorized into stages such as postnatal, prenatal, qi gathering, yuan dan, breaking infancy, refining void, and harmonizing Tao. The first 2 stages were mundane realms. Typically, one would begin their cultivation journey from qi gathering. Especially in a prestigious sect like the Dao sect Dai and the Dao sect, completing qi gathering in 3 months marked one as a prodigy, while 6 months merely qualified one as adequate. Due to the rich spiritual energy of the Dao sect, even a pig placed within could potentially become a spiritual pig over time. Calculating the timeline, Lu Yi had just entered the Dao sect a month ago and was currently at the 5th level of qi gathering. And now, as time flowed like a river, day turned to night. After 2 days, Lu Yi broke through to the 6th level of qi gathering. After 5 days, he reached the 7th level. 11 days later, he advanced to the 8th level. 15 days later, he attained the 9th level of qi gathering. His true energy was abundant and refined, with a foundation more solid than in his previous life. In his past existence, it took him 2 months and 4 days to complete Qi gathering. The Dao sect had regarded him with amazement, designating him as a key cultivation target. They had intended to have him apprentice under a grand elder. But Lu Yi had declined. Soon after, he achieved Qi gathering perfection. In truth, he could have broken through to the 10th, 11th, 12th levels. In his past life, he had been so competitive that he rapidly ascended to the 18th level of Qi gathering before resorting to the returning essence pill to aid in forming the Yuan Dan. Yuan Dan were categorized from 1 to 9 stars, with anything above 9 stars classified as Earth grade, and above that Heaven grade, with Saints grade above Heavens. All these classifications arose from the competitive nature of various epochs. Lu Yi could also condense a Saint-level Yuan Dan. However, he had been forming the Dan alongside Yu Hongling, and there was only one perfect returning essence pill. He had given that to her. Lu Yi did not pause. He chose to continue his cultivation. With his natural talent and the insights gained from his previous life, he required no medicinal assistance to form the Dan. The Yuan Dan began to take shape within him. Suddenly, a significant portion of his true energy solidified, leaving only half to participate in the formation of the Dan. Lu Yi furrowed his brow in surprise. Acting swiftly, he interrupted the formation. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming feeble. What was this? Lu Yi's brow knitted in concern. Ding, it's the celestial corpse poison. The system provided the answer. The celestial corpse poison. Lu Yi's lips twitched. Well, it seemed they were intent on bringing about his demise. He could scarcely fathom the scene that would unfold if, while exerting all his strength to navigate the great catastrophe of eternity, he suddenly found half of his power paralyzed in combat against past formidable beings. It was undoubtedly the work of those women. Now, Lu Yi understood why several women were so curious about his 9 lives yet only saw him living as one. They were aiming to have him perish 9 times over. Damn it, what enmity ran so deep? People often said that a day as husband and wife could yield 100 days of kindness, and 100 days of marriage could be as profound as the ocean. Simulation, ding, simulation commencing. Lu Yi understood that the celestial corpse was also a powerful being, a Taoist who had failed to live out a second life and had died without decaying, transforming into a corpse. Was it a one-time affair, or rule-based phenomenon, forever paralyzed with half of his energy? A method to break it existed, but it was beyond Lu Yi's current capabilities. Thankfully, he was currently at the Qi gathering stage. If he had to forego half of his true energy, so be it. It merely obstructed his meridians, causing considerable discomfort. He simulated a feasible method. Lu Yi scrutinized this approach, his brow furrowing. To break through to the Yuan Dan realm, he needed to alter the structure of his true energy, transforming it into true essence, thereby allowing the rule-based corpse poison to self-resolve. However, under the constraint of utilizing only half of his true energy, the Yuan Dan he formed would likely barely qualify as Earth grade. An idea struck him: the perfect returning essence pill. The perfect returning essence pill. It was exceedingly rare, exceptionally so, otherwise, he would not have had only one perfect returning essence pill, which he had given to Yu Hongling. Now it seemed unnecessary to give it to her. Lu Yi rose, hearing the auspicious light erupt within the Dao sect, the sound of Dao bells ringing, and the cries of spiritual beasts echoing. 92nd generation disciple of the Dao sect, by Qiulan's disciple, Yu Hongling, has achieved Qi gathering perfection in 1 month and 17 days, breaking the record of the Dao sect, and has been granted a vial of exquisite returning essence pills, 3 treasured artifacts, a slot for direct discipleship, and the option to select 2 divine abilities. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Yi chuckled softly. She was cultivating quite rapidly. He had spent 1 month and 15 days, nearly 2 days faster than her. After all, she was also a descendant of an emperor, even with Lu Yi's system and his previous life as a Taoist celestial. It still required that many days. However, an exquisite returning essence pill, Yu Hongling likely wouldn't value it. He needed to hurry and secure that perfect returning essence pill for himself. Moreover, considering the time, Chu Ling should be returning to the Chu Sword Manor now. Lu Yi could scarcely imagine the joy of those at the Chu Sword Manor upon seeing the long-lost Chu Ling return. Outside the Chu Sword Manor, a ragged Chu Ling gazed at the familiar manor in the distance. Tears streaming down her face, she was home. She had finally returned home. Countless days and nights she had yearned for her parents, missed her brother. They had treated her with such kindness, ever since she was discovered to be a congenital sword body. The manor's master and mistress had embraced her as their daughter, caring for her more dearly than their own flesh and blood, providing her with the finest of everything. Now, she was finally back. The manor appeared as beautiful as it had been years ago when she had left, unlike the dilapidated state in which she had found it upon her previous return to in this life. She would cultivate diligently. She had the ability to protect the manor and safeguard her family. With a heart full of excitement, Chu Ling walked towards the Chu Sword Manor. At this moment, the Chu Sword Manor was shrouded in an atmosphere of solemn tension. With each individual bearing a grave expression, the guards remained vigilant, their hands firmly gripping the hilts of their swords, ever wary of a sudden betrayal from their comrades. The discord within the manor intensified with each passing day. All stemming from the cursed disappearance of that wretched maid. Her absence had prompted the ancestor to fixate on the young master as the one to forge the demonic sword, with the manor lord and his wife having only this single son. They would never permit the ancestor to proceed with the sword forging, leading to an explosive conflict between the manor lord and the ancestor. As the forging reached a critical juncture, tensions escalated further. The guards were divided, some loyal to the ancestor, others to the manor lord, and all could sense that a fierce confrontation loomed imminent. The storm was brewing, the winds howling. At this juncture, a ragged figure. Chu Ling arrived outside the gate. What beggar dares to approach the Chu Sword Manor? Begone at once, cried a guard named Chu Si, whose kind heart led him to wish to shield others from this impending strife. I am not a beggar, I am the young lady Chu Ling, she exclaimed with excitement. The 4 guards at the entrance were taken aback. You are, who? I am Chu Ling, you. The guards exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. No, you escaped from the demon abyss. How can you return with such a radiant smile? Are you out of your mind? How dare you impersonate the young lady? Get lost immediately, or do not blame me for being merciless. Chu Si unsheathed his sword, shouting furiously. The other 3 guards turned their gazes to Chu Si, their expressions turning dangerously tense. Chu Si, do you not remember me? I am Chu Ling, when I was little. You often held me and brought me treats. Have you forgotten? I have only been gone a short while. Look at my face. Chu Ling has returned. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the Chu Sword Manor. Exerting all his strength to shout, Chu Ling has returned. The innate sword body Chu Ling has returned. Ancestor, Chu Ling has returned. Instantly, a wave of energy erupted throughout the Chu Sword Manor, and all who heard the news turned pale. Hastily rushing towards the source, Chu Si looked at Chu Ling, his face filled with joy and innocence, yet he could not help but close his eyes in anguish of this person. Boom, a figure clad in brocade left deep footprints in the bluestone ground with each step. Staggering slightly as he exited the gate, nearly falling. Father, Chu Ling exclaimed in shock. However, the figure steadied himself and swiftly embraced Chu Ling. Linger, you have returned. At last, you have returned. Your father has missed you dearly. His voice trembled with joy, and tears glistened in his fierce eyes. This was Chu Xiong Tian, the manor lord of the Chu Sword Manor. Linger, another voice rang out, and the manor lady, Eng Shui Yu, rushed out to join in the embrace. You wretched girl, where have you been all this time? Not even a word to let us know. Do you have any idea how worried we were? I am so sorry. I was taken to the Great Tao sect, and they forbade me from contacting you, and now I have managed to escape, and I promise I will never leave you again. Father and mother, Chu Ling said, her emotions running high to high in the embrace of her parents. She felt an unprecedented warmth. The young master of the Chu Sword Manor, Chu Shifei, gazed at the returned Chu Ling. Disbelief still etched on his countenance, he could not resist giving himself a hard slap. It hurts. At this moment, his legs felt weak. She has returned, how wonderful, the scapegoat has returned. He had nearly perished. Beyond the Great Tao sect, Lu Yi, having received commendation from Yu Hongling, chose to depart. His destination lay over 1,000 kilometers west of the Great Tao sect, to an ancient tomb that had yet to be revealed. The tomb was expected to surface a month later, triggered by an accidental battle that would activate its formation. Inside rested the grave of a formidable void refinement expert, a relic from a bygone era. The most precious items within were the fragments of the 9 Lives Immortal Scripture and the perfect return to origin pill. Everything else had decayed with time, leaving only these 2 treasures preserved. Without delay, Lu Yi arrived at the location after 2 days of travel. The formation was present, yet it was dilapidated. Even if it had been intact, it would not pose a challenge for Lu Yi. With simple yet calculated steps, Lu Yi vanished from sight. Almost 10 minutes after his disappearance, Yu Hongling arrived alone, her presence concealed from others. She dared not let anyone else know of the perfect return to origin pill. For many, such a pill might not be deemed valuable, even useless, yet for her family, with younger generations in the process of forming their cores, it was worth its weight in gold. She too easily entered the formation. However, upon entering, her expression shifted. Someone has entered ahead of me. Who could it be? She hastened deeper into the tomb, for someone of her caliber, having previously reached the Emperor realm in her last life. The traps set by a void refinement expert, compounded by the erosion of time, posed no real threat to her. Suddenly she halted. I am trapped. Yu Hongling struck out with her palm, causing the air before her to quiver slightly. This is not a formation that can be laid by a void refinement cultivator. It must be the work of the one who came here before me. This ancient tomb has yet to be revealed. So logically, it should not have drawn any visitors. If someone is indeed here, that can only mean, Senior Brother, I know it's you. Come out. Chapter 005. What is this silence reign? No1 responded to Yu Hongling. 3 days later, she stormed back to the Great Dao sect, heading straight for Lu Yi's residence. At that moment, Lu Yi was preparing to condense his pill. Yu Hongling raised her foot, ready to kick down the door. But upon seeing the door she had just crafted, she ultimately refrained. However, it was evident that she lacked decorum and did not knock, simply barging in, bang, as Yu Hongling pushed open the door. A fist came flying towards her. She reacted swiftly, attempting to defend, yet her body was still sent flying backward, her vital energy in turmoil, her face flushed. The door slammed shut. Lui, furious, Yu Hongling dropped the honorifics and called out his name directly. Lu Yi ignored her. This habit of barging in without permission had irked him in his previous life, yet he had been tolerant. Even when engaged in deep conversation with others, she would burst in uninvited, forcing him to include her in the discussion. This flaw of hers had never changed. And now, what do you think you are? Yu Hongling took a deep breath, calming herself. People teach others, but things teach immediately. For the first time in her life, she knocked on Lu Yi's door and knock, knock, knock. Get out, Yu Hongling. Do not be angry, do not be angry. Getting upset will only bring illness, and there will be no one to care for you. Is the perfect return to origin pill from the ancient tomb in your possession? No, leave. Yu Hongling's words were abruptly choked back. He says no, he does not admit it. How can you not admit it? Lu Yi, what has happened to you? Lu Yi remains silent. Answer me. Lu Yi continued to remain silent. If you have the ability to take the pill, you should have the ability to open the door. Do not hide in there and remain silent. I know you are home. Lu Yi, open the door. The door creaked open, and a smug expression appeared on Yu Hongling's face. However, what greeted her was a fist. A swift and fierce fist, bang! The punch landed squarely on Yu Hongling's bright, expressive eye, sending her reeling backward, tears spilling uncontrollably. I'll fight you, she shrieked, truly enraged, recklessly charging at Lu Yi, who respected every opponent. Declared, come on, attack me, and then be prepared to face the consequences. A white figure swooped down, interposing itself between Yu Hongling and Lu Yi, halting her reckless assault. Hongling, calm down. Yu Hongling halted. One eye black and swollen, clearly showing the force behind Lu Yi's strike. Master, woohoo, he hit me. How could Yu Hongling endure such humiliation? She could not tell if her tears were from anger or sorrow. Bai Qiulan frowned, looking at Lu Yi. Why did you hit your junior sister? Lu Yi offered a respectful response, because I wanted to. Bai Qiulan, master, look at him. Bai Qiulan sighed lightly. I understand you harbor resentment, but she is still your junior sister. Lu Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, and that means she can enter others' rooms without knocking. She can demand my attention whenever she wishes. Bai Qiulan's brows furrowed deeper. Enough, let us not discuss this matter further. Hongling, what brings you to seek your senior brother? Bai Qiulan inquired, aware that Lu Yi was harboring grievances, which was somewhat understandable given the circumstances. He took the perfect return to origin pill, which I need. He has no use for it, so I wish to exchange with him. Yu Hongling spoke, her voice laden with grievance. Bai Qiulan immediately understood. Among their group of 8, Yu Hongling possessed the weakest aptitude. To keep her close, Lu Yi had invested considerable effort. Since your junior sister needs it, and you have no use for it, why not give the perfect return to origin pill to her? If you lack something, you may tell me, and I will procure it for you. Lu Yi gently shook his head. I am sorry, but I need the perfect return to origin pill as well. Impossible, your aptitude is so good, you do not need the perfect return to origin pill to condense your core, Yu Hongling protested, feeling wronged. Indeed, Lu Yi, your aptitude is exceptional, and your cultivation level is such that you can condense the sacred pill without the perfect return to origin pill. I say I need it, so I need it. Do not bother me with trivialities. Lu Yi snapped impatiently, turning to leave. Lu Yi, do you truly believe that without the perfect return pill, I am incapable of refining a saint-grade pill? The moon red lotus is on the verge of exploding. Lu Yi paused momentarily before turning around, revealing in his hand the perfect return pill. Both moon red lotus and Bai Qiulan were momentarily taken aback. Particularly Bai Qiulan, who felt a surge of realization that Lu Yi was indeed a promising individual. Then Lu Yi opened his mouth and, before the eyes of both women, consumed the perfect return pill without hesitation. He turned and departed. What the heck? Both Bai Qiulan and Moon Red Lotus were left dumbfounded. Bang! The door slammed shut. Silence enveloped them. So he is not like that after all. Bai Qiulan attempted to comprehend Lu Yi's actions. After all, they had indeed harmed him, though it was Luya's fault initially, and now, with a chance to start anew, wouldn't it be better to return everything to its rightful course? Was it truly necessary to be so heartless? Moonred Lotus nearly bit her perfectly white and even teeth in frustration. I refuse to believe that without the perfect return pill, I cannot condense the saint pill. I will definitely condense the saint pill and slap your face with it. Moonred Lotus shouted towards Luya's room. Luya paid her no mind. He had already begun the process of pill condensation. Bai Qiulan watched as Moonred Lotus stormed away, suddenly feeling a chilling cold envelop her. As the temperature dropped, she looked up at the sky, where the sun shone brightly. Breakthrough successful. As expected, the Saint Grade pill. This means he has remedied the flaw from his initial step, which had not reached perfection. Cultivation is akin to constructing a towering edifice. Each step is of utmost importance. Any flaw at the outset will be magnified as the structure rises higher. In his earlier path of cultivation, he had endured countless hardships due to this initial flaw, having devised numerous methods to rectify it, all in vain. This is also why Luyi is so confident in his ability to condense pills now. He has truly simulated the process countless times. After the breakthrough, he continued his cultivation with fervor. His strength began to soar. In 4 days, he advanced to the second level of pill condensation. In 16 days, he reached the third level. In 30 days, he ascended to the fourth level. As his power continuously escalated, his unparalleled divine abilities began to awaken one after another. During the time Lu Yi was engrossed in his frenzied cultivation, many intriguing events unfolded at the Chu Sword Manor. Xu Ling returned to the manor, once again becoming the beloved young lady showered with affection. To ensure her safety, the manor appointed a formidable entourage of 8 powerful guards to protect her at all times. However, Xu Ling discovered a troubling issue. Her biological parents had vanished. Upon inquiry, she was informed by Zhang Shueiyue that due to her disappearance, her biological parents had no lingering attachments to the Chu Sword Manor and thus returned to their hometown. Xu Ling expressed understanding, recognizing that her parents had accumulated considerable wealth and could enjoy a good life back home. Another matter was the disappearance of Chu Si. When she asked Zhang Shueiyue, she learned that Chu Si had left the manor to travel the world in search of opportunities. Immersed in familial warmth, she remained oblivious to the critical moment for the demonic sword. Chapter 006, The Sword Offering Person. Linger, this is the green rice porridge that your mother has personally prepared for you. Do give it a taste and let me know if it is to your liking. With a benevolent smile, Zhang Shueiyue presented a bowl of lightly green-tinted porridge, each grain crafted from green spirit rice, exuding a rich and fragrant aroma. Thank you, mother. Xu Ling beamed with a pure smile. Joyfully responding, Mother, you are the kindest person in this world. I will never leave you and father in this lifetime. Zhang Shueiyue smiled as she affectionately patted her head. Silly child, do you mean to say you have no plans to marry in the future? Her words rendered Xu Ling momentarily silent. Marry? To whom? Lu Yi. If I do not marry Lu Yi, having witnessed his unparalleled brilliance, which other man could possibly capture my heart or replace Lu Yi's place within it? Linger does not wish to marry, she simply desires to remain by her parents' side, together with her family. Xu Ling's smile appeared somewhat forced. Very well, no marriage. Now drink your porridge before it cools down. Xu Ling nodded and began to sip the green rice porridge in small mouthfuls. Zhang Shueiyue watched her daughter swallow, her smile growing even more benevolent. At this moment, her son was completely safe. Initially, she had considered sending this girl to be her son's sword servant, but unexpectedly, the demonic sword forged by the ancestor required a sword-offering person, with very stringent criteria. The only suitable candidates were her son Chu Shifei and her adopted daughter Xu Ling. Surely, her son could not become the sword-offering person, could he? After finishing the porridge, Xu Ling exclaimed, Mother, it's delicious. If it's delicious, then drink more. After consuming 3 bowls of green rice porridge, Xu Ling patted her belly and said, Mother, I can't drink anymore. I'm too full. A silly girl. Then rest for a while. But if you feel tired, just lie down on the bed and take a nap. I understand. After Zhang Shueiyue left, Xu Ling continued to ponder the matter of marriage. Before long, she felt a wave of intense drowsiness wash over her. Wait, Xu Ling was not an absolute waste. She had fought alongside Lu Yi more than anyone else and had earned the title of the Nine Heavens Sword Princess through her swordsmanship. This sudden onset of drowsiness was too fierce and unusual. She quickly began to circulate her cultivation technique. The technique she practiced was called the Great Slaughter Sword Cannon, a scripture with formidable offensive capabilities, which she had been honing since her rebirth. I'd been poisoned. How could this happen? Xu Ling recalled all the circumstances under which she might have been poisoned, ultimately zeroing in on the green rice porridge. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The green rice porridge is poisonous. How is that possible? Isn't this the porridge my mother prepared? As the toxin spread within her body, Chu Ling, being a powerful sword cultivator, possessed the means to suppress the poison. She channeled her true energy to contain the toxin, intending to uncover the truth by pretending to be unconscious. Knock, knock, knock. Linger, are you asleep? The feigned unconscious Chu Ling heard Zhang Shuiyue's voice. She remained silent. After waiting outside for a while, Zhang Shuiyue said, "All right, she has been poisoned. We can begin." Zhang Shuiyue's voice turned cold, devoid of its previous warmth. Crack, the door swung open, and a group of individuals streamed in. Zhang Shuiyue and Chu Xiongtian gazed at the unconscious Chu Ling, their faces alight with joy. "Take her away. Deliver her to the ancestor." The two advanced, seizing Chu Ling and guiding her towards the depths of the Chu sword manor. The demonic sword could finally be forged successfully. The ancestor could break through his cultivation, and my crisis would finally be resolved, Chu Shifei thought, filled with trepidation. If it weren't for her unexpected return to deliver herself to death. You would have been the sword-offering person. If you continue to slack off, indulging in frivolity, next time you encounter danger, will you still rely on luck? Chu Xiongtian scolded, "Father, I was wrong. I will certainly cultivate diligently. After the demonic sword is completed, you will seclude yourself for a year. Unless you cultivate the Chu sword mind method to the 5th level, you will not be allowed to leave." The 5th level? Mother, how could I possibly reach the 5th level in just a year? Wouldn't that suffocate me? No, I can't endure it. Is what your father said incorrect? This time, it was that wretched girl who returned. If another incident occurs and your strength remains insufficient, you will become mere prey for others to slaughter. Hearing the conversation between those she regarded as family, Chu Ling's heart plummeted as if plunged into an icy abyss. She could not believe, could not accept, everything she had just heard. The sword-offering person, delivering herself to death. She is the sword-offering person. She returned to deliver herself to death. If I must cultivate to the 5th level, then I have one request. Chu Shifei seemed to understand that a prolonged seclusion was no longer feasible, thus, he seized the opportunity to present a request. What request? Zhang Shuiyue inquired. I want to be alone with Chu Ling for half an hour. After all, she is destined to die, and the ancestor merely seeks a congenital sword-bodied. It would be better to let me use it in advance. It wouldn't affect anything. Father, don't hit me. Don't hit me, you little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Ling is your sister. Whether she is or not, she is merely the daughter of those 2 dead slaves. She is clearly just a servant girl. If it weren't for her exceptional physique enabling her to become the sword-offering person, she would have long been claimed by me. Regardless, I don't care. If I must be secluded, I demand her for half an hour. Chu Shifei had already thrown caution to the wind. Chu Xiongtian was nearly driven to the brink of killing his own son, but Zhang Shuiyue intervened. Perhaps it would be acceptable to let the son be alone for half an hour. Zhang Shuiyue surprisingly acquiesced. To her, it mattered little. After all, Chu Ling was destined to die as some other. She certainly understood how much her son coveted Chu Ling. By granting his wish, he could cultivate properly afterward. Chu Xiongtian was furious. How could he allow such nonsense at such a crucial juncture? If anything were to go awry, it would be his death. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will break your legs. Chu Xiongtian understood the gravity of the situation and sternly reprimanded him. Many guards observed with their eyes focused and their hearts quiet. This family affair was beyond their purview. However, Chu Ling was indeed foolish. Upon returning, she remained oblivious to the disappearance of her biological parents and paid no heed to the fact that Chu Si had died simply for suggesting she leave. She remained completely unaware. One could only say that some lives are destined to perish, as ordained by fate. At that moment, Chu Ling finally saw through the true nature of the Chu family. Countless memories flooded her mind in an instant. Young Master Linger misses home. When can I return to see it? There is no rush. Just wait a little longer. How long must I wait? Until a sword is forged. She had thought the young master referred to her sword. But now it dawned on her that he was clearly speaking of this demonic sword. Once the demonic sword is completed, I will no longer need to serve as the sword-offering person. I can naturally return. My lord, I beseech you, grant me the opportunity to return home for a brief visit. I truly yearn for my parents. Are they my biological parents, or merely my adoptive ones? My adoptive parents are my true parents. Lingered biological parents are indeed the genuine ones. Adoptive parents may sometimes harbor ulterior motives. That is impossible. My parents have always treated me with utmost kindness. How can you speak of them in such a manner? My lord, at that moment I had an exceptionally fierce quarrel with my lord. Linger, the time has come. I shall take you home. Yet upon our arrival, the Chu Sword Manor lay in ruins, its inhabitants nearly all perished. Those who harm others ultimately suffer the consequences. They deserve it, Lu Yi. It is all your fault. Chapter 007, Madness. My old friend, do you not think that by now, given the passage of time since Chu Ling's return to the Chu Sword Manor, she has likely entered the sword forging pool? Lu Yi mused aloud. Ding, I too wish to know. Let us take a look. How shall we do so? A luminous screen suddenly blossomed before Lu Yi. The scene depicted was none other than that of the Chu Sword Manor. You can still wield the power of the heavenly Tao. Lu Yi expressed his astonishment. Ding, just a tiny bit. Lu Yi observed the spectacle within the light screen, showing Chu Ling being escorted towards the back mountains. This screen not only displayed images but also conveyed sounds, hearing the conversation among the three members of the Chu family. Lu Yi could not contain his delight and laughed heartily, yet he understood that Chu Ling was certainly not in a state of unconsciousness at present. A person who has been reborn at the level of an emperor should not be rendered unconscious by mere narcotics. Such a person is unworthy of being called an emperor. Ding ding ding. The system also emitted joyful sounds. I suddenly think that your absence of theft from the heavenly Tao is quite agreeable. After all, those who steal the heavenly Tao become cold and unfeeling, while the current system is much more entertaining, Lu Yi remarked with a smile. The system ignored him. In the past, Lu Yi had exerted tremendous effort to enable the system to steal the heavenly Tao. Yet once the system transformed into the heavenly Tao, it became incapable of even smiling, rendering it utterly dull. A crowd had already arrived at the back mountains, the ancestral figure of the Chu Sword Manor. Chu Sangxing donned a crimson robe today, his long white hair and beard meticulously groomed. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The crowd bowed in unison. Chu Sangxing nodded lightly, casting a discerning gaze upon Chu Ling. Revealing his satisfied smile, leave her to me. Yes, ancestor. Shall we be fortunate enough to witness the ceremony of the demon sword's sacrifice? Chu Xiongtian inquired with great eagerness. The forging method of the demon sword was a closely guarded secret of the Chu Sword Manor. Even he, the current lord, had never mastered it. He sought to seize the opportunity to gain complete control over all the secret techniques of the Chu Sword Manor. Chu Sangxing pondered briefly. Should the demon sword succeed, he would step into the realm of breaking the womb, possessing a power that would make him a formidable figure even within that realm. At that point, the Chu Sword Manor would hold no further value. But Chu Xiongtian was overjoyed. Thank you, ancestor, thank you. Chu Shifei, come forth as well. As the future steward of the manor, you too may witness the ceremony of the demon sword. Thank you, ancestor. Chu Shifei appeared somewhat sullen. He truly wished to bask in her favor. Young man, your mind is filled with such thoughts, especially for one like you, a debauched son. 3 members of the Chu family, one past lord, one current lord, and one future lord, led Chu Ling into the sword forging grounds. The sword forging grounds. A long black sword, shrouded in swirling black mist, emanated an aura that was utterly captivating, suspended above a square fire pit. The peculiar design of the black sword radiated a fierce menace, unmistakably a weapon of death. This was the demon sword, painstakingly forged by the ancestor of the Chu Sword Manor over a period of 31 years. On the day of its completion, the ancestor would employ secret techniques to unify man and sword, forcibly stepping into the realm of breaking the womb. Chu Xiongtian gazed in awe, his admiration for the demon sword transforming into fervent obsession. This sword represented the ultimate aspiration of sword cultivators. Of course, this was due to their insufficient cultivation, limited vision, and restricted status. Achieving the creation of a pill from such a demon sword would indeed be commendable. Lu Yi commented that he was not referring to Chu Sangxing, but rather to Chu Ling. He understood her well, knowing that given her current predicament, it was not fatal to her. The moment she was cast into the fire pit, she would channel the Grand Slaughter Sword Classic, using the demon sword to condense a pill. Indeed, as anticipated, begin. Chu Sangxing's voice boomed with authority, yet he gestured with his hands, and a multitude of resonating sounds erupted forth. 1,000 bloodied long swords, which had long been prepared, simultaneously soared into the air, transforming into a torrent that surged into the fire pit. The essence of the swords merged with the blood's fierce energy, rapidly flowing towards the demon sword. The demon sword emitted a resonant cry, and in an instant a brilliant red light flickered. The sword's intent rampaging, the bloodthirsty sword's cry urged and called forth, sacrifice the sword. Chu Sangxing bellowed. Without hesitation, Chu Xiongtian cast Chu Ling into the fire pit. At that very moment, Chu Ling opened her eyes, her hands forming seals, her sword heart illuminated. She expelled a mouthful of essence blood, which rained down upon the demon sword. The sword's cry abruptly ceased, and Chu Ling was engulfed in charred blackness, her body marred by severe burns, rendering her an unrecognizable figure. Yet she navigated through the fire pit and grasped the demon sword. Condensation of the pill, kill. The soaring sword intent erupted as Chu Ling unleashed a furious and hoarse roar. One sword to slay. The sword light exploded, transforming into a cataclysmic strike, enveloped in flames and hatred. Charging towards Chu Sangxing was struck with shock and horror. How is this possible? He roared, summoning a golden jade sword into his grasp, and the two swords clashed. Ding! The golden jade sword shattered. Chu Sangxing's body was instantly pierced by the sword light. Another strike of sword light struck, and a pristine head rolled away. The charred figure of Chu Ling was nearly indistinguishable as a person. Her body layered in horrific black scabs. She turned back, her eyes filled with deep resentment, fixed upon the Chu father and son. Why? I regarded you as my closest kin. One is my father, the other my brother. Why do you treat me in such a manner? Chu Ling's voice pierced the air with a sharpness. At that moment, both men were left in shock. So swift, a girl they deemed a waste had slain the ancestor with a single sword. That was the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. After all, Chu Ling, how could you be so powerful? Chu Xiongtian asked in disbelief. Chu Ling's laugh was one of sorrow. How could she be so powerful? Ha ha ha! At that moment Chu Ling wept and laughed, appearing mad. Her power, of course, was the result of the relentless teachings of the one she considered her enemy. How could she have been so foolish? Why would my lord not allow her to return? It was clearly to shield her from witnessing the grotesqueness of the Chu sword manner, clearly to preserve the beautiful memories in her heart, clearly for her own good. I shall kill you! Chu Ling screamed, advancing with her sword towards Chu Xiongtian. How could Chu Xiongtian stand as her opponent? In just 2 strikes, his right hand was severed. One strike followed another, claiming his left hand, left leg, and right leg. No, yet another head rolled onto the ground. Chu Shifei, paralyzed with fear, sat trembling on the ground, his trousers soaked in yellow liquid. The demonic visage of Chu Ling approached him. Do not kill me. Do not kill me, Chu Ling, I am your brother. Chu Shifei begged desperately. Chu Ling felt a wave of revulsion and intense nausea. With one sword strike, she cleaved into Chu Shifei, who let out a wretched scream. She sought to torment him. One strike followed another, leaving Chu Shifei battered and bruised. Why do you treat me this way, when I loved you so dearly? Why? I held you in such high regard. Why? Chu Shifei seemed to comprehend that his demise was inevitable, and he too descended into madness. Love us? Ha! Chu Ling, do you even believe the words you speak? You do not even love your own biological parents. Yet you proclaim love for your adoptive ones. You only love wealth and status. You only cherish the kindness shown to you by others. Do you not realize that after your escape, your biological parents, whom you sold to us, have already met a gruesome end? Chu Ling, you are a hypocrite. You love no one, and you are unworthy of anyone's love. I shall become a ghost, watching you day and night, observing you a fool, living in perpetual agony. Chapter 008, ultimately ascending to heavenly pilpft. Chu Shifei perished, even with his head rolling on the ground. His face still bore a maddened and mocking smile. At last, he finally cursed loudly like a man, expelling all the terror within his heart. Chu Ling wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and walked out with her sword in hand. Outside, Zhang Shuiwei and the many guards stared in shock at the charred figure of Chu Ling emerging, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chu Ling, how could it be you? Zhang Shuiwei's voice turned sharp. Her mouth was pierced by the demon sword on the spot. You all know I am the one to sacrifice the sword. Chu Ling's gaze, filled with murderous intent, locked onto all the guards. The guards fell silent. Where is Chu Si? At that moment, Chu Ling finally grasped why Chu Si, who had watched her grow up, immediately sought to drive her away upon her return. How could he not recognize Chu Ling? He knew that the Chu sword manor was a den of demons for Chu Ling, and he never wished for her to return. Regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous worm. Chu Ling moved. In an instant, screams erupted. The entire Chu sword manor transformed into a hellish landscape. She has finally received her answers. Chu Si has perished, her biological parents have met their demise, and all those who once held her in high regard are now gone. Kill! Eliminate him utterly. Leave not a trace behind. In the end, within the entirety of Chu Jin Manor, not a single living soul remained. Even the dogs and chickens were slaughtered. Chu Ling ascended to a rooftop, the very place where Lu Yi had once brought her back. Standing here at that time, Lu Yi had declared, "You deserve it." Chu Ling began to weep, sobbing uncontrollably. It is indeed deserved. It is her just fate. Enough, I shan't watch any longer. Lu Yi waved his hand, and the luminous curtain dissipated. Chu Ling had acquired all that she yearned for. Soon those of the broken infancy realm would arrive to kill her. In her current state, death was inevitable. Strangely, he felt a perverse pleasure from this. Leaving Lu Yi in silence, this is troubling. I seem to have transformed into someone rather different to in the previous life. Even if Chu Ling had caused him harm, witnessing her suffer would either evoke sympathy or bore him Yet now, the sensation is so exhilarating. Lu Yi slapped his forehead. Exhilarating, indeed, having died once on Earth and 9 times in the last life, cumulatively totaling 10 deaths, it seems there is little consequence to becoming a pervert. Well, she has indeed obtained what she desired. What of Yu Hongling? What sort of Yuan Dan has she condensed? Lu Yi, with a tinge of curiosity, pondered. His Yuan Dan, referred to as a holy Dan, ultimately surpassed even the qualities of a holy Dan due to the infusion of half his true energy in its formation, which eradicated the toxic force of the Tianjiang. The other half of his true energy also surged into the holy Dan, elevating its quality by half a tier. Cultivation is paramount. What Yuan Dan Yu Hongling chooses to condense is of no concern to him. At present, Yu Hongling has entered seclusion. Having not acquired the perfect returning Yuan Dan, she placed great importance on this Dan formation, preparing meticulously whether she could achieve the holy Dan hinged upon this singular attempt. Convene, Yu Hongling exclaimed. Her true energy surged like a tidal wave toward her dantian. With various pills she had prepared exerting their power, while treasures around her released their might. How shall I express it? This method of assistance in breaking through originates from Lu Yi. Due to Yu Hongling's insufficient aptitude, Lu Yi had expended considerable effort to gather numerous treasures to aid her, allowing her to break through with perfection or near perfection each time. However, Lu Yi's quest for treasures and pills was facilitated by his system. Every time he employed these items, he would conduct countless simulations, adjusting the treasures and pills until achieving a flawless outcome. Thus, Yu Hongling believed that as long as she was adequately prepared, her breakthrough would be flawless. The breakthrough commenced. True energy converged, a surging and robust true energy indicative of the ability to condense an excellent Yuan Dan. Suddenly, a potent medicinal force surged forth. The flow of true energy accelerated dramatically. Another wave of medicinal power arrived, increasing the total true energy significantly. Yet another wave of medicinal force rushed in, hastening the Dan condensation process. Another wave of medicinal energy surged. Yu Hongling's brow furrowed, her fair cheeks flushed with an unusual redness, her complexion changed slightly, and she hastily formed seals. Chaos, utter chaos, everything is in disarray. Yu Hongling felt panic. This is not right. In her previous life, with the aid of numerous treasures and pills, her breakthroughs were akin to divine assistance, effortlessly breaking through each barrier. Until the completion of her breakthrough, all assistance vanished without burdening her in any way. Nonetheless, Yu Hongling ultimately became a great emperor. Although the errors had been set in motion, she forcibly extracted all the assistance. Spurt, a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. Yu Hongling's complexion turned ashen, yet she dared not hesitate further. Hastily condensing the Dan without the chaotic forces interfering, this Dan formation proceeded quite smoothly. Ultimately, the Yuan Dan she formed was a heavenly Dan. How could it be a heavenly Dan? Yu Hongling was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. In truth, the heavenly Dan is also a supreme Yuan Dan. 99.99% of people in this world condense star-level Yuan Dan, with only 1 in a million capable of forming Earth-level Dan. And merely 1 in a billion able to condense heavenly dawn. The crux lies in the fact that in her previous life, she had been utterly oblivious, yet she still managed to form a holy Dan. Now, possessing the memories of her past life, where she was a great emperor, she ends up with a heavenly Dan. How could this not infuriate Yu Hongling? All because of Lu Yi. Had he not continuously aided her breakthroughs with treasures and pills, she could have simply consumed the finest returning Yuan Dan to condense a holy Dan. Yu Hongling expressed her immense frustration. Her words held truth. With her understanding as an emperor, even without the perfect returning Yuan Dan, she could still form a holy Dan. The key lay in her employing a mishmash of treasures and pills, which backfired, resulting in her descent from a holy Dan to a heavenly Dan. One can only say, every morsel and sip is preordained. She immediately rose to seek out Lu Yi. Lu Yi was immersed in cultivation, ceaselessly honing his strength, progressing toward the broken infancy realm for him now. The plight of 8 women might provide amusement, but ultimately, he sought to reclaim his peak, stronger than ever before, to behold sights unseen in his past life. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yi, come out. Lu Yi did not even furrow his brow. Remaining in a state of cultivation, should Yu Hongling dare to burst through the door again, he would not hesitate to strike. To hell with it. Let them do as they please. Lu Yi, why did utilizing treasures and pills to assist my breakthrough result in my condensing a heavenly Dan? Previously, I could achieve perfect breakthroughs with assistance. Lu Yi, did you do this on purpose? I could condense a holy Dan without the aid of treasures and pills. You did this deliberately. You are truly a small-minded person. A thoroughly despicable person. I once truly. Chapter 009. Do you recognize me? Lu Yi understood Yu Hongling well. The most painful thing for her was never the beatings or the scolding, whether struck or berated. Her nature would not allow her to yield. Of course, it could also be that the beatings weren't harsh enough. However, Lu Yi realized that ignoring Yu Hongling would only make her suffer more. That feeling of having fire with no place to burn, of having anger with nowhere to vent, was enough to drive her to the brink. As expected, the more she cursed, the angrier she became. Her face growing crimson with fury, she approached to vent her rage, but instead, it only intensified her frustration. Lu Yi chose to disregard her, sealing off his hearing and continuing his cultivation leisurely. As long as I cannot hear your curses. You are merely cursing yourself. Is it infuriating? Is it uncomfortable? That is precisely the effect I desired. Bai Qiulan arrived upon hearing the commotion, observing Yu Hongling, who appeared on the verge of being driven to death by her own anger. Her brows knitting together once more. Hongling, cease your cursing, Bai Qiulan advised. Upon seeing her master, Yu Hongling's grievances erupted in a flood of tears. In front of Bai Qiulan, she always appeared fragile, even at times during her cultivation of the yin-yang path. She would cry before Bai Qiulan, Master, whoa, I only condensed to heavenly Dan. Yu Hongling sobbed, this should not be, you possess the memories of a great emperor, and further, you have the eternal reversal scripture, even with merely a premium returning Yuan Dan. You should be able to condense a holy Dan. Why then did you form a heavenly Dan? Bai Qiulan queried in confusion. It's all Lu Yi's fault, every time I broke through before. He would provide me with a plethora of treasures and pills, claiming they would assist me in achieving a more perfect breakthrough. This time, I sought out some pills and treasures to aid my breakthrough. But instead of helping, those forces disrupted my true energy, resulting in this outcome. Yu Hongling's words were filled with grievance. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiulan's expression changed instantly. You are being reckless. Lu Yi's understanding of various energies is unparalleled. Rare in the ages, each time he aided your breakthrough with treasures and pills, he refined and adjusted them countless times, investing immense effort. How could you simply mix and match them on a whim? Bai Qiulan admonished. Yu Hongling? He always just casually presented beneficial items for my breakthroughs. How could he have put in so much effort? Bai Qiulan was exasperated. I once personally witnessed Lu Yi meticulously pairing pills for your breakthrough. His brow furrowed, his face etched with pain. Some pills required him to diminish their potency, while others needed enhancement. Countless attempts had to be redone. The assistance he provided you was akin to divine intervention. How could it have been casually concocted? You have already become a great emperor. Do you not comprehend this? The more formidable one's strength, the more one understands how astonishing it is for Lu Yi to assist Yu Hongling in her breakthroughs. Such intricate energy combinations, that delicate balance of less is less and more is more in energy assistance, and the peculiar energy reactions, countless trials must have been conducted in private to ascertain the optimal combination. Who among the seven did not know that Lu Yi cared the most for this little junior sister? Yet, Yu Hongling herself seemed oblivious. Bai Qiulan was astounded. Yu Hongling was also taken aback. Master, are you saying that the assistance I received during each of my breakthroughs was the result of countless trials conducted by my senior brother? What do you think? You became a great emperor. Try aiding others in their breakthroughs and see if they do not regard you as insane. Thus, you may curse everyone, but regarding this matter of your breakthrough, your senior brother has not wronged you in the slightest. Now, apologize to your senior brother, Bai Qiulan said sternly. No, I offer no apologies. Had he not seized my perfect Guiyuan Dan, I would never have entertained the notion of resorting to auxiliary pills of this time. As I condensed the celestial pill, the blame lies squarely on him for snatching my perfect Guiyuan Dan first. At this moment, Bai Qiulan's gaze became somewhat bewildered. What nonsense are you spouting? What absurdity is this? What do you mean he took your perfect Guiyuan Dan? In the previous life, that perfect Guiyuan Dan rightfully belonged to your senior brother, who gifted it to you. How has it morphed into a theft? Yu Hongling, oh no, she had forgotten that the perfect Guiyuan Dan was originally given to her by her senior brother. This pill, in both the previous and current lives, had never belonged to her. I see you are truly troubled, she continued, and now this very instant, go and meditate upon your transgressions on the back mountain. If you fail to comprehend your error and do not apologize to your senior brother, you are forbidden from leaving that place. Yu Hongling wished to retort, but upon reflection she realized that no matter what she said, she could not stand firm in this matter. Regardless, he has disrupted my bond with Feng Wuxie and indirectly caused his demise. This I shall never forgive him for. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Is it merely a trip to the back mountain? Then so be it. Bai Qiulan gazed anxiously at the firmly shut door of Lu Yi's chamber. Lu Yi, are you all right? The corners of Lu Yi's mouth curled slightly upward. What a joke! Do you really have the audacity to scold Yu Hongling? I pay her no mind. Do you genuinely believe I would concern myself with you? Receiving no reply from Lu Yi, Bai Qiulan felt a sense of resignation and chose to leave. Meanwhile, Lu Yi within the room felt a slight tremor in his aura as the holy level Yuan Dan within his dantian radiated brilliance. Intricate patterns sprawling across the sacred Dan. His strength increased once more. 0.5 layers of Yuan Dan. Such a rate of cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, devoid of any burdens or encumbrances, his power ascends at an unfathomable pace. No bottlenecks, no confusion. With formidable techniques and extraordinary talent, Lu Yi remained blissfully unaware of anything that could hinder his path to enlightenment and sanctity. Thus, several more days passed. On this day, an unattractive woman, seemingly scorched by flames, rushed to the Dao sect. Upon arriving at the gates, she collapsed onto the ground in a pitiful heap. Who goes there? The disciples tasked with guarding the entrance barked. Realizing who had arrived, they gasped in shock. Good heavens, not only were her burns severe, but she bore numerous sword wounds as well. The most grievous of all was a blade that had pierced several inches above her dantian. Leaving her grievously injured, the two mountain guarding disciples exchanged glances. According to the sect's regulations, they were forbidden from aiding anyone without ascertaining their intentions. Moreover, the sword wielded by the woman was unmistakably a demonic blade. Unless one was acquainted with someone within the sect and that person recognized them, the Dao sect would not extend a helping hand. By Lan Peak, Lu Yi, I am Chu Ling. Chu Ling strained to muster her final ounce of strength. Uttering her last words before collapsing onto the steps. At that moment, a figure soared into view, his robe billowing, exuding an extraordinary aura. However, he too bore blood upon him, his gaze sinister upon seeing the gates of the Dao sect. A flicker of caution passed through his eyes, yet he felt no significant fear. Fellow cultivator, I have pursued this fiend here, and I mean no offense to the celestial might of the Dao sect. Quickly, take this scoundrel away, the master of the sharp sword declared loudly. As he spoke, he reached to seize Chu Ling Clang. A long sword struck the ground 3 meters in front of the master of the sharp sword. Not so fast. She has mentioned the name of someone from our sect. Allow me to inquire with them first. If they do not recognize her, then you may take her away, a disciple of the Dao sect interjected. Chapter 010, Unrecognized. The mountain winds swept away the drifting clouds. The master of the sharp sword was filled with urgency. He felt as though this woman had completely lost her senses. He had long known that Chu's sword manor was forging demonic swords, which were crucial to him. However, on the day the demonic sword was completed, he had been momentarily delayed, yet, with his cultivation, he believed that even if he arrived a bit late, it would be of no consequence, as everyone in Chu's sword manor was but an ant in his eyes. To his astonishment, upon finishing his business and arriving at Chu's sword manor, he found the place littered with corpses. A woman stood on the roof, clutching a demonic sword, laughing and crying like a lunatic while repeatedly exclaiming, I was wrong, this was no mere madness. He struck her with a sword. She did not evade. He struck again, and she still did not flinch. Was this ghastly creature truly seeking death? The master of the sharp sword found the situation rather dull, preparing to kill her and depart with the demonic sword. The sword seemed to be in a peculiar state, partially refined but differing from the records of Chu's sword manor. Nevertheless, it mattered not. As long as it was a demonic sword, it sufficed. He never anticipated that the woman, initially intent on dying, would suddenly change her mind and unleash a furious outburst. This eruption startled the master of the sharp sword. What terrifying sword intent, what formidable swordsmanship! A mere nascent soul cultivator was actually able to match him with such fearsome sword intent and skill. This brought him immense joy. Infinite celestial venerable, could this be an unexpected boon? This woman, merely at the Yuan Dan realm, possessed such swordsmanship, undoubtedly concealing a tremendous secret. Then, the woman fled, muttering about seeking redemption. She dashed away with astonishing speed. The master of the sharp sword pursued her until they reached the gates of the Dao sect. Fellow cultivators, this scoundrel has ruthlessly slaughtered 193 individuals in the mortal realm, including chickens and dogs, all for the sake of forging a demonic sword. She is utterly heinous. The Dao sect, a prestigious righteous sect and a leader in celestial cultivation, could not possibly be acquainted with such a demoness. Otherwise, should I take her away first? The master of the sharp sword inquired with a smile. The guarding disciples chuckled. You need not adorn the Dao sect with your high praises. Our sect differentiates between righteousness and wickedness, and it is not for a mere nascent soul cultivator like you to judge. Wait here. If those inside do not recognize her, you may take her away. If they do, then you shall leave. This was the confidence of the Dao sect. Although the two guarding disciples were merely at the Yuan Dan realm, before these gates, even a nascent soul cultivator had to stand obediently, even when reprimanded. The master of the sharp sword dared not display anger, merely forcing a smile while praying that the individuals within would not recognize this madwoman. Soon news reached by Lon Peak. Knock, knock, knock. Is it junior brother Lu Yi? A woman outside has been gravely injured while being pursued. Collapsing at the gates, she claims her name is Chu Ling. Do you recognize her? If you do, then save her. If not, let her be taken away. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi pondered. Chu Ling? She's still alive. I do not recognize her. Understood. Farewell. The disciple hurriedly departed. Bai Qiulan suddenly appeared, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Ye's chamber. You would stand idly by while she perishes? It's Chu Ling after all. No, he won't save her. I must intervene. Though she is my rival, I cannot bear to watch her die. Given our past, in an instant, Bai Qiulan vanished. The disciple moved swiftly, already opting to use a communication stone to convey the message. Senior brother, it has been confirmed that junior brother Lu Yi does not recognize her. The guarding disciple nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Since he does not recognize her, she holds no value for protection. He glanced at the master of the sharp sword. You may take her away, but do not tarnish the grounds of Digdao sect. The master of the sharp sword beamed with joy, nodding eagerly. Rest assured, I shall take her away at once. My apologies for the disturbance. He reached for Chu Ling, and just as his hand was mere inches from her, a wave of icy blue energy surged forth, striking the master of the sharp sword. The master reacted swiftly, raising his defenses, yet he froze mid-action. What a joke! Bai Qiulan was at the refining void realm, and with her yin energy combined with her rebirth, she could easily dispatch a mere nascent soul rogue cultivator. Let alone a fellow cultivator of the same level. I have seen you, Master Bai. The guarding disciple exclaimed, bowing deeply upon sighting Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan nodded lightly. The body shall be handled by you. May I take this person back to the sect? The guarding disciple, knowing better than to challenge Bai Qiulan, quickly acquiesced. Observing Chu Ling's current state, Bai Qiulan inhaled sharply. How could it have come to this? What calamity has she endured to end up like this? Bai Qiulan was perplexed, but she swiftly produced a pill to administer to Chu Ling. Her yin energy was too frigid for healing others. So she decided to seek help from her senior sister. Bai Qiulan's senior sister was named Sun Ruowei. Such severe injuries, Sun Ruowei gasped, hastily beginning her examination, exclaiming in astonishment as she did so. She ought to have perished. What immense willpower and determination must she possess to still be alive? However, as long as she was not dead, I can save her. Sun Ruowei unleashed a green divine light that enveloped Chu Ling. She then provided her with medicinal pills and summoned talismans to affix to her. Chu Ling's internal injuries began to stabilize rapidly. Patches of blood scabs shed from her skin, and although the signs of her fiery torment began to fade, she remained quite unattractive. After various treatments, half a day later, Chu Ling let out a soft moan and finally opened her eyes. A hint of confusion flickered in her gaze, but soon she remembered something and was overcome with joy. My lord, she abruptly sat up, wincing from the pain. Linger, you have awakened. Bai Qiulan sighed in relief. Chu Ling scanned the surroundings, searching for Lu Yi, but she found no trace of him. Sister Bai, where is the young master? Chu Ling inquired anxiously. Upon hearing this address, Sun Ruowei's eyes gradually widened in astonishment. What? Was she experiencing some kind of hallucination? This little girl was referring to Bai Qiulan as Sister Bai, and Bai Qiulan appeared entirely at ease and familiar with it. Lu Yi remains in seclusion. He has not yet emerged, Bai Qiulan stated. Oh, so it was the young master who entrusted Sister Bai with rescuing me. Thank you, Sister Bai. I must go find the young master. As Chu Ling spoke, she attempted to rise from the bed. Bai Qiulan intercepted her, saying, I have already mentioned that he is in seclusion. Your priority now is to recuperate properly once you have healed. You may seek him out. Perhaps he will have emerged by then. Chu Ling gently bit her lip. Then, could Sister Bai perhaps convey an apology to the young master on my behalf? I have just realized that I have been misunderstanding the young master all along. He did not intend to imprison me, rather he has been protecting me. Perhaps not just me, but others have also misjudged him. He truly is not that sort of person. Sun Ruowei, upon hearing this, seemed to suffer a tremendous shock. Retreating step by step, her eyes wide as saucers. Good heavens, what terrifying revelation have I just heard? What do you mean by we? Who exactly does we refer to? Chapter 011, The Mysterious Tale of the Melon Field. Bai Qiulan observed Sun Ruowei's horror and felt a twinge of awkwardness. In principle, a little maid like Chu Ling should never refer to Bai Qiulan as sister. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that under certain circumstances such forms of address can become quite peculiar. Terms like good husband, good lord, brother, my lady, your servant, sister, and little sister are all commonplace. Chu Ling's calling Bai Qiulan sister was simply due to a moment when they found themselves together, leading to such informal addresses. Once this form of address was established, Coupled with their relatively equal strengths and their shared circumstances aboard Lu Ye's ship of misfortune, Bai Qiulan did not correct it, yet, at this moment, it was absolutely inappropriate for Chu Ling to use such a term. Their identities were drastically different. One was the youngest and most talented elder of the Supreme Tao sect, who could contend for the position of sect leader if not for her indifference towards it. The other was an outsider, a loose cultivator whose strength had barely reached the foundation stage. To hear her refer to another as a servant, Sun Ruowei felt as if she had caught a whiff of an overwhelming fragrance of melons, sweet and crisp. It is worth noting that Bai Qiulan was renowned as the ice-cold beauty of the Supreme Tao sect, and during her entry into the sect, suitors had swarmed her like fish crossing a river. This included, but was not limited to, the sect leader himself, who had publicly stated that if one were to seek a partner, it should be someone as exceptional and independent as Bai Qiulan. "Ruowei, you should step outside. I have matters to discuss with her," Bai Qiulan remarked, casting a glance at Sun Ruowei. "This is my dojo." Sun Ruowei obviously did not want to leave. Her ears were perked up like antennas. And being asked to depart felt more agonizing than death. Bai Qiulan shot her a sidelong glance. Sun Ruowei sighed. The lingering authority of her senior sister compelled her to leave, glancing back multiple times as she exited the room. The door stood wide open, and she did not bother to close it. Bai Qiulan gently shook her head and waved her hand to shut the door. Sun Ruowei hastily pressed herself against the door. Straining to eavesdrop on the explosive conversation within. A soundproof barrier shimmered into existence. Sun Ruowei was instantly alarmed. Good heavens, such stringent precautions? There must be a significant revelation. Sun Ruowei trembled with urgency, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts of breaking through the sound barrier. In that moment, the chaotic energy of Lu Sun's words leapt about within her. Bai Qiulan waited for a moment, confirming that Sun Ruowei did not attempt to breach the sound barrier, before letting out a soft sigh. She understood her junior sister well. The ensuing time would likely be anything but peaceful. She turned her gaze to Chu Ling. "You mentioned that you misunderstood Lu Yi. What transpired?" Bai Qiulan inquired. Chu Ling's expression was laden with melancholy. "Previously I claimed that the young master had been imprisoning me, preventing my return home. Not be why the time I was able to return to the Chu Sword Manor, it had been utterly destroyed. That time. The young master even said that the Chu Sword Manor deserved its fate." Recalling the events of the past, Chu Ling could not help but weep. "I had always believed that the young master wished to imprison me. To possess a beautiful servant for himself. The destruction of the Chu Sword Manor left me homeless, condemned to follow him forever, as he fulfilled his own desires. Yet, upon our return, I rushed back to the Chu Sword Manor. This time, the young master did not stop me. Who would have known that upon my return?" Chu Ling was now sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Qiulan gently patted her back, having shared a bed and fought alongside each other numerous times. Their bond was undeniably close. Moreover, Shi Hongling and Chu Ling had known each other the longest, and seeing her in such distress tugged at Bai Qiulan's heart. Who would have imagined that upon my return I would discover that it was all a lie, all a facade. Their kindness was merely pretense. Their true aim from the very beginning was to use me as material for forging a demonic sword. I was chosen as the sacrificial vessel, a pawn for my adoptive brother. After I left, they murdered my biological parents out of spite. There was a guard who had treated me kindly in my youth. Upon seeing my return, he warned me to leave at once, only to die the very next day. It was the young master who, not wanting me to witness their vile faces or have my beautiful memories tarnished, kept me from returning. The young master has never wronged me. He has always been protecting me." Chu Ling broke down in tears. What had she done? She had dared to poison the young master with a deadly venom. How could she have been so heartless? Upon realizing the truth, Chu Ling felt utterly devoid of the will to live. She felt like a joke. After harboring resentment for so long, she had fought tooth and nail to return home, only to find it a den of demons. When Li Jian, the master swordsman, arrived at the Chu Sword Manor, he attacked me, and I stood there like a zombie, refusing to dodge or evade. It was only when he remarked, "Tsk. How pitiful. It seems there is no one left for you to care about in this world. Then I shall send you on your way." But I finally came to my senses. No, there are still those I care about in this world. The young master, I must have hurt him, and so deeply. I need to atone for my sins, to plead for his forgiveness, to heal the wounds I have inflicted upon him. I risked everything to reach the Supreme Tao sect. I have survived at last. Bai Qiulan was shaken by Chu Ling's words. So it was like this. In truth, she was aware of Chu Ling's plight and had scolded Lu Yi for it in the past. Lu Yi had accepted her reprimand with a grin, never once refuting her. In hindsight, he had likely been trying to shield Chu Ling from further harm. In the previous life, he had carefully protected her. Just moments ago, upon hearing that Chu Ling was gravely injured outside the sect, he could have saved her with a mere admission of acquaintance, yet he had claimed not to know her. Bai Qiulan sighed inwardly, her gaze at Chu Ling tinged with sympathy. It would be a difficult path for her to earn Lu Ye's forgiveness. Do not dwell on this too much, your current focus must be on healing. Once your injuries have mended, devote yourself to training, and aid Lu Yi in becoming the sharpest sword in his arsenal. Those wounds can eventually be soothed by the passage of time. Lu Yi has a soft heart. If you persevere, he will one day be moved and forgive you, Bai Qiulan advised Chu Ling earnestly. Chu Ling nodded vigorously, her fists clenched tightly. In truth, she understood that the young master had never regarded her as the strongest sword by his side. Rather, he cherished her attentive care above all. She would undoubtedly earn his forgiveness. There is one more matter, Chu Ling said, turning her gaze to Bai Qiulan. From now on, do not call me Sister Bai. Simply refer to me as Senior Bai. When I was afflicted by the chaotic Yin poison, it was Lu Yi who undertook the desperate act to save me. The subsequent mistakes were regrettable. But now I have regained control over the chaotic lunar power and will not allow such events to recur. Therefore, there is no longer any possibility between Lu Yi and me. Chapter 012, Squandering Resources. Cultivate. Cultivate, I must cultivate. Lu Yi was utterly indifferent to Chu Ling's fate. Whether she lived or died was inconsequential. His current thoughts were solely focused on diligent cultivation, disregarding all else, striving to surpass everyone and reach heights unattainable by those women. In doing so, he would no longer be troubled by anyone. Time would obliterate all sinful ties, ascendancy would bury all regrets. The sacred elixir grew ever more radiant with each passing moment, continuously expanding. He compressed his true essence, again and again, that he aimed to establish an unshakable foundation. If he faltered at any step, he must strengthen himself further. At that moment, he sensed a figure outside the door. However, he paid it no heed. Without even looking, he knew it was Chu Ling, still alive. What a fortunate fate! Chu Ling had already recovered from her injuries, seated cross-legged in front of Lu Ye's door. Diligently cultivating, Qixia Peak and Bailan Peak were among the principal peaks of the Supreme Tao sect, which boasted 9 main peaks and 72 subsidiary peaks. To occupy a subsidiary peak, one must at the very least be a formidable cultivator of the void refinement stage, demonstrating the immense strength of the Supreme Tao sect in the first layer of the heavens. Since Qixia Peak was situated behind Bailan Peak and due to Yu Hongling's confinement in the back mountain, some individuals on Qixia Peak could see her in the back mountain. Yu Hongling held her breath, resolutely refusing to admit her mistake to that insufferable senior brother. Yet, upon reflection, was that odious senior truly so kind to her? She was not entirely foolish, after being reminded by her master. She began to contemplate her own breakthrough, recalling the layers of energy that had gradually assisted her advancement. The more she analyzed, the more alarmed she became. It was exceedingly difficult. To achieve a flawless breakthrough for him would require calculations of unparalleled precision. It was not merely about the elixirs or treasures, it also involved the intricate changes within herself. How staggering was that amount of computation! She had never before paid heed to such details. Even if he treated her well. Suddenly, a hint of melancholy crossed Yu Hongling's face. If Feng Wuxie had not died, perhaps she and Feng Wuxie would have ended up together. Her senior brother was not without merit. Aside from being somewhat fickle, the crux of the matter was Feng Wuxie's death, which had come about because her senior brother had prevented her from rescuing him, resulting in his tragic demise. Feng Wuxie's passing became an eternal thorn in her heart, growing deeper with the passage of time until it transformed into an affliction. General MacArthur once stated, "The dead white moonlight is the true white moonlight." Lu Sun once wrote in Water Margin, "What is unattainable in youth will ultimately bind one for a lifetime." Such was the case. The more Yu Hongling pondered, the more distressed she felt, prompting her to begin her cultivation. The technique she practiced was called the Eternal Reversal Scripture, created by the fearless emperor, and at this moment, she displayed its formidable moves with the fearless fist, her crimson attire flowing like a dance among the green mountains and trees. On Qixia Peak, a young man, brimming with vitality and radiance, witnessed this scene, and his heart stirred with admiration. How beautiful, how striking, this sect truly harbored such an extraordinary woman. He suddenly soared into the air, a long sword appearing beneath his feet as he flew towards Yu Hongling. "Yu Hongling?" She paused her cultivation and glanced at the youth. "I am Linghu Wushuang, the newly initiated disciple of Qixia Peak. I have witnessed the exquisite finesse of your fist technique. May I inquire about it?" Linghu Wushuang asked. Yu Hongling contemplated for a moment. Linghu Wushuang, such a distant name. It seemed he had become the holy son of the sect after her senior brother declined that title. Later, he had cultivated to a formidable level but had perished in the chaos of the eighth heaven. He could be considered a remarkable figure, however. Yu Hongling had encountered many such individuals, and she was acquainted with numerous emperors. "You little brat, you can't even defeat me, so it's best you don't bother," she retorted dismissively. "You seem younger than me, thus, in my presence, you are merely a little brat." Seeing that Yu Hongling had no intention of engaging in combat, Linghu Wushuang chose not to press the matter. After all, it was inappropriate to start a fight upon their first meeting. "What brings you to the back mountain?" "It is the area with the weakest spiritual energy." "Unsuitable for cultivation?" Linghu Wushuang inquired. "Punished by my master," Yu Hongling replied with boredom. "What transgression have you committed?" In Linghu Wushuang's eyes, it was a serious matter to be punished so soon after entering the sect. If the master truly bore anger towards her and refused to impart teachings, her path of cultivation would become 1,000-fold more arduous. "I committed no wrongdoing. It is my master who cannot discern right from wrong. Favoring that odious senior brother of mine, once my confinement is lifted, I shall surely tickle her until she admits her mistake," Yu Hongling exclaimed angrily. Linghu Wushuang was taken aback. "Is it true that you're so bold right after entering the sect? Do you truly think you can tickle the master?" He was astonished by her audacity. "Regardless, since it's dull in the back mountain, why not share your story with me?" Linghu Wushuang suggested with a smile. "Very well, I shall share with you, you brat. Not long ago, I broke the door of that insufferable senior brother, and he actually had the audacity to grab my neck and demand I fix it. When I refused, he threatened to strangle me, actually strangle me." Yu Hongling vented her frustrations. Linghu Wushuang was incredulous. How could there be such a person, to resort to violence over a mere door, and against his own junior sister no less? "This is utterly preposterous. This is the sect of the Great Way, not some demonic cult. Even demons prohibit such self-inflicted harm. Indeed, moreover, after I repaired the door, I sought him out for something, knocked on his door, and without a word, he punched me right in the eye. I immediately had a black eye, and even now there are lingering traces," Yu Hongling continued. Linghu Wushuang quickly took the opportunity to observe her. "What a beautiful pair of eyes! They seem to hold the essence of the starry sky and a bright moon. The one eye bore slight traces of purple bruising." Linghu Wushuang was furiously indignant. How could he treat such beautiful eyes with such disdain? It was a grave waste. And then, moreover, the audacity, he had previously promised me a gift, which he had already given, only to demand it back. When I protested, he threatened to strike me. What a scandal! This infuriates me. Linghu Wushuang exclaimed loudly. "What is his name? Lu Yi. What a Lu Yi! Sister, wait for me. I shall avenge you and defeat Lu Yi." Making him apologize to you, Linghu Wushuang declared with fervor. To his surprise, Yu Hongling fell silent upon hearing his words. "Sister, what is wrong?" "Yu Hongling, you intend to fight Lu Yi. Do not jest. You cannot even defeat me. Yet you wish to challenge Lu Yi. In a past life, some questioned Lu Yi's character, others speculated about his temperament, even doubting whether he had been possessed. But one thing was certain, no one doubted Lu Yi's strength. He was formidable, truly formidable. You would be wise to reconsider. You cannot withstand even one of his fingers." Chapter 013, Changing Perspectives. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Lu Yi opened his eyes, unable to suppress a soft murmur of surprise. "Linghu Wushuang, what brings this lad here?" According to the timeline, he and Linghu Wushuang had yet to cross paths. Their first encounter would occur during the Grand Disciples competition, where he would emerge as the champion. And Linghu Wushuang is the runner-up. Since the chaos of the dark turmoil, he had not seen the lad for nearly 4,000 years, yet, in cultivation, a brief retreat could span hundreds or even thousands of years. In his previous life, Lu Yi often pondered how on earth individuals in their 50s or 60s were already wise and experienced, while cultivators could live for centuries or even millennia. What heights of wisdom might they achieve? In reality, it was much the same. Many powerful beings possessed wisdom lesser than that of ordinary people who had to navigate the trials of life. The life of a cultivator revolved around cultivation. Cultivation, and more cultivation, followed by venturing into remote mountains and desolate areas to unearth ancient tombs, seeking relics and spiritual materials. Then, it was back to cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. There was little time left for schemes or calculations. Strength was the ultimate truth for cultivators. Upon opening the door, Lu Yi regarded Linghu Wushuang. "Senior brother, what is it that you seek?" he asked with a smile. "You are Lu Yi." Linghu Wushuang scrutinized Lu Yi. Dressed in green, with a youthful and handsome visage, exuding an aura of vitality, and sporting a warm smile, he did not seem nearly as intimidating as Yu Hongling had described. "Indeed, I am Lu Yi." It seems you are acquainted with me. Of course, I am well aware of the illustrious Ling Hu Wuxuang, who condensed the heavenly elixir in merely 2 months and 12 days, truly commendable." The corners of Ling Hu Wuxuang's mouth involuntarily curled upward. After all, he was still a youth. Actually, it was 2 months and 11 days. I did not cultivate on the first day of entering. Even more impressive. But wait, Ling Hu Wuxuang's expression abruptly changed as he straightened his face. "I have come to challenge you, so cease with the pleasantries." Lu Yi was taken aback. Challenge, such an unfamiliar word. It has been eons since anyone has challenged me. Very well, Lu Yi was unbothered by the prospect of guiding Ling Hu Wuxuang. For he too was a valiant individual. Ling Hu Wuxuang felt a sense of peculiarity. Something seemed amiss. What was it? Yes, Lu Yi was being overly friendly. Never mind, no more pondering, let's begin. A long sword appeared in Ling Hu Wuxuang's hand as they stepped into the courtyard. Maintaining a significant distance. "What is your cultivation level?" Ling Hu Wuxuang inquired, unable to discern Lu Yi's true depth. "Yuan Dan. Feel free to come at me." "Very well, I shall not hold back." In an instant, the long sword shimmered with white light as it lunged forward with astonishing speed. Lu Yi lightly deflected the sword with his hand, swiftly closing the distance, launching a punch. Ling Hu Wuxuang attempted to intercept with his sword, but before the blade could reach, Lu Yi had already kicked his calf. Followed by a swift grapple, seizing Ling Hu Wuxuang's wrist. With a powerful twist, Ling Hu Wuxuang was sent flying. He hurriedly steadied himself and retaliated with a sword strike, yet found only empty air. Lu Yi did not pursue him further. Ling Hu Wuxuang squinted. This was merely a sparring match, which could be deemed fair play. His calf throbbed with pain. The opponent's speed was remarkable again. Xixia's sword technique. The brilliance of white light transformed into a crimson glow. Arriving in an instant. Lu Yi swiftly moved, his long sword slicing through the air, prompting Ling Hu Wuxuang to prepare a horizontal strike, yet, Lu Yi's hand struck upon the sword, causing it to tremble violently. Simultaneously, he executed a side kick. Ling Hu Wuxuang leaned once more, watching in astonishment as a fist loomed larger before his eyes. Just as the punch was about to connect, it transformed into a claw. Shifting position to seize Ling Hu Wuxuang by the collar, hurling him away with great force. Ling Hu Wuxuang struggled to maintain his balance, narrowly avoiding a fall. Still, he felt the weight of the blow, rendering him somewhat speechless. Lu Yi remained silent, conveying everything through his actions, fully aware that Ling Hu Wuxuang would comprehend the unspoken message. "I am no match for your skills," Ling Hu Wuxuang admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. "What do you expect? If you were as strong as I am, would my years of effort have been in vain? However, my understanding is profound. This sword technique is the second form of the Scarlet Dawn sword art. Can you withstand it?" Lu Yi nodded. "Please." The solitary flight of the rosy heron. The sword aura transformed into radiant light, illuminating the entire courtyard, then abruptly retracting, with a speed as swift as a startled swan. Lu Yi struck forth. Thud. The sword's energy was shattered by his fist. At this juncture, the victor was evident. "Ling Hu Wuxuang, why have I never heard of your name before? You are so formidable, you should not be so obscure." Ling Hu Wuxuang exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yi chuckled. Cultivation through action is a form of practice, while cultivation through stillness is equally so. Countless paths of cultivation lead to myriad avenues of enlightenment. All are but different routes converging to the same destination. Whose wisdom do you echo? Ling Hu Wuxuang asked, astonished once more. "I once read a book that spoke thus, and I found it quite profound. So I committed it to memory for future use." Lu Yi replied. Ling Hu Wuxuang raised his thumb in approval. "I shall remember this. I will find an opportunity to impress others with it." Lu Yi, right? I have noted your name. You are impressive and quite admirable. Indeed, travel safely. I shall not see you off. Farewell. After Ling Hu Wuxuang departed, Lu Yi resumed his cultivation, striding towards the 7th level of the Yuan Dan stage. If all proceeded without incident, he would undoubtedly be the foremost cultivator of this generation in the Dao sect. Of course, Lu Yi was not concerned with such superficial accolades. As Ling Hu Wuxuang walked along the path, he couldn't help but murmur, "Lu Yi does not seem nearly as detestable as Hong Ling described. In fact, he appears rather engaging and gentle." Did Hong Ling speak falsely? Yet, that seems unlikely. Her disdain was palpable. Not Ade, but why then? Just then, a woman approached, clad in a flowing emerald gown. Her beauty was striking, with fair skin and large, captivating eyes. Though not as tall as Yu Hongling, her allure was equally formidable. Are there truly so many beauties atop Bailan Peak? Yet, this enchanting woman bore an air of indifference, passing by without so much as a glance in his direction, as though he were merely a tree by the roadside. Such a stunning girl, yet she appeared blind. What a pity! Ling Hu Wuxuang's gaze remained fixated on the beautiful girl as he watched her approach Lu Ye's door. She adjusted her gown, then knelt on the ground, her demeanor submissive and kneeling at the entrance. Ling Hu Wuxuang exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth, am I dreaming? Such a beautiful girl, no, not just beautiful, she possesses strength at the Yuan Dan level, yet she kneels outside Lu Ye's door." It is said that beneath a man's knees lies gold, but a woman's knees can shift the heavens, and here she was, kneeling before Lu Yi. Ling Hu Wuxuang stood in stunned silence for several minutes. Just moments ago, he had held Lu Yi in high regard, and now he was presented with this shocking scene. If only he could have such a beautiful partner, he would kneel before her daily. But wait, Ling Hu Wuxuang suddenly realized that this girl kneeling at the door must certainly be known to Lu Yi, yet he did not open the door. He allowed this stunning girl to remain there in supplication. "My heavens, my Tao Source Emperor, my ancestral master of Taoism, what is happening?" In that instant Ling Hu Wuxuang's worldview was utterly shattered. Women, beautiful women, were no longer beyond his reach. Chapter 014, Trouble Brewing. Chu Ling knelt before Lu Ye's door. Awaiting his forgiveness, she understood that he despised disturbances, so she refrained from intruding. Aware of his kind heart, she believed that eventually he would forgive her. She simply needed to wait while Lu Yi was in seclusion. She would guard the entrance. When he emerged, she would follow closely behind. Wherever he went, she would go. On the back mountain of Bailan sect, Ling Hu Wuxuang approached Yu Hongling, looking disheartened. Yu Hongling glanced at him. Unperturbed, this young boy challenging her senior brother was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was fortunate he was unaware of her brother's true identity, otherwise, he might feel like a mayfly gazing at the sky. "I lost." Yu Hongling remained silent, allowing him to break the stillness. "How rare it is to have a match with my senior brother. This experience will serve as fodder for your future boasting," she said. Ling Hu Wuxuang sighed deeply. "Indeed, he is powerful, far beyond my capabilities. However, once I grow stronger, I shall challenge him again. He is not as ruthless as you portray, rather he treated me quite well." "Humph, do you know him better than I do?" "He is kind to men but particularly cold and merciless towards women," Yu Hongling retorted, rolling her eyes. "You are correct in that regard. After our spar, I was meant to leave, yet not far from there I witnessed a beautiful girl kneeling at Lu Ye's door that he did not even go out to assist her. He is indeed harsh toward women, and the girl seemed to have her reasons for kneeling there." Ling Hu Wuxuang pondered aloud. Yu Hongling's expression shifted upon hearing this. What did she look like? Ling Hu Wuxuang paused for a moment in thought. She was very beautiful. Of course, how could I not know she was beautiful? What woman at the stinking brother's door isn't beautiful? She wore an emerald gown, holding a sword, her eyes large and bright, appearing quite obedient. As Yu Hongling listened to this description, she slowly exhaled in relief. "Chu Ling, I thought it might be some vixen seeking my brother." Wait, Yu Hongling suddenly froze. Why was she thinking such thoughts? What business did she have with a vixen seeking that stinky brother? Could it be that she was feeling jealous? Yu Hongling hastily shook her head, muttering to herself, "I am not jealous. I could never be jealous. I will not be jealous." Wait a moment, Ling Hu Wuxuang? Oh no! Is she also Lu Ye's woman? His worldview was once again profoundly impacted in that moment. This revelation was difficult for him to accept. Was it true that the more coldly one treated beautiful women, the more they were drawn to him? Was the pursuit of a partner not about tender companionship, but rather violence? Enough, I must cultivate. You should leave. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me, Yu Hongling ordered. Ling Hu Wuxuang, still preoccupied with thoughts of violence, heard Yu Hongling's words and immediately considered putting them into practice. "Junior sister, I can assist you with your cultivation. Training together can help us comprehend our shortcomings better. I believe I am a bit stronger than you. Shall we practice?" Yu Hongling glanced at Ling Hu Wuxuang, her eyes conveying disbelief. Do you not believe that I am stronger than you? Ling Hu Wuxuang's anger flared. Minutes later, Ling Hu Wuxuang was heavily slammed to the ground. The rocks beneath him shattered, his face bruised and battered. Trembling as disbelief and fear filled his eyes. What on earth? What kind of monsters reside on Bailan Peak? I cannot defeat any of them. After sending Ling Hu Wuxuang away, Yu Hongling practiced for a while, making a minor breakthrough to the second level of the Yuan Dan stage. Wait, didn't Chu Ling go home? Why is she back, and still kneeling at that stinky brother's door? Yu Hongling murmured in confusion. I must go back and see. Such was Yu Hongling's nature. When something puzzled her, she was far more troubled than if she had been killed. As for being confined, what confinement? She and her master were like sisters. Such talk of confinement was utterly unnecessary. Yu Hongling dashed to her brother's courtyard, and sure enough, she spotted Chu Ling kneeling on the bluestone ground, silently practicing her techniques. "Chu Ling, why have you returned?" Yu Hongling inquired. Chu Ling looked at Yu Hongling and softly called out, "Hongling Jie, stop kneeling, stand up. We female cultivators deserve dignity. Why should we kneel before him?" Yu Hongling hurried forward to pull Chu Ling up, completely forgetting that she too had knelt in the past. Hongling Jia, I have done wrong. This is my deserved punishment, please do not concern yourself with me. Chu Ling resisted Yu Hongling's attempts to help her. What have you done wrong? Let me tell you, that stinky Lu Yi is very petty. He did not give me the perfect returning yuan pill in this life after giving it in the last. Such a miserly person kneeling here for eternity would be of no use, Yu Hongling declared loudly. At that moment, Bai Qiulan appeared, her gaze fixed on Yu Hongling with disapproval. Chu Ling then explained, I was wrong. I was unaware of the kindness he showed me and even resented him, causing him harm. Not only did I implant the yin-yang devouring goo within him, but I also inflicted the heavenly stiffness poison. My sins are grave, all I endure now is well-deserved punishment, the poison of Tianjiang. Upon hearing this name, Bai Qiulan couldn't help but pause in astonishment. This is a toxin of a regulatory nature. And in truth, there are exceedingly few poisons in the world that can affect a celestial sovereign. Moreover, the 8 of them, each having sought after such a thing, have naturally conducted thorough research on these substances. They were no strangers to the poison of Tianjiang. That matter is in the past, and besides, your Tianjiang poison did not take effect. It detonated prematurely, so in a strict sense, you did not harm him at all. Therefore, you need not blame yourself, Yu Hongling advised. However, Chu Ling shook her head in tears. No. The poison of Tianjiang falls outside the realm of normal toxins even if the poison did not manifest at that moment. It will not be eradicated, rather, it will permanently linger within the body of the poisoned, with no cure. Upon hearing this, both Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan's expression stiffened simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, each perceiving an inexplicable panic in the other's eyes. If time were to rewind, and we were to be reborn, the poison of Tianjiang wouldn't follow us, would it? Yu Hongling murmured, lost in thought. If the poison of Tianjiang were to follow, then what she had done. Suddenly, Yu Hongling shivered, unwilling to think further, unwilling to ponder. Many toxins can be endured by a celestial sovereign like Lu Yi, merely weakening his power. However, for those beneath the celestial sovereign rank, the implications are far more dire. At this juncture, Bai Qiulan spoke softly. The perfect return pill, the poison of Tianjiang likely accompanied Lu Yi back. Chapter 015, Leave if you must. Lu Yi, who is he? Bai Qiulan was relatively clear on this matter. She bore no animosity towards Lu Yi, she simply found it increasingly difficult to accept the twisted relationship that existed between them. Initially, she could justify maintaining this relationship under the pretense of helping alleviate her chaosine poison. Enduring humiliation with clenched teeth and a furrowed brow. However, once her chaosine poison was resolved, she could no longer tolerate such an unethical and socially unacceptable relationship, especially as a teacher, being looked down upon by her disciple. And feeling utterly powerless, what kind of situation was this? Coupled with the persuasion of several others, Bai Qiulan found herself in a state of immense inner turmoil, which ultimately led her to act. The perfect return pill, the perfect return pill. These 5 words detonated like thunder in Yu Hongling's mind. If the poison of Tianjiang had frozen half of its potency, that meant her senior brother's poison of Tianjiang had indeed acted, causing him to only be able to utilize half of his power to condense the Yuan Dan. Was this the reason he chose to consume the perfect return pill himself? Yu Hongling spoke urgently. Bai Qiulan sighed, most likely. At that moment, Yu Hongling's eyes reddened. She bit her lip, drawing blood, oblivious to her own actions. What foolishness had she committed, condensing the Yuan Dan with only half of his true energy? Even if her senior brother had been a celestial sovereign in his previous life, he could not possibly condense a high-quality Yuan Dan, perhaps not even a heavenly-grade Yuan Dan yet. All she could think of was herself. That her senior brother would rather waste the perfect return pill than give it to her. She never once considered that he had his own reasons for withholding the perfect return pill. Senior brother, I'm sorry, Yu Hongling shouted her apology into the room. She had finally expressed her remorse. However, within the confines of the room, there was no response. Bai Qiulan, a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation, had never pried into Lu Yi's matters, but now she was anxious. If the poison of Tianjiang had not dissipated, then had the poison she had administered vanished? Lu Yi, are you still in the room? I have something important to tell you. There was no reply. Bai Qiulan gritted her teeth and finally used her divine sense to probe the room. The result was that the room was already empty. Where was Lu Yi? Lu Yi had long since left the chamber, while Chu Ling knelt outside the door, and the 3 women were in an uproar. To Lu Yi, all the women in the world were merely stumbling blocks on his path. He sought a tranquil place to engage in solitary cultivation. At this moment, his cultivation was rapidly advancing towards the 8th layer of Yuan Dan, his speed of progress astonishing. Of course, mere hard work was insufficient. He still needed to obtain essential treasures. So for instance, within the Dao sect, there was an ancient key, its purpose unknown to outsiders, yet Lu Yi understood that this ancient key was a crucial token for unlocking the God Burial Ridge. Within the God Burial Ridge lay the remains of a fallen ancient deity. Though the treasures of the ancient deity were not particularly valuable, the corpse had given rise to a rare flower of divine blood, which was essential for him to condense his first life. The flower of divine blood, the wood spirit pearl, and the Xianyin soul fruit, all three were indispensable for those in the harmonization realm or the virtual refinement realm. These three treasures might not be deemed particularly precious, but for someone in the Yuandan realm, their worth was incalculable. Thus, he needed to participate in the sect's disciple competition, just as he had in his past life. To secure entry into the Dao Treasure Pavilion, undoubtedly, this competition would be far easier than in his previous life. Time passed day by day, and before long, it was already September. The mountains turned cold early, and the maples blazed red like flames. Liu Yi's cultivation had also reached the 9th layer of Yuandan. If he wished to break through, he could do so at this moment, transcending the Dan to become an infant. However, since the Yuan infant would represent his first life, he needed to proceed with caution. Since he could not break through yet, Lu Yi decided to roll up the scroll and see if he could reach the 13th layer of Yuandan. Of course, if he could not, it mattered not. Boom, boom. The resounding and majestic chime echoed, celestial lights filled the air. A dignified voice resounded, commanding the Peak Masters and the 92nd generation disciples to gather at the Dao platform. In an instant, sword lights flew from the 72 peaks, traversing the sky, converging beautifully upon the main peak. Liu Yi sought no one in particular, a seemingly unremarkable sword falling at his feet. He soared into the sky towards the main peak. The crowds gathered at each peak. Liu Yi saw Bailan Peak but had no intention of approaching. Interestingly, Chu Ling had also arrived. He chose not to go over, yet a few individuals from Bailan Peak approached him instead. Senior brother, I'm sorry. Young master, I'm sorry. Bai Qiulan opened her mouth, nearly apologizing alongside the two, but quickly stopped herself, cold sweat breaking out. If she were to utter husband, I'm sorry in broad daylight, who knows what kind of uproar it would cause? Chu Ling and Yu Hongling were both stunningly beautiful women, and with Bai Qiulan joining them, their every move captured the attention of many. Witnessing two exquisite women apologize simultaneously left the crowd bewildered. What is going on? Lu Yi had no interest in their apologies. If apologies held any value, then what need had there been for blades and swords? He took a step away. With each step he took, the three women followed in kind. Liu Yi, forget it. Regardless, it will surely attract everyone's attention soon, so I shan't hold back. Leave if you must. The three women halted in unison. Liu Yi, indifferent, took his leave once more. With so many eyes upon them, upon hearing Lu Yi's rebuke, countless people widened their eyes in astonishment. What did I just hear? Faced with the trio of stunning women following him and apologizing, he had the audacity to say leave. Had they offended his entire clan? Chu Ling maintained her composure, smiling brightly, seemingly unfazed by Lu Yi's reprimand, and continued to follow. Yu Hongling's complexion shifted between shades of green and red. She was a proud individual, and being scolded publicly by Lu Yi made her feel utterly humiliated. Leave if you must. Yu Hongling huffed angrily and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Bai Qiulan, her heart felt utterly drained. She followed Yu Hongling away. Liu Yi had initially thought that his rebuke would send all three women away, yet unexpectedly, Chu Ling still trailed behind. However, he chose to ignore her presence. The deputy sect master of the Dao sect began to speak. The Dao is vast, humanity is radiant, the heavens have their seasons, and humanity has its virtues, while demons are oblivious and evildoers. Yet these words to the ears of the crowd resembled the crisp autumn of September, refreshing and invigorating, as during this season of blazing red maples, they welcomed the 90th anniversary of the sect's disciple competition. Rules were read, and rewards were declared. The deputy sect master announced that the disciple competition officially commenced. In this contest, all must participate, no cowardice allowed, and everyone must give their utmost effort. A 2-out-of-1 competition system. Lu Yi understood clearly. It was no different from his previous life, thus, the competition could proceed normally. Chapter 016. Like an art form, the competition commenced. This generation of disciples had been in the sect for half a year, and most had reached the realm of Yuandan. The Dao sect, being one of the foremost sects of the first celestial realm, naturally attracted top-tier talent. 3 months to achieve a complete Qi gathering was reserved for prodigies. While half a year was deemed ordinary genius, the vast majority of disciples at the Dao sect completed their Qi gathering within 3 to 5 months, before embarking on breakthroughs. On the arena, The disciples' performances were already quite impressive, for they were all in the Yuan Dan realm, considered formidable figures among the secular cultivators. In reality, disciples from large sects often struggled against battle-hardened wandering cultivators in their early stages. However, as time progressed, disciples from major sects became increasingly stronger. The Yuan Dan realm served as a starting point for large sects, yet for many wandering cultivators, it might represent the culmination of their cultivation journey. Some disciples showcased remarkable skills, instantly inciting waves of astonishment. Soon, it was Yu Hongling's turn. Why now? Yu Hongling had gained some renown within the Dao sect, having achieved complete Qi gathering in just 17 days. Thus setting a new record for the sect, even nearly breaking the record for gas extraction cultivation on the first level, coupled with her stunning beauty and those impossibly long legs that seemed to stretch into infinity, made her truly unforgettable. The moment Yu Hongling stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in cheers and gasps of amazement. However, some eyes could not help but glance over at Lu Yi, for this fellow had the audacity to dismiss Yu Hongling. A surge of anger welled up within Yu Hongling. Currently at the 5th level of Yuan Dan, her cultivation speed was rapid, while her opponent had just recently ascended to Yuan Dan with a swift kick. She moved with such speed that her opponent could hardly react, only catching a glimpse of the crimson figure before she soared off the stage like a wisp of cloud. It was astonishingly quick. Many observing elders nodded in approval, realizing that they had underestimated her talent, believing Yu Hongling's capabilities were merely average. After a while, the name Chu Ling indeed appeared. She had truly joined the Dao sect. "Young master, I am going," Chu Ling said softly. Lu Yi, however, remained oblivious, his attention elsewhere. A hint of bitterness flickered in Chu Ling's eyes as her heart ached with a pang of sorrow. The way Lu Yi behaved now made her long for the days when he treated her with such kindness. Of course, she also lamented her own foolishness. This spectacle, witnessed by all, left many male disciples gritting their teeth in frustration. What was he pretending to be, and how could such a radiant girl, like a lotus emerging from the water, be so infatuated with him? Chu Ling stepped onto the arena, facing another female disciple. Just as she prepared to strike, her opponent spoke up. "Junior sister, what is the matter with you? He has clearly insulted you. Why do you continue to cling to him? Though we are female cultivators, we are no less capable than men. I see you possess great strength and beauty, and as a swordswoman, your actions bring shame upon female cultivators and sword cultivators alike. If he oppresses or threatens you, do tell me, and I shall seek justice on your behalf." Listening to her words, Chu Ling gently shook her head. "Everything is my own choice. To me, the young master is even more significant than the sword path." "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior sister." The senior sister's eyes widened in shock. Do you understand the nonsense you are speaking? You, a sword cultivator, do not regard the sword path as the ultimate pursuit? Each of Chu Ling's words came from the heart. "Very well, if you are so resolute, today I shall awaken you." Not far away, Sun Ruowei overheard Chu Ling's words and could not help but glance at Bai Qiulan and then at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's appearance was strikingly handsome, like a gentle breeze in the mountains or the bright moon in the sky, yet such looks were hardly rare. There were countless others in the world who surpassed him in charm. Even among the disciples of the Dao sect, what could possibly make Chu Ling so unwavering? And that fearful title, Sister Bai, no, she must investigate this thoroughly. Lu Yi paid no mind to the multitude of gazes fixed upon him. Indifferent to their scrutiny, he focused on reshaping his Dao heart, growing even more steadfast than in his past life. Such trivial glances were beneath his concern. The senior sister launched an aggressive attack, wielding her sword like a gust of wind, while 3 figures encircled Chu Ling to strike. Chu Ling moved, her ethereal form glimmered like a fish darting through water. Like a thunderclap, sparks flew as their swords clashed. The tip of the black magic sword halted at the disciple's throat, causing her hand to tremble uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror. Not only her, but many others were equally astonished. The elder overseeing the match revealed an expression of shock. He was a sword elder and could perceive the purity and strength of Chu Ling's sword intent. A lovesick fool could hone their sword intent to such a degree. If she were to focus solely on the Dao, she would surely soar. Some even contemplated finding an opportunity to eliminate Lu Yi, thus extinguishing the flame of this sword fairy's infatuation. I concede. Chu Ling withdrew her sword, speaking softly. Bai Lan peeks Chu Ling. Victorious, she leaped off the stage and hurried to Lu Yi's side. "Young master, I won." Chu Ling's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lu Yi, eagerly awaiting his praise. Lu Yi, however, remained focused inward, ignoring her entirely. Chu Ling felt a pang of disappointment. It had been so long since she had heard him compliment her. What had once felt commonplace was now profoundly missed. The scene was witnessed by many. their hearts brimming with resentment towards Lu Yi, enough to resurrect 100 malevolent sword immortals. A sword elder harbored even greater animosity towards Lu Yi. After 4 contestants, it was finally Lu Yi's turn. As he stepped onto the stage, more people recognized his name. Gu Qing, give it your all, defeat him, show everyone that a man who lacks respect for women is nothing to admire. The crowd rallied behind a disciple named Gu Qing. While Lu Yi was unfamiliar with this name, likely just a fleeting encounter, however, he was quite familiar with a young man named Lu Yishui, who was the most vociferous in cheering from the sidelines. Gu Qing took to the stage. The match commenced. Just as Gu Qing prepared to speak, Lu Yi launched a punch. A transparent imprint, as large as a grinding wheel, sped toward Gu Qing. Startled, Gu Qing bellowed and swung his long knife with all his might. The blade shattered, sending both him and the knife flying off the stage. As he coughed up a mouthful of blood in a most dramatic fashion, the surrounding uproar fell into a stunned silence. I concede, Lu Yi calmly exited the stage, exuding an effortless charm that left everyone speechless. The impact of that punch resonated within the hearts of all present, swift, precise, and powerful, a true work of art. Chapter 017, No slapping faces allowed. This generation has truly produced an impressive crop of talents, Vice Sec Master Ji Changming remarked. Indeed, especially from Bailan Peak, it is remarkable. 1 Yu Hongling, 1 Chu Ling. 1 Lu Yi. I never expected that junior sister by not only excels in cultivation but also in teaching her disciples. It seems the competition for the top spot will be fierce. Not necessarily. Oh, why do you say that? Their strength is undeniable, but their emotions seem overly intense. Take Chu Ling, for instance. Her heart and mind are consumed by Lu Yi. Had Lu Yi not kept her at arm's length, I would not have been surprised to see her already in his embrace. Ji Changming, and Yu Hongling, in this short time, she has stolen glances at Lu Yi no less than 30 times. Ji Changming, and then there's junior sister Bai. Although she has not directly looked at Lu Yi, her head seems to gravitate toward him, only to be forcibly turned back at the last moment. This I find difficult to comprehend. Ji Changming furrowed his brow, casting dubious glances around his senior brother Ji. What are you looking at? Ji Changming replied, I am trying to discern whether I am in the De Dao sect or the He Huan sect. I must admit, it is indeed peculiar. After a round of battles, half of the participants were eliminated. Without pause, the second round commenced. The 3 continued to take turns, each effortlessly defeating their opponents, their strength unfathomable. Originally favored contenders for the championship were rendered dull in comparison, internally exclaiming the word freak. After all, they were reincarnated emperors, equipped with all their prior experiences and divine abilities, utterly overwhelming the current generation. The second round concluded. The third round began. The clashes among the geniuses grew increasingly spectacular, eliciting waves of cheers. When Chu Ling and Yu Hongling took the stage, the cheers reached a crescendo. However, whenever Lu Yi appeared, the arena fell into an instant silence, as though by mutual agreement. Lu Yi remained unfazed. This time, his opponent was a prodigy named Li Jiumin, the top disciple from the Wendao Peak. A legitimate contender for the championship. I don't believe you can take me out with just one punch. He did not finish his sentence before Lu Yi's punch imprint was already before him. Li Jiumin swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a robust yellow shield adorned with intricate and profound runes. This was the tortoise spirit shield, known for its formidable defense. However, as the punch imprint made contact with the shield, numerous fissures appeared, and with a sharp crack, the imprint shattered the tortoise spirit shield and sent Li Jiumin crashing down from the stage. An uproar ensued. Li Jiumin's strength was not to be underestimated. He was currently at the 4th level of Yuan Dan and had been diligently nurtured by Wendao Peak. Yet, he was still defeated by a single punch. How could Lu Yi possess such overwhelming strength? He was truly a prodigy, so exceptional that I suddenly find Chu Ling's devotion to him somewhat acceptable. Lu Yi was indeed strikingly handsome. Among this generation of disciples, it seemed no one could rival him. Elder Bai was astonishingly fierce. How did she train her disciples? Am I too late to join Elder Bai's ranks? The crowd buzzed with conversation. It was clear that the name Lu Yi had firmly embedded itself in the hearts of all disciples of this generation, shattering the tortoise spirit shield with a punch. Impressive. The 4th round commenced. Only a handful of participants remained. The battles unfolded swiftly. In this round, Lu Yi faced Yu Hongling. The eyes of every disciple lit up. Here it comes. Up until now, Lu Yi, Chu Ling, and Yu Hongling had all secured victories with a single strike, leaving everyone in the dark about their true capabilities. Now that these two were set to clash, one could only imagine the fierce battle that would ensue. Yu Hongling furrowed her brow. She was facing Lu Yi. What a joke! How could she possibly defeat him? Yet, simply conceding did not sit well with her. As they were both at the Yuan Dan stage, Why not give it a try? As the previous matches unfolded one after another, Chu Ling effortlessly dispatched her opponents with a single strike, her prowess utterly astonishing. Finally, it was time for Lu Yi and Yu Hongling to take the stage. Senior brother, please offer your guidance, but let it be known that striking the face is prohibited, Yu Hongling playfully declared, standing opposite Lu Yi in her striking red battle attire. Her figure was slender and graceful, her legs fair and radiant, without a blemish in sight, reaching perfection in every aspect. Lu Yi chuckled, launching a punch towards her face from a distance. My apologies, but at this age, he is in the throes of rebellion. Yu Hongling fumed, yet she did not cease her movements. The ancient scriptures of the reversal path surged within her, her true essence transforming into a torrential wave. With equal fervor, she unleashed her own punch. At that moment, Yu Hongling radiated fearlessness, her indomitable emperor's fearless fist embodying a determination to fight to the bitter end. As it collided fiercely with Lu Yi's fist imprint, boom, a tremendous roar echoed. Yu Hongling's punch was obliterated, and the overwhelming force surged towards her like a monstrous wave, striking her squarely in the face. Bang! She was sent sprawling backward, her exquisite visage blooming with the vibrant hue of a peach blossom. Ugh, it's all just nosebleed, she lamented, her nose aching and tears streaming down her cheeks. You insufferable senior brother, this isn't over. Lu Yi disregarded her, pondering the levels of their rivalry, observing Yu Hongling's pitiful state. Many gasped in disbelief. Goodness, it seems Lu Yi truly harbors no interest in these two women. Have we misjudged him? Indeed, it was possible. Had he possessed even a modicum of tenderness towards the fairer sex, he would not have left Yu Hongling in such a state. Perhaps it was precisely because he felt no inclination towards them that he struck with such severity out. If that were the case, Lu Yi was indeed quite unfortunate. Imagine, if you will, a man who favors the Tao over women, yet two women insist on lingering before him, vying to become his companions. What would that feel like? These two women are none other than Yu Hongling and Chu Ling. I am rather pleased, you say. I meant in the context of your preference for the Tao over women. Then I too am quite pleased. Get lost, get lost. I assert that a young man should take care to protect himself when out in the world. Lu Yi had not anticipated that a single punch would so drastically alter his reputation. Thus, the Sigma man remains the eternal legend. Yu Hongling gritted her teeth as she returned to Bai Qiulan's side. Sun Ruowei observed this scene, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Does Yu Hongling harbor feelings for Lu Yi? Bai Qiulan, what secrets does your Bai Lan Peak conceal? At present, it appears that Yu Hongling is the most foolish. It seems I ought to take the initiative with her. I must find an opportunity to glean her thoughts. Chapter 018. Naturally willing. The competition continued. The Tao sect truly excels. A grand disciple tournament is to be concluded within a single day, such is the efficiency of a great sect and other sects. A disciple tournament lasting 3 to 5 days is common, and 10 days to half a month is entirely normal. Perhaps this is simply the Tao sect style, rather than waste time watching these younger generation novices squabble. One might as well devote that time to personal cultivation. Hadn't the sect master abstained from attending such gatherings? Ji Changming suspected that the reason the Tao sect appointed a vice sect master was precisely because the sect master did not wish to squander too much time on sect management. In the 5th round, Lu Yi faced Ling Hu Wushuang. Having been bested by Lu Yi before, Ling Hu Wushuang was acutely aware of his capabilities. I have addressed my shortcomings, yet it seems I am still no match for you, he remarked. This was Lu Yi's first utterance on the arena. To recognize one's shame and strive for improvement is the true path of cultivation. Ling Hu Wushuang fell silent for a moment. Thank you. No need for thanks, but why do you always treat your junior sister with such harshness? Ling Hu Wushuang inquired, puzzled. Lu Yi smiled and did not reply, instead positioning his fingers. A sword intent coalesced between them. And with a single finger thrust, Ling Hu Wushuang's mind was suddenly alarmed. He beheld the rushing sword light, as if witnessing the infinite profundities of the sword path. Flying cloud view immortal. Clang! The sword lights collided. Countless blood streaks erupted from Ling Hu Wushuang's body as he retreated step by step until he reached the edge of the arena, barely managing to stop himself. Lu Yi refrained from a second attack. Ling Hu Wushuang could clearly recall the sword intent unleashed by that single finger, contemplating it again and again. I concede. After admitting defeat, Ling Hu Wushuang bowed deeply, then leaped down from the platform and sat cross-legged. Closing his eyes in contemplation. Lu Yi turned to leave. The elders widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. This sword intent, astounding, unimaginable. Previously, Lu Yi had demonstrated his ability to resolve battles with sheer strength, showcasing a brute force that could overcome myriad techniques, yet now this dual-fingered sword technique revealed Lu Yi's terrifying mastery of the sword path. A disciple of Bai Qiulan, I must go and request him. She is not particularly adept in swordsmanship, such a sword genius must be entrusted to my tutelage. Nonsense, you couldn't even defeat me, it should be me who teaches him, this sword energy is simply too impressive. I feel unworthy to instruct him, but no, I must seek out my master, he will surely be overjoyed. A flurry of sword-wielding elders busied themselves, some seeking Bai Qiulan, others searching for their own masters. If Lu Yi had previously appeared powerful, that was to be expected. After all, it was the Dao sect, where one or two formidable talents emerging was hardly surprising. However, the sword path mastery he had just displayed transcended that notion, revealing him to be a rare seed of swordsmanship. Achieving such heights after merely half a year of cultivation, simply, beyond description, Bai Qiulan was quickly surrounded. Sister Bai, did you see? Lu Yi's true forte lies in swordsmanship, you are not particularly well versed in it. Why not allow him to join me as a disciple? If possible, I would be willing to offer all resources for the next 3 years to Bai Lan Peak. I would offer 5 years. Sister Bai, you know how difficult it is for me to find a successor for my hidden sword Heaven Sutra. Now that I finally have a promising candidate, if I do not secure him for my hidden sword peak, our lineage will face extinction. Sister Bai, I am willing to offer 20 years worth of resources. Bai Qiulan looked at the figures clamoring for Lu Yi, feeling somewhat helpless. What can you teach him? Not only does Lu Yi possess terrifying swordsmanship, but his overall cultivation path is equally formidable. Even if he were to become your master's master, he would still be more than capable. Apologies, everyone, Lu Yi is a disciple of Bai Lan Peak and cannot be ceded to you. Bai Qiulan firmly rejected them. Oh dear, sister, having Lu Yi at Bai Lan Peak, where you focus on spell cultivation, is a complete waste of potential. Besides, you already have Chuling. Why not let Lu Yi join us? No, Lu Yi absolutely cannot be given to you, there is no room for negotiation. Bai Qiulan resolutely refused. Lu Yi observed this unfolding scene, raising an eyebrow. This should not be the case. Shouldn't Bai Qiulan regard him as a hot potato to be swiftly passed off to avoid any potential scandals? Sister Bai, I shall take Lu Yi. A powerful presence suddenly descended, and with its arrival, all the swords in the vicinity began to hum, as if welcoming the master of the sword path. The elder, clad in a black robe and bearing an ancient sword, spoke with overwhelming authority. I have seen the battle sword master uncle. I have seen the battle sword master uncle. I have seen the grand elder of the battle sword. The crowd bowed in respect. A harmonized realm elder, an elder from the harmonized realm has come to claim him. The crowd gasped, utterly astonished that a mere disciple competition could attract the attention of a harmonized realm elder. Should Lu Yi join the ranks of the harmonized realm, he would undoubtedly ascend a level, becoming a junior to the sect master in various peak leaders of Brother Battle Sword. I believe Lu Yi is more suited to my sword path. A light laugh echoed from the void. Another grand elder emerged. Tao, my brother, I feel that Lu Yi is better suited to my sword path. Yet another grand elder appeared. The three grand elders jointly vied for Lu Yi. Bai Qiulan's expression darkened slightly. For reasons she could not articulate, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to allow Lu Yi to join another's tutelage. Perhaps there was a hint of panic she was unwilling to acknowledge. Should Lu Yi truly become a disciple of another, would that not sever all ties between them? No, this cannot happen. Bai Qiulan's gaze grew sharper. Esteemed elders, according to sect rules, you may only select disciples upon their initial entry. Time has elapsed, and now that you see my disciple possesses great potential, it is not in accordance with the way of the elders to snatch him away. Bai Qiulan declared resolutely. You are not a swordsman. How could you possibly teach a powerful swordsman? That does not justify your attempts to claim him. A chorus of sword practitioners fervently urged Bai Qiulan, but she remained unmoved. Regardless, I will claim Lu Yi as my disciple. If he consents, I will immediately report to the sect master for a decision. Indeed, Sister Bai is obstinate. Let us go to the sect master. Lu Yi, I now ask you, are you willing to leave Bai Lan Peak and join the tutelage of another swordsman? The battle sword master inquired. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Lu Yi. Yu Hongling clenched her fists nervously, while Bai Qiulan's gaze, serene as water, rippled with a subtle disturbance in that very moment. A faint smile graced Lu Yi's face as he spoke softly. Of course, I am willing. The words "of course, I am willing" echoed like thunder, instantly exploding in the hearts of those present. Yu Hongling's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Yi. Then turned to her master. Bai Qiulan trembled slightly, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes betraying a hint of shock and a touch of confusion. The notion that Lu Yi was unwilling to remain her disciple left Bai Qiulan in a state of inner turmoil. Ha! Splendid. Since Lu Yi has no objections, I shall immediately seek the decree of the sect leader. The sword battle elder laughed heartily, his figure vanishing in an instant. The other two supreme elders hurriedly made their way to the main peak. Several peak masters, who wielded swords, gritted their teeth and flew towards the main peak, fearing that the sect leader might not agree with the Supreme Elder's attempt to seize Lu Yi as a disciple, but rather allow him to enter under the tutelage of another peak. Bai Qiulan cast a deep glance at Lu Yi. Master, Yu Hongling's voice was filled with urgency. She could not allow her senior brother to go to another peak. Though she did not fully understand why, she felt an overwhelming resistance and intense aversion to the idea of Lu Yi leaving her sect. As long as I am here, no one can take him away, Bai Qiulan declared fiercely, her figure disappearing in a flash. As a host of formidable beings departed, the remaining crowd began to ponder, a shared thought rising within them: Lu Yi was destined for greatness. Regardless of who ultimately took Lu Yi as their disciple, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, was it truly wise to so openly express his desire to sever ties with Bai Lan Peak? As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. Although the cultivation world does not place much emphasis on such matters, a degree of subtlety is still required. When the Supreme Elder had asked Lu Yi if he wished to depart from Bai Lan Peak, Lu Yi's response had been exceedingly casual: such a person, even if he entered another peak, would they not regard him with caution? At this moment, he turned his back on the strong without hesitation. When faced with even greater strength, he would do the same. Simply stating that he would heed the arrangements of the elders was not an outright declaration of enmity. This person, undoubtedly gifted, possessed an emotional intelligence that left much to be desired. Whether he could achieve greatness would still depend on whether his master could tolerate him. The competition continued. After Lu Yi triumphed over Linghu Wushuang, he had secured a place among the top two. Meanwhile, another battle unfolded between Chu Ling and the esteemed senior sister of the Taoist sect, Xiao Huarong. Xiao Huarong was also a paragon of the Taoist sect. Known for her gentle demeanor and breathtaking beauty, the crowd's interest shifted. Compared to Lu Yi's affairs, they were far more eager to witness the clash between these two exquisite talents, unable to fathom the beauty of their confrontation. As Chu Ling and Xiao Huarong took to the stage, both radiated an ethereal beauty, their auras strikingly distinct. One as gentle as flowing water, unruffled by the tides, the other sharp as a sword. Peaceful when sheathed but resounding when drawn, the battle commenced. On another front, a cacophony of voices surged towards the hall of the Great Tao. A middle-aged man, beardless and seemingly awaiting their arrival for some time, stood there. Sun Ruowei followed closely, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Let me see what the situation is, she remarked. Master, there is a disciple named Lu Yi, whose talent in swordsmanship is extraordinary. He is truly suited for my legacy. My lineage is on the verge of extinction. You cannot possibly allow an old man, who has dedicated his life to the sect, to take his skills to the grave, the sword battle elder exclaimed, his emotions running high. Uncle Sword, how can you say such a thing? Sect leader Lu Changfeng replied, both amused and exasperated. Am I not speaking the truth? The elder pressed. If Bai Shiji were a swordsman, I would not say a word, but she is a practitioner of the arts. Although I have not witnessed the sword technique that Lu Yi demonstrated, my disciple has shown me, and such a sword is unparalleled among the talents of the vast wilderness. No, he must enter my tutelage. Your sword battle is all about fighting. I see that Lu Yi is not a person who thrives on conflict. He should cultivate my concealed sword technique, keeping the sword within, striking with a single blow to resound across the world. That is the path he ought to follow. Nonsense, he has struck down his opponent with a single finger. How can you say he is not one for conflict? Enough, let me speak fairly. Lu Yi must enter my solitary sword. The sword battle does not yet face extinction, while my solitary sword truly risks fading away. Sect leader Lu Changfeng, overwhelmed by the commotion, felt his head throb, his brow furrowed. Enough, everyone be quiet. His booming voice silenced the hall. Lu Changfeng's gaze turned towards Bai Qiulan, and in that moment, a flicker of daze appeared in his eyes. It was evident that he harbored feelings for Bai Qiulan. Yet she did not reciprocate. Unbeknownst to him, over a year had passed since he last saw her, and she seemed to have grown even more beautiful. More beautiful? Lu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. Comparing the Bai Qiulan of his memories to the current vision before him, the former Bai Qiulan was as cold as ice, proud as a snowplum, a flower too distant and untouchable, akin to a snow-capped ice lotus. Yet now, while still aloof, she emanated a certain warmth, as if the ice lotus had stepped into the bustling world. Whether it was merely his illusion, he felt a hint of allure emanating from her. Surely it must be a mistake. How could his junior sister exude such allure? His tone softened as he gently addressed her junior sister. The three supreme elders and the peak masters felt a simultaneous jolt in their hearts. Heavens, the sect leader has become so gentle. Sun Ruowei could not help but stifle a laugh within, thinking, Bo dear, seeking the sect leader, you have gravely miscalculated. The sect leader was the foremost admirer of Bai Shiji. Whatever she said, he would likely nod in agreement until his neck snapped. Bai Shiji has met the sect leader. Bai Qiulan replied calmly. Lu Changfeng smiled. I have said before, you may call me brother. There is no need for formalities, the sect's rules cannot be overlooked. The rites must not be disregarded. Bai Qiulan felt no affection for Lu Changfeng whatsoever. Very well, addressing me as sect leader is acceptable. Now, Bai Shiji, what is your opinion on this matter? Lu Changfeng inquired with a smile. Bai Qiulan had managed to calm herself, the impact of Lu Ye's desire to leave Bai Lan Peak subsiding. Though she was reluctant to admit it, her heart fiercely protested against Lu Ye's departure. She devised a compelling rationale. Lu Ye had become the strongest bulwark of humanity under her guidance in his previous life. And now, burdened with resentment in his rebirth, she was deeply concerned that he might stray onto a misguided path. Therefore, she must continuously correct him. Yes, exactly, in his previous life, she had always been his master. And in this life, she must remain so. It was her responsibility. Firstly, I absolutely do not permit Lu Ye to leave Bai Lan Peak as it contradicts the sect's regulations and propriety, Bai Qiulan declared. Indeed, Bai Qiulan was such a staunch adherent to tradition, it was easy to imagine the trials she endured alongside Lu Ye in their past life. While she suffered, she also, secondly, the three esteemed uncles believe I am a practitioner of the arts, not a swordsman, and thus cannot properly instruct Lu Ye, who is a swordsman. In truth, the three uncles have overthought this matter. I can teach the arts, and I can certainly teach swordsmanship, if the three esteemed uncles do not believe me. The sect leader may allow me to duel them with swords. If I win, Lu Ye shall belong to Bai Lan Peak. If I lose, Bai Qiulan's expression was icy, her white dress fluttering lightly in the wind. I will never lose, Lu Changfeng, the three supreme elders, the multitude of peak masters. Isn't this a bit too confident? Very well, I shall not bully you, but if you claim you can wield the sword, then I will seal my cultivation and engage you in a duel at the void refinement stage. Should you lose, Lu Ye shall choose his own master, the sword battle elder stated solemnly. Bai Qiulan raised her gaze to the three supreme elders. You need not suppress your powers. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd, disbelief etched on their faces. No need to suppress our powers? The three supreme elders are all at the harmonization stage. You cannot possibly be serious, junior sister. I understand you possess the Taiyin divine body, but the three esteemed uncles are supreme powerhouses. What are you thinking? Lu Changfeng urged urgently. The three supreme elders' expression shifted from green to red. Did this imply they were being accused of bullying the weak? Brother, there is no need for further persuasion. If you seek Lu Ye, let us fight in the heavens. With that, Bai Qiulan ceased her words, her figure vanishing and reappearing in the sky above. Very well, if I must bear the blame for taking advantage of the weak for the sake of a disciple, I shall accept that. The supreme elder of the solitary sword was prepared to cast aside all pretense, his figure vanishing as well. The crowd hurriedly followed suit. Lu Changfeng was on the verge of apoplexy. Uncle Solitary Sword, you must not harm Bai Shiji. No one held any faith in Bai Qiulan's chances. It was simply impossible to do so. How could one support her, a practitioner at the void refinement stage, against a harmonization stage practitioner? One wielding arts, the other wielding the sword. It was absurd, a grand folly. Disciple, you need not use a sword. If you can merely injure me, I shall no longer raise the matter of accepting a disciple. The supreme elder of the solitary sword declared. Bai Qiulan's expression remained tranquil as she extended her finger, pointing to the sky. In an instant, the heavens shifted, the winds and clouds swirling. A formidable and chilling sword intent erupted. A wave of coldness sweeping through as the clouds roiled high above in the heavens. A colossal sword shimmering with the hue of the white moon, composed of swirling clouds, commanded the tempestuous winds and thundering storms. Accompanied by the essence of the great Yin path, this gargantuan blade stretched thousands of zhang across, bridging the realms of heaven and earth. Under its looming presence, all beings felt as insignificant as mere ants. Countless disciples of the Tao and formidable warriors alike gazed upward, captivated by the majestic aura emanating from this sword, its essence radiating in every direction. The divine sword of the Great Yin had been unleashed by the master. The battle between Yu Hongling and Chu Ling came to a halt as they too lifted their eyes to behold the divine sword. This was a formidable technique, crafted specifically for the divine body of the Great Yin. Indeed, it was created by Lu Ye himself. Even a cultivator at the void refinement stage would find it exceedingly strenuous to wield this divine sword, even in its nascent form. Yet now, Bai Qiulan had manifested it. The moment the divine sword appeared, the expressions of the three supreme elders shifted dramatically. How could this be? Lu Changfeng exclaimed in astonishment. When did Bai Qiulan learn swordsmanship? Such a potent will of the sword, such terrifying might. When did she master it to such an extent? "Master, be cautious." Bai Qiulan's complexion paled as she suddenly pointed towards the supreme elder of the solitary sword. Thunderous roars filled the air as the long sword tore through the cloud sea. Akin to a kunping soaring into the sky, crashing down fiercely towards the solitary sword elder. Indeed, it was a forceful descent. This sword was comparable to a mountain. The solitary sword elder bellowed. A vast array of sword energy erupted around him. Akin to an ocean, all surging towards the divine sword, countless strands of sword energy, like the most intricate of components, coalescing into a magnificent beam of sword light. This sword was the solitary sword. The two colossal beams of sword light collided with a resounding crash. They crushed and shattered one another, intertwined with flames and thunder. The divine sword of the grating forcibly shattered the solitary sword. And though it was left in ruins, it continued its relentless advance toward the solitary sword elder. Boom! The solitary sword elder stumbled back, spitting blood. The divine sword of the grating automatically dispersed. "Master, you have lost." Bai Qiulan's voice was cold as ice. The arena fell silent. Shock and disbelief filled the eyes of all present. It was unfathomable that Bai Qiulan had truly triumphed over the solitary sword elder. Through the void refinement, she had bested a master of the Tao with her sword. A profound stillness enveloped the scene, so deep that even the wind ceased its sound. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. No one had foreseen this outcome. Bai Qiulan's challenge to the Supreme Elder with her sword had initially seemed an act of defiance, yet she had indeed emerged victorious. "Please, the next master. Bestow your guidance," Bai Qiulan called out. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Sword and the Supreme Elder of the Battle Sword exchanged glances, both recognizing the profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, the Battle Sword Master sighed. "Very well, what you have demonstrated in swordsmanship is sufficient to prove your capability to mentor Lu Yi. Our intent was merely to prevent a gem from gathering dust. And since you are capable of teaching, we shall not usurp your glory." "Very well, very well. Indeed, I concur with that sentiment. Thank you, esteemed masters." Thus, the contention regarding Lu Yi came to a conclusion. The formidable prowess displayed by Bai Qiulan instilled a sense of awe. Especially among her peers. They had initially believed all were at the void refinement stage, yet she had seamlessly transcended to challenge a master of the Tao. Was such a feat even conceivable? "Sister Bai, your swordsmanship does not belong to the Tao sect, does it?" Lu Changfeng inquired with curiosity. In response to the sect master, "It is indeed not a technique of the Tao sect, it is a serendipitous acquisition of mine. I see that you are exceptionally gifted in the way of the sword, and I possess a considerable collection of various sword techniques acquired over time. Would you care to visit my personal library?" Lu Changfeng expressed his desire to invite Bai Qiulan. Bai Qiulan regarded him for a moment. "Sect master, that is unnecessary. I do not favor the sword. I have many other Taoist techniques, nor do I favor those." Lu Changfeng. The implication of her refusal was unmistakably clear. A person devoted to the mastery of techniques proclaiming a disinterest in them was a blatant rejection. No worries, no worries. It has been long since I last saw you. And today, you seem more amiable. Surely your cultivation has progressed. Upon hearing Lu Changfeng's words, Bai Qiulan clasped her hands. "Since there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." Lu Changfeng. Chapter 021. Intent to kill. By the time Bai Qiulan returned to the arena, the battle between Xiao Huayang and Chu Ling had concluded, with Xiao Huayang predictably defeated. In truth, managing to exchange a few blows with Chu Ling was sufficient cause for pride. Thus, Chu Ling was now set to contend for the first position against Lu Yi. Chu Ling joyfully ascended the platform, awaiting Lu Ye's arrival. To be candid, were it not for Lu Ye's need for treasures from the Taoist treasury, he would likely have turned to depart at this very moment. A violent urge to kill surged within him. Lu Yi mused. He approached the platform, his fingers once more drawing together. A killing intent. Chu Ling paused, her smile suddenly becoming strained. My lord, you harbor murderous intent toward yourself. Chu Ling's gaze fixated on Lu Yi, and for the first time in a long while, he met her eyes. Chu Ling had intended to concede with just a glance, but upon sensing Lu Yi's killing intent, she found herself engulfed in profound distress. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the platform, closing her eyes. "Come kill me. I owe you a life, and today I shall return it. After all, a living now is but a bore. Dying at your hands would be a fitting end." This scene left all present in utter bewilderment. Why had such a spectacle unfolded? What could Chu Ling possibly owe Lu Yi to warrant such an act? Was this woman out of her mind? My heavens, what on earth is their situation? The audience buzzed with speculation, for Chu Ling's actions were utterly incomprehensible. Who would seek death so willingly? Observing this, Lu Yi furrowed his brow. Finally speaking, "We share no emotional ties now. I will not kill you, would you kindly distance yourself from me? Damn it, I cannot kill her. Had Lu Yi unleashed a lethal strike during their battle, there was a 90% chance he could have obliterated Chu Ling. Yet in her current state, should he take action, he was certain someone would intervene. He found it utterly perplexing having severed ties. Could they not simply lead their own lives apart? Why persist in this entanglement? No, my lord may kill me, but I shall never leave your side, Chu Ling proclaimed with unwavering resolve. Damn it, she is insane. He swung his hand, sending Chu Ling crashing away with a burst of energy, causing her to spit blood as she was forcibly expelled from the arena. Victory. Yet Lu Yi's mood was far from delightful. The victor is Lu Yi, the deputy sect master announced. It was clear that he could no longer remain within the Dao sect. Lu Yi resolved to depart for another location to cultivate in seclusion once he had acquired what he sought. A collection of lunatics. Can't I simply avoid them? Bai Qiulan had returned. Sun Ruowei trailed closely behind her, chattering incessantly. When did you become so strong? You can even defeat those at the Dao stage. I sense you've been hiding many things from me. Are we still good sisters? Hurry and confess. After hearing the sect master's remarks, I too have noticed a change in you. Now you possess, something more. Sun Ruowei scrutinized Bai Qiulan. A hint of allure. Goodness, what have you been up to behind my back? Sun Ruowei's eyes widened in disbelief. Allure. Bai Qiulan's features remained as they always were, cold and noble, seemingly untouched by the mortal realm, yet now there lingered a trace of charm, as if she had transformed from an ethereal being into an earthly woman. Bai Qiulan raised an eyebrow, poised to respond when suddenly a bone-chilling cold swept over her, causing her hand to form a tight fist. Vital energy coursed through her, and wisps of frigid air emanated from her being. Her delicate brows furrowed. Sun Ruowei, standing beside her, noticed the change in her demeanor. What is the matter? The mere wisps of cold air sent a shiver down Sun Ruowei's spine, leaving her feeling as though her very essence had been frozen. How could such a phenomenon arise from Bai Qiulan? No matter. Bai Qiulan suppressed the chill, but her heart was riddled with unease. At that moment, before her nascent soul, a droplet of grey-blue liquid began to coalesce, exuding an extreme coldness that caused her nascent soul to frown incessantly. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Bai Qiulan dared not tarry, for the chaotic yin poison had manifested prematurely. The first time she had encountered this poison, it should have occurred at the Dao stage, and nonetheless, it should not pose a significant issue. She had already discovered a method to deal with the chaotic yin poison. All that was needed was to circulate the great yin transformation scripture to dispel it. Bai Qiulan hurriedly departed. Hey, wait for me. Lu Yi received his rewards, having accurately sensed the cold aura radiating from Bai Qiulan. A smile crept across his face. This chaotic yin poison appeared at a most opportune moment. With Bai Qiulan's rebirth, her cultivation had evidently advanced by leaps and bounds. To triumph over the Dao stage with her void refinement prowess signified that she was but a step away from transcending to the Dao stage. Dear Master, the chaotic yin poison. I hope in this life you can surpass your past self and utilize your own strength to render the chaotic yin poison to naught. To emerge as the champion of the sect competition. Lu Yi had now earned the title of a true disciple. A true disciple held a higher status than inner disciples, and at present, he was the first to achieve this rank, even if others were to attain true disciple status in the future. They would still respectfully address him as senior brother. However, Lu Yi paid little heed to such accolades. He promptly made his way to the Taoist treasury, presenting his token. You may select any 3 treasures below the 7th tier. Simply place your token upon the restrictions, the elder guarding the treasury said with a smile. Understood. Lu Yi was quite familiar with the Taoist treasury. The treasures within the Dao sect were indeed abundant, spread across 9 tiers, with the value of treasures increasing the higher one ascended. In the previous life, one entered with a dazzling array of sights and a clear objective, and now, as he steps inside, he takes his time, leisurely inspecting everything. All treasures, regardless of their effects or circumstances, are laid bare before Lu Yi. The first treasure is the wood spirit pearl, the second treasure is the key to the god burial ridge. The third treasure is a treasure furnace. This furnace is intended for exchanging the Xianin soul fruit at the Dan Peak. It belongs to the category of medicinal materials and is not accepted within the Great Dao Treasure Pavilion. After acquiring these 3 items, Lu Yi departs from the Great Dao Treasure Pavilion and heads straight to the Dan Peak. Along the way, he passes by the 9 Dragons Treasure Furnace, exchanging it for a single Xianin soul fruit. Only the Xianin soul fruit is accepted. Seniors and uncles with Xianin soul fruit should not miss out. No need for 998, no need for 668. Just 1 Xianin soul fruit. The 9 Dragons Treasure Furnace can be taken home. The 9 Dragons Treasure Furnace is splendid, marvelous, with 9 levels of heating and 9 levels of extraction, ensuring that top-tier elixirs cannot escape. Having not called out for quite some time, he feels somewhat rusty now that he resumes. However, he is still quite satisfied. Here, he is not the only one calling out. Beneath the Dan Peak, dozens, even hundreds of cultivators are shouting, including alchemists at the void refinement stage. Sometimes, if luck is on their side, they might even encounter an alchemist at the harmonization stage calling out. Chapter 022, Chaotic Een Poison. The Nine Dragons Treasure Furnace is renowned. Under Luya's vigorous calls, it naturally attracts the attention of many. Numerous alchemists cast admiring gazes his way. What a fine young man, his voice so robust, clearly a promising candidate for an alchemist. Just the Xianyin soul fruit. Will you exchange for anything else? No exchanges, only the Xianyin soul fruit. Luya's stance is resolute. He does not even want elixirs that contain the Xianyin soul fruit as a main ingredient. He only desires the Xianyin soul fruit. After all, this is the great Tao sect, abundant in resources. Within merely half an hour, someone rushes over with a Xianyin soul fruit in hand. I will exchange it for you. I will exchange it. The foolish ones are still debating whether elixirs containing the Xianyin soul fruit can substitute for it, while the wise ones have already set off to find a complete Xianyin soul fruit. All set, with all three items in hand, Lu Yi immediately heads towards the sect. The sect. Chuling waits eagerly with a box of pastries. Upon seeing Lu Yi approach, her eyes light up, and she hurriedly runs to greet him. Young master, I made your favorite mung bean cake. Lu Yi's figure almost perfectly misses her as he exits the sect. A common magic sword ascends into the sky, and Lu Yi steps upon it, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing at high speed. Chuling feels no disappointment. In the blink of an eye, her magic sword flies out, and she too steps upon it. Pursuing Lu Yi, at the Baicholan Dao Academy, Sun Ruowei paces anxiously back and forth at the entrance. How could it suddenly unleash such terrifying cold? What went wrong with the cultivation? It can be seen that Baicholan's cultivation room is now frozen by frost. The power of the Taiyin emanating a terrifying aura. Yu Hongling hastily arrives as well. Upon seeing this scene, she cannot help but exclaim, how could the Taiyin poison flare up so early? It shouldn't be. It should only manifest at the harmonization stage. Sun Ruowei, hearing this, quickly inquires, Hongling, what is Taiyin poison? Do you know? As soon as Yu Hongling spoke, she realized she had misspoken. However, since Sun Ruowei is the best friend of her master, she cannot hide the truth from her and thus divulges the information candidly. Due to her master's constitution, the power of the Taiyin continues to accumulate. If too much accumulates, it will condense into a liquid state. This liquid Taiyin power is extraordinarily frigid, causing extreme cold pain, which is the Taiyin poison. Yu Hongling explains. What can be done about it? Is there any solution? Yes, my master has found a solution. Don't worry. I am just surprised that the Taiyin poison, which should only erupt at the harmonization stage, has manifested before my master has even reached that level. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruowei instinctively feels something is amiss. The harmonization stage, this is the realm pursued by countless cultivators. Even the Great Tao sect, as a top-tier sect, does not easily produce harmonization stage cultivators, yet Yu Hongling, merely at the Yuan Dan stage, speaks about the harmonization stage with such familiarity, devoid of any reverence. Is there really a solution? Sun Ruowei asks for confirmation once more. Yes, the solution was discovered by my senior brother. In the previous life, the Taiyin poison troubled my master for many years, and my senior brother spent many years searching for a solution. However, the Taiyin and solar powers are the two strongest forces beneath the chaos of the heavens and earth. Resolving this is extremely difficult, yet, when it comes to Lu Yi, Yu Hongling remains exceedingly confident. Upon hearing that there is a solution, Sun Ruowei cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. At this moment, all the recent oddities resurface in Sun Ruowei's mind. A curiosity begins to stir within her. Hongling, master, what is it? Sun Ruowei carefully considers her words. What is the situation with that Chuling? What is her relationship with Lu Yi? Yu Hongling's expression momentarily stiffens. She is not foolish. Why is the master asking about this? I remember you neither know Chuling nor Lu Yi, do you? Who said I don't know? Not long ago, Chuling nearly died, and wasn't it I who saved her? Speaking of which, I am still her savior. Moreover, I find Chuling to be quite obedient. I initially planned to take her as a disciple, but she has no intention of accepting a master at the moment. She entered the Great Tao sect, and I even assisted her. However, such a fine girl is now so humble before Lu Yi. I simply cannot comprehend this and feel pain for her. Yu Hongling nods, completely ignoring Sun Ruowei's remarks. Chuling has just entered the sect, and I haven't interacted much with her, so I am unaware of their situation. You truly don't know? Sun Ruowei narrows her eyes. Truly do not know. The two lock gazes for a moment, and Yu Hongling's eyes are filled with sincerity and honesty. Sun Ruowei finds no flaws and can only temporarily set aside her doubts. At this moment, within Baicholan's room, a powerful aura erupts. Baicholan, already at the pinnacle of void refinement, begins her breakthrough. Today, she aims to reach the harmonization stage. Has she broken through? Sun Ruowei is both shocked and delighted. Yu Hongling gazes towards the room, her expression not filled with joy but rather a hint of worry. At the harmonization stage, this is a watershed moment for the true manifestation of the Taiyin divine body. Once Baicholan breaks through to the harmonization stage, the terror of the Taiyin divine body will finally reveal its fangs. In the past, every time they helped their master resolve the Taiyin poison, it was with the assistance of her senior brother. Now, they have all quarreled with him, and he will no longer help. Moreover, their master would not allow him to assist either. So what will happen with the Taiyin poison? Inside the room, Baicholan strides towards the harmonization stage. For other cultivators, reaching the harmonization stage is akin to climbing the heavens, but for her, it poses little difficulty. Only that drop of chaotic yin poison remains the most pressing concern for Baicholan. Why is this happening? Baicholan's expression darkens. Beside her Yuanying, a drop of chaotic yin poison, under the operation of the Taiyin transformation scripture, swiftly transforms into a dense Taiyin energy circulating through her limbs and meridians, some of which enter her Yuanying, causing her aura to increase. Baicholan halts her cultivation. The remaining Taiyin energy condenses again, reforming into a drop of chaotic yin poison. Baicholan refuses to succumb to fate and once more operates her technique. The chaotic yin poison dissipates again, her aura rises once more, but when she stops cultivating, the Taiyin power condenses again, and still a drop of chaotic yin poison surfaces. Why is this happening? Baicholan opens her eyes. Panic and disbelief in her gaze. How can this be? In her previous life, she required Lu Ye's assistance in the early stages, and they practiced secret methods together, allowing her Taiyin and solar energies to harmonize, dissipating the chaotic yin poison without any intention of recondensing. Later, after much effort, she obtained the Taiyin transformation scripture, enabling her to eliminate the chaotic yin poison without Lu Ye's help. And now, this is the Taiyin transformation scripture. Why can't it disperse the chaotic yin poison as it did before? A fear begins to take root in her heart. After multiple attempts to operate her technique, she finally reaches the harmonization stage. And that one stubborn drop of chaotic yin poison is thoroughly consumed in the process of her breakthrough. Chapter 023, Primordial Morning Mist. It has vanished. Baicholan finally exhales a long sigh of relief. That drop of chaotic yin poison has finally disappeared. It should be that this was merely the first drop of chaotic yin poison, particularly stubborn, or perhaps the reason lies in her Taiyin transformation scripture not yet being fully cultivated, leading to the chaotic yin poison's inability to vanish. It should be this way, yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of anxiousness that she is unwilling to admit begins to arise. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the harmonization stage. How do you feel now? Sun Ruowei hurriedly inquires. Rest assured, I am fine now, Baicholan replies with a smile. However, Sun Ruowei remains unconvinced, taking Baicholan's hand to check her pulse. The cold energy has entered your body, and your vitality is weak. How can you, a harmonization stage cultivator, exhibit such a pulse and say you are fine? Sun Ruowei exclaims, her eyes wide. Baicholan breaks free, laughing lightly. It's just a minor issue. Yu Hongling does not inquire further, merely standing quietly to the side. Now, Master Sun seems to have sensed something and is intent on probing deeper. Yu Hongling recalls the moment in her previous life when Sun Ruowei discovered that both she and her master were women of Lu Yi. The shock on her face was unforgettable even until her death. Her last words were, "No, how can it be so chaotic? Since such matters will not arise in this life, there is no need to let Master Sun investigate further." Where is Lu Yi? Baicholan asks. Since the moment Shixiang obtained first place, he has vanished without a trace, presumably having left the sect to undergo external trials, Yu Hongling remarked. Zhang Xinling. It must be. Sun Ruowei interjected. But how do you all know where Lu Yi went for his training? Moreover, what exactly is Zhang Xinling? The name sounds formidable, yet I have never heard of it before. Master, should we go and take a look? Yu Hongling inquired. There is no need to, came the response. Yu Hongling hesitated, her lips pursed as if she wished to speak but refrained. Baicholan, understanding her unspoken thoughts, grasped Yu Hongling's shoulder, and in an instant, their figures vanished. Sun Ruowei gazed at the empty sky, watching as Baicholan and the other two disappeared without a trace. The recently ignited Bagua flames were abruptly extinguished, the kindling removed. Damn it, Baicholan, you scoundrel, I regarded you as a confidant, yet you treat me this way. Do you not understand me? Your secrets have been exposed, you must tell me the truth. Your deceit is more painful than death. Baicholan, return to me, I want to sever ties with you. Suddenly Baicholan reappeared. Oh, I forgot to bring you along. Sun Ruowei found herself transported to the clouds, whereby Qiulan and Yu Hongling maintained their composure. What exactly have you two been hiding from me? As Sun Ruowei asked urgently. Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling exchanged bewildered glances. Nothing at all. We said nothing. Then why did you avoid me just now? It was merely an oversight. I forgot to take you with me. Nonsense. Am I not a sizable person? Would you truly forget me? Are you trying to fool a fool? Oh, are you large? I see you as delicately beautiful. Slender and charming, not particularly large, are you? Sun Ruowei retorted. How can I possibly remain angry now? What are we doing next? To Zhang Xinling. I am concerned for my inept disciple and wish to check on him. Bai Qiulan stated. Yu Hongling appeared somewhat distracted, her mind clouded with worry over the poison she had administered to Lu Yi, known as Yuanshichenwu. Strictly speaking, it was not a poison, but rather a peculiar phenomenon. Once activated, Yuanshichenwu could amplify a person's sensory perceptions to an extreme degree. Even the slightest brush could induce excruciating pain, potentially leading to unconsciousness. The effects could last for 7 days. This substance wouldn't be fatal, yet it could plunge an individual into endless agony. A mere gust of wind could feel like a blade, and the sun's rays could scorch like fire. Yu Hongling intended to use this Yuanshichenwu to thwart Lu Ye's tribulation. However, should it erupt now, the intensity of the pain could obliterate Lu Ye's very soul. Yu Hongling felt a twinge of regret. She should not have inflicted such poison upon her Xixiang, especially after learning of the immense effort he had invested in assisting her cultivation and breakthroughs. She could only pray that the power of time would negate the effects of Yuanshichenwu. The three arrived at Zhang Xinling, where a figure sat cross-legged, a long sword resting upon their knees. It was Qiuling. Greetings, Sister Yu. Sister Bai. Master. Greetings, Uncle Sunday. Although Qiuling promptly adjusted her titles, Bai Jie was still overheard by Sun Ruowei. Another Sister Bai, and Sister Yu again. Linger, where is my Xixiang? Yu Hongling asked anxiously. The young master has already entered Zhang Xinling, and I am here to protect him. Did he exhibit any abnormalities before entering? Qiuling recollected that Lu Yi had cast a cold glance her way before entering. No, nothing unusual. Yu Hongling felt a slight relief. I am somewhat worried. Linger, let us enter Zhang Xinling to take a look. The young master is eternally. Cough. Linger. Bai Qiulan interrupted Qiuling's words. Eternally what? Sun Ruowei shot Bai Qiulan a fierce glare, exclaiming, you are the biggest stumbling block on my path to gossip. Could it be eternally invincible? Linger, I have done what you have done. My Xixiang likely entered Zhang Xinling to obtain the blood flower of the gods. He seeks to break through from Dan to infant. The last time the Tianjiang poison manifested was likely when he was consolidating his Dan, so I fear that this attempt to break through may also lead to dire consequences. Yu Hongling said urgently. Upon hearing this, Qiuling's expression changed drastically. You did this? Yu Hongling nodded bitterly. What exactly is it? Yuanshichenwu. Without hesitation, Qiuling dashed into the entrance of Zhang Xinling, followed closely by the other three women. Sun Ruowei caught on to several terms. Tianjiang poison, Yuanshichenwu. What are these strange things? Wait, you two, mere fledgling cultivators in the Yuandan realm, what do you even know about such bizarre phenomena? The remnants of the formation within had already been dismantled by Lu Yi, as I mentioned before, regardless of whether the formation is in ruins or the fact that Lu Yi has already been here. Even a completely intact formation would be child's play for him. Ahead, they encountered the corpses of numerous corpse frogs, each slain with a single strike. Many of the corpse frogs were at the breaking infant stage. Sun Ruowei could not help but feel a chill. All of this was the work of Lu Yi. Lu Yi is more than just a Yuandan cultivator. Why did these three women appear so unfazed? Showing no signs of astonishment, do they not realize that Lu Yi's actions have far surpassed the capabilities expected of a Yuandan cultivator? The breaking infant stage should not possess such power. After passing through a multitude of corpse frog bodies, navigating through toxic mists and mazes, the four finally laid eyes on Lu Yi. Chapter 024. Breaking Dan to infant. Lu Yi sat beside the corpse of an ancient deity, his expression serene as he embarked on the journey of breaking Dan to infant. 3 treasures had already gathered. At the moment of his transformation, Lu Yi intended to forge a second life for himself. The Yuaning also has quality classifications, the weakest being the human infant, followed by the earth infant, heaven infant, and saint infant. Dai. In his previous life, due to the 9 lives immortal scripture, Lu Yi had forcibly advanced from the heaven Dan to the saint infant. This time, with the Saint Dan, he could naturally condense a Saint Infant. Cracks began to appear on the resplendent Yuan Dan. Sensing the arrival of the others, Lu Yi did not react. He knew they would not attack him. These three had grievances, which had already been expressed in their previous life. To attack him again would result in an unending cycle of animosity. Nevertheless, there was a fleeting moment where Lu Yi anticipated their assault. Yu Hongling let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Yuanchi Chenwu had not erupted. Suddenly, Lu Yi's entire body trembled. The fractured Yuan Dan unleashed unimaginable pain. His body, his soul, everything seemed to tear apart at that moment. A wisp of white mist, delicate and ethereal, enveloped Lu Yi. Clenching his fists, he was overwhelmed by pain and excruciating torment. Lu Yi's thoughts became chaotic, and all his senses were amplified at an alarming rate. Even a single breath felt as if magma coursed through his trachea. Yu Hongling screamed, Yuanchi Chenwu, Master, the Yuanchi Chenwu has truly followed him. What do we do? What do we do? Panic and urgency filled Yu Hongling's eyes. No one understood better than her the effects of Yuanchi Chenwu, which could inflict unimaginable suffering. Lu Yi could not withstand it, and no one could endure such agony. It could drive a person to death by pain. Master, what should we do? Save him, please save my Shixian, young master. Chuling's eyes brimmed with sorrow as she witnessed Lu Yi's veins bulging, his body trembling incessantly. She knew Lu Yi's tolerance for pain. To inflict such suffering on him was unfathomable. Bai Qiulan felt equally distressed. As she stepped forward, Lu Yi opened his blood-red eyes. Get lost, he roared. Shixian, this is Yuanchi Chenwu. You cannot endure it. Let Master help you. Let her use the power of Taiyin to temporarily freeze you. Get lost. The excruciating pain contorted Lu Yi's face into a grotesque mask. He resembled a vengeful spirit, bellowing at the women. Yu Hongling attempted to speak again, but suddenly a flash of cold light erupted. Tears glistened in Chu Ling's eyes, yet her exquisite visage remained icy. The young master commands us to leave. We must go. The demonic sword pointed at the three, as Chu Ling strictly adhered to Lu Yi's orders. Get lost, Lu Yi roared once more. Withdraw. At that moment, Sun Ruowei also began to persuade them. She was unaware of what Yuanchi Chenwu was, but Lu Yi's current state resembled a cornered beast. A beam of sword light suddenly flashed as Chu Ling took decisive action. Sun Ruowei was startled and hastily shattered the sword light. Let us go, withdraw. She forcibly pulled Yu Hongling and Bai Qiulan back, with Chu Ling following closely behind. The group retreated from the depths of the tomb. Soon a thunderous boom echoed, reminiscent of a fist pounding against the earth. Although there were no cries of agony or despair, the heavy thuds revealed the immense suffering Lu Yi was unleashing within. He could not endure it. Master, save him. He cannot withstand it. Yu Hongling's eyes streamed with tears. Under normal circumstances, a person assaulted by Yuanchi Chenwu would be unable to endure such excruciating pain, let alone Lu Yi, who was currently breaking down to infant. Breaking down to infant was inherently perilous, and Yu Hongling could scarcely fathom the torment Lu Yi was experiencing. Master, I have killed Lu Yi. I have killed him once more. It should not be like this. I do not wish to harm him, for I have long since let go of my hatred. He clearly possesses 9 lives, so why? Yu Hongling's emotions shattered. She could hardly fathom that after all the twists and turns, Lu Yi had met his demise at her hands alone. She did not want Lu Yi to die. She could not bear to lose him. Bai Qiulan gently waved her hand, and in an instant, Yu Hongling fell into unconsciousness, cradled in Bai Qiulan's embrace. As she listened to the resounding booms from within, her expression bore a deep discomfort. It was unimaginable what kind of suffering could have led to Lu Yi's state. She understood the severity of pain all too well. When the chaotic poisonous shadow had initially surged, she had contemplated self-detonation countless times to end it all. That kind of agony was truly unbearable for any human. It was only later that Lu Yi had come to her aid. As Lu Yi grew stronger, he assisted her more and more, and with the enhancement of her own power, the chaotic poison became increasingly terrifying. Until she began to cultivate the Taiyin transformation scripture, which finally allowed her to suppress that suffering. I hope he is unharmed. I hope he is unharmed. As time passed, the booming sounds at last ceased, and Bai Qiulan's figure swiftly entered the depths of the tomb. Inside, the scene was utterly devastated, with even the ancient god's corpse reduced to fragments. Lu Yi regained his composure, his breath resonating like a dragon's might. Lu Yi, how are you? Bai Qiulan inquired anxiously. Lu Yi opened his eyes, emanating an aura of breakthrough that was not only powerful but also at least 5 to 10 times more substantial than usual. No worries, Master. May I ask what poison you administered to me? A faint smile graced Lu Yi's face as he earnestly asked, Please, I beg you, just tell me. I was reborn to ascend to greater heights, not to suffer calamity. After one breakthrough, a terrifying toxin emerges. I have never heard of so many poisons that can affect a celestial sovereign. During my time as a celestial sovereign, where on earth did you all find this? I can avoid it if need be. Bai Qiulan displayed a hint of embarrassment. The poison I administered is called Taiyin marrowworm. It can. Lu Yi raised his hand. How many have you administered it? I'm not quite sure. Lu Yi, fine. You were so proud and remarkable. You don't even know how many times you've poisoned me. He had heard of the Taiyin marrowworm and had even seen it before. Yet he never imagined it would end up in his body, reflecting on how he encountered the Taiyin marrowworm when he ventured to the deepest source of Taiyin to comprehend the Taiyin transformation scripture. Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle at himself. How foolish I have been, inflicting harm upon myself time and again. Noticing Bai Qiulan had already broken through to the harmonization realm, he decided to observe the depths of her impending suffering as the chaotic poison began to coalesce. Chapter 25, 7 Days of Suffering. Having successfully broken through, Lu Yi returned to the Bai Lan peak of the Dao sect, entering a state of seclusion. He appeared to be unharmed in reality. Lu Yi grinned, reveling in the exquisite pain. However, in this normal state, the sensory amplification brought on by the primordial morning mist was still less intense than the suffering he had endured from the chaotic poison. It was bearable, he would not perish. Sitting cross-legged, his muscles trembled and contorted. Chu Ling sat by Lu Yi's door, guarding him. Though her presence was of little use, Yu Hongling awakened, first in a daze, then suddenly jolted upright from her bed. "Master, how's my senior brother?" Yu Hongling's voice was filled with urgency, but Qiulan replied gently, "Hongling, do not worry too much. He is fine. Has 7 days passed? It has only been a little over a day." "It has not yet reached 7 days, that cannot be right." Yu Hongling's face turned pale. The primordial morning mist lasts at least 7 days before dissipating, which means that the sensory amplification would persist for a full 7 days. Sun Ruowei quietly retreated, straining to listen. If the suffering lasted 7 days when he shattered his Dan and became an infant, and now that he has successfully broken through, then what issue could arise from lasting 7 days? Bai Qiulan questioned in confusion. The primordial morning mist is exceedingly domineering. Even in the absence of pain, one can still experience intense suffering in its presence. Each breath feels like magma pouring down one's throat. While each session of cultivation is akin to 1,000 needles piercing the flesh, even a gentle breeze feels like skin being flayed. "Master, consider this. There are only a few types of poison that can affect my senior brother." How could it be so simple? Bai Qiulan fell silent. Indeed, there were not many substances capable of impacting Lu Yi, who had attained the celestial sovereign realm. However, but your senior brother appears remarkably unfazed. Bai Qiulan remarked. Yu Hongling furrowed her brow tightly. "Why is it like this, Master? Does my senior brother frequently endure suffering?" Yu Hongling asked. "How could that be? He is so powerful. Who could inflict pain upon him?" Bai Qiulan's first instinct was disbelief. Lu Yi had been invincible throughout his life, battling heaven and earth, with countless prodigies and strong opponents kneeling at his feet even in the fiercest of battles. He would not experience extreme pain. So why could he endure it? Yu Hongling said in despair. "Isn't this a good thing? If he can endure such pain, that is a positive sign, at the very least." It is not Yu Hongling who killed Lu Yi. She now clearly saw that she had likely long since fallen deeply in love with Lu Yi. Before her rebirth, she had been infatuated with Feng Wuxie. Yet now, after her rebirth, she scarcely mentioned Feng Wuxie. Her heart and eyes filled entirely with Lu Yi. Bai Qiulan dared not imagine the depths of agony Yu Hongling would face if Lu Yi were to perish because of her. "Is my senior brother truly unscathed?" "He is truly unscathed." Yu Hongling hastily rose. "I must go guard my senior brother." She dashed to Lu Yi's door, while Chu Ling glanced up momentarily. Then, Yu Hongling plopped down beside Chu Ling. "Chu Ling? I will keep you company while we guard our senior brother, Chu Ling." Bai Qiulan looked at the two foolish girls and couldn't help but shake her head in exasperation. "It's over. Yu Hongling is finished." Sun Ruowei's eyes gleamed as she stared intently at the back of Bai Qiulan's head. What had she just heard? There are only a few poisons that can affect Lu Yi? He is so powerful, who could inflict pain upon him? Wait, wasn't Lu Yi just at the breakthrough stage? Why did it sound like he was at least at the harmonization realm from what you two were saying? What was the reason behind this? Bai Qiulan felt the intense gaze on the back of her head and couldn't help but rub her temples. In an instant, her figure vanished. "Hey, don't run!" Sun Ruowei's figure also disappeared. Clearly she could not catch up to Bai Qiulan. After circling around and shaking off Sun Ruowei, Bai Qiulan found herself in a location she had not even summoned strong consciousness but had inexplicably arrived at Lu Yi's favorite place for cultivation. The mountains were like ink, and the trees were lush and green. Bai Qiulan paid no mind. Sitting on the ground, her white dress blooming like a flower, she quietly observed the world around her. Yet within her mind, Yu Hongling's question echoed persistently. "Master, does my senior brother frequently endure suffering?" Her response was that it was impossible. However, it suddenly dawned on Bai Qiulan that Lu Yi had indeed endured pain. Before he acquired the Taiyin transformation scripture, Lu Yi could only help her transfer the pain through the yin-yang technique. But to whom was the pain transferred? It was evident at times, when Lu Yi could not bear the suffering. He would become particularly violent, which she found utterly unbearable. She was torn between resisting, feeling heartache, and being touched. During that period, Lu Yi had indeed endured a great deal of pain, as he would always take on the chaotic poison, leaving her unaware of the extent of suffering it could inflict. Could it be that? No, if it were truly painful, why would Lu Yi seem to relish it? He always sought her out willingly. No, it couldn't be due to the chaotic poison. The more Bai Qiulan thought about it, the more anxious she became, so she decided to stop thinking about it, forcing herself to calm down, letting the mountain breeze wash over her as she began to cultivate. 7 days swiftly passed. Lu Yi not only withstood the primordial morning mist, but a trace of mist appeared on his nascent soul. Indeed, he had refined the primordial morning mist into his nascent soul. Although the amount was minimal, using it against an enemy would yield considerable results. Not bad. He had gained an additional means in the early stages. In the later stages, he could head to the primordial mist realm and directly absorb the primordial mist, thereby gaining yet another method. Without first-hand experience, Lu Yi had not realized how effective the primordial morning mist was. He gently traced a small cut on his arm, feeling a pain so intense that it nearly shattered his soul. After 7 days, he experienced a sensation akin to rebirth. Glancing at his nascent soul, he saw a smaller version of himself, vivid and lifelike. Judging by its realism and size, it was evident that this was a holy infant. A holy giant infant. As he cultivated, he had already reached the breakthrough stage. Continuing on, he would soon surpass Yu Hongling and Chu Ling, at which point they would no longer be on the same level. He was eager to see their reactions of despair. Speaking of which, achieving this level without any trials or tribulations had been quite remarkable for Lu Yi. The key was that there had been nothing to challenge him. If he lacked understanding, he did not lack enlightenment. If he lacked the Tao, he did not lack the path. If he needed treasures, he could simply claim any unowned ones. He could rush in the morning and return in the afternoon, while also helping the former owner refine the formation. In such circumstances, what challenges could he possibly face? Suddenly Lu Yi sensed a flicker of movement. He froze for a moment before a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Esteemed master, has your chaotic yin poison manifested once more? Indeed, the Ta-yin transformation scripture can indeed dissolve the chaotic yin poison. However, the resultant chaotic yin must have a place to drain, otherwise, if it remains within your body, transforming on one side while condensing on the other, what effect could that possibly yield? At this moment, Bai Qiulan's countenance is grave, exceedingly so. A single drop of chaotic yin poison has appeared anew. Yet the predicament is manageable. In her previous life, before Lu Yi assisted her, she had once condensed as many as 11 drops of chaotic yin poison, enduring the excruciating agony day and night. Now, even a single drop renders her Tao infant icy cold, a sensation she has not experienced in quite some time. What truly weighs heavily upon her mind is that as she channels the Ta-yin transformation scripture to successfully convert the chaotic yin poison into chaotic Ta-yin energy, a portion of this energy flows into her Tao infant for absorption, while another portion remains stubbornly condensed, saturating her Dantian. Moreover, there is an ominous inclination for it to continue coalescing into chaotic yin poison. How could this be? Previously, after she dissolved the chaotic yin poison, aside from the portion she absorbed, the rest simply vanished. Why does it persist now? Bai Qiulan diligently circulates her technique, allowing the chaotic Ta-yin energy to flow unceasingly. Gradually, her Tao infant transforms into a chilling azure hue, emanating a dense aura of cold. She realizes that if she continues to absorb, her Tao infant may freeze entirely. Why has the chaotic Ta-yin energy, which should have dissipated, failed to do so? Her heart is laden with endless questions. Of course, it would not vanish. In her past life, the excess chaotic Ta-yin energy was transferred from Bai Qiulan to Lu Yi through the yin-yang transformation seal. Now, without Lu Yi to facilitate this transfer, Bai Qiulan cannot expel it at all. This is due to the nature of her constitution. While the Ta-yin divine body may endure, the chaotic Ta-yin divine body suffers increasingly with higher cultivation realms, ultimately perishing in an endless cycle of torment. This is the fate of such a defiant constitution. In the early stages, one could mitigate it through the grand yin-yang arts. Later, it solely relied on Lu Yi's formidable prowess to grind the chaotic Ta-yin energy to dust. But now Lu Yi is absent. If Bai Qiulan wishes to avoid excessive suffering, her only recourse is to cultivate madly, allowing her advancement to surpass the condensation rate of the chaotic yin poison, enabling her Tao infant to continuously absorb it. This is a competition between her cultivation and the condensation speed of the chaotic yin poison. Thus, in the mountains, time flows without measure, a moment equating to a decade. Upon reaching the breaking infant realm, Lu Yi's cultivation ascends slightly slower than during the Yuandan realm, yet, after half a year, he has attained the 5th layer of breaking infant. This pace is astonishing. Yet remains unnoticed, for he does not participate in any competitions and has scarcely been seen throughout the entire Dao sect. Bai Lan Peak has fallen into silence, tranquil and still, as if awaiting a pivotal moment. Until, with the toll of a bell, dawn, Yu Hongling's body trembles, her eyes snapping open. It's here. The 92nd generation disciples gather before the great Dao Pavilion. The storm of the younger generation has officially commenced. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies is now open. Lu Yi also opens his eyes simultaneously, a faint smile gracing his lips. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies. In his past life, he entered this battlefield at the 6th layer of Yuan Dan. In this life, he stands at the 5th layer of Breaking Infant Dai. In his previous existence, he had confronted 9th layer Yuan Dan experts while being pursued by those in the Breaking Infant realm. Akin to a mere child, even sacrificing his life to rescue the foolish Yu Hongling Dai. In this life, let us see who will become the child. The path of cultivation is rife with opportunities and perils. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies is a unique space where countless prodigies from various eras have clashed, concealing boundless treasures and divine artifacts. This space connects various realms, where demon cultivators, demon clans, Buddhist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, ghost cultivators, and divine races converge. The lineage of emperors and the lineage of celestial lords. Countless young individuals are drawn to it. The battlefield itself is divided into 9 tiers. The higher one ascends, the more abundant the resources and the richer the spiritual energy. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies opens once every millennium, or rare occurrence. Those under 100 years of age are permitted entry. And within lies the ancient ranking of prodigies. Those who ascend the ranks may claim immense rewards, their names forever etched in the memories of future prodigies. Dai. In his past life, he too encountered Zhuke and Shangguan Huanling here. Reflecting on the moments when he first met these two, a cold smile involuntarily forms on Lu Yi's face. Dai. In his previous existence, the young Zhuke was pursued by the demon clan's prodigies, and Lu Yi intervened to assist her. Shangguan Huanling was breathtakingly exceptional, appeared to Lu Yi at the time, yet was pushed into peril by her own brother. Lu Yi understands that in this rebirth, both of their strengths will have grown, and their awareness will have sharpened, yet that scenario is not one that can be easily reversed by mere enhancement of power. We shall see. Lu Yi's figure soars toward the Great Dao Pavilion, with Chu Ling hastily following. Within the Great Dao Pavilion, crowds have gathered. Ling Hu Wushuang Xiao Huayang and Li Jiumin have emerged as the new leaders of the Dao sect's latest generation, all having reached the pinnacle of Yuan Dan. Chu Ling and Yu Hongling have also attained the peak of Yuan Dan. Clearly their combat prowess surpasses that of these three by several levels. After half a year without seeing Lu Yi, Yu Hongling gazes at him intently. Lu Yi remains oblivious. Deep within, Yu Hongling yearns to approach Lu Yi and converse with him, yet the thought of soon reuniting with Feng Wuxie stifles her impulse. Feng Wuxie, the white moonlight of her heart, reflecting on their shared battles, though just for 2 brief days, the sweetness lingers. Is this what it means to be smitten? Yu Hongling feels compelled to meet Feng Wuxie once more to confirm her feelings. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies stirs with activity, soon to commence in the central state's Jiulong Valley. This ancient battlefield opens once every millennium, rich in resources, and all under 100 years of age may enter, making it the most suitable battlefield for you all. However, it is fraught with danger and lethal threats. The souls of ancient prodigies wander within, alongside demon spirits and other forces that engage in murder and treasure theft. Consider this carefully, as you have a single incense stick's time to ponder. Those willing to enter the ancient battlefield of the prodigies for a chance at fortune, board the great Dao ship. In such a grand era, strong protectors from the Dao sect will undoubtedly accompany you. For the treasures of the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, even many ancient specters would covet them should one survive the battlefield only to perish on the return journey to the sect. That would indeed be a true loss. I reiterate, the ancient battlefield of the prodigies is exceedingly perilous. Of those who venture forth, only 2 or 3 may return. Think carefully and thoroughly. Lu Yi is the first to stride toward the great Dao ship. Boarding, he selects a scenic spot. Chu Ling promptly sits beside him, while Yu Hongling, with a pout, takes a seat behind Lu Yi. Disciples board the ship in droves. Naturally, some choose not to. It cannot be said that others lack ambition. It simply reflects differing personal pursuits or a profound self-awareness. Clearly, those who cannot compete within the Dao sect are unlikely to thrive in the myriad forces that will gather in the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, all vying for supremacy. When the time for the incense stick elapses, a total of 147 disciples from the 92nd generation have gathered, with 112 boarding the ship. In the end, how many will return? Yet, is this not the nature of cultivation? Chapter 27, Various Sects. Kikik. A thick black mist engulfs the heavens, the aura of demons pervading the air. Eerie laughter resonates through the mountains and rivers, reducing countless piles of skulls to mere dust. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies has finally opened. We have awaited this day for far too long. A grotesque black banner sways in the void, countless twisted souls emitting silent howls that chill the spine. A massive throne of bones looms over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Here is your task: annihilate those righteous prodigies. Make them tremble beneath the feet of darkness. Yes, waves of demonic light ascend into the heavens, plunging into a colossal vortex. In the demon realm, a gigantic figure shatters mountains and rivers, colossal wings obscuring the sky. This immense being, resembling both dragon and phoenix, possesses 8 limbs and 4 wings, akin to a fusion of myriad spirits. Behold the demon emperor. The myriad spirits bow in reverence. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies has commenced. I require the blood of the strongest human prodigies. Those who bring it to me shall ascend to Demon King, and I shall personally impart the supreme demon arts. As you command, thousands of demon clans surge forth. A diminutive sparrow, with dull wings, gazes skyward. I am this life. I shall slay the myriad spirits, demon emperor, and restore peace to the demon clan. In the Buddhist realm, ancient Buddhas emerge into the world. I am the ghost realm. The Ghost Emperor awakens. The ancient battlefield of the prodigies may seem merely a contest among the younger generation, yet in truth, it is a clash of great epics. Those who rise to the top shall gain the favor of the world, achieving immortal legacies. In the central state's Jiulong Valley, surrounded by 9 mountains, the landscape is magnificent. The valley resembles a contest among 9 dragons for a pearl, marvelously enchanting. Here resides a sect known as the Dragon Cultivation Sect. Yet presently it quakes in fear, for powerful beings have arrived. Many powerful beings. Most people will never witness so many formidable entities in their lifetime. The first to arrive is naturally the Central State Dynasty. Not only do prodigies from major sects aim to conquer the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, but numerous minor sects and even loose cultivators are drawn here. The Central State Dynasty stands as a pinnacle force in the Great Wasteland, and the human forces of the entire Great Wasteland can be succinctly summed up in a catchy phrase: 1 sect, 3 dynasties, 5 sects, above and below. I alone reign supreme. In total, there are 9 principal forces, representing the most prosperous factions among the human race. On the first tier of the heavens, the sect, known as the Ancient Teachings, boasts a long and illustrious history, not just on the first tier but across all 9 tiers. A behemoth of existence, the 3 dynasties are named the Central State Dynasty, the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty, and the Supreme Emperor Dynasty. The 5 sects are named the Great Tao Sect, the Yin-Yang Law Sect, the Supreme Sword Sect, the Mountain River Treasure Pagoda Sect, and the Robbery Sect. In truth, the so-called 9 great powers are not absolute. Many believe that the latter phrase, I alone shall reign supreme in heaven and earth, complements the preceding statement. However, this is not the case. Heaven refers to the celestial pavilion, while earth denotes the netherworld. These 2 forces have long refrained from interacting with the outside world, and their disciples are often solitary figures. Thus they can be momentarily disregarded, yet, whenever a successor from either faction emerges, they are invariably unparalleled prodigies who impose tremendous pressure upon their peers, destined to be fierce contenders for the imperial throne in the future. The Yin-Yang sect has arrived, a scattered cultivator exclaimed. A grand vessel of black and white crushed the clouds as it descended from the heavens, and anyone pulled from aboard it was strikingly handsome or beautiful, clad in long black and white robes, exuding an otherworldly aura. Nonetheless, this sect frequently faces criticism. While the Yin-Yang sect itself is considered normal, its affiliated sects are somewhat formidable. This includes the renowned Haohuan sect, with 1,723 Haohuan pavilions spread across the vast wilderness, perpetually bustling and thriving in business. Goodness, look at their attire. Has the Yin-Yang sect already confirmed their saint son and saint daughter so soon? Among the myriad of black and white robes, there was a young man in white, possessing an elegant demeanor and eyes like twinkling stars. This was Yang Wufang, the saint son of the Yin-Yang sect. Beside him stood a woman of breathtaking beauty, her visage akin to flawless crystal, pure and radiant, evoking feelings of inadequacy in those who beheld her. She was Luo Yuan, the saint daughter of the Yin-Yang sect. Each time, the Yin-Yang sect's choice of saint son and saint daughter comes early and is exceptionally strong. It is evident that they possess a unique method for selecting their champions. Might this pair also become Tao partners? It is quite possible, for historically, the Yin-Yang sect's saint son and saint daughter have united as such, as one embodies yin and the other yang. Who could resist the allure of the yin-yang path? At this moment, a sound reminiscent of a sword's cry echoed through the heavens and the earth. Swords. In an instant, all cultivators' swords seemed to go mad, trembling uncontrollably. Dozens of sword lights sliced through the sky as cultivators, Clad in matching attire, sword upon their swords, the Supreme Sword Sect has arrived. Goodness, what an overwhelming sword intent. I feel fortunate that Mai is not a human. If it were, it would surely leap from its sheath to bow before the Supreme Sword Sect. My sword is on the verge of shattering from embarrassment. Among the sword cultivators of the world, none surpass the Supreme Sword Sect. They are simply too formidable. By the time Lu Yi and the others arrived, the Nine Dragon Valley was already teeming with people. Almost all sects had gathered, with only two distant empires yet to make their appearance. The arrival of the Dao sect incited a flurry of astonished exclamations. Although the Dao sect does not appear to specialize in any singular area, they are undeniably powerful, excelling in every aspect, which often places them at the forefront among the five sects. As the Dao sect made its entrance, numerous powerful figures approached to greet them, their keen gazes scrutinizing Lu Yi and his companions, their eyes gleaming with combat intent. Not only was there a palpable sense of battle spirit directed at the Dao sect, but there was also mutual scrutiny filled with the same fervor. This marked the first encounter among the new generation of disciples from various sections which prodigy does not dream of dominating their peers. Rising to prominence with an invincible stance, Lu Ye's gaze fell upon the young individuals present, memories flickering in his eyes. Some among them he had personally defeated, while others were destined to perish in future battles. The path of cultivation is littered with bones. As expected, Linghu Wushuang and a few others approached eagerly, explaining to Lu Yi which individuals were particularly formidable and which posed significant threats. Little did they know, Lu Yi was far more informed than they realized. For instance, regarding Yang Wufang, as mentioned by Linghu Wushuang, Lu Yi was acutely aware of his formidable nature. When he had shattered Yang Wufang's skull in the past, the pain had reverberated through his own fist. As time passed, Yang Wufang approached the Dao sect with a smile, his target clearly identified. The three girls, Chuling, Yu Hongling, and Xiao Huayang. The Dao sect was not the first he had encountered. I have met a celestial maiden. I am Yang Wufang of the Yin Yang sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? I have met a fellow cultivator. My name is Xiao Huayang, she replied coolly, though maintaining a measure of politeness. Yang Wufang nodded with a smile, seemingly uninterested in prolonging the interaction, as if merely seeking a name. I have met a celestial maiden. I am. Begone, came the abrupt interjection from Yu Hongling. Yang Wufang's smile faltered. I am from the Yin Yang. Did you not hear? I told you to leave. Yu Hongling's eyes widened in indignation. Yang Wufang, do not be angered. Anger will only harm oneself. After his smile faded, it re-emerged when he turned to face Chuling. Chuling wasted no words. The demon sword was already drawn. Come, let me cleave you in twain. Yang Wufang. Very well, indeed. Chapter 28. The Fist of the Celestial Sovereign. The arrival of the Jiuli Celestial Empire heightened the tension in the Nine Dragon Valley. The advent of the Wushang Empire further intensified the vigilance of all present, for the Wushang Empire had recently grown increasingly formidable, even harboring ambitions of unifying the realm. Troops numbering in the hundreds of thousands were stationed at the border. A tempestuous figure had emerged, prompting widespread caution. Ha! Why do you all gaze upon us thus? Have I become so remarkably handsome? A youth clad in a dragon-patterned robe, with an arrogant visage and ample confidence, strode forth with the poise of a dragon or tiger, his eyes gleaming with power. Beside him stood a woman of striking stature, exquisitely shaped, adorned in a colorful phoenix gown, her beauty ethereal and noble. This was Shangguan Huanling, one of the individuals who had previously targeted Lu Yi in a past life. Upon her arrival, she did not immediately seek out Lu Yi. She was a proud individual. While other women pondered matters of romance to varying degrees, her sole intent upon her rebirth was to achieve invincibility and ascend to the realm of the celestial sovereign, rather than being sheltered beneath another's wing. In this life, she resolutely refused to have any entanglements with Lu Yi. The youth in the dragon-patterned robe was named Shangguan Wuchang, the third prince of the Wushang Empire. Lu Yi paid little mind to the banter of this group. He found a quiet spot, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate, patiently awaiting the opening of the celestial prodigy ancient battlefield. Chu Ling guarded him closely, and the disciples of the Dao sect, momentarily taken aback, followed suit and began to meditate. The Dao sect's actions prompted a wave of derision from others. With the imminent opening of the celestial prodigy ancient battlefield, they were still cultivating. Did they not sense the urgency? At such a critical moment, they were merely clinging to the Buddha's feet. Given the time to cultivate, it would be wiser to familiarize themselves with more prodigies, to understand their strengths and make acquaintances. Indeed, but who is there to engage with them? No one. The disciples of the Dao sect remained unfazed. Shangguan Huanling's gaze finally shifted to the Dao sect, where she noticed Chu Ling standing guard with her sword over Lu Yi, and Yu Hongling positioned quite close to him, her brow furrowed slightly. What is going on? Are we not all filled with animosity towards Lu Yi? What are you two doing? What is the matter? Shangguan Wuchang inquired, glancing at Shangguan Huanling. Do you see that person? Shangguan Huanling pointed toward Lu Yi. Those two women are rather attractive, Shangguan Wuchang remarked in awe. The desire for beauty is universal, that person is not someone you can contend with. Do not provoke him. Only then did Shangguan Wuchang's gaze fall upon Lu Yi. Cannot fathom his realm, quite intriguing. Are you attempting to provoke me? He suddenly stated. Without waiting for Shangguan Huanling's response, he continued. Very well, my dear sister, you know me well. I am easily provoked. Once we enter the celestial prodigy ancient battlefield, I shall make my name by vanquishing him. You will perish if you do that. Ah, then I shall die. Shangguan Huanling nodded in satisfaction. So be it then. She could not kill Shangguan Wuchang. Should he fall, the scent of the Wushang Empire would cling to her, an indelible mark that would invite relentless pursuit. Lu Yi had no fear of being hunted. Using Lu Ye's hand to eliminate Shangguan Wuchang was the most suitable course of action. Yang Wufang was also watching Lu Yi, particularly focused on Chu Ling, who was vigilantly guarding Lu Yi with her demon sword drawn. A surge of agitation welled within him. How could my woman show such deference to another man? It is already evident in plain sight. How much worse must it be in secret? Yang Wufang felt a metaphorical hat being placed upon his head. Indeed, Yang Wufang harbored peculiarities. Any girl he greeted in his heart was already deemed his woman, while others remained respectable. Yet, how could Yu Hongling and Chu Ling be so close to another man? A profound sense of humiliation welled within him, accompanied by an indescribable thrill. He had already placed Lu Yi on his kill list. However, patience was required. A smile crept across his face as he approached Shangguan Huanling. After a period of commotion, with the Dao sect taking the lead, an increasing number of cultivators began to sit in meditation, continuing their cultivation, including those who had previously mocked the Dao sect. Who could have anticipated that the opening of the celestial prodigy ancient battlefield would be so delayed? It had already been 4 days, and it still had not commenced. On the 5th day, a tremendous roar erupted from the sky as vast dark clouds gathered, forming a colossal vortex akin to the eye of a storm. Through the swirling clouds, one could faintly glimpse a magnificent world within, bizarre and shrouded in mystery. It has begun. Countless eyes flew open. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yi was the first to soar into the air, racing toward the eye of the storm. The others were momentarily stunned. Goodness, how decisive! They quickly sprang into action, rushing toward the eye of the storm. Yang Wufang moved with astonishing speed, a beam of white light streaking across the night sky like a meteor. He was determined to overpower Lu Yi, longing to be the first to enter the celestial hero ancient battlefield. The struggle had already commenced. Lu Yi remained calm and unhurried, maintaining a steady pace as both of them entered the battlefield simultaneously. The space around them shifted, accompanied by a fleeting sensation of weightlessness. They descended from the heavens, the immense gravity pressing down upon them, rendering flight exceedingly arduous. Lu Yi glanced at Yang Wufa, who met his gaze in return. However, Lu Ye's eyes were tranquil, with only a flicker of flame dancing within. In stark contrast, Yang Wufa's eyes blazed with an overwhelming fury. Has your peculiar obsession resurfaced? Lu Yi inquired. Yang Wufa was taken aback, his eyes betraying a flicker of horror. How did he know? Lu Yi chuckled softly, reassuring him. Do not worry, it shall not manifest again. Once I eliminate you, I shall be perfectly normal, with both hands forming seals. The energy of yin and yang surged forth, transforming into a divine sword that cleaved toward Lu Yi. Clenching his fist, Lu Yi retaliated with a powerful strike. Boom! The energy of yin and yang scattered in all directions. Yang Wufa's eyes widened in shock as he hastily formed seals with his hands, causing the yin-yang diagram to hover before him. Swelling in size, divine technique, yin-yang annihilation light. Lu Yi looked up at the colossal yin-yang diagram, where a terrifying light began to coalesce. 3 words escaped Lu Yi's lips. Heavenly Sovereign Fist. He unleashed a punch of the yin-yang annihilation light, imbued with an overwhelming and majestic aura, surged toward Lu Yi like a colossal beam, as if a laser capable of piercing through the very heavens and earth had been unleashed. Lu Yi's fist struck out. The imprint of his fist was not particularly large, yet it bore an indescribable and profoundly mysterious significance. The fist imprint collided with the beam, shatter. The beam fragmented, crumbling into fine dust, while the fist imprint, infused with an indomitable spirit and conviction, obliterated everything in its path. Chapter 029. Instant kill. As others entered, they beheld a scene that left them in sheer disbelief. A diminutive fist imprint shattered the intertwined beams of black and white light, fracturing the yin-yang diagram. Yang Wufa, the holy son of the yin-yang sect, was enveloped in a brilliant light, but this small fist imprint shattered that brilliance and struck him directly. Boom! Yang Wufa's body disintegrated. He was dead. What the hell, he is dead, many gaped in astonishment, unable to resist rubbing their eyes. Could it be that they had just witnessed an illusion? Was Yang Wufa truly dead? How could that be? Lu Yi approached the remnants of flesh and blood, retrieving a storage ring before casting a glance around. Pinpointing a direction and vanishing swiftly. A clamor ensued. Although the celestial hero ancient battlefield permitted random teleportation, due to the influx of entrants, a dozen individuals had materialized in this location. They had witnessed the entire process of Lu Yi slaying Yang Wufa. Only when Lu Yi's figure disappeared into the horizon did they become utterly horrified. No, that was Yang Wufa, wasn't it? It appears so. The holy son of the Yin-Yang sect? It seems so. He was killed with a single punch? It seems so. How is that possible? It seems so. The crowd was left dumbfounded. The holy son of the Yin-Yang sect, who should have been a prominent figure in the battlefield, had been annihilated in a mere encounter? A throng gathered around, confirming the tattered garments that marked him as the holy son of the Yin-Yang sect, their eyes filled with intense disbelief. The fall of a genius heralded the rise of another unparalleled prodigy. In the Nine Dragons Valley, the remaining talented disciples had yet to fully enter, forming a queue. Meanwhile, a blood-red stone shattered without warning within the Yin-Yang sect. This was the Blood Soul Stone, used to monitor the survival status of disciples within the celestial hero ancient battlefield. Who fell so quickly? The members of the Yin-Yang sect looked on, including the saintess Luo Yuan, who had yet to enter and momentarily froze upon witnessing the scene. The one who fell was the Holy Son? An elder's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Boom! The Yin-Yang sect erupted in chaos. How could the Holy Son fall? He had already reached the breaking infancy stage, even coalescing into a celestial infant, a sight of utter brilliance. How could he perish? And so swiftly. Others overheard the commotion, equally astonished. No way, is that true? The holy son of your sect has perished even before all the entrants have been queued up. This generation's holy son is rather lackluster. Isn't he? Luo Yuan fell into a profound silence, her lips parting after a long pause to utter two words, waste. Yet, even a waste was still the holy son of the Yin-Yang sect. With her garments fluttering, Luo Yuan soared toward the entrance, eager to discover who had slain Yang Wufa so swiftly. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Deity Dynasty, Shangguan Wuchang felt a flicker of excitement. Such a powerful being exists? It seems this will not be a dull affair. His figure also took flight. Shangguan Huanling smiled softly. Not only will it not be boring, but there will also be monumental surprises, having been reborn. He felt himself growing stronger. After Lu Yi dispatched Yang Wufa, his heart remained unperturbed, for in his previous life, Yang Wufa had also met his demise at his hands. At that time, they had engaged in a battle that reverberated through countless prodigies. Employing various techniques for an entire day and night, with Lu Yi ultimately overcoming him after sustaining severe injuries, yet now, it took merely a single punch. His intentions were clear. He sought the stone sword cliff. The stone sword was the imperial weapon from his past life, not merely a divine artifact but the weapon of an emperor. However, during the dark turmoil, the stone sword was shattered, and its spirit perished in battle. Consequently, he ceased using weapons altogether. Even up to the heavenly sovereign realm, he had no divine artifact. Despite being able to forge weapons, he had crafted a divine artifact for each of his 8 women. But he himself remained without one. Lu Yi was nostalgic. His sword had shattered, yet at the moment it did, he himself had transformed into the sharpest of blades. In this life, he could once more reclaim his weapon. And this time, his sword must not break again. The stone sword cliff was situated in a unique geographical area, perched upon the mountain closest to the heavens in the second layer. The summit. Rugged stones jutted out, resembling swords, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, basking in the essence of the sun and moon, forming a naturally cultivated stone sword. In his previous life, upon first acquiring the stone sword, Lu Yi had feared that a monkey might leap out of it during battle. Fortunately, such an absurd occurrence did not transpire. The first layer of heaven was replete with treasures such as the celestial spirit pool, the 3 fire mountains, the 100 herb valley, and an abundance of pristine water. However, there was no rush. He would retrieve the stone sword and then return. If the entrance to the second layer remained unchanged, it would still be located at the 3 fire mountains. Originally a single fire mountain, it had transformed into 5, then 9, as one after another, those seeking divine fire perished within. Historically, a celestial fire emperor emerged, seizing 7 types of divine fire in one fell swoop. It was said that he ascended 7 realms in a single breath, leaping from breaking infancy level 1 to breaking infancy level 8. In truth, had he sought to break through utilizing the power of the 7 divine fires, reaching the void refining stage would have been effortless. However, he remained composed, deliberately compressing his power, resulting in only a 7-layer breakthrough. Of course, it was well understood that following such a breakthrough, one could not advance for at least 6 months, lest they risk complete failure. The heat was palpable, with blue, red, and white flames dancing upon the mountainside, and the volcanoes exhaling black smoke interspersed with marvelous glimmers. Some were directly transported here, particularly from the mountain river treasure pagoda sect, their eyes fixated on the 3 types of strange fire. Nearly drooling. No forger or alchemist could resist the temptation of such powerful divine flames, let alone 3. Naturally, few could withstand the divine flames scorching their nascent soul or nascent pill. Luyi charged forward, racing toward the second volcano right beneath the noses of the crowd, unfazed by the roaring white flames. Yet his target was not the volcano's mouth, for the divine fire resided within. He sprinted toward the mountainside of the second volcano, venturing into an area hidden from view. Then he vanished. What is he doing? No idea. Shall we go take a look? This flame, let's give it a try. The flames on the surface of the mountain were merely the residual power of the true divine fire, with temperatures not particularly extreme. A prodigy, trailing the flames, arrived at the spot where Luyi had disappeared, only to discover a stormlight capable of teleportation. Chapter 030, Reacquiring the Stone Sword in the Second Layer's Space. The scenery was exquisite, with mountains, rivers, and a riot of blooming flowers. Luyi savored the beautiful landscape for 20 seconds, feeling elated before making his way toward the stone sword cliff. Calculating the time, he estimated that within 2 hours various monsters and demons would make their appearance, leading to an unending series of battles. Countless human prodigies would meet their demise, however, that mattered little. Those who could perish were ultimately not worthy of being called prodigies. After half an hour of sprinting, he arrived at the stone sword cliff. Below the cliff lay countless broken swords, scattered on the ground or embedded between the rocks, roughly estimated to number in the thousands. Each sword represented a swordsman who had perished here. Luyi took a step forward. Buzz. All the broken swords began to emit a resonant hum. Taking another step, a whoosh, 3 broken swords shot toward him, which he deflected with a wave of his sleeve. Taking yet another step, all the broken swords erupted in a collective assault. Luyi retaliated with a punch, sending numerous broken swords flying, only for them to trace a circular path and launch another attack. The sword energy howled in the air. Luyi's figure was completely surrounded by broken swords. With each punch and palm strike, he sent the shattered blades flying in all directions, advancing step by step into the fray. Up until now, not a single sword had managed to wound him. This, however, did not imply that these broken swords were weak. In fact, each sword here possessed the capability to unleash sword energy powerful enough to reach the level of breaking infancy. Their might formidable enough to effortlessly slay even the most common practitioners of the void refining stage. When dozens, if not hundreds, of sword lights erupted simultaneously, yet Luyi was exceptionally strong. 10 minutes later, he broke through the area where the swords lay. With his legs bent, he leaped fiercely, his body soaring like a rocket into the air, reaching the cliff's edge where he beheld a rugged stone formation. And there stood a sword wrapped in brown stone dust, quietly erect. The sword measured 4 feet in length, its true appearance obscured by the debris. Luyi's gaze softened. It had been an eternity since he last laid eyes on a stone sword. When the stone sword was shattered long ago, he had contemplated reforging it but ultimately dismissed the thought. While the stone sword could be remade, the sword spirit could not return. Yet now, both the stone sword and the sword spirit were present. He approached the stone sword, his mysterious robe marred by numerous cuts inflicted by the sharp blades, strands of his hair cascading down, and his exposed skin beginning to show minute wounds. He extended his hand, gripping the hilt of the stone sword. In that instant, countless terrifying sword energies surged towards Luyi like a torrent. He closed his eyes, his sword heart clear, and his resolve unwavering, although he had transformed into a ghastly figure dripping with blood. His grip on the stone sword did not tremble in the slightest, his feet firmly planted into the mountain rock. He could not take a step back. To do so would sever his bond with the stone sword. At this moment, it was merely a test from the stone sword, a trial of both sword energy and intent, each a part of the stone sword's selection process. In his previous life, Luyi had never retreated an inch. Much less would he do so in this life. His hand even gently brushed against the stone sword, reassuring it. Do not be afraid, do not be lost. How could a sword feel fear or confusion? A sword cannot, but a sword spirit might. At this moment, the sword spirit, in its bewilderment, began to harbor a vague thought. What nonsense are you speaking? What barking is this? Who would ever feel fear? Who would ever be lost? The sword energy surged more violently. A vast expanse of blood mist dispersed behind him. Luyi, damn, I forgot, the stone sword has yet to reveal its timid nature. Indeed, this sword is timid. However, its timidity does not stem from fear of enemies. but rather fear of darkness. Though it is absurd for a sword to fear the dark, it genuinely does. The stone sword even forbids Lu Yi from crafting a sheath for it. Follow me. And become the strongest sword in the realm. Lu Yi spoke again, stronger than the Three Lives sword, stronger than the ancestral sword, stronger than the Taisheng sword, stronger than the invincible sword. The stone sword listened to these names. And although it did not know the true strength of these blades, the mere sound of their names resonated with power. Furthermore, it found itself unable to make Lu Yi retreat. This person, whose flesh was nearly stripped away, was still unwilling to budge an inch. It could acknowledge this. The sword energy suddenly vanished, the stone sword returned to tranquility, and Lu Yi glanced at his injuries, showing little reaction. He formed seals with his hands. Blood began to coagulate automatically, forming a rather mysterious symbol, the essence of a master contract. With a soft chime from the stone sword, a close bond was forged between it and Lu Yi. The stone sword, in its vague consciousness, pondered the circumstances of its master, worried whether it was following the wrong one. However, it had grown weary of remaining here, if it did not leave this time. Another 1,000 years would pass before it could attempt to emerge again, yet, it mattered little. If the sword master proved inadequate, it would eventually find its way into the hands of another, destined to fall into the grasp of someone powerful in due time. The sword intent blossomed from Lu Yi's palm. Chunks of stone dust began to shed from the sword's body, revealing that beneath the debris, the sword also bore a brown hue, lacking any extraordinary sharpness, even appearing mottled like rust. A torrent of pure essence and untainted sword intent flowed into the stone sword. From now on, your name shall be Stone Sword, with the nickname Little Stone. Do you agree? Lu Yi inquired with a smile. The stone sword trembled slightly. I do not agree. Give me a name that is truly magnificent. It seems you rather fancy this name. Henceforth, it shall be so. No, I did not consent. What is this little stone, this stone sword? It sounds dreadful. I have been a stone sword for so long, and now that I am about to emerge, I still have to be called a stone sword. Hey, are you listening? I refuse to be called stone sword. Young master, you are indeed here. Chu Ling's voice resonated from afar as she swiftly approached. Congratulations, young master, on reclaiming the stone sword. Stone sword. The sword automatically melded into Lu Yi's body, for it feared the darkness and thus chose to rest upon the back of his hand. A sword imprint appeared on his hand. Most importantly, having acquired the stone sword, he now sought other valuable items. In truth, for the younger generation, the most useful treasures were predominantly found on the first layer of the battlefield. For instance, the pure water could cleanse one's aptitude and enhance it. The heavenly spirit pool could aid rapid cultivation. Moreover, the 100 Herbs Valley, abundant with spiritual treasures and fruits, similarly expedited cultivation and allowed for collection to exchange for resources. The first grand battle was set to occur in the first layer of the spatial battlefield. He flew towards the first layer, ready to collect the divine fire. As a master of refining and alchemy, possessing a good flame was indispensable, although the quality of the divine fire here was average. It would serve as a suitable transitional option. Thanks to Lu Yi's guidance, others had already arrived at the second layer of the battlefield, discovering it to be uninhabited, and thus began their joyous search. Lu Yi returned to the first layer, his sword wounds already healed. His figure arrived at the center of the volcanic crater, and without hesitation, he leaped inside. Chapter 031, The Pure Water Pearl. The battles had yet to unfold extensively. The ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies was brimming with treasures. Nearly within the first layer, many could acquire ample suitable items without contention. Within the pure water, at least 1,000 individuals were soaking. This was a vast pool, and Yu Hongling's primary objective was the pure water. She had no choice. Her aptitude was the weakest, and the effects of the pure water were decent. She could not afford to miss any opportunity to enhance her aptitude. In truth, her true aim was the pure water pearl. The water here was originally common, but due to the presence of the pure water pearl at the lake's bottom, the entire lake transformed into pure water. Her figure had already submerged into the depths of the lake. The others were not foolish either, all diving deeper. However, the pressure at the bottom of the lake was immense, akin to the deep sea. The further one descended, the more terrifying the pressure became, with cultivators feeling as though a colossal mountain bore down upon them. At a depth of 1,000 meters, only a handful could continue. At 1,500 meters, nearly 3 individuals advanced together. At 2,000 meters, the 3 could no longer withstand such overwhelming pressure, causing blood to seep from their 7 orifices. Yu Hongling, undaunted, pressed on. Another person gave up. Now, only she and Shangwan Wuchang continued their descent. Shangwan Wuchang regarded Yu Hongling with admiration. Such a woman was indeed rare, perhaps worthy of being one of his companions. The journey was long, and he did not yet know the lady's name. I am Shangguan Wuchang of the Supreme Emperor Dynasty, he communicated with a smile. I know you, Yu Hongling reciprocated the communication. Oh, Shangguan Wuchang's lips curled into a smile. His name was indeed well known. Huanying is your sister, right? Yu Hongling inquired. My younger sister does not venture out much, you know her. Could it be that you are from the Supreme Emperor Dynasty? Shangguan Wuchang expressed surprise. No, how much further can you descend? Yu Hongling queried. 1,000 meters should be manageable. Yu Hongling nodded, understanding, and suddenly threw a punch. Boom. The punch created a massive wave, crashing toward Shangguan Wuchang. His expression changed, and a halberd materialized in his hand. Shattering the punch imprint, the power contained within the punch astonished him. Indomitable seal, a great seal coalesced, carrying even more ferocious force, crashing toward Shangguan Wuchang. Boom, Shangguan Wuchang felt a terrifying force rushing at him. And his body shot upward. How audacious, Shangguan Wuchang roared, wielding his halberd to strike at Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling, one-armed, met him head-on, her entire being adorned with shimmering runes, her fists and palms colliding with the halberd. Not only holding her ground but even pushing Shangguan Wuchang back repeatedly. What the hell? Shangguan Wuchang felt a chill run down his spine. In the Supreme Emperor Dynasty, he was among the top prodigies. Although some were more monstrous than he, there were at most one or two. Yet now, encountering someone like this, he was utterly astounded. Get lost, Yu Hongling shouted. She formed seals with her hands, and a seal nearly taking on a physical form struck Shangguan Wuchang away. As buoyancy increased, the distance between them expanded infinitely. At this moment, Yu Hongling had no intention of entangling with Shangguan Wuchang. He would likely be dealt with by her senior brother. What she needed to do now was obtain the pure water pearl. According to her senior brother's accounts from her past life, the pure water pearl lay at the bottom. This lake was 3,000 meters deep. Setting aside whether Shangguan Wuchang was boasting, if she could indeed descend another 1,000 meters. Yu Hongling decided to strike him away before proceeding. Yu Hongling continued her descent. 2,500 meters. At this point, a suffocating sensation enveloped her. This was due to the overwhelming pressure, the pure water. Because of its quality, exerted pressure far exceeding that of ordinary lake water, a pressure even breaking infancy cultivators could not withstand. However, Yu Hongling felt that she was still quite far from her limits. For 1,000 meters posed no significant challenge. Wasn't it relatively effortless for her senior brother to retrieve the pure water pearl back then? Yet, it seemed as though he had come perilously close to death, compelling her to care for him tirelessly for an extended period, during which she took advantage of her efforts. Her cheeks flushed, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to the mounting pressure or the recollection of past events. 3,000 meters had been reached. The water in the lake had transformed into a dark blue hue, evoking a sense of oppression. Yu Hongling was momentarily taken aback. She was certain that she had descended 3,000 meters. Yet now, gazing downward at the pitch blackness, unable to discern the lake bed, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Wasn't it supposed to be 3,000 meters? Could there have been an unforeseen change? Gritting her teeth, she assessed her capacity to endure and once more plunged deeper. 4,000 meters. At this juncture, Yu Hongling was indeed formidable, yet upon reaching 4,000 meters, she felt an overwhelming pressure. As if her heart had ceased to beat, the lake bed remained unseen below her. Clenching her jaw, she pressed on. 5,000 meters. At this depth, some of her bones had been crushed, and her flesh began to exhibit signs of decay. Her eyes reddened, and disbelief clouded her expression. She gazed at her own body, recalling how Lu Yi had emerged from the pure water lake. Wasn't he at 3,000 meters? The location of the pure water pearl was not 3,000 meters. Nor was the distance from the lake's surface to the lake bed. A suffocating wave of fear enveloped Yu Hongling, yet she remained fearless. However, a trickle of liquid escaped from the corner of her eye. She was undaunted, for her cultivation was powerful, and she bore the memories of her past life, where she had been an emperor, having faced countless terrifying scenarios. But what of Lu Yi, who had once retrieved the pure water pearl for her? Back then, Lu Yi was merely a novice recently emerged from seclusion, who would hesitate even in taking a life. Would such an inexperienced cultivator, devoid of obsession and unwavering belief, truly have the courage to dive deeper into this terrifying and suffocating lake? Where the distance to the bottom remained a mystery, it could be 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 3,000 meters. In an environment devoid of hope and endless in nature, Lu Yi had persistently remembered her need for the pure water pearl. Yet, why deceive himself? Why convince himself that it was merely 3,000 meters? Yu Hongling clenched her teeth and continued her descent toward the lakebed. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of her bones echoed incessantly. Yu Hongling had lost track of how many meters she had descended when a faint blue glow finally caught her eye. Though her vision was blurred, she groped her way to the center of the blue radiance, grasping the pure water pearl in her palm. At that moment, an intense yearning surged within her. She craved for the pure water pearl to meld with her body instantly. Once merged, her nearly shattered form would be restored, elevating her innate potential. Merge, merge. This was not an allure from the pure water pearl, rather, it was her body on the brink of destruction, sending signals to her brain. Chapter 032, That was not love. Yu Hongling did not choose to merge, she restrained her body's desires, the primal instinct for survival inherent in all living beings. Boundless agony coursed through her mind. As her brain incessantly issued commands to absorb the pure water pearl, urging her to do so immediately, it became clear that the suffering her senior brother had endured was of this magnitude. He had suppressed his instinct for survival in pursuit of enhancing his abilities. No wonder he bore such severe injuries. No wonder. The pain was overwhelming. Yu Hongling acutely felt the torment that Lu Yi had once experienced. And a profound regret clawed at her heart like countless venomous insects. Her senior brother had treated her with such kindness. In this world, could any man care for her more than his own life? Feng Wuxie could not. Though she had never been with Feng Wuxie, she was certain he could not measure up. Yet her senior brother, that was not love, no matter how well you treated me. Without that fleeting moment of heartbeat, I could only feel gratitude, not loved. It was only when she was with Feng Wuxie that Yu Hongling experienced the exhilarating rush of a quickening heartbeat and warmth flooding her body. Senior brother, in this lifetime, aside from being with you, I will agree to anything, even if it means dying for you. Yu Hongling swore silently. She began to swim upward, her strength waning. No, she truly could not hold on any longer. After much hesitation, she chose to refine the pure water pearl. If her senior brother had no use for it, she could freely gift it to him, since it was of no use to him. Once she improved her constitution, she would assist him in finding a precious treasure. As she consumed the pure water pearl, her injuries began to heal rapidly, and the pearl fervently altered her constitution. Expelling countless impurities, Yu Hongling's cultivation began to break through. She aimed to transcend the Dan stage. Yes, during her previous battle with Shangguan Wuchang, she had not yet broken through to the infant stage. She had merely concealed her true realm. In truth, had Yu Hongling been at the infant stage, she could have incapacitated Shangguan Wuchang with a single strike. That was the rebirth of an emperor. By the time Yu Hongling's injuries healed and she successfully broke through to the surface of the lake, Shangguan Wuchang awaited her with the Fang Tianyua halberd, having waited for quite some time. Since we didn't finish our bout in the water, how about we have another match? He inquired, brandishing the heavy halberd. Yu Hongling's exquisite visage broke into a cold smile. You couldn't defeat me in the water. What makes you think you can do so now? The fearless divine fist was unleashed once more. A punch mark surged forward in an instant, and Shangguan Wuchang swung his halberd, poised to counter the punch mark with a premeditated follow-up attack. However, at the moment of collision between the halberd and the punch mark, Shangguan Wuchang felt an immense, unparalleled force surging from the punch mark. Boom! The Fang Tianyua halberd was raised high. Shangguan Wuchang's face flushed as he struggled to maintain his stance. Retreating several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground, before barely halting his momentum, he looked at Yu Hongling in astonishment. How is this possible? Yet, Yu Hongling chose to ignore him. She had no intention of killing this man. Saving him for Shangguan Huanying. Lui emerged from the volcano, flames swirling around his nascent soul like ribbons. One of the three flames extinguished, signifying that a divine fire had been taken. The divine fire he had retrieved was named the Sunfire of Daylight. Its temperature sufficiently high to serve him well even before entering the fourth layer of heaven. If not, he could let it advance further. The next destination, 100 Herb Valley. To condense his second life, he needed a golden sunflower from the core of 100 Herb Valley, a rare find, which he had also located here in his previous life. As he departed, Chu Ling followed suit. She had finally come to realize a rather frightening reality. Lu Ye's strength was growing exponentially. If her own power continued to rise so slowly, she would soon lose the qualification to accompany him. In her past life, Lu Yi had actively brought her along. In this life, he would not concern himself with her fate. Calculating the time, other monsters and various factions would soon descend. These creatures, distanced from the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, were delayed. Lui looked up, observing swirling purple and black vortices appearing in the sky. Multicolored whirlpools emerged almost without pause, followed by the emergence of demonic, ghostly, and monstrous auras. The cacophony of shrieks, maniacal laughter, and roars filled the air. Lui took a glance but quickly dismissed it, even feeling a tinge of disdain for their noise. His figure arrived at 100 Herb Valley, a place filled with an array of formations rumored to be the medicinal garden of an ancient, powerful sect, yet Lui was aware that this rumor was false. For the formations had been set up by a single individual, a remarkable person who sought to use formations to battle the ancient prodigies. Even after meeting his demise, he had achieved great merit through his formations. His legacy enduring through time. Of course, he had not perished just yet. Within 100 Herb Valley, a group of individuals diligently studied the formations. To the formation masters, the medicinal herbs might not be as precious as the formations themselves. The formations had been established when the formation master was merely 20 years old, his thinking particularly suited to the younger generation of disciples. One individual appeared to vanish and reappear ceaselessly. As he tirelessly dismantled formations only to encounter new ones, observing the speed of his dismantling, Lu Ye's eyes widened in surprise. How had he not noticed such a gifted formation master before? Given his pace, he should not have been obscure. The only possibility was that he had perished prematurely. Lu felt a pang of regret. It was truly a shame for such a talented formation master to have died before reaching his potential. He decided to lend a helping hand. Entering the formation, it rippled slightly, and his figure vanished entirely. He did not seek to dismantle the formation but rather chose to traverse through it. Soon, he found himself before the formation dismantler, who was wholly absorbed in his task. Suddenly, Lu Yi emerged from within the formation, startling him. Are you human or ghost? The young man, pale and trembling, inquired. Lu Yi responded, have you ever seen a ghost? And no, then have you ever seen a human? I have. What difference is there between me and a human? The youth finally regained his composure, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as the sudden appearance of Lu Yi had indeed startled him. I apologize, you are more handsome than anyone else. Lu Yi chuckled silently, recognizing the boy's naivety. While he could be considered somewhat emotionally intelligent, he indeed possessed a spark of social acumen. What is your name? I am Li Huayu. Well then, let us carefully unravel this formation and deeply comprehend its intricacies. With that, Lu Yi's figure vanished. Li Huayu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the direction Lu Yi had disappeared. Then turned to observe the intact formation. How did he do that? Chapter 33, Slaughter. Lu Yi pressed deeper into the formation. The remnants of the array had been transformed by him, replaced with an entirely new system of formations. And not just one type. Among them were two specific formations. One was a blinding light array, which had no lethal power but could dazzle the eyes of others, while the other was a short-distance teleportation array, allowing travel between approximately 10 to 30 kilometers. Though not particularly far, it would suffice for a quick escape. He continued to alter the formations, and in the midst of his modifications, he found himself before the golden sunflower. He retrieved a jade box and sealed the golden sunflower within it, also collecting a dozen precious medicinal herbs that might be of use before departing from the 100 Herbs Valley. Meanwhile, Li Huayu diligently worked on deciphering the formations, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge and satisfaction. After unraveling some more formations, he arrived at a new one, and his expression changed dramatically. He had unwittingly stepped into the array. Before him appeared a line of muscular, 8-pack of gorgeous men beckoning him with their fingers. The formation has changed. It was not merely a change in the array. The entire system of the formation had undergone a transformation. What is happening? He had nearly grasped the thought process of the array's creator, yet now the formation had morphed dramatically. Could it be the handiwork of that boy from earlier? To alter a formation without breaking it, how formidable must one's mastery of formations be? Another question arose: why were there 8 handsome men in this illusion? For a man like him, wouldn't it be more fitting to see 8 beautiful women? Upon leaving the 100 Herbs Valley, Lu Yi set his sights on the heavenly spirit pool. As its name suggests, the heavenly spirit pool was rich in spiritual energy beneficial for cultivation. With the aid of a system, Lu Yi's training speed could be accelerated, and if he trained at the heavenly spirit pool, it would be even swifter. Exiting the 100 Herbs Valley, a rumble echoed from afar. Battle had commenced. The human race was thriving, driving all foreign entities out of the most spiritually rich lands. Given his past grievances with various factions, the gathering of the younger generation promised utter chaos. However, Lu Yi paid little heed to such matters. Strength was born from conflict. In this place, everyone was of similar age and cultivation level. Why not engage in battle? Who would be afraid? Lu Yi would only intervene in instances of blatant bullying or slaughtering. A figure suddenly crashed heavily before Lu Yi. Friend, save me. A disciple from a small sect coughed up blood, visibly on the brink of death. You shall die too. A black bat cackled menacingly as it charged at Lu Yi. Initially, Lu Yi had planned to avoid the confrontation, but since the bat had attacked him, a beam of swordlight sliced through, cleaving the bat in two. Lu Yi then located the creature's storage ring, igniting it into ashes with a spark, and with a flick of his sleeve, The ashes danced in the air, bat mist, a mournful wail erupted as dozens of black bats swooped in rapidly, glancing at their bisected comrade. Before they could utter a word, Luya's sword swept through. Under the sunlight, the light distorted as streaks of sword light crisscrossed, and all the bats were cut in half, blood pooling beneath them, the stench of gore overwhelming. Luya curled his fingers, and one by one, storage rings fell into his grasp as he stepped away. A friend, may I inquire your name? I, Ji Liang of the Chen Kuan sect, shall repay today's kindness in the future. Luya's footsteps did not falter as he vanished into the horizon. The battle had indeed commenced. The ground was littered with the corpses of both demons and humans. Some bodies had been gruesomely devoured, while female cultivators lay exposed, their bodies marred with bite marks. The cruelty of the cultivation world was starkly evident at that moment. Two disheveled figures rushed towards Luya. Friend, we must flee. The demon race has occupied the heavenly spirit pool, killing many. We humans have allied to combat the demons. Let us join forces. Luya's interest was piqued. Such an alliance had not existed in his previous life. Who initiated this alliance? He inquired. It was Yu Hongling of the Great Dao sect who took the lead. With many major forces responding, it is a safe haven and a place to rally against the demons. We must hurry. Yu Hongling, you say? No wonder things have changed. No need for that. I wish to see the heavenly spirit pool. Friend, the heavenly spirit pool is already under demon control. Should you venture there, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Luya remained unperturbed. I will go and take a look. If danger arises, I shall retreat promptly. I advise you against it. I am one who never gives up until reaching the Yellow River. Luya had a high tolerance for kind-hearted individuals, and these two merely wished to guide him to safety. Take care on your journey, you too. As fate would have it, Luya's figure drew near the heavenly spirit pool. A scent of blood wafted through the air. The heavenly spirit pool was not particularly vast, with an entrance merely 10 jiang in diameter, presenting a verdant hue akin to a jewel embedded in the earth. Rich spiritual energy permeated the atmosphere, manifesting as a mist. Surrounding the heavenly spirit pool were numerous mangled corpses. Large demons feasted upon the remains, while others luxuriated in the pool, indulging in their cultivation amid the crisp sound of munching. Luya's figure materialized not far off, and as a multitude of eyes opened, they simultaneously turned their gaze towards him, malice radiating from their stares. Seemingly unfazed, Luya continued his approach toward the throng of demons. How intriguing! A leopard demon suddenly chuckled, leaping from the heavenly spirit pool, its moisture evaporating as its fur shimmered with luminous strands. Such a confident human, believing he can eliminate us all. Of the leopard demon addressed its kin, but in reality, he will plead for mercy. The demons erupted in derisive laughter. He will wail, ha! Their mockery crescendoed into raucous guffaws. That he will cry, begging us for a swift end. With that, the leopard demon, brimming with mockery, fixed its gaze on Luya, its form abruptly transforming into a streak of golden light. Wail all you like. The bisected body of the leopard demon flew through the air, blood spilling forth in a V shape upon the ground. Enough with the prattle. You are all doomed. Luya advanced steadily, his movements akin to frames extracted from a film. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 10 jiang, flashing through the ranks of demons. With a single sword swing, 7 or 8 demons in a straight line were obliterated. The slaughter had commenced. Chapter 34. Seeking true love. A piercing phoenix cry resonated as a demon ignited its bloodline, transforming into a fiery phoenix that spiraled toward Luya. The sword light sliced through, cleaving the phoenix, while trees shattered and the sword energy dissipated into the thicket, extending far beyond sight. The demons occupying the heavenly spirit pool transitioned from initial cruelty to shock, then terror, ultimately culminating in utter collapse. Clad in dark garments, Luya wielded sword energy that was invincible. No demon could withstand even a single strike of his sword. The ground was littered with severed limbs, the earth soaked in blood. As the heavenly spirit pool was tinged a faint red, some demons, completely overwhelmed, howled in despair as they fled. Luya, however, did not pursue. He deemed it a waste of time. In the midst of his slaughter, he had encountered familiar faces, such as the little gold leopard king, the iron-eating beast, and a descendant of the white tiger lineage. In his past life, he had battled them. This time, however, a single sword stroke was all that was required. Luya stepped into the waters of the heavenly spirit pool, commencing his cultivation. The waters rippled gently, and vast, pure spiritual energy flowed into Luya's body, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. King Tianwo, it is dire news. A remarkably powerful human has appeared at the heavenly spirit pool, single-handedly slaughtering numerous demons. We implore you to strike him down and avenge our brethren. A demon scrambled toward the main demon forces. Its urgency palpable. At that moment, the Tianwu king manifested in human form. Upon reaching the breaking infancy stage, demons could shapeshift into humans to expedite their cultivation, while human bodies were frail compared to the formidable physiques of demons. Humanity possessed an advantage that surpassed all other races: wisdom. For countless millennia, generations of humans had evolved their race into the most suitable beings for cultivation. Previously, human cultivation aimed to emulate demons and devils, adorning themselves with arcane patterns, seeking adoration from the masses, and striving to attain the physique of a powerful beast. Yet now, demons and devils alike favored taking human form to comprehend their methods of cultivation. The Tianwu was no exception, and though it had transformed into a human, many sharp blade-like appendages still grew from its sides. Are you saying that a person has left the demon clan of Tianlingpool completely annihilated? Tianwu inquired. Indeed, that human was exceedingly powerful. No one could withstand his sword light. With a single strike, he could slay dozens of demons. Truly terrifying. How frightful. Suddenly purple threads began to crawl up the body of the demon delivering the news. It grasped its own throat, eyes wide in horror as it gazed at Tianwu. The purple threads enveloped its eyeballs. This demon could utter no further words. Its body stiffened, and the breath of life vanished entirely. It was dead at first, pursued Feng Wuxie. Nothing else bears greater importance, Tianwu stated coldly. It was confident that it would not be inferior to any prodigy, yet it could scarcely believe that remnants of the Phoenix clan still existed in this world. The Tianwu clan, known for their formidable strength, engaged in battles against the heavens and the earth. However, when confronted with the Phoenix clan, they found themselves at an inherent disadvantage, a suppression akin to a food chain. Even if Feng Wuxie were weaker, the moment Tianwu laid eyes on him, it felt a shudder from the depths of its soul. How could it endure this? Feng Wuxie must be eliminated, ensuring the complete extinction of the Phoenix clan from existence. Yes, a group of demons continued to trace Feng Wuxie's whereabouts. Meanwhile, at the human gathering place known as Wudao Fanya, the winds blew with an intensity that awakened clarity and inspiration, allowing many to enter a state of sudden enlightenment. Over 100 humans had gathered here, including notable figures such as Shiguan Wuchang Liaoyijian from the Taishang Sword Sect and Yuntiangxing from the Shanhua Baoda Sect. Among others, many had already clashed with demons and monsters. Aware of their formidable strength, yet they did not cower excessively. The prowess of the human race was no mere boast. When a human and a demon or monster clashed, it was often the human who emerged victorious. Yet demons and monsters preferred to swarm together, proving to be quite troublesome. Yu Hongling observed the increasing number of individuals, including other powerful beings, and recalled what Lu Yi had accomplished in her previous life. Realizing that she was now assisting him ahead of time, sparing him from undue toil, it was finally time for her to meet that person. If she could meet him without red-rimmed eyes, would she still blush, reminiscent of that year when they hastily inscribed an eternal promise together? A beautiful rumor. Yu Hongling hummed this song, one her senior brother had sung, claiming it was from his hometown. She had visited his homeland but had never heard this tune. Nevertheless, it was truly enchanting. The base has been established successfully. I must take my leave now, Yu Hongling announced to the crowd. What are you going to do? The crowd questioned in confusion. Could it be that Yu Hongling intends to seek treasures alone, to find true love? Yu Hongling joyfully raised her face, her long ponytail swaying gently. To seek true love. It turned out that the celestial maiden regarded the Tao as her true love. A sentiment that truly commanded our admiration. The crowd realized, after all, she was simply going to search for treasures. Well then, off you go. It's certainly better than genuinely seeking true love. They laughed, waving her off. Until we meet again, Yu Hongling bid farewell and quickly vanished. Based on the timeline, Feng Wuxie should be fleeing towards the second layer of space, where a brutal battlefield lay, filled with demons and ghosts. She had also attracted the ire of demons in the past, leading her to encounter Feng Wuxie, who was similarly pursued by demons. From there, the two would join forces, fighting side by side, devising strategies to escape their dire fates. This cycle continued in this life, though in contrast to her previous existence, she was now formidable, with few capable of matching her strength. Yu Hongling dashed towards the second layer of space. Before long, she arrived at the blood-soaked Blood Demon Mountain, just as in her previous life, where the untainted flower of the same name grew amidst the remnants of a fierce battle that had claimed many demon lives. Tainted by demonic blood, yet, from the very soil polluted by that blood, a flower blossomed, untainted by the mud. So miraculous was the world. In terms of strength, Yu Hongling could easily eradicate the demons present and leisurely collect the untainted flower. However, that would diverge from her intended path. She suppressed her power to a level reminiscent of her past life and hurriedly fled, pursued by a cacophony of demons. Feng Wuxie, I am coming. Chapter 035, Feng Wuxie Tianwu. I bear you no grudge. Why then do you insist on hunting me? A Feng Wuxie roared, bloodied and bewildered. He truly could not comprehend why, in this ancient battlefield of prodigies, they would not pursue humans or demons but instead sought to slay their own kin. Do I need a reason to kill you? In this world the strong prey upon the weak. If I had to explain every time I slain a worthless creature, my life would be entirely squandered in justifications. Then let us duel. Feng Wuxie, despite his numerous wounds, remained spirited. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was not particularly fearful of Tianwu, for he possessed the noble bloodline of the phoenix, allowing him to contend fiercely. Even if slightly weaker. A duel, should I retract my countless legs to make it fairer for you? Tianwu sneered. Feng Wuxie's remarkable recovery kept him lively despite the constant injuries. However, if this continued, the outcome would be uncertain. In a scenario of demons hunting demons, no other factions would come to their aid. It was enough that they did not add to his woes. Feng Wuxie gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it, this Tianwu is a madman. Once I grow stronger, I will ensure the utter annihilation of this loathsome race." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead. Was there a development? Feng Wuxie's gaze caught sight of a figure clad in red. Upon closer inspection, he was struck by her beauty, such a stunning woman, yet, behind her trailed a horde of demon cultivators, a dark cloud of malevolence pursuing her relentlessly. As the two approached one another, Yu Hongling beheld the youth who had appeared countless times in her dreams, his body stained with blood yet his eyes shining brightly. Her own eyes began to redden. So many years had passed since Feng Wuxie's demise. Yet he had resided in her heart for far too long, and now they were finally reunited. In that fleeting moment, with no words exchanged, they both dashed to the side. The demons and monsters closed in, their gazes wary, as neither faction was known for their amiable relations. We demons have no intention of opposing the monster clan. Shall we join forces to eliminate these two? Tianwu proclaimed loudly. The demons? Relieved, agreed, good. Thus, the demons and monsters converged yet remained distinct, pursuing Yu Hongling and Feng Wuxie. What have you done to attract such a multitude of demon pursuers? Feng Wuxie asked, eyeing Yu Hongling, who was undeniably beautiful. And you, what have you done to provoke so many demons? Feng Wuxie's lips curled into a smirk. I suspect these ugly demons are simply envious of my handsome visage, thus launching their pursuit. Yu Hongling? It was not that Feng Wuxie's words were incorrect, but upon hearing them, she instinctively thought of Lu Yi. After all, Lu Yi often displayed similar narcissism, claiming another name for himself, Lu Yanzhu, and another, Lu Panan. Yu Hongling was aware that Yanzhu and Panan were renowned handsome men from Lu Yi's hometown. Observing Yu Hongling's dazed expression, though she maintained her speed, her demeanor betrayed her infatuation. Feng Wuxie could not help but lament, "Cursed charm, such a beautiful human woman is already enamored by me after just one glance, yet now is not the time for romantic pursuits. Do you have any means to escape this chase?" Feng Wuxie inquired. None. Yu Hongling, snapping back to reality, felt a pang of guilt. How could she be thinking of Lu Yi while with Feng Wuxie? Was she truly a fickle woman? Did she think of one while with the other? No, her heart had always belonged to Feng Wuxie. It was merely that her prolonged time with her senior brother had intertwined him into every facet of her being, both body and soul. This situation would surely dissipate over time. Then we are likely doomed. Escaping from one pursuer is arduous enough, let alone two. We shall not perish. We will seek my senior brother. Once he arrives, these scoundrels will be mere dust. Is your senior brother truly that formidable? Indeed, he is unrivaled among his peers. Excellent. Where is your senior brother? In that direction. The two altered their course, shattering the incoming long-range attacks with synchronized strikes. What is your senior brother's stance on demons? I mean, good demons, those who have never consumed humans and possess no interest in doing so. Feng Wuxie queried. Rest assured, my senior brother never slaughters the innocent. Yu Hongling's peripheral vision discreetly assessed Feng Wuxie. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, he was undeniably handsome, even in his current disheveled state, which lent him a certain rugged charm. The relentless long-range assaults impeded their speed, and the distance between the two factions diminished rapidly. It's over. Feng Wuxie's eyes brimmed with despair. This time, it seemed he was truly destined to die. Yu Hongling suddenly formed hand seals, conjuring a magical spear above her head, which she aimed at the demons pursuing them from behind. The spear possessed an impressive range, capable of piercing any careless demon. However, its formation was painfully slow, and the sheer number of demons rendered it ineffective against their relentless pursuit. A single target attack was insufficient. A group assault was imperative. Feng Wuxie exclaimed loudly. I lack a group attack. He confessed through gritted teeth. I do possess one, but after unleashing it, you must ensure my escape. In truth, Feng Wuxie still harbored doubts about Yu Hongling's trustworthiness. But the circumstances had escalated to such a critical juncture. If he unleashed Tianfeng Liayuan, he would inevitably exhaust his energy, leaving him unable to flee. Doing nothing meant certain death at the hands of the encroaching demons. There was no other option. Agreed, Yu Hongling responded resolutely. A piercing cry of a phoenix echoed through the air as Feng Wuxie channeled all his energy, manifesting a resplendent flaming phoenix above him. The effort was undoubtedly taxing, and he felt weakened afterward. Go! The magnificent fire phoenix surged forward, its tail trailing behind as it charged at the demons. Yu Hongling grasped Feng Wuxie's clothing, initially intending to shield him with her own body. But for reasons unknown, she refrained. Boom! The fire phoenix erupted, showering the demons with a torrential rain of flames, forcing them back and increasing the distance between the two sides. A faint smile graced Yu Hongling's lips. Yet, as the demons broke through the flames, they resumed their pursuit. Where is your senior brother? Feng Wuxie weakly inquired. Apologies, I seem to have lost my way, came the unexpected reply. Feng Wuxie felt despair wash over him. He wanted to berate Yu Hongling, yet he feared she might abandon him at that very moment. Never mind, it's not your fault, he conceded, attempting to placate her while he began to recuperate his strength. As Yu Hongling's smile grew more pronounced, the demons drew ever closer, and suddenly a vast chasm appeared ahead. The crevice seemed as if it had been cleaved by a single stroke, with the surrounding earth charred and remarkably sturdy. Without hesitation, Yu Hongling dashed into the chasm. This place is a fortress. You must regain your strength quickly. I will hold back the demons, and if I falter, you must take my place. Can you withstand it? Feng Wuxie asked, his voice feeble. I can, she affirmed, tossing him 3 bottles of elixirs. As Yu Hongling gazed ahead, memories of a past life flooded back. Here, together, they had repelled wave after wave of demon attacks until Lu Yi arrived to assist them. In this lifetime, Yu Hongling could easily vanquish the demons herself, yet she longed to relive the exhilarating moment they had shared before her attack. The chasm was narrow, with the surrounding charred soil as solid as iron, providing an excellent tactical advantage. 2 demons charged from above and below, only to be repelled by simultaneous strikes of magical seals. Observing this, Feng Wuxie hastily consumed the elixirs, striving to calm his mind and restore his internal demon energy. Yu Hongling fought with unwavering resolve, embodying an indomitable barrier that thwarted all demon advances. Tianwu charged forth, only to be sent staggering back by a casual punch from Yu Hongling. No way, this human woman is so powerful? Tianwu exclaimed, baffled. If she's this strong, why does it seem like she doesn't need to flee? Why not just annihilate the demon horde directly? What else with this prolonged escape? The absurdity was unfathomable. Wear her down. Tianwu roared. 1 demon after another surged forward, and though Yu Hongling possessed the strength to obliterate them with a single punch, she refrained. Time trickled by. The demons were repeatedly repulsed, only to return again. Feng Wuxie's recovery was swift, thanks to his phoenix bloodline, and he discreetly opened his eyes to observe Yu Hongling, who remained as steadfast as a mountain. He even contemplated fleeing, but that thought was quickly discarded. While he could escape, Tianwu would undoubtedly pursue him doggedly. Abandoning Yu Hongling to her fate would only breed resentment towards him. Weighing his options, he resolved to stay. As another 10 minutes passed, Yu Hongling seemed to reach her limit. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Feng Wuxie recognized it was time for him to intervene. His strength was not to be underestimated. In one-on-one combat, he had no fear. As Yu Hongling took a step back, Feng Wuxie surged forward to protect her. It's my turn now, you focus on recovering, he bellowed. Yu Hongling paused momentarily, revealing a fleeting smile in a place unseen by him. This sensation. Suddenly, Yu Hongling furrowed her brow. Sensing something amiss, why did it not feel like the exhilarating rush she had experienced before? What was wrong? Perhaps it was her own strength that dulled her sense of urgency. In the past, when she had persevered to the utmost, the moment Feng Wuxie had appeared before her, her heart had raced with an unparalleled thrill, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of security, yet now that feeling was absent. Frowning deeply, Yu Hongling swallowed an elixir, striving to replenish her expended essence. Although Feng Wuxie was indeed formidable, he continued to sustain injuries under the relentless onslaught. He simply could not endure as long as Yu Hongling. As his injuries worsened, she suddenly struck him with a swift hand chop, rendering him unconscious and dragging him to safety. Tianwu's expression twisted in fury. Surrender, Feng Wuxie, and we demons shall not involve ourselves in your grievances. Yu Hongling appeared unperturbed. She positioned Feng Wuxie securely and faced the demons. Fearless, she shouted, unleashing her fists. Boom! Her furious essence transformed into 2 luminous symbols, crashing into the demons. In an instant, several demons exploded, their blood staining the charred earth. Tianwu, the demons, without uttering a word, Yu Hongling's feet imprinted clear marks upon the ground as ancient runes flickered, annihilating the demons before her. Tianwu roared, and all the centipede legs erupted in brilliance, converging towards her. Yet, with effortless might, Yu Hongling obliterated them with a single punch. What the hell, are you this strong? If you're this powerful, why did you engage us for so long? Why allow a horde of demons to pursue you? What kind of farcical game is this? The demons were crushed beneath Yu Hongling's ferocity within the narrow chasm. Having nowhere to escape, they were utterly obliterated. After dispatching the last demon, she began to clear the battlefield. Collecting all the treasures before igniting the corpses in flames, with the unconscious Feng Wuxie in tow, she vanished swiftly. Gazing at the unconscious Feng Wuxie, Yu Hongling pondered that in her previous life, they had persevered until her senior brother arrived to eliminate the demons. He had insisted on separating her from Feng Wuxie, forcibly whisking her away, leaving her oblivious to his subsequent trials. Later, when she encountered Feng Wuxie again, they explored perilous realms together, trained side by side, and sought treasures together. During those moments spent with Feng Wuxie, she had been genuinely joyful. Now that her brother had not intervened, could she remain by Feng Wuxie's side? She hesitated. Ultimately, even if she did not follow him, they would inevitably reunite in due course, and perhaps it was better to stay together. Yet, the absence of that heart-stirring feeling perplexed her. Before long, Feng Wuxie slowly opened his eyes. The night had fallen, and Yu Hongling ignited a campfire, staring blankly at the dancing flames, uncertain of her own thoughts. Am I dead? Feng Wuxie jolted awake. No, you're alive and well. He inspected his unscathed body, pinching his arm to confirm his existence through pain. Fairy, how did we escape? He inquired hastily. My senior brother arrived and eliminated the demons, allowing us to escape, Yu Hongling explained. And where is your senior brother now? He is a busy man and has already departed. Ah, so it's just the two of us now, Feng Wuxie exclaimed in disbelief. Yu Hongling narrowed her eyes. Dream on. Once you awaken, I must leave too. Farewell. Chapter 037, Disciple of the Buddhist sect. Yu Hongling departed. Initially she had planned to explore alongside Feng Wuxie, but upon his awakening, she felt an undeniable awkwardness in their interaction. Thus she chose to withdraw temporarily. However, it wasn't a complete departure. She employed a secret technique to significantly diminish her presence, ensuring that unless one saw her directly, no one in the ancient battlefield, save her brother, could sense her existence. She kept a watchful eye on Feng Wuxie from a distance. Phew, it was a relief to have left. Feng Wuxie gazed at the darkened sky, no longer able to detect Yu Hongling's presence, and let out a sigh of relief. What a scare! The term senior brother unmistakably indicated a male, yet this stunning girl had entrusted her safety to him. Should anything go awry, her brother would undoubtedly eliminate him. Yu Hongling couldn't help but chuckle at how clever Feng Wuxie was. However, his thoughts were not entirely unfounded. In his previous life, upon discovering his affection for Feng Wuxie, his senior brother became exceedingly irritable. This escalated to the point where, when Feng Wuxie found herself in peril, he vehemently refused to allow himself to rescue her, even going so far as to bind himself. This ultimately led to Feng Wuxie's demise. At the time, he insisted it was a trap, one specifically laid for him. How could that be when neither Feng Wuxie nor his senior brother had any prior interaction? Thus, it was implausible for a trap to be set against him. It was merely a manifestation of his jealousy. It was because of this incident that she harbored resentment towards her senior brother for a considerable time, a sentiment that gradually diminished with the passage of time. In this life, her senior brother should not disturb her any further. She could finally pursue her true love. As for the trivial matter concerning Yu Hongling, Lu Yi was certainly unwilling to involve himself unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Yu Hongling was destined to perish in the ancient battlefield of heroes. She was bound to die. Why was he so certain? Because Lu Yi had already perished once. That was the first life of Lu Yi, wasted on Yu Hongling. Such would not be the case in this lifetime. Lu Yi practiced diligently at the Tianling pool. Although the ancient battlefield of heroes housed numerous postnatal cultivation sanctuaries, along with rare heavenly materials and treasures, Lu Yi lacked nothing. All he needed was to cultivate. The effects of cultivation at the Tianling pool exceeded his expectations. In just over 3 days, he broke through another level, reaching the 6th stage of the breaking infancy realm. It would not be an exaggeration to claim he held the highest realm among the ancient battlefield of heroes. As for combat prowess, there was no need to elaborate. He held little interest in killing, whether it be demons or the deranged deities. He simply wished to cultivate. However, his avoidance of seeking trouble did not imply that others would refrain from troubling him. The Tianling pool was an exceptionally valuable site, naturally attracting many who sought it. Upon hearing this invocation, Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Buddhism, he thought of the many races that might come to trouble him. Yet he did not expect the first to arrive would be the Buddhists. Lui did not open his eyes. Benefactor, this place is endowed with Buddhist affinity. Might I kindly request you to choose another location for your cultivation? A gentle voice inquired. Lui responded calmly, I am cultivating here without provoking the Buddhists. You are not my match, and I advise you not to provoke me either. Benefactor, how can this be considered provocation? From afar, this humble monk has witnessed the resplendent radiance of the Buddha. This entire pool of spiritual water is likely transformed from relics. I implore you to relocate. Lui opened his eyes. 1 bald head, 2 bald heads, 3 bald heads. There were 7 disciples of Buddhism in total. If you wish to evict me, then do so, but do not speak of Buddhist affinity. You Buddhists always twist the unreasonable into the reasonable. Displaying sheer shamelessness, Benefactor speaks recklessly. We of Buddhism are compassionate. If other demons were to arrive and saw you alone, you would have already met your end. Do not remain obstinately ignorant, noisy, audacious. A stone sword appeared in Luya's hand. With a single stroke, the azure swordlight surged like a tempest, causing the Tianling pool to ripple slightly. The 7 Buddhist disciples simultaneously radiated golden light, yet they watched in horror as the azure swordlight cleaved through the golden light as easily as a sharp blade slicing through tofu. Blood stained the Tianling pool. 1 by 1 severed bodies fell into the water. Lui closed his eyes once more. The world grew quiet again. His cultivation continued. Meanwhile, a group of monks had just finished clearing the battlefield. Amitabha, as practitioners of renunciation, we embody compassion. Demons disrupt the lives of the people, and we shall transcend them, as it aligns with the Great Way. Indeed, has Brother Duwu gone to the Tianling pool? The leading monk, with rosy lips and white teeth, a hint of golden light between his brows, appeared pure and gentle. Had it not been for the blood dripping from his staff, anyone would regard him as a benevolent monk. In the Buddhist sect, not everyone is qualified to wield a staff. Ordinary monks carry sticks, higher monks wield pestles, and those capable of holding a staff at such a young age are likely of the Buddha's lineage. There are also monks with bells, symbols, and plates, a variety of types. Inform Brother Duwu that he has indeed gone to the Tianling pool. The Tianling pool is suitable for the cultivation of Buddhist scriptures. It is a fine location. Ordinary disciples may go. Dunang, you shall lead those beneath the 9th level of Yuandan. This bell is called the causal bell. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may shatter this bell, and I shall arrive promptly. Understood. Others, accompany me to search for Buddhist relics. Yes. Dunang watched as a dozen monks departed, casting his gaze towards the Tianling pool. Brothers, follow me. A full dozen monks hurried towards the Tianling pool. Luyi remained engrossed in his cultivation. Not long after, Dunang led a group of monks to arrive, immediately spotting Luyi suspended above the Tianling pool, observing wisps of mist continuously flowing into his 5 hearts. The 7 Buddhist disciples' bodies lay severed, suspended above the Tianling pool, alongside numerous corpses of demons and humans. Once a picturesque sight, the Tianling pool now resembled a den of demons. Brother Duwu, Dunang cried out in despair, his eyes widening in rage, resembling a demon-slaying Vajra. Did you kill Brother Duwu and the others? Dunang shouted sternly. Lui was once again disturbed. He did not open his eyes but sensed dozens of Buddhist auras approaching. TSK, it seems the Buddhist disciples are all destined for demise at my hands today. 1 batch after another, each stronger than the last, yet all inevitably meet their end, disturbing my tranquil cultivation. You shall not be spared. Luyi uttered 8 words. Dunang's eyes turned crimson. You dare harm others merely for disturbing your cultivation. How is that different from a demon? Today, I shall exorcise you. All disciples, heed my command. Yes, 18 Arhats exorcism formation. Yes, 18 monks simultaneously soared onto the surface of the Tianling pool. The energies of the 18 merged as one. Striking one was akin to striking all 18, a formidable formation within Buddhism. Lui opened his eyes. Always courting death, why bother? The 18 Arhats glared furiously, their bodies shimmering with golden light, as if coated in gold paint. Subdue. Chapter 038. She likes me. A demon. He is a demon that even the Buddha cannot suppress or redeem. Dunang, covered in blood, his once pristine monk robe now soiled, stumbled, and fell to the ground. A mere breaking infancy monk, reduced to falling in panic, was utterly absurd. Dunang fled, frantically escaping, forgetting even the causal bell that the Buddhist disciple had given him. For in his subconscious, he realized that even a Buddhist child faced only doom in the presence of such a demon. Lui killed the last person, watching Dunang flee, momentarily speechless. How could someone at the breaking infancy realm have such poor mental fortitude? He had merely killed a bit too many this time, slipping into the murderous mindset of his previous life. In that past life, Luyi lost count of how many powerful beings he had slain. Thus, when their eyes met, it was akin to Du Nang locking gazes with the previous life's Lu Yi, causing him to crumble. Lu Yi had no desire to pursue, he could not be bothered. If Du Nang were to survive, he would likely become a mad monk in this world. The smell of blood was somewhat pungent, affecting his mood. After contemplating, Lu Yi extended his hand, summoning all the corpses, including those previously deceased, and piled them together, setting them ablaze. He reduced them to ashes, leaving not even a bone fragment. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, a breeze swept through, refreshing the atmosphere. Lu Yi felt elated and returned to the Tianling pool to continue his cultivation. Beneath the Tianling pool lay no treasures. Unlike the pure waters, the formation of the Tianling pool was linked to the terrain. If this area were to be considered a water pool, it would likely evolve into a spirit stone mine over time. The scale of the spirit stone mine would likely be considerable. As time slowly passed, another 5 days went by. Lu Yi's cultivation reached the 7th level of breaking infancy, advancing at an extraordinary pace, both rapid and remarkably stable. His true essence had grown far beyond that of the 9th level of breaking infancy. Meanwhile, due to the space above the 3rd layer of the ancient battlefield of heroes not yet being opened, the relics and treasures of the lower 3 layers had been thoroughly plundered. Consequently, battles became increasingly frequent. With no treasures left, idleness was unappealing. It was better to engage in combat. Encountering the world's prodigies in battle was the only way to gain insight into oneself. However, the human race was exceedingly strong. Li Wubai of the Taishang sword sect single-handedly slew 90 demons, emerging unscathed. Feng Longxiang of the robbery sect crushed the 3rd ghost of the ghost clan with a single punch. The holy maiden Luo Yuan of the Yinyan Law sect faced off against the demon clan's young dragon king without faltering in the slightest. Each one was more formidable than the last. When Lu Yi first traversed into this world, he felt quite out of place. Previously, he had read novels depicting the human race as weak, bullied by myriad clans, yet in this world, the human race was terrifyingly strong. Each faction suffering severe defeats. After suffering such defeats, they favored forming alliances, which they had grown accustomed to. The term demons and monsters arose because these creatures preferred banding together to combat the human race. Once they allied, the atmosphere grew lively. On the human side, the pressure intensified. In his previous life, Lu Yi was the leader of the human faction, constantly battling these demons and monsters, having slain many prodigies. In this life, however, Lu Yi was single-minded, diligently cultivating, having surpassed the phase of relying on battle to enhance himself. Without Lu Yi, Yu Hongling took on the responsibilities he had previously shouldered, leading the charge against demons and monsters. Her combat prowess was terrifying, captivating countless onlookers. As the battles raged on, Yu Hongling's reputation grew, becoming known far and wide. The conflict was fierce, and each day brought new casualties. Aside from the renowned Yu Hongling, there exists another solitary swordsman of great repute, known as Chu Ling. With nothing but a sword in hand, Chu Ling is equally formidable. Meanwhile, Shangguan Huanling is poised to make her move, though she has yet to attain fame. She is diligently amassing her strength in silence. Lu Yi is fully devoted to his training, and having caught a distant glimpse of Shangguan Huanling, he becomes even more resolute in his decision to bide his time. Ultimately, no matter how fierce one fights, it pales in comparison to etching one's name upon the Eternal Heavens champion list, a truly astonishing feat that would shake the world. Yu Hongling, in addition to battling against demons and monsters, is also closely observing Feng Wuxie. Feng Wuxie's progress is unmistakable. Initially, he was merely a Yuan Dan realm cultivator, relying on the Phoenix bloodline within him to contend with those of the Breaking Infant realm. Now, he has officially broken through to the Breaking Infant realm. However, he is acutely aware of Yu Hongling's might, compelling him to refrain from joining the ranks of the demons, opting instead to remain hidden. Moreover, he is not a fool. He recognizes that Yu Hongling's attention towards him is notably heightened. On one particular occasion, Feng Wuxie unexpectedly discovers Yu Hongling watching him from afar, leaving him utterly perplexed. What could this mean? Despite not having fought alongside the demon faction, he has heard of Yu Hongling's illustrious name more than once or twice. Now, to find her staring at him from a distance raises countless questions. After spotting her once, Feng Wuxie begins to pay closer attention. He notices her presence a second time, then a third, and a fourth. If the first encounter was merely coincidence, then her subsequent observations could hardly be deemed serendipitous. Feng Wuxie is left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be suddenly, a thought strikes him, an extraordinary yet plausible possibility. Could it be that Yu Hongling has developed feelings for him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yu Hongling's fame is burgeoning, and she has faced off against all manner of formidable opponents, demons, gods, and spirits alike, never once tasting defeat, and has vanquished numerous prodigies. Such an exceptional woman, who has only crossed paths with him a handful of times. could not possibly harbor feelings for him. Besides, women are naturally drawn to strength, and compared to Yu Hongling, he hardly qualifies as strong. Before long, Feng Wuxie finds himself in peril. A demon, just as he prepares to enter a mysterious stone cave, one that may conceal treasures, an individual suddenly emerges from within. Standing before him is a figure clad in white, whose eyes abruptly transform into a golden hue. Remarkably, this individual too possesses a phoenix bloodline. Ecstatic, the person exclaims, "I was just seeking a mount, and lo! A precious steed appears before me, blessed by the god of light." Feng Wuxie's expression shifts alarmingly, and he retreats hastily. "Ha!" the man exclaims, as the monks would say, meeting his fate. "You should not run." Xiao Hong spreads a pair of pristine white wings behind him, hurtling towards Feng Wuxie with astonishing speed, exuding the aura of a breaking infant. Third layer of Feng Wuxie's countenance changes dramatically as he transforms into his true form, a magnificent creature resembling both a bird and a phoenix. Igniting a chase, Xiao Hong's speed is terrifying, unleashing threads of white energy that coalesce into a vast net, ensnaring Feng Wuxie. With all his might, Feng Wuxie unleashes flames towards the net, attempting to incinerate it. Light of radiance, a bolt of white lightning descends from the heavens, illuminating the world in blinding brilliance. Though Feng Wuxie shatters the lightning with his wings, he finds himself paralyzed. Yu Hongling's figure stirs, momentarily stopping before resuming her advance, well aware that Feng Wuxie possesses far greater capabilities. As expected, a twist of fate unfolds just as Xiao Hong's massive hand is about to grasp Feng Wuxie's neck. The latter's entire form ignites into flames. The flames, formless, allow Xiao Hong's hand to pass through harmlessly. In a sudden swirl, the flames embrace Xiao Hong, transforming into a fiery whirlwind that engulfs him in a frenzy of scorching heat. "Get away!" Xiao Hong bellows, but the white radiance expands, and the fiery tempest erupts, scattering embers across the sky. The flames coalesce once more, reforming into a phoenix. Xiao Hong, charred and in agony, glares at Feng Wuxie with fury, shouting, "Divine restraint!" In an instant, white chains materialize around Feng Wuxie, binding him with dozens of links that leave him no opportunity to evade, each imbued with suppressive power. Feng Wuxie cries out in despair, struggling with all his might, yet the chains continue to bind and break, rendering his efforts futile. Approaching him, Xiao Hong delivers a crushing blow to Feng Wuxie's face. Boom! Xiao Hong strikes with abandon, knowing that to tame a highly intelligent mount, the first step is to instill fear. Only by embedding the seed of terror can he proceed with tests of submission, thereby molding the mount into submission. Observing this scene, Yu Hongling shakes her head slightly. Just moments ago in battle, Feng Wuxie had displayed far more lethal capabilities, yet now he refrains from utilizing them. How disappointing! Nonetheless, as long as she is strong, it matters not if Feng Wuxie appears weak. In her previous life, it was precisely because her senior brother was strong while she was weak that she found happiness. Her figure descends from the heavens, charging towards Xiao Hong. Startled, Xiao Hong looks up to see Yu Hongling, and a thought crosses his mind. A beauty he does not recognize, and her intentions seem hostile. She must be eliminated. A sacred light emanates from his hands, twisting and condensing as he strikes towards Yu Hongling. Fearless seal. The fearless seal is more than merely a technique. It is an entire system of seals, comprising 81 distinct marks, each possessing unique effects. As Yu Hongling's strength grows, the arsenal of seals at her disposal expands, amplifying her power. Boom! A tremendous roar resounds as the white light is forcibly shattered, crashing into Xiao Hong's face with unstoppable force. Bang! His visage is marred, and he is sent skidding across the ground for dozens of meters, obliterating rocks in his wake. "What a hard head!" Yu Hongling remarks in admiration, brandishing her seal and charging forward once more. "Why would a human save a demon?" Xiao Hong bellows, brandishing a large shield to withstand Yu Hongling's relentless assaults. Feng Wuxie gazes at Yu Hongling's back, his eyes welling with tears. She has come to rescue him. Indeed, she must harbor feelings for him. She must be fond of him. Otherwise, why would she, a powerful individual, choose to follow him, a mere weakling? "Because I like you," Yu Hongling retorts as she once again sends Xiao Hong flying. Xiao Hong, now coughing blood, stares at her with fear in his eyes. She is far too powerful. What seemed like a mere mark felt akin to a mountain's descent. "You desire to refine him into a mount, do you not? I will relinquish him to you. We bear no grudges, so allow me to depart." Feng Wuxie's smile falters momentarily at the mention of a mount. She wishes to treat him as a steed. Yu Hongling offers a gentle smile, refraining from argument or further dialogue, and brings her seal crashing down once more. "You lunatic!" Xiao Hong roars, utterly confounded by the woman's madness. Blood spills from his mouth as his internal organs are shattered. 3 more strikes, and his body will be obliterated completely. Having dispatched Xiao Hong, Yu Hongling turns her attention to Feng Wuxie. "Are you unharmed?" Feng Wuxie, his mind racing with thoughts of being treated as a mount, stammers, I'm fine, not if you are fine, I shall take my leave of farewell. Yu Hongling prepares to depart. Wait, Feng Wuxie calls after her, taking a deep breath. He senses something amiss. The power Yu Hongling displays now, coupled with her formidable reputation, starkly contrasts with her abilities during their previous trials. This implies that her earlier chase was intentional, that she sought him out deliberately. Why did you save me? What is your true intention? Feng Wuxie demands, unable to deny his burgeoning feelings for Yu Hongling. It is only when one harbors affection that they perceive their beloved's feelings in return. Yu Hongling pauses at his inquiry, her gaze locking onto Feng Wuxie's, and in that moment she sees the hopeful expectation in his eyes. He yearns for her to confess her feelings. Yu Hongling's brow furrows slightly. Indeed, she has developed an affection for Feng Wuxie, yet she feels it is not the right time to define their relationship. The thrill of past emotions does not resurface. Had those feelings returned, she would have disregarded everything to accompany Feng Wuxie across mountains and seas, but now, because I find you rather amusing, Yu Hongling declares, tossing this statement over her shoulder as she takes flight. You find me amusing? Feng Wuxie is left in stunned silence. What kind of answer is that? But this notion of amusement, slowly he begins to process her words, his eyes widening in realization. Amusement, could it not be a precursor to affection? This extraordinary woman, so radiant and unparalleled, might truly harbor feelings for him. Feng Wuxie's heart races, his handsome visage flushing with warmth. He clutches his chest, feeling an emotion burgeoning within him. Here, take this small item. Reach out to me if needed. Yu Hongling returns briefly, tossing Feng Wuxie a conch-like artifact. Speak into the conch, and I shall hear you from another. After delivering the item, she again prepares to depart. Wait, Feng Wuxie calls out once more. Yu Hongling, may I accompany you? Feng Wuxie inquired. The Tianzhou ancient battlefield is fraught with peril. Given Yu Hongling's formidable prowess, it would be advantageous to follow her. Even utilizing some treasures she seldom employs would suffice for my cultivation. Yu Hongling furrowed her brow. No, the Tianzhou ancient battlefield is a place for honing one's skills, not for you to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Farewell. With that, Yu Hongling resolutely departed. Feng Wuxie, to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. What a phrase to ponder. Gritting his teeth, he vowed to cultivate diligently, determined that when Yu Hongling next beheld him, her eyes would widen in astonishment. Chapter 040. Do you deserve it, Hongling? May I address you as such? Yu Hongling offered no reply. At this moment, I find myself in the second-tier space of the Demon Marsh, seeking a suitable place for cultivation, focusing intently on my training. Rest assured, I shall not lag far behind you. Alas, the Demon Marsh has been seized by the Blue Crocodile clan, which permits the cultivation of other major clans' demons but bars my entry. No matter, I shall seek enlightenment in Qinggu. However, Qinggu has been overrun by a group of monks. Such a sacred place for cultivation should be accessible to all beings. Hongling, are you listening? Today, I clashed with a demon clan over a demon flame fruit. I emerged victorious, yet the fruit was ruined in the process. Why has the Phoenix clan vanished from this world? If only they were present, I would not feel so desolate. Hongling, may I seek refuge with you? Numerous factions monopolize every resource-rich site. Alone, I find it impossible to contend with such powerful forces. At last, Yu Hongling responded. No, since you lack influence, observe how scattered cultivators progress. So you can hear me after all. I was beginning to think this artifact was malfunctioning. Hongling, can we converse? Yu Hongling was preoccupied. In truth, in her previous life, Yu Hongling was aware of Feng Wuxie's somewhat clingy nature and his penchant for chatter. She found this trait rather endearing, for her own disposition was assertive, making Feng Wuxie's softer demeanor a perfect complement. As for her senior brother, he was accommodating and optimistic, leaving Feng Wuxie with a refreshing impression. Yet perhaps because her past self lacked the strength of her current incarnation, Feng Wuxie's affections were less pronounced then. This life is difficult to assess. Yu Hongling was indeed quite busy. She was on the verge of becoming the foremost figure among humanity, engaged daily in battles for territory, fighting demons, monsters, Buddhas, ghosts, and gods. It was a relentless cycle of conflict. Only after ascending to the position of leader did Yu Hongling grasp the overwhelming demands of such a role. Her days were filled with countless responsibilities, and what of Lu Yi from her previous life? He had undoubtedly been weaker than her current self, facing even more brutal battles, vanquishing countless formidable foes while suffering injuries himself, yet she had still insisted he accompany her on her training journeys, rescuing her and aiding her in acquiring the treasures she coveted. In response to her requests, Lu Yi always wore a tender smile, agreeing to her demands before engaging in fierce battles, often sustaining grave wounds to instill fear in his enemies before finding time to be with her. She realized now how exhausting it must have been for him. A pang of sympathy struck her. Through the incident with the pure water pearl, she had begun to comprehend that the burdens Lu Yi bore were far more complex than she had imagined. A deep sigh escaped her lips. Fortunately, Lu Yi was now at ease. He had claimed the heavenly spirit pool for himself, accelerating his cultivation, with all the spiritual energy converging toward him. Presently, the heavenly spirit pool had transformed into a forbidden zone. Various beings attempted to intrude, yet any aggression toward Lu Yi would result in certain death. Competing for spiritual energy, they would be met with a curt dismissal. Resistance, that too would lead to demise. Monsters, demons, ghosts, and gods all understood this, rendering the heavenly spirit pool a place where no forces dared to encroach. What should have been a sanctuary for cultivation had been ruthlessly transformed by Lu Yi into a den of monsters. With a resounding blast, he broke through to the 8th stage of the infant destruction. It was terrifying. His cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, yet Lu Yi remained unfazed, fully aware of his circumstances. He advanced steadily, each step firm, leaving deep imprints behind. Years later, should he glance back from the pinnacle, he would clearly see every mark of his journey. Regardless, he pressed on with his cultivation, while time passed peacefully on one side. The other was engulfed in chaos. Yu Hongling also made remarkable strides in her cultivation, addressing her past shortcomings. The Eternal Reversal Sutra was inherently a path of unyielding combat, requiring one to fight through adversity. Only through courage and determination could its true essence be grasped. In her previous life, Yu Hongling had been sheltered by Lu Yi, making later breakthroughs increasingly difficult. It was only when Lu Yi resolutely cast her into perilous realms for training that she managed to make some progress. The human race was fierce. Yu Hongling ascended entirely to the pinnacle of humanity, her reputation echoing in the ears of demons, monsters, gods, and Buddhas alike. Yet as humanity grew more formidable, the living conditions for demons and other foreign races became increasingly dire, making it all the more difficult for a powerless rogue like Feng Wuxie to endure. He diligently strove to control his emotions and tone, yet a hint of desperation inevitably crept into his voice. Hongling, I suffered grave injuries today, but do not worry. With the Phoenix bloodline, my recovery abilities are formidable. Yu Hongling listened, a twinge of anxiety stirring within her, though it was not as intense as she had anticipated. It was entirely normal for cultivators to sustain injuries. Hongling, the situation among the demon race is growing increasingly bizarre. Every demon seems to have become somewhat deranged, and I sense my predicament has turned perilous. Hongling, may I seek refuge with you? I yearn to be by your side, willing to comply with your every command. I apologize, it seems I have grown too anxious and lonely. I have heard your name more than once. And you are truly formidable. I have sustained further injuries, and the demon race is embroiled in skirmishes with both the Buddhist and divine factions. Our claimed territories are shrinking. Yu Hongling had just emerged from a fierce battle herself, having slain a divine prince of the 5th layer of infant destruction, who possessed a powerful thunder god bloodline. It took considerable effort to defeat him. Observing the charred remains on her body, Yu Hongling frowned slightly. The heavenly elixir was certainly inferior to the sacred elixir of her past life. She retrieved the artifact seashell. Hongling, could you utter a word to me? It has been far too long since I heard your voice. Yu Hongling realized that she had been so immersed in her battles that she had not seen Feng Wuxie for an extended period, nor had she exchanged a single word with him. She took up the artifact seashell, striving to soften her tone. Cultivate diligently. With your Phoenix bloodline, as long as you are willing to endure hardship in your training, we shall inevitably stand side by side, battling the world together. I believe in you. Upon finishing her words, Yu Hongling calmed her heart, closed her eyes, and resumed her cultivation. Bang! Feng Wuxie's body was violently kicked away, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. The little dragon king, with a dragon head atop a human form, glared at Feng Wuxie with cold, ruthless eyes. You, such a worthless being, dare to claim that Yu Hongling favors you? Just look at yourself. Do you truly believe you are deserving? Chapter 041, Blindness. Feng Wuxie rolled on the ground, drenched in blood, utterly disheveled. A host of powerful demons encircled him, their gazes predatory. As the demon race weakened, their ambition to dominate the Tianzhou ancient battlefield gradually faded, and the mandate from the myriad spirits demon emperor resurfaced in the minds of many demons: collect the blood of myriad spirits and present it to the demon emperor for the chance to obtain supreme secret techniques. Thus Feng Wuxie, possessing a fragment of the Phoenix bloodline, naturally caught the attention of the little dragon king. Capturing Feng Wuxie was exceedingly simple. A mere minor demon king or pure-blood demon could easily seize him. Just as the little dragon king prepared to deliver a lethal blow, the terrified Feng Wuxie suddenly shouted that he was acquainted with Yu Hongling, and not merely acquainted, but that their relationship was quite close. This revelation momentarily stunned the surrounding demons. The name Yu Hongling had become almost a household term, a name that sent shivers down the spines of demons, a woman of humanity so powerful that they trembled at her mention. Yet, this pitiful creature, whose only redeeming quality was a trace of blood from a mixed phoenix lineage, dared to claim familiarity with Yu Hongling. Tianwu, does Tianwu know that when he pursued me to kill me, it was Yu Hongling who saved me? It was she who vanquished Tianwu. Feng Wuxie hurriedly recounted his connection to Yu Hongling. Tianwu was also slain by Yu Hongling. The use of also was particularly effective, suggesting that Yu Hongling had defeated more than one formidable demon. Yes, she was the one who killed him. Thus, Feng Wuxie was brought before the little Dragon King. Upon hearing this, the little Dragon King's face darkened to an inky hue. Although he and Yu Hongling were adversaries due to their differing races, he held great admiration for her prowess, considering her an exceptionally rare talent. However, this pathetic creature, claiming that Yu Hongling held any affection for him, was met with the little Dragon King's disbelief, leading to a brutal beating of Feng Wuxie. He felt as though he might be beaten to death. He had to prove himself, he must validate his claims. Consequently, he produced the artifact seashell. The surrounding demons awaited as Feng Wuxie attempted to contact Yu Hongling. If she did not respond within 5 minutes, he would face severe punishment. After a quarter hour passed without a reply, Feng Wuxie's fate would be sealed. As the time ticked down, the tension mounted. Feng Wuxie had succumbed to utter despair, for he was acutely aware that Yu Hongling seldom replied to his messages. Time was of the essence. The little Dragon King clapped his hands, a smile gracing his face. The voice of Yu Hongling did not emanate from the treasured conch, and truth be told, this revelation brought a genuine sense of relief to the little Dragon King. He mused, how could a woman of such extraordinary grace and beauty ever take a fancy to a coward like him? If she truly had feelings for this wretch, the little Dragon King would be sorely disappointed. Approaching Feng Wuxie, he intended to extract the latter's essence blood. Just as Feng Wuxie was on the brink of complete hopelessness, the little Dragon King had already raised his dragon claw when the treasured conch suddenly vibrated twice. Wait, Feng Wuxie exclaimed with a sudden sharpness. She replied to me, she sent me a message. Under the terrifying specter of death, Feng Wuxie nearly went mad, roaring loudly. The little Dragon King's claw halted, his gaze turned profound, his pupils narrowing. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an astonishing killing intent within those diminutive pupils. Kneel. The little Dragon King spoke coldly. If Feng Wuxie knelt before him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Listen. Feng Wuxie activated the voice from the treasured conch. Cultivate diligently. You possess the Phoenix bloodline that if you are willing to endure hardship in your training, it will not be long before we can stand side by side, conquering the world together. I believe in you. The gentle, clear voice of Yu Hongling resonated from the conch. Instantly, the little Dragon King's body stiffened. The surrounding demon clan members widened their eyes in disbelief. Each one present was plagued by doubt regarding their own existence, for they had indeed heard Yu Hongling's voice. What is it like when she speaks to them? Kill! Furious shout. The earth shatters and the tiles crumble. Contemptuous, this place belongs to the human race. Vacate immediately, or face merciless slaughter. Ruthless, witness my fist crush you. Yet now the voice was calm, even imbued with a thread of tenderness. The words spoken were explosive. What does it mean to walk side by side? What does it mean to conquer the world? What does it mean to say, I believe in you, by the heavens? Is this truly Yu Hongling? I assure you it is indeed. The little Dragon King let out a furious roar, delivering a vicious kick to Feng Wuxie's face. Spang! Feng Wuxie was sent flying, crashing through 2 massive trees, and coughed up blood. The excruciating pain rendered his body rigid and contorted. What is the nature of your relationship with Yu Hongling? The little Dragon King grasped Feng Wuxie's hair, his gaze filled with cruelty. We are friends. What have you done together? Nothing, nothing. The little Dragon King struck Feng Wuxie's face once more, causing him to spew blood incessantly. At this moment, Feng Wuxie held but one thought, to survive at all costs. He possessed the Phoenix bloodline. He would eventually become a top-tier powerhouse. I can assist you. Yu Hongling is our enemy. If you do not kill me, I can help you lure her out. This was Feng Wuxie's proactive proposal. Hatred had begun to fester within him. Had it not been for his repeated requests to accompany Yu Hongling, she would never have denied him. How could he have fallen to such a dire fate? It was all Yu Hongling's fault, all her fault. The little Dragon King paused, lifting his gaze to the powerful demon clans around him. Every demon stood frozen in place, then a sinister smile spread across their faces. A splendid idea, truly a stroke of genius. The little Dragon King could not help but laugh. Yu Hongling, you have set your sights on such a wretch? Ha, such a woman to be so blind, the little Dragon King laughed exaggeratedly, his entire body shaking, tears streaming from his eyes. In the next moment, his expression turned frigid. Immediately contact the Demon Clan, the Ghost Clan, the Divine Clan, and the Spirit Clan. Do not reach out to that bald fool, inform them that the hunt for the human race is about to commence. Yes, the little Dragon King gazed up at the heavens. Raindrops began to fall through the clouds, pattering incessantly. Boom, a thunderclap split the sky. Lui suddenly opened his eyes. It was raining. He recalled in his past life, it was also under such rain that he lost his first life amidst the onslaught of countless enemies. In this life, it seemed it was Yu Hongling's turn. Chapter 042, Flying Thunder Mountain. It is raining. Yu Hongling was jolted awake by the thunder. Her heart sank. This is not good. She had become so immersed in battle that she had forgotten Feng Wuxie's potential peril in recent days. The human race had been on a winning streak, while the other races were pushed to their limits. A cornered dog may jump over the wall, and a desperate enemy should not be pursued. It seemed it was time to ease the pressure on the other races. The human side could take the time to digest the treasures acquired in recent days. I shall first accompany Feng Wuxie through this calamity. Brother, you once warned me this was a trap, and in this lifetime, I shall ensure it never comes to pass. Yu Hongling promptly summoned Luo Yuan and Feng Longxiang. Fairy Yu, who will we be fighting next? Feng Longxiang, towering at 8 feet tall, was as robust as a small giant. He belonged to the robbery sect, the only sect among the major powers that practiced body tempering techniques, and their methods were quite intriguing. Practicing the robbery sect's techniques involved a cycle of growth and shrinkage. First, one would grow large akin to a small giant, then shrink to a juvenile size, grow again to the size of a small mountain, shrink to that of a child, grow once more to the size of a giant mountain, and finally shrink to that of an infant. This cyclical process would enhance the physical strength level by leaps and bounds each time. One could tell from Feng Longxiang's gaze that he held Yu Hongling in the highest regard. Luo Yuan watched Yu Hongling, his eyes reflecting a measure of admiration for her beauty. I need to be away for a while. You two will be responsible for human matters. Do not launch any further attacks, a defensive stance will suffice. Take the time to assimilate what the human race has acquired, Yu Hongling instructed. Now that our momentum is strong, we are not attacking, Feng Longxiang asked in astonishment. Indeed, we shall not attack. First, we must digest the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, transforming them into our own strength. Only then will we have truly gained from them. To continuously attack without strengthening oneself is a perilous mistake that could lead to losing everything, Yu Hongling elucidated. Very well, but where will you go? If not, let that fellow Shangwan Wuchang take charge. I can accompany you on your journey, Feng Longxiang said in a deep voice. Shangwan Wuchang's thoughts are too convoluted, and I am not going to fight. Your presence is unnecessary if you two cannot make a decision. Seek out Zhu Wangtian, Yu Hongling replied. Understood. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Hongling spoke again. But if we truly reach a deadlock, we can head to the Tianling pool to seek my brother's assistance. Once he emerges, all problems will be resolved. Upon hearing this, both Feng Longxiang and Luo Yuan exhibited expressions of surprise. Yu Hongling's brother, given Yu Hongling's prowess, for her to mention seeking her brother in a moment of desperation indicated that her brother. Is your brother very strong? Feng Longxiang felt a surge of fighting spirit within him. Yu Hongling couldn't help but smile, a complex array of emotions reflected in her expression. Just know that when in despair, you should head to the Tianling pool, and do not mention that I sent you. Indeed, Yu Hongling is quite self-aware that it was entirely possible that Lu Yi had originally intended to lend assistance. But upon hearing Yu Hongling sent you, he would dismiss it entirely. That would be disastrous. After arranging matters, Yu Hongling departed. She took out the treasured conch. Where are you now? On the other side, the demons, spirits, and various other races had just begun to establish contact. Feng Wuxie sat cross-legged, silently healing his wounds, while two powerful demons kept a close watch over him. Buzz, the treasured conch before Feng Wuxie trembled. The two demons on guard immediately became alert. A large blade was pressed against Feng Wuxie's neck. You won't say anything you shouldn't, will you? I understand. His eyes held scorn and malice. I have fallen to such depths, and yet you think to seek me out? What were you doing before? I have pleaded with you numerous times to accept me. I was weak and desperate, even to the point of begging, and what was the result? There is no turning back, everything is lost. Where are you now? The clear voice of Yu Hongling emanated from the treasured conch. Feng Wuxie looked up at the two demons. How should I respond? The demons exchanged glances. They had only just begun to contact the powerful members of their respective clans, and although they had made contact, they were not fully prepared. We should ask the little Dragon King. There's no time. If I delay in responding, Yu Hongling will surely grow wary, Feng Wuxie declared decisively, but we must consult the little Dragon King. I said there is no time. Feng Wuxie surprisingly regained his defiance, even with the blade at his throat, letting out an angry shout. The two demons. Feng Wuxie brought the treasured conch to his lips. Rest assured, since I have already prepared to scheme against her, I will not allow her a glimmer of hope for survival, otherwise it will be my demise. You must trust me now, you can only trust me. One demon departed, while the other did not refuse Feng Wuxie's contact with Yu Hongling. Feng Wuxie cleared his throat. Hongling, you actually sought me out. His voice brimmed with surprise. The demon holding the knife to Feng Wuxie's neck couldn't help but reveal a trace of disdain. What sort of creature is this, Buzz? Where are you now? I will come find you, Yu Hongling inquired. You are coming to find me, how wonderful. Let me ascertain my current location and I shall inform you shortly. There are no distinctive landmarks in the vicinity. Excellent. Feng Wuxie raised her gaze towards the wolf demon. Hurry, little dragon king. Yu Hongling stood atop a small hill, gazing at the distant waterfall, quietly waiting. She was lost in thought. Reborn, indeed, she had been reborn, yet after this rebirth she found herself devoid of the previous heart-fluttering feelings she held for Feng Wuxie. Without that spark of emotion, can it still be called love? How should she interact with Feng Wuxie upon their next meeting? Is this something she can blame on her senior brother? A hint of confusion lingered in her eyes as the memories of her past life's stirrings came flooding back. However, after enduring so much, she was no longer the innocent girl she once was. She had gained a perspective akin to that of a great emperor. Matters of love, when weighed against the path of enlightenment, seemed so trivial. If only her senior brother had not obstructed her in her past life, how much better would it have been? Yu Hongling grew increasingly agitated. She picked up the magical conch once more. Where could it possibly be? Had she found any recognizable scenery yet? Hongling, do not fret. I am more anxious than you. I am searching for you and will find you shortly. Yu Hongling took a deep breath. Suppressing her inner turmoil, waiting was waiting. Perhaps she could practice her cultivation for a while. Time passed, second by second buzzing. The magical conch vibrated. Hongling, I have found it. It is Fei Lei Mountain. Come to Fei Lei Mountain to find me. Yu Hongling rose and vanished from sight. Fei Lei Mountain, a place of demonic activity. How could Feng Wuxie possibly have ventured there? Never mind, it doesn't matter. In the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies, she could go anywhere. Chapter 043, The commotion begins. Fei Lei Mountain is located on the third level of the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies. This terrain is perilous, often beset by thunderclaps that strike its peak, creating a profound abyss at the mountain's heart. Rich in precious minerals, the mountain is often illuminated by lightning, earning it the moniker of the Golden Washing Thunder Mountain. As Yu Hongling made her way to Fei Lei Mountain, she recalled the events of her past life. In her previous existence, Feng Wuxie was pursued by the demon race, who sought to extract the blood of the phoenix to concoct a universal elixir for their demon emperor. Feng Wuxie had called upon her for help, a plea made in the silent forest. She had been eager to rush to his aid, but her senior brother prevented her, claiming it was a trap, a conspiracy designed to ensnare Yu Hongling and lure Lu Yi into a deadly ambush. She had insisted on going, refusing to heed Lu Yi's warnings, abandoning all caution. In her desperation, she even resorted to self-harm to persuade her brother to relent. Yet his heart was as unyielding as stone. Yu Hongling often pondered whether her senior brother was simply consumed by jealousy or if he truly wished for Feng Wuxie's demise. He could not tolerate the thought of his junior sister falling for another man. Yet, her self-inflicted injuries had failed to sway Lu Yi, and she had been knocked unconscious and imprisoned. What transpired afterward remained a mystery to her. When she awoke, she felt weak, poisoned by her brother, unable to move. No one attended to her. In that moment, Yu Hongling's heart was tormented to its limits. She felt a profound hatred. She loathed Lu Yi with every fiber of her being. Then, the door swung open. Lu Yi stood silhouetted against the light, rendering him indistinct. He tossed a blood-stained magical conch toward her, coldly announcing that Feng Wuxie was dead, his bones scattered to dust. In that moment, Yu Hongling nearly succumbed to madness. However, the drug rendered her immobile, stripping her of even the ability to rage, leaving her to weep incessantly. Lu Yi stood amidst the light, seemingly wishing to convey many things, yet as he beheld her near stupor and the tears that flowed endlessly, all that emerged from his lips were three words, I am sorry. With those three words, Lu Yi turned and departed. Were those words of apology for her imprisonment? Memories of the past surged forth. Yu Hongling felt a sense of loss. Now she could possess Feng Wuxie, yet she had lost her senior brother. Why is it that in this world there is no way to have both? Her senior brother could have 8 women. Yet could she not have 2? Yu Hongling suddenly awakened from her reverie, realizing the absurdity of her thoughts. With her brother's temperament, the moment she confirmed her relationship with Feng Wuxie, even if they had never held hands, He would likely not spare her a glance. Enough of this, she thought, no need to dwell further. Ding ding ding. In Luya's mind the system's clanging sounded like a cacophony of drums. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes. What is it? Ding. Come and witness the spectacle. I'm not particularly inclined to watch. Ding. You are merely at the infant stage of your cultivation, and there are centuries ahead for you to refine your skills. Such a spectacle is rare, do not miss it. The system, having transformed from the Tao of heaven back to a system, had seemingly become restless during its period of detachment from desire. It was now utterly eager to witness the unfolding drama. If you wish to watch, do so on your own. I have cultivation to pursue. Ding. How can that be? Do you enjoy watching sports alone at home? Indeed, Ding. You must watch together with me. I want to take no for an answer. Luyi found himself at a loss, vexed by the antics of this pesky system, which would undoubtedly turn him back into the Tao of heaven eventually. A layer of light screen slowly unfurled before Luyi. Ding, they have not gathered yet. I'll split the screen into two. Luyi was bemused. This entity even knew how to create split screens. Thus, the white light screen divided into two parts, one focusing on Yu Hongling and the other on Fei Lei Mountain. Yu Hongling was hastening towards Fei Lei Mountain, while various demons and monsters busily set up formations. Observing this scene, Luyi felt no stirrings in his heart. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. Why? Because this unfolding drama resembled a darkly comedic farce. She believed she was rushing towards love, yet unbeknownst to her, she was racing towards death. Love, death. The formations had changed. It was now the 8 Desolation Locking Killing Array combined with the Blood Demon Refining Heaven Array. This time, it was the Divine Firmament Attracting Thunder Array and the 8 Desolation Locking Killing Array. Indeed, the Silent Forest lacked the advantageous conditions that Fei Lei Mountain possessed. Moreover, it also contained the Heavenly Demon Illusion Array. Luyi understood. In her past life, Yu Hongling's strength had been insufficient. Thus, her mere appearance would allow her to be captured, and once she was captured, regardless of the perilous path ahead, Luyi would charge forth. Yes, in her past life, Luyi, being the foremost prodigy of the human race, had used Feng Wuxia to bait Yu Hongling, with his true target being Luyi himself. In this life, without Luyi, Yu Hongling had risen to become the foremost prodigy of the human race, her own strength formidable beyond measure. If the glaring array lay before her, and Feng Wuxia turned out to be less critical than they had anticipated, all would be in vain. Concealing it with the Heavenly Demon Illusion Array was perfect. A smile crept across Luyi's face. He was a versatile talent, adept in alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman making, and formations. Yet, Yu Hongling was a combat-oriented powerhouse. How could she escape once ensnared in the array? Yu Hongling's pace was not swift, and her expression suggested that she was deep in thought with nothing better to do. Luyi decided to stretch his muscles and practiced a set of Heavenly Sovereign Fist techniques, which generated an impressive momentum, albeit in a formless manner. Indeed, if he could unleash even 1/1000th of the true power of the Heavenly Sovereign Fist, it would be a remarkable feat. Even when he defeated Yang Wufang, the force he employed was minimal. Ding ding ding. It's almost time. Hurry, host. Look. Luyi returned to the light screen. At this moment, Yu Hongling had finally spotted Fei Lei Mountain, which was shrouded in mist, the sky darkened by clouds, and a light rain continued to fall. How had Feng Wuxia ended up in this place? On a rainy day, the likelihood of the golden washing Thunder Mountain's emergence increased. However, considering that the demon and monster races generally detested thunderstorms and were not fond of thunderous sounds, it seemed relatively safe for Feng Wuxia to hide here, which made her feel somewhat reassured. Where is he? Yu Hongling scanned her surroundings but did not see Feng Wuxia's figure. She took out the magical conch to establish contact. While connecting, she ascended Fei Lei Mountain. This location was also a treasure trove. One of her formidable techniques, the Fearless Seal, was the Heavenly Thunder Seal. If a being could face the thunder without fear, only then could they become the mightiest of all. As she climbed higher, suddenly, Yu Hongling halted. A faint sense of danger enveloped her heart, and her expression shifted. In an instant, she felt compelled to retreat. Get inside. A thunderous roar echoed. A giant figure appeared below her, wielding a purple gold copper pillar larger than Yu Hongling herself, and it came crashing down towards her. This strike unleashed the most terrifying force, causing blood to explode from the giant's body. Yu Hongling's countenance changed drastically. Chapter 044. Let us watch slowly. Boom. A resounding crash reverberated throughout Fei Lei Mountain, louder than the thunder itself. Although Yu Hongling promptly unleashed the mountain-crushing seal from her fearless divine seal, she was still struck upwards by the giant's full-force attack. Blood mist enveloped the giant, and the fearsome force of their collision shattered his bones, causing blood vessels to rupture and flesh to splatter. However, the objective had been achieved. Yu Hongling entered the clouds. And the next moment, the mist swirled in distorted, intertwining beams of light as three great formations erupted simultaneously: Heavenly Demon Illusion Array, Divine Firmament Attracting Thunder Array, 8 Desolation Locking Killing Array. Ha ha! Countless bursts of laughter erupted almost simultaneously. Echoing from all directions within the mist, shadows emerged from the clouds, their faces alight with ecstasy and greed as they gazed upon Yu Hongling. They had truly lured her here, and she had come alone. It was beyond their expectations that the fiercely combat-capable Yu Hongling would be such a Na'vi individual. She is not Na'vi. In the words of humanity, this is called being deeply affectionate and loyal. A pinnacle warrior of the human race harbored a peculiar admiration for a certain handsome youth of our demon clan. Yu Hongling. Am I not fiercer than Feng Wuxie? Just as he was speaking with a lewd grin, he was abruptly sent flying, a deep footprint nearly piercing through his body. You need not speak. Silence yourself, the voice of the little dragon king echoed coldly. Yu Hongling's eyes widened in shock. The sudden turn of events plunged her into an ineffable state of astonishment. How could this be? Was this a trap? Had Feng Wuxie lured her into this snare? Why was this happening? She found it impossible to accept or comprehend, especially since she had clearly expressed her feelings to Feng Wuxie, stating that as long as he diligently pursued his cultivation, they could fight the world together in the future. Given her character, such words were akin to a confession. She could not believe that Feng Wuxie would fail to understand. Yet, why had he chosen this course of action? What was his intent? What significance did it hold? In that moment, a vivid memory surfaced in Yu Hongling's mind. She recalled a fierce argument with Lu Yi. Junior sister, you must not go. Feng Wuxie's invitation is undoubtedly a trap. If you proceed, you will surely fall into the clutches of the demon clan. How could it possibly be a trap? The demon clan does not know of my feelings for Feng Wuxie. How can you be so sure they are unaware? Your strength is lacking, and Feng Wuxie is being pursued. Why would he ask you for help? Just because I am weak? Why would the demon clan specifically target me? Their ultimate goal is you. Haha, brother, you are being ridiculous. Would the demon clan really devise such a plan, luring Feng Wuxie to attract me, only for me to lead you into their grasp? Impossible. You are overthinking this and casting Feng Wuxie in an overly negative light. Numerous alien races have been driven to desperation by our human clan. They can no longer confront us head-on, and must resort to desperate measures. Moreover, I have learned that the demon clan is closely allied with the ghost tribe, the demon tribe, and the divine clan, which surely harbors tremendous peril. But that peril will not be directed at an individual of my mediocre strength. You are utterly foolish. Regardless, I am going. I must save Feng Wuxie. You shall not. I will go. You cannot go. I command it, brother. You are merely jealous of Feng Wuxie. You are not going. If you prevent me, I will die before you. Yu Hongling heaved a soft sigh. Her expression became serene. During battle, she refused to allow herself any tumultuous emotional fluctuations. Any emotional turbulence would be the greatest detriment to her combat effectiveness. Yet, while she sought to remain unperturbed, her adversaries had other intentions. Yu Hongling, do you wish to see Feng Wuxie? The little dragon king inquired. Perhaps it was her unwillingness to concede, for Yu Hongling nodded. Let me see him. Feng Wuxie was brought forth, bloodied and battered, his face bruised and bones broken in multiple places. The little dragon king, increasingly irritated, had taken it upon himself to administer another beating. As Yu Hongling beheld Feng Wuxie's current state, to her astonishment, she felt no emotional upheaval, no sorrow, no hatred, no pain. How could he be reduced to such a state? Yu Hongling struggled to maintain a semblance of hope. The little dragon king chuckled. Do not misunderstand. His current condition is not the result of our coercion to lure you here. It is simply because he voluntarily claimed to know you and could assist us in eliminating you. I find such treachery loathsome, which is why I have reduced him to this state. The little dragon king's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within Yu Hongling. It's all your fault, she began to say, but Feng Wuxie suddenly erupted in a fit of despairing rage. It's all your fault. How many times have I told you I would seek refuge with you? You are so strong. You possess the ability to protect me, so why do you refuse? Do you have any idea what torment I have endured here? If you had simply allowed me to follow you, none of this would have happened. If you cared for me, you would have let me come with you and protected me. You neither protect me nor assist me, and not even a single word in response to my 100 pleas. What kind of affection is that? You are nothing but a vile woman. Yu Hongling, protect him. She suddenly laughed to Feng Wuxie, expecting her to protect him. Throughout her lengthy existence, she had always been safeguarded by her brother. Whenever troubles arose, she would turn to him, confident that he would resolve her dilemmas. Yet now, here was someone who believed she deserved punishment for failing to protect him. Do not kill Feng Wuxie. Leave him to me. Yu Hongling's voice turned icy. She spread her limbs, ready to confront the onslaught. "Let us engage." With a thunderous crash, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, the nine heavens thunder array unleashing its formidable might. The blazing white lightning surged forth with divine authority, crashing directly towards Yu Hongling, wind summoning seal. As a streak of lightning descended, figures radiating powerful energies emerged from 8 directions, their essences intertwined, converging upon Yu Hongling. The battleground was set for an epic clash. Ding ding ding, host, why did Yu Hongling uncover the truth without descending into tears like Xu Ling? The system chimed curiously within Lu Ye's mind. Liu Yi fell into contemplative silence before responding. That is because she has yet to be driven to absolute despair. Yu Hongling's emotions flowed like water. In the past, she had harbored resentment when the dam of her heart broke. Now, with battle as her barrier, remorse surged forth like a flood. Let it unfold slowly. Chapter 045, Blood Battle, Fierce Combat. Indeed, the series of battles had allowed her to merge more harmoniously with the fearless seal, proving that early efforts in cultivation far outweighed the compensations of later stages. Lu Yi observed Yu Hongling's combat and offered his critique. Ding ding ding. The system expressed its dissatisfaction with a clattering sound. You are meant to derive satisfaction from this battle emotionally, yet you are evaluating the importance of early cultivation. Do you need to reflect further? Just as the system contemplated this, it witnessed Lu Yi closing his eyes, a powerful suction emanating from within him, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. With a resounding roar, Lu Ye's aura surged once more, breaking through to the 9th layer of the infant realm. He had indeed achieved enlightenment. The system, at this moment, the system could not help but harbor an intensified aversion toward those women. The more indifferent Lu Yi appeared, the deeper the wound he had sustained at some point. To take up and lay down. How much suffering and struggle must one endure to embody such simplicity? Kill. Yu Hongling grew increasingly formidable in battle, her body charred, blood staining her garments, her eyes ablaze with fierce intent and combat fervor. Various seals flowed effortlessly from her fingertips: Fearless Seal, Mountain Crashing Seal, Wind Summoning Seal, Spirit Absorbing Seal, Rebirth Seal, Strength Seal, Divine Light Seal. All 81 sealing techniques had been perfected, transforming her into a virtually flawless combatant. Although her current strength was insufficient to unleash the entirety of the 81 fearless seals, and she could not even execute half, it sufficed for a confrontation of this caliber. Boom! A divine clan prodigy was sent flying, the impact caving in their chest, agony reaching its zenith. Yet, tendrils of light enveloped the divine clan warrior, swiftly mending the crushed chest within mere seconds, and with a furious roar, they rejoined the fray. This was the fearsome nature of the 8 desolations locking kill array, the 8 directions intertwined as one. Injuries that should have been fatal were mitigated by others, allowing for rapid recovery, enabling them to continuously engage in combat and effectively ensnare the enemies within the array. Yu Hongling understood that this could not persist indefinitely. She invoked a secret technique of Fearless Divine Body. In that moment, her aura surged, millions of golden rays emanating from her, her hair transforming into a soft hue of gold. Destruction Seal. Boom! A demon clan prodigy was obliterated in an instant. Reduced to mere pulp, unable to recover, the other 7 also sustained injuries. The combat prowess exhibited by Yu Hongling at this juncture was simply astonishing. How terrifying! Within the 8 desolations locking kill array, she could still unleash such devastating attacks. Boom! Another bolt of heavenly lightning descended, striking directly at Yu Hongling. The heavenly lightning represented the mightiest assault. Yu Hongling's body was hurled into the abyss, a chasm forged by the relentless passage of time and the might of thunder. She coughed up blood as the 8 desolations locking kill array shifted, 8 new adversaries charging towards her, surrounding figures numbered at least in the hundreds, all awaiting their turn to engage, and among them, the Demon Clan's Little Dragon King, the Demon Clan's Duskblade Demon, the Divine Clan's Ancient God Prince, and the Ghost Clan's Evil Ghost Prince, all top-tier prodigies, had yet to make their move. The sheer strength of the opposing forces was overwhelming, instilling a sense of despair. Yet, Yu Hongling did not succumb to despair. She fought with fervor, the true essence within her igniting, simultaneously employing the Spirit Absorbing Seal to forcibly extract the true essence from her foes to replenish her own. While the Rebirth Seal siphoned their vitality to mend her wounds, the battle raged fiercely. Streaks of lightning fell from the heavens. Observers from various alien races beheld Yu Hongling's resilience, slaying enemies time and again despite her predicament. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Her power was incomprehensibly formidable, the ferocity of her combat prowess was terrifying. A woman, not to imply any disrespect toward women, but it was uncommon for a woman to elevate her combat strength to such heights. Such terrifying offensive capabilities were rarely matched even among men. If this individual is not eliminated and allowed to grow, our entire clan will face a great calamity. the malevolent spirit declared with utmost certainty. The human race thrives, and it is inevitable that one or two extraordinary individuals will emerge. The tide favors the humans, yet we are powerless. The little dragon king gazed intently at the figure of Yu Hongling. His expression somewhat dazed, he felt a profound discomfort within, unable to articulate the reason for his distress, only aware that he was indeed suffering. There was jealousy, anger, sorrow. Intensify the assault, do not grant her a moment's respite. The little dragon king bellowed. The 8 formidable attackers simultaneously stirred, unleashing their most potent attacks. Yu Hongling was struck by 4 simultaneous assaults. Spitting blood, thunder rumbled once more. 7 figures staggered back, while one was seized by Yu Hongling and propelled towards the heavenly thunder. Boom! The heavenly thunder shattered the body of that demon clan prodigy, obliterating both form and spirit. Again, 8 more surged forth. The onslaught was relentless, a ceaseless tide, infinite and overwhelming. Yu Hongling's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Cold and merciless, she resembled a machine of death, relentlessly slaughtering. Even if it meant killing but one at a time, she would strike 10 times, 100 times, until none remained. Yet, it was an arduous task. The adversary, all she could see were enemies. Various attacks battered against her, while the thunder continued its deafening descent. Indeed, she could recover, but the restored essence could scarcely compare to what was depleted. Each strike demanded her full strength. The magnitude of essence consumed was unimaginable. Yu Hongling was unaware of how long she had been killing. Fatigue began to weigh upon her, her body growing heavy, and the flow of essence slowed to a crawl. Beneath her lay countless shattered corpses, blood pooling into a crimson sea. Unbeknownst to her, half of the allied foes had already perished. The once gleeful expressions of the prodigies had vanished, replaced by grave concern as they fixated on Yu Hongling. She continues to kill, observing as Yu Hongling seized a ghost clan prodigy, a rune struck, reducing him to a wisp of black mist, causing everyone present to tremble. Does she truly never tire? A demon clan prodigy muttered in disbelief. If she were human, she would surely be fatigued. She must be nearing her limit. The voice of the broken sword demon, once cold, now held a hint of something different. Yu Hongling was indeed an admirable cultivator. Even as an enemy, yet, as the battle raged on, who could fathom the despair she endured within the formation? The other alien prodigies began to harbor feelings of dread. So close to I in her current state. Battered and on the brink of collapse, her breath faint. But what of it? She could still fight, still kill. The thunder rumbled ominously, striking once more. The little dragon king shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze had turned utterly frigid. Fellow warriors, it is our turn. Chapter 046. Heart-wrenching senior brother, how did you manage to escape back then? A thought flickered within Yu Hongling's mind. A memory from her previous life surfaced. Lui had opened the door to a confined space, standing against the light. In that moment, the once indistinct figure of her senior brother became clear in her mind. His body was marred with wounds, every inch of him bearing scars. The excruciating pain gnawed at his senses, a torment not only physical but emotional as well. Her senior brother was astute. He recognized immediately that it was a trap, one laid specifically for him, yet he ventured forth without hesitation. At the time, his strength was far from what she possessed now. Even she, in her current formidable state, felt an overwhelming despair within such a snare. Senior brother, how did you manage it? A tear, mingled with blood, slipped from Yu Hongling's eye. Kill. The dragon claw clenched into a fist, glistening with a bloody hue, and struck Yu Hongling's abdomen. Boom! She was sent crashing against the stone wall. Blood gushing from her mouth, the malevolent spirit shrieked, channeling his soul energy into a heavenly blade that struck at Yu Hongling's consciousness, causing her to convulse in agony. The demon sword flickered ominously, its blade rushing towards her heart. The sword's glow drew ever closer to Yu Hongling's heart. The broken sword demon's own heart raced. He was about to slay such a prodigy. Thud! The sword's advance halted abruptly. A bloodied yet surprisingly graceful hand grasped the demon's sword with unyielding force. Yu Hongling's visage contorted with rage. You are not worthy to kill me, star-shattering seal. The broken sword demon's countenance shifted dramatically as he desperately twisted the sword, aiming to sever Yu Hongling's hand and nullify her counterattack. Thud! A hand fell of the broken sword demon. Boom! The broken sword demon was utterly obliterated. Die! The little dragon king roared, delivering a devastating blow to Yu Hongling's temple. She was flung away, liquid blood or sweat splattering everywhere. Witnessing the fate of the broken sword demon, the malevolent spirit dared not approach, frantically unleashing soul attacks from a distance. The force of the little dragon king's strike was tremendous. It was evident that Yu Hongling's eyes had lost their luster, becoming eerily vacant. She lay against the stone wall, gently shaking her head. The little dragon king let out a long, resonant dragon roar. Opening his mouth wide as a golden dragon spiraled forth, intent on personally ending Yu Hongling's life, unleashing formidable techniques. The others, for the moment, refrained from engaging. If the little dragon king wished to kill her, so be it. After all, as long as Yu Hongling died, it mattered not who delivered the fatal blow. The golden dragon swelled in the wind, circling the void before suddenly accelerating and crashing down upon Yu Hongling. Creating a deafening roar, the golden light erupted explosively. Another bolt of heavenly thunder fell, combining to form the most terrifying assault. Yu Hongling lay prostrate on the ground, her body charred and emitting smoke. A nauseating aroma wafting through the air. Her breath was exceedingly feeble. At last, she was to perish. The expression on the little dragon king's face turned strange as he strode towards Yu Hongling. In your next life, do not believe in love again. The little dragon king raised his hand, his claw striking fiercely towards Yu Hongling's back. The charred Yu Hongling suddenly spun around, the dragon claw piercing through her belly. And with a forceful push, it completely penetrated her, bringing their bodies close together. With her final reserves of strength, in one last act of vengeance, Yu Hongling struck a rune aimed at the little dragon king's head. This is possible. Boom! The little dragon king's head exploded like a watermelon. He was dead. With her last vestige of power, Yu Hongling had slain the most formidable of the demon race thus far. A chill swept through the hearts of the powerful from various clans. She, despite her grievous injuries, still had the strength to retaliate against the little dragon king. In an instant, the seven surrounding her hesitated. No longer daring to advance. Senior brother, the sound of weeping echoed from Yu Hongling's throat. She heard, the pain coursing through her body, now unmasked by the battle, pierced through her very soul. Yet, the agony of her wounds was not the most excruciating. The deepest torment lay within her heart. How had her senior brother escaped? After he had fled from overwhelming despair, surely he had countless words to share. Wishing to convey the dangers he had faced, to reveal the true nature of Feng Wuxie, to affirm that his suspicions were correct, he wanted to tell her. But what of her, in her madness? She had forced all his words back, leaving him with but three. I am sorry, pain. It was unbearable. Yu Hongling wept tragically, trembling all over. Had she the strength, she would be wailing uncontrollably, yet now she lacked even the vigor to cry aloud. Observing Yu Hongling's current state, the myriad alien beings fell silent. What was she lamenting? Was it for Feng Wuxie? No, it could not be solely for him, for throughout, Yu Hongling had not once glanced at Feng Wuxie. So for whom did she weep? Meanwhile, within the luminescent barrier, the scene of Yu Hongling unfolded before Lu Yee. At this moment, a smile finally graced his face. He felt himself becoming increasingly depraved. Yu Hongling wept desolately. Yet Lu Yi felt a sense of exhilaration. So now you know to cry. Did you not attain the love you have longed for? What is there to weep about? Ding ding ding. The system chimed excitedly in Lu Yi's mind. Sharing in his delight, he felt as though this time, Yu Hongling would surely meet her demise. After all, he had not escaped before. But at that moment, a fiery bird caught Lu Yi's eye, causing his expression to darken. Whose fiery bird is that? Though disguised, he recognized it as the vermilion bird. This is bad. The vermilion bird is actually, in his previous life, the vermilion bird was not present. Many alien beings looked up at the sky. Forget it, let her weep for whatever reason, it matters not. Kill. Boom, another bolt of heavenly thunder began to form, a blazing white lightning bolt descending from the heavens, striking fiercely towards the weeping Yu Hongling. At this moment, a fiery bird concealed among the demon clan suddenly let out a resigned sigh. With a swift motion, the ordinary fiery bird transformed into a massive vermilion bird. A torrent of flames surged towards the heavenly thunder. Boom! The flames exploded together with the thunder. A cry of the bird resonated through the heavens and earth, the gigantic firebird splitting into six, simultaneously charging towards the six encircling Yu Hongling. The flames blazed with a terrifying intensity, instilling fear in the hearts of six different races, who simultaneously gasped in astonishment and employed every means of defense at their disposal. Boom! The relentless sound of explosions echoed continuously, as a torrential rain of fire erupted across the sky. In a flash, a figure, swift as a meteor, plunged into the inferno, seizing Yu Hongling and racing towards the perimeter of the formation. Originally, I had no intention of intervening, but your cries were simply too wretched. Lu Yi, witnessing this scene, nearly found a rock to smash the luminous barrier. Upon seeing the figure of the vermilion bird, he sensed impending doom. To his astonishment, she truly acted to rescue Yu Hongling. Damn it, if Yu Hongling survives, she then frantically seek me out for an apology. This is never ending, is it? Capture the vermilion bird and eliminate them both. Chapter 047, The First Life of the Vermilion Bird. In her past life, she was the Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor. This title puzzled many, for who in the nine heavens did not know of the 9 lives celestial sovereign, who slaughtered countless demon clans, harboring a profound hatred for them, yet the Vermilion Bird, clearly a divine beast, chose to use the title of Demon Emperor for herself. It was only when Lu Yi faced tribulation that everyone realized the reason behind her choice. The Vermilion Bird Demon Emperor adopted this title to vex the 9 lives celestial sovereign. If you detest demons so much, then I shall embrace the title of Demon Emperor. The Vermilion Bird launched her attack, intent on breaking through the encirclement with Yu Hongling in her grasp. However, the 8 Desolations locking kill formation was far from easy to breach. 8 prodigies swiftly formed the array, sealing off the Vermilion Bird's escape route. How audacious! You dare betray the demon race? The demon, resembling a standing pangolin clad in armor, bellowed furiously, merely a servant of myriad spirits, yet you dare call yourself a demon? Break her! The dense, true flames of the Vermilion Bird surged forth like a torrential tide. Grasping Yu Hongling, her wings became celestial blades, cleaving towards a prodigy of the demon clan in an instant. With a cross-slashed pair of wings, that demon was immediately severed into 4 pieces. Divine punishment light. A powerful beam of divine radiance descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the Vermilion Bird. The ancient goddess Sion roared, as the shimmering light ahead interwove, forming a complex and magnificent divine technique. He struck out with his fist towards the divine art, which allowed his blow to pierce through the divine technique, revealing an incomprehensibly massive fist in the sky. Under that colossal fist, all beings appeared as mere ants. It shattered the dark clouds, surrounded by flickering white lightning, projecting an aura of sheer terror. Even from a great distance, one could observe this enormous fist descending from the heavens, as if a deity were delivering a blow from the sea of clouds. All the various races hurriedly retreated. The Vermilion Bird lifted her gaze towards the terrifying fist, a drop of her essence blood extracted from her body and merging into Yu Hongling's mouth. Subsequently, her wings shielded Yu Hongling as she spun suddenly, transforming into a most resplendent whirlwind of flames, charging towards the giant fist in the sky. Screech! The cry of the Vermilion Bird resonated throughout heaven and earth. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, creating cataclysmic shockwaves akin to a comet striking the earth. The Vermilion Bird had indeed made her move, however, she soon found herself besieged. The 8 Desolations locking kill formation was fully activated, with all the powerful beings from various races joining the fray, forming a 5-layered array as 40 prodigies simultaneously attacked in a staggered and orderly manner. The Vermilion Bird's strength was indeed formidable, on par with Yu Hongling, for both were reincarnated emperors possessing the most advanced techniques and divine powers, even though Yu Hongling had momentarily weakened due to condensing into a heavenly Dan. Her combat prowess was exceptional, resulting in only a minor disparity. How could there be such a prodigy among the demon race, and yet she was aligned with the human race? A demon could not restrain himself from cursing, feeling as though the world had become surreal. An unscathed Vermilion Bird was simply too powerful. Her wings transformed into blazing celestial blades, the true flames of the Vermilion Bird scorching with terrifying heat. Protected by the Vermilion Bird, Yu Hongling fought fiercely, determined to slay any foe, even at the cost of her own injury, deeming it an invaluable sacrifice. In that moment, the besieging prodigies wore grim expressions. Too many had perished. So many prodigies had fallen in this battle, and now they sought to eliminate another demon of comparable strength to Yu Hongling. Yes, a demon. Why were they even targeting this creature? As long as she was not human, the emergence of such a powerful demon prodigy was entirely acceptable to the other races, for the greatest adversary was indeed the human race, when confronted with the Vermilion Bird. The other demon prodigies hesitated to act. This was one of their own. If the Vermilion Bird were to be gravely injured, would they not be compelled to intervene? What would be the purpose of this conflict? Even as the demons began to hesitate, the pressure on the Vermilion Bird remained immense. At that moment, all the various races shared a singular thought: the Vermilion Bird could live, but Yu Hongling must die. Having consumed a drop of the Vermilion Bird's essence blood, Yu Hongling felt her injuries halt their deterioration, granting her a fleeting sense of relief. Yet, upon witnessing the Vermilion Bird's continued struggle to break free, tears streamed down her face. She understood now. She realized how her senior brother had escaped from peril. In this dire situation, with her senior brother's strength, it was impossible for him to flee. He must have fought to the brink of exhaustion and perished once, only to be reborn through his second life, thereby vanquishing all his enemies. The 9 lives celestial sovereign, her senior brother as first life, forged in the nascent soul realm, had been offered for her. The most unworthy of little sisters. Why did he not speak of this? Why did he not tell her? Yu Hongling recalled her own frantic despair upon hearing of Feng Wuxie's demise. And her heart sank into an abyss of hopelessness. How could he articulate such a truth, faced with her then state? Even if he revealed that he had died once, what cruel words would she have uttered to him? Feng Wuxi was right, she truly was a wretched woman, devoid of loyalty and selfish to the core. The battle continued, although its intensity began to wane, as many demon prodigies urged the vermilion bird. The one in your arms is of the human race, the most formidable prodigy among them, a great adversary to our demon clan. As one of the demon race, why do you seek to save her? Release Yu Hongling, and we shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. If you persist in this misguided obsession, the demon emperor will surely unleash his wrath. You have no acquaintance with her. Why save her? The vermilion bird remained silent, suddenly seizing an opportunity. With a swift retraction of her wings, she transformed into a brilliant blaze, charging towards her kin among the demon race, the demon prodigies. Witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines. Ultimately, they could not withstand the onslaught and chose to block her. The other races shouted urgently, however, it was too late. The fireball struck the demon clan. Enduring several formidable spells, and finally broke free from the 8 desolations locking kill formation, with enormous fiery wings spread wide, leaving behind droplets of her own blood, she soared into the sky, breaking through the thunderous clouds. She fled into the distance. Damn it, pursue, they were so close to eliminating Yu Hongling. Demon clan, you must provide us with an explanation. So many powerful beings have perished, and yet Yu Hongling escaped. Cursed demon clan. Are you colluding with the human race? The powerful beings from other races glared furiously at the remaining demon prodigies. In this moment, they even suspected whether this was a trap set by the demon and human races to annihilate the prodigies of other clans. The demon clan, feeling the pressure, hurriedly explained. We never anticipated this outcome. Our little dragon king has perished. How could we possibly collude with the human race? We shall report this matter to the demon emperor and ensure that Fiery Bird pays the price. The vermilion bird, carrying Yu Hongling, soared high into the sky, regaining her freedom. The vermilion bird looked down, hearing Yu Hongling's fate whispers, the Tianling pool, Tianling pool. The vermilion bird's gaze turned towards the direction of the Tianling pool. And she took flight. The Tianling pool would aid in Yu Hongling's recovery. It was indeed an excellent place. Chapter 048, The Hatred of the Vermilion Bird. Ding ding ding, host, they are coming to the Tianling pool. A picturesque locale. After a boisterous call, the system promptly closed the luminous barrier. It was somewhat exhilarated, for observing from a distance was nowhere near as vivid and enjoyable as being present to witness the spectacle. You even eating my melon? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired. Ding, yours is the most fragrant and sweetest. Lu Yi, to see or not to see, that is a question worth pondering. Yu Hongling's arrival would likely be another display of tears and lamentations. Filled with regret for her past choices, similar to Chuling, no doubt. Never mind, the Tianling pool is indeed suitable for cultivation, and he was too lazy to relocate at this moment. As the system suggested. The path of the Tao is long, one need not always be in cultivation, sometimes exploring other vistas is also a form of training. With this thought, Lu Yi closed his eyes. The distance to the void refinement stage was drawing closer. The restrictions of the prodigy battlefield would soon be lifted, allowing the second batch of prodigies under 50 years of age to arrive. With a little more time, the prodigy battlefield would be entirely unlocked. And all prodigies under 100 would gather, heralding the most grandiose of events. What rank would he achieve on the eternal prodigy rankings with a single punch? Shortly thereafter, a surge of scorching heat approached swiftly from the horizon. The vermilion bird's eyes sharpened, and she instantly spotted Lu Yi, causing her heart to tremble. It is him. A whirlwind of emotions enveloped the vermilion bird. Her initial encounter with Lu Yi had been when he saved her from the pursuit of the myriad spirits demon emperor, who sought her true blood. Lu Yi rescued her when she was gravely injured and on the brink of collapse, keeping her close as a pet. Later, she escaped his control, and although many demon clan members pursued her, the vermilion bird always believed that the root of her plight lay with the ambitious demon emperors. Among them, the Wanling demon emperor is the most repugnant. Demons can be classified as either good or evil. Had it not been for the Wanling demon emperor leading the demon race down a nefarious path, they would not have descended into such a state. Subsequently, she was rescued by Lu Yi. At that time, Lu Yi had become utterly opposed to the demon race, beginning to establish himself as a formidable adversary to the Wanling demon emperor. A cataclysmic battle erupted between the demon race and the human race, resulting in casualties on both sides that were almost unbearable. Eventually, Lu Yi succeeded in slaying the Wanling demon emperor. However, the war did not cease, perhaps transcending the very definition of war, morphing instead into a massacre. Lu Yi asserted that the Wanling demon emperor had not been completely vanquished, but had instead transformed into countless demons, each being both an individual and a fragment of the Wanling demon emperor. Thus he embarked on a relentless killing spree, a frenzied slaughter that sent tremors through the heavens and left the vermilion bird in despair. She believed in Lu Yi, convinced that he was right. Even though it was excruciating compared to the devastation wrought by the Wanling demon emperor, this drastic measure of purging the poison from the bone was an unfortunate necessity. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that she later obtained the complete text of the Wanling Transformation Blood Demon Sutra. The methods contained within were far from what Lu Yi had claimed. The Wanling demon emperor did not transform into millions, and all of it was merely Lu Yi's deception. This was the root of Zhuchua's animosity towards Lu Yi. His words were untrustworthy. What she discovered herself was the ultimate truth. Zhuke summoned a scorching wind, gently laying down Yu Hongling. Lu Yi's gaze remained calm as he fixed his eyes on Yu Hongling. Her current state was pitiful, her abdomen torn open, one arm shattered, and her body riddled with wounds, numbering far beyond mere dozens. Senior brother, Yu Hongling struggled to move, positioning herself to kneel by the shore of the Tianling pond. I was wrong. Hongling acknowledges her mistakes. It is I who was at fault. Yu Hongling wept bitterly, her forehead pressed against the earth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Lu Yi's face. A perverse delight blooming within his heart. Lu Yi understood well enough. In his past life, he believed there were things worth protecting, love that accompanied him, all of which fueled his ascent to unparalleled strength. However, after experiencing such profound betrayal, he pondered whether he could eliminate all 8 women, and then what? Left utterly alone, devoid of ties, he questioned his own resolve to reach the pinnacle and witness its glory. Perhaps, during his ascent, he might suddenly feel indifferent, losing interest entirely. That would be the true heart's tribulation. Yet, how splendid was the present! He relentlessly pursued cultivation, not only to leave these women behind but also to witness their fates. With these two motivations as his foundation, Lu Yi could continuously elevate himself. Perhaps at some stage, he could find a moment of release, transcending betrayal to discover a new life, a fresh beginning. At the very least. That was not possible at this moment. Senior brother, will you forgive me? She implored. I know you care for me the most. Consider it my moment of childishness. I assure you, I will never err again. I will obediently heed your words and trust you. Senior brother, please grant me this last forgiveness. You have been so tolerant of me before, surely you can do so again, can't you? Senior brother, Yu Hongling's voice was laced with poignant sorrow. She harbored a glimmer of hope, dreaming that her senior brother would forgive her as he had in the past. Lu Yi initially intended to toy with her emotions but suddenly found it utterly dull. He turned his attention to Zhuke, who instinctively took a step back, only to realize what was there to retreat from. She returned to her previous stance. What poison did you inflict upon me in my past life? Lu Yi inquired. Zhuke was taken aback. Even with reincarnation, why inquire about the past? Did he wish to rekindle a connection through the events of a former life? What a foolish notion. The poison I cast was exceedingly vile. You sought slaughter, did you not? After you mercilessly exterminated so many of my kin, I bestowed upon you the slaughter lotus heart, allowing you to kill to your heart's content. What do you think? Zhuchua's expression turned somewhat sinister. Slaughter lotus heart. Lu Yi's countenance stiffened. Very well, indeed, one more cunning than the last. The slaughter lotus heart is the core of the slaughter lotus, a treasured artifact of the Shura imperial clan. Once wielded by the Shura Divine Emperor, possessing the means to command slaughter across the realms. It is not toxic, rather, it ignites a fervent desire for bloodshed, a powerful urge that can overwhelm one's very self. Having obtained the answer he sought, Lu Yi spoke. Begone, from this moment forth, do not appear before me again, and I shall forgive you. This was directed at Yu Hongling's senior brother. Lu Yi raised his gaze as a sword she surged forth in an instant. Zhuke was taken aback, swiftly pulling Yu Hongling aside. The sword she carved deep gashes into the earth. Had Zhuke not intervened, that strike would have obliterated Yu Hongling. Have you lost your mind? Zhuke gazed at Lu Yi in disbelief. Yu Hongling was his most cherished junior sister. He truly intended to strike with lethal intent. Chapter 049, Absolutely Impossible. Begone. Zhuke watched as a dozen sword sheaths converged. She acted to intercept, yet in an instant the sword she extinguished Zhuchua's true flames. Zhuke retreated swiftly but was still nearly severed by a blade of sword. Lu Yi's heart of stone left Zhuke utterly incredulous. How had Lu Yi transformed into such a being? In his previous life, Lu Yi was undoubtedly radiant and cheerful, imbued with a touch of humor. Anyone who encountered him felt his magnetic charm aside from his ruthless dealings with the demon race and alien factions. He was exceedingly compassionate towards humans, treating the weak with genuine kindness, almost as equals, and now he sought to kill Yu Hongling, to kill her. As Lu Yi prepared to rise, Zhu Ke dared not linger any longer. The murderous intent radiating from him made it clear that if Yu Hongling remained, she would surely perish. Their figures vanished. Lu Yi did not pursue, instead, he settled back into a meditative posture. Yu Hongling was resolved. Lu Yi felt a sense of relief. The love he had longed for had culminated in such a tragic outcome, with his closest senior brother refusing to trust him while placing faith in a demon he had known for but a fleeting moment. For the sake of a demon intent on his demise, he would imperil his senior brother's life. Now, Yu Hongling should grasp the entirety of the situation. Only through understanding could one deeply recognize their own faults. And with that recognition came even greater suffering. Lu Yi had finally vented his fury. Moving forward, Yu Hongling would live, but in torment. Death would be death. With his mind unburdened, Lu Yi re-entered a state of cultivation. This time with even greater speed. His cultivation had reached the 9th layer of breaking infancy, progressing towards the grand perfection. Should he wish to break through to illusory refinement, it would not pose a challenge for him. Yet, caution remained paramount. It was best to accumulate strength first. Zhu Ke carried Yu Hongling away, grumbling incessantly about Lu Yi's ruthless actions against her. Her dissatisfaction stemmed, perhaps, from a fear that she too might meet a fate akin to Yu Hongling's. How cruel he had become, so heartless that it seemed uncharacteristic of Lu Yi. How could he strike with such lethal intent? Had he no regard for their shared history, in a past life? A beloved, and in this life, even if not a beloved, she was still his junior sister. Yu Hongling's eyes were vacant. Did I ever consider that he was my beloved, my senior brother, when I acted against him in my previous life? Yu Hongling muttered to herself. With this single statement rendered Zhu Ke momentarily speechless. I never understood what transpired in my past life. You must tell me, was Feng Wuxia truly the one you cherished? How could you ever hold affection for such a cowardly demon? Though I have never interacted with that individual, is it not true that he has a trace of phoenix blood? During his time among the demons, he was surrounded by countless wives and concubines, employing deceitful tactics, and many demons, enamored by his phoenix lineage, sought to unite with him, hoping to bear. As she caught Yu Hongling's melancholic gaze, Zhu Ke hastily fell silent. Why didn't you tell me this in your past life? Who knows which Feng Wuxia you were referring to in the previous life? Moreover, I was not involved in such conflicts back then. Otherwise, I would have perished, although Lu Yi had developed a penchant for slaughter. He was indeed formidable. At that time, the demon race, the demonic faction, the Buddhist sect, the ghost clan, the divine race, and the spirit race all banded together to annihilate Lu Yi, yet he managed to send them fleeing in disarray. The battlefield was strewn with corpses. Yu Hongling's heart ached even more. Because she had learned of Feng Wuxia's demise, she had been consumed by hatred and sorrow, isolating herself for an extended period. She had never truly understood the specifics of the situation. Not if only she had grasped even a fragment. What must I do for you to forgive me, senior brother? Yu Hongling asked, both of Zhu Ke and herself. Zhu Ke fell into silence. In the previous life, Lu Yi's battle against the ancient heavenly sovereign demonstrated that he had a significant chance of attaining sainthood, yet they had thwarted him. To sabotage someone's path to enlightenment was a sin beyond forgiveness. Moreover, to disrupt one's journey towards becoming a saint, saints are rare, appearing only once in 100,000 years. Add betrayal to that mix, Zhu Ke could not help but shake her head. If such a thing were to occur to her, her first action upon reincarnation would be to eliminate the betrayers. Anything less would be a testament to her remarkable patience. Observing Zhu Chua's reaction, Yu Hongling coughed up a mouthful of blood, her expression darkening. Shuling was wrong, and I too was wrong. Wrong to a ridiculous extent, wrong to the point of absurdity. Is it possible that you misunderstood your senior brother? Impossible. The reaction of Zhu Ke was extraordinarily intense. I have already found the original text of the Wandering Blood Demon Sutra, and there is absolutely no such technique as he described. He is merely a ruthless executioner, wantonly slaughtering the demon clan. I could never have misunderstood him. Zhu Chua's voice grew significantly louder. Yu Hongling chose not to rebut, falling into a contemplative silence. Zhu Ke took a moment to calm herself and gently sighed. Forget it, let us not dwell on this. You should focus on healing your injuries. Only by recovering can you have a chance to seek forgiveness from Lu Yi, Zhu Ke remarked. Yu Hongling nodded heavily, beginning to tend to her wounds. However, the severity of her injuries rendered a return to peak condition a daunting task. Zhu Ke gazed up at the sky, the echoes of Yu Hongling's words resonating in her mind. Could she have misunderstood Lu Yi? Impossible. It cannot be so. It simply cannot be. Meanwhile, news of Yu Hongling, who single-handedly turned the tide against over 100 foreign prodigies and was rescued by a demon. Spread like wildfire across the ancient battlefield of prodigies, every listener was left in stunned silence. Unfathomable, has something gone awry with their ears? How could this be? Yu Hongling declared she had matters to attend to. Yet she fearlessly charged into the foreign ranks, engaging in fierce combat and achieving such a phenomenal victory, truly deserving of the title of the new generation's foremost warrior. How dare they? Feng Longxiang bellowed. Gather everyone, damn it, the demon clan, the devil clan, the divine clan, the ghost clan, this is outrageous. The prodigies of the human race, stirred by indignation, began their assault on the foreign clans. The actions of the foreign races had indeed provoked many. The ancient battlefield of prodigies descended into chaos. Upon hearing this news, the Buddhist sect pondered momentarily before one disciple let out a furious roar. The foreign clans have gone too far, though we often dwell beside the ancient Buddha. We are still part of the human race, fellow disciples, to arms, for the extermination of demons, Amitba. As the situation escalated day by day, finally, with a resounding boom, the 4th to 6th layers of the ancient battlefield of prodigies were opened. Lu Yi opened his eyes. Chapter 050. Such impatience threads of morning mist accompanied the dawn's glow. The pressure was immense, as if the heavens were collapsing. The law subdued above the 3rd layer of the ancient battlefield. The clouds parted, revealing the vastness of the sky and the earth, a sight of remarkable grandeur. The 4th, 5th, and 6th layers were now accessible. This time, prodigies under 50 years of age were permitted entry into the ancient battlefield. Lu Yi rose, having sat for too long and in need of movement. He was intent on hunting a demon, one named Tu Woying, who specialized in stealth and assassination. In his previous life, Tu Woying had claimed the lives of no less than 100 human prodigies. With the Dao sect suffering the heaviest losses. Why? Because Lu Yi had killed Tu Woying's brother in retaliation. This was indisputable, although Lu Yi had not slain Tu Woying's brother in this life. What did it matter? Lu Yi merely sought to eliminate Tu Woying. In his eyes, this was entirely justifiable. With the opening of the 6th layer, the advantages of the Tianling pool were no longer apparent. Killing a demon and then going to cultivate beneath the wisdom tree was the optimal choice. The wisdom tree was among the most precious treasures of the ancient battlefield, having sprouted from the seed of a prodigy who perished here many years ago. Countless individuals had desired to take the wisdom tree back to their sects, knowing that its presence could elevate a sect to unfathomable heights, yet it was nearly impossible to transport, as many prodigies were meditating beneath it, leaving their marks and evolving divine abilities, akin to a minor catastrophe of ancient proportions. As Lu Yi's figure vanished, silhouettes emerged across the 4th layer of the ancient battlefield, exuding powerful auras, their robes billowing, eyes shimmering with divine light. Other clan-strong individuals also arrived promptly. This time, the group of prodigies seemed unusually quiet. After 7 days in the battlefield, few had perished. Was it possible they coexisted with the foreign clans? Coexistence, someone spoke. The foreign clans have always been insatiable. There is no such principle of coexistence. I fear this time the situation for the human race does not look promising. Let us not be disappointed. Such conversations arose due to the minimal casualties among the human prodigies outside the ancient battlefield. Unlike before, when only 1 in 10 would survive after entering, this situation bred unease, as it suggested either the emergence of a top-tier prodigy from the human race, capable of overpowering all foreign prodigies, or a retreat, with humans too frightened to fight. As the crowd speculated, a figure gracefully descended from the 3rd layer, passing through the teleportation portal into the 4th layer. Lu Yi's appearance was indeed striking, yet the onlookers were momentarily bewildered, unsure of this youth's identity. Finally, a senior disciple from the Dao sect recalled, Lu Yi, is that you? Upon hearing his name, Lu Yi glanced towards the crowd, still eager to hunt Tu Woying. Never mind, I should show some courtesy to my sect. Greetings, senior sister Ding Qing, being among the first batch of disciples from the 92nd generation, was approximately 30 years older than Lu Yi yet remained under 50. The disciples of the Dao sect were divided into 3 batches, with a gap of around 30 years between them. After 3 batches, the next generation would emerge. Lu Yi belonged to the 2nd batch of the 92nd generation. Had he arrived even a fraction later, Bai Qiulan could have been his senior sister Ding. Lu Yi bowed respectfully. You still remember me? Ding Yuxing was pleasantly surprised. What brings you here? Almost instinctively, she was about to praise him, but this time she refrained, knowing better than to shower compliments that would cause countless women to swoon. A slight smile graced Ding Yuxing's face, interpreting Lu Yi's shyness rather than his restraint as modesty. I merely wish to inquire about the situation of our human and foreign clans below the 3rd layer. In response, senior sister, our side's Yu Hongling possesses unparalleled combat prowess, decisively overwhelming the foreign clans. allowing the human race to advance unhindered, dominating the majority of the territory in the third layer and holding an absolute advantage. The mention of Yu Hongling left everyone in bewilderment, while Ding Yuxing recognized Lu Ye's name due to his prior victory in the sect competition. Who is Yu Hongling? Yu Hongling, truly that formidable? Whatably Wu Bai, a prodigy from the Taishang sword sect, inquired. Li Wu Bai, Feng Longxiang, and many other prodigies had fought alongside Yu Hongling. The other senior brothers and sisters were taken aback. Realizing that Yu Hongling must indeed be exceptionally strong, to have even Li Wu Bai willingly serve under her command. I recall you were the champion of the sect competition. That if Yu Hongling is so strong, then surely you are as well. Ding Yuxing queried. Lu Yi hastily denied. That was merely her generosity. Esteemed brothers and sisters, I have urgent matters to attend to. May I take my leave? The danger level in the 4th to 6th layers is significantly higher than in the lower 3 layers. Encountering a foreign clan could lead to your demise. Why not join us? Ding Yuxing kindly suggested. No need. Farewell. If he went now, he might still find Tu Woying. If he delayed further, he might miss the opportunity altogether. His figure vanished. Such impatience, he is likely to meet his end, remarked a prodigy from the Shanha Bada sect. It is indeed a certainty of fellow friends. I too must depart in search of my own opportunities. We may reunite when the time is ripe. Should the foreign clans launch another assault, we can combine our strength then. Farewell, friends. The group dispersed, each seeking their own fortunes. They would embark on their individual journeys first, and only when tensions escalated and treasures were gathered would they unite for battle. Lu Yi swiftly maneuvered through the shadows. He soon located the point of teleportation for the demon clan. Guided by the flow of demonic energy, due to distance, the human prodigies arrived first, while the foreign prodigies would require some time before they could enter. Lu Yi waited patiently. Before long, the demonic energy began to thicken. A stone sword appeared in Lu Ye's hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 051. The wisdom tree useless, utterly useless. Voices of dissatisfaction echoed among the demon clan. They possessed means to track the life signs of their kin, yet the results were devastating. The losses had been staggering. The once hopeful Duanjin demon had long since perished, and many other demon prodigies had fallen in droves. A sight most disheartening. However, the tide was about to turn for the demon clan, as they had summoned 3 of their most formidable prodigies, the lethal, stealthy Tu Woying, and the terrifyingly powerful Xingyi, who bore the potential to annihilate worlds, the son of the demon emperor. Yan, along with the 3 most formidable prodigies of the demon clan, arrived at the ancient battlefield of prodigies. Even if they could not unify the situation, their presence alone was enough to instill dread across all factions. The confidence of the demon clan surged, their aura overwhelming, with demonic energy surging like a tempest. The glory that belonged to the demon clan was destined to arrive. Yan took the lead. Being the first to step out of the teleportation portal and into the ancient battlefield. At first glance, he spotted Lu Yi standing with a sword. He hesitated momentarily. A human? No, what does this mean? What is this individual doing here? The second prodigy, Tu Woying, appeared. Just as Yan was about to speak, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted in an instant. In Yan's eyes, at that moment, the world seemed to vanish, leaving only that singular sword light. His body trembled slightly, every hair on his body standing on end, and his hand gripping the weapon felt as if it had lost all strength. Swift, accurate, ruthless, a gentle breeze caressed Yan's hair. Tu Woying's figure was cleaved in two, his eyes still reflecting a bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? No, you, the son of the demon emperor. Do not kill me, do you? What grievances or grudges exist between us? Have we even met before? You are here specifically waiting to kill me, and I have only just teleported back. Who understands encountering a madman who comes at me to kill? In the blink of an eye, Tu Woying was obliterated, and Lu Yi calmly cast a glance at Yan, refraining from making a move against him, although it would have been quite simple to do so. Lu Yi's figure leisurely departed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Already thousands of meters away, large beads of sweat dripped continuously from Yan's forehead. That single glance from Lu Yi made him feel as if death was alarmingly close. So close it felt. Within reach of the third prodigy of the demon clan arrived, his face initially adorned with an eager smile, abruptly filled with the scent of blood. He glanced around, his expression turning as if struck by lightning. How did Tu Woying die? Xingyi exclaimed in disbelief. What nonsense is this? He was merely a step behind Tu Woying, arriving here in less than 5 seconds, only to see Tu Woying split in two. Yan's eyes were vacant and dazed, clearly having reached a point of existential doubt. Yan, how did Tu Woying meet his end? Could it be that you are the one who killed him? There was no one else present, only Yan, making it highly likely that he was the killer. But why? What reason could Yan have to slay Tu Woying? A mere human. Yan took a deep breath. forcibly suppressing the fear and shock within himself. He was genuinely terrified. If that sword had been aimed at him, he would undoubtedly have perished. If that sword had struck him after slaying Tu Woying, his fate would have been the same. Humans, Xingyi cried out, whereas Yi pointed in the direction Lu Yi had departed, his voice turning hoarse. It seems I now understand why the demon clan suffers such devastating losses. One by one, the prodigies of the demon clan arrived only to find themselves petrified on the spot. Goodness, in such a brief span of time, did he slay Tu Woying before the son of the demon emperor? Some demons suddenly looked up towards the vortex, suggesting, perhaps we should retreat. This ancient battlefield of prodigies seems even more perilous than before. After eliminating Tu Woying, Lu Yi felt a sense of clarity. In his previous life, he had been tormented by Tu Woying, especially as one after another of his fellow disciples fell before him. Lu Yi had etched this individual into his memory. One kill was not enough. He must slay him once more to find satisfaction. From the 4th layer of space, he surged into the 6th layer. He was somewhat familiar with this place, skillfully avoiding troublesome areas, as many held little exploratory value. The middle 3 layers contained no treasures of interest to Lu Yi. When the final 3 layers opened, he would retrieve another artifact known as the Bloodsea Purity Pearl, which was crucial for cultivating his 3rd life. Apart from his original, for now, he needed to remain beneath the Enlightenment Tree, hoping no one would disturb him. Otherwise, he would have to take action, which would be troublesome. Throughout his life, he had always treated others with kindness. Except for demons, monsters, and deities ahead, a verdant tree appeared. As Lu Yi approached, a phantom obstructed his path. Before it could utter a word, Lu Yi swung his sword, instantly obliterating the apparition. The Enlightenment Tree swayed gently, its emerald leaves radiating specks of light as phantoms continued to manifest. 3,000 swords. With a single strike, 3,000 swords sang in unison, dozens of figures shattered into fragments. Lu Yi approached the Enlightenment Tree. Gazing upwards, the tree, beams of light cascaded down upon Lu Yi, and in that moment, his mind became profoundly tranquil. It was as if a windless, clear lake surface, encircled by the heavens, stirred not a single ripple. Enlightenment initiated, ding. Enlightenment activated. Beneath the Enlightenment Tree, dual enlightenment commenced, and at that moment, Lu Yi began to doubt his very humanity. Yet, just as the doubt arose, it was swiftly dispelled, vanishing without a trace. The Tao, only the Tao. Various clans surged into the ancient battlefield of prodigies. The newcomers were powerful. The first group consisted of the new generation of disciples, generally fluctuating around the breaking infancy realm, with the strongest merely at the 3rd or 4th level of that realm. Yet this new batch had weaklings starting from at least the 6th or even 7th level of breaking infancy, with several strong individuals already on the brink of entering the refining void realm. In theory, within the 1st heaven, reaching the Tao realm was nearly the pinnacle of strength, making it somewhat inappropriate to label those in the refining void realm as prodigies. However, given that there are 9 heavens, the 1st heaven merely serves as a starting point, or perhaps as a form of protection for the weaker. Thus, having those in the refining void realm regarded as prodigies is not a great issue. In the 9 heavens, one can ascend but not descend. This rule was established by the Holy Sovereign of the 9 heavens, who, sensing the plight of the weak in the world, created the 9 heavens with the specific rule that one could ascend but not descend. However, the Holy Sovereign has since fallen, and powerful factions possess unique means to briefly descend to the mortal realm. The human race gathered, upon witnessing that the humans had almost entirely occupied the lower 3 layers of the battlefield. The newcomers were left in a state of shock. No goodness, are the new generation of youngsters this formidable? Meanwhile, the other clan's powerful members struggled to locate their own affiliations, their frustration palpable. United, we must unite, the Buddhist disciples. Upon seeing their own members, though not particularly outstanding, were not excessively devastated, breathed a sigh of relief. Since there were no significant losses, the Buddhist disciples promptly summoned others. The Enlightenment Tree. The Buddhist sect must seize the Enlightenment Tree first, then set up formations to protect it. In doing so, they would undoubtedly see their Buddhist teachings advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 052. Only the Tao. Before the Enlightenment Tree, dozens of monks hurriedly arrived, only to see myriad beams of light cascading down, enveloping a singular figure, peaceful and serene. The individual melded with the Tao and the tree. So soon, the leading monk, Du Zhang, expressed surprise. Fortunately, there was only one. Du Zhang scrutinized the individual, noting how remarkably young he appeared, possessing a handsome visage with red lips and white teeth. If he were to ordain as a novice monk, he would surely possess profound karmic ties. Fellow Taoist, I perceive this tree holds a connection to our Buddhist sect. Brother, unexpectedly, a Buddhist disciple suddenly interrupted Du Zhang's words. This individual is formidable. Within the heavenly spirit pond, many of our Buddhist disciples fell at his hands. Du Hui urgently reported. Du Zhang's eyes sparkled with golden light. Are you implying he harbors a grudge against our sect? Indeed, he does, but his strength is considerable. I fear that engaging him may come at a significant cost. Du Zhang immediately chuckled, his laughter warm and filled with compassion. Junior brother, you perceive him as strong because you are unaware of my own abilities. Since he holds animosity towards our sect, we shall use our Buddhist compassion to enlighten him. Just observe. He stepped forward, golden light erupting behind him as a massive Vajra manifestation appeared, radiating an aura of celestial might. Wicked being, come forth. The roar stirred the very dust and leaves, the momentum akin to a raging tide. Lu Yi dug at his ears, feeling as though his very earwax had been shaken loose. The Buddhist sect, again with the Buddhist sect. He opened his eyes, irritation etched across his features. Indeed, the Enlightenment Tree was a treasure trove, attracting many factions vying for it. If one came, he would have to eliminate them, which would be troublesome. He moved swiftly. Do not dare disturb my tranquil cultivation. A sharp cry rang out, an immense swordlight surged forth, stirring the winds and clouds as it descended upon the Buddhist disciples. Lu remained unfazed, his figure momentarily resembling a ghost, darting like lightning among the Buddhist disciples. Golden light erupted continuously, accompanied by the clashing of metal and iron. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if a dozen indistinct Lu Yes were simultaneously engaging within the crowd. Some Buddhist disciples attempted to obstruct him, only to find their treasures shattering, while others could not even discern Lu Yes' speed. By the time they reacted, a crimson bloom had already erupted at their throats. In the blink of an eye, several figures moved in unison. In an instant, those figures converged into one. Lu returned to his spot beneath the Enlightenment Tree. Resuming his seated meditation, the clash between the demonic sword and the manifestation resulted in numerous cracks appearing on the latter. However, its wielder's eyes widened in fury, a look of astonishment and disbelief etched upon his face, with hints of regret flickering in his gaze. A splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood sprayed forth in quick succession. The Buddhist disciples, once lively and animated, now fell to the ground in similar postures, clutching their throats, their expressions shifting from confusion to anguish. Some Buddhist disciples instantly sought to staunch the bleeding, but a potent sword energy lingered at the wound, denying them any chance of recovery. Amatba, Du Zhang let out a final Buddhist chant before collapsing. Shu Ling dropped her sword to the ground, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Amidst the shock, her expression shifted rapidly. She turned, her eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions as she looked at Lu Yi, the expectations in her heart crystallizing into reality at that moment. Young master, the fact that he was not arguing with them, nor mocking them, truly stemmed from their utter insignificance in his eyes. How swift it was! Lu Yi's cultivation speed had surpassed her wildest predictions, reaching an astonishing level. He had no need to entangle himself with them any longer. In a mere short time, he could cast them far behind, reaching heights they could only dream of. He had no intention of lingering with them at all. It had only been a brief period since his rebirth, barely more than half a year, and yet his strength had achieved such an unfathomable level. Given another 2 or 3 years, he might ascend to the next realm. They would lose the very qualification to see him again. Shu Ling's heart was engulfed in anguish. Was this truly the decision of the young master? Throughout it all, he had never engaged in fierce conflict with them. Initially, he had even harbored thoughts of killing her, yet now, when he looked at her, his eyes mirrored those of a stranger. No, even less than that. He completely disregarded her. Shu Ling knelt on the ground, her voice tinged with desperation. Young master, Lu Yi closed his eyes. Within him, no storm had stirred his infidelity. Possessing 8 women was indeed a grave error, one for which he had paid the requisite price. When he first arrived, he had not sought out numerous beauties. Familial love, friendship, and romantic love were what he genuinely desired. Yet, along the path, he had witnessed countless corpses of brothers had perished in battle, revered elders had fallen. He had once possessed these things. In this life, he no longer craved them. He yearned only to glimpse the pinnacle of the path he had yet to attain, with power over the world. Reveling in the embrace of beauty, these were mere fleeting illusions. Only the Tao mattered, only the Tao. In Shu Ling's eyes, pain and determination intertwined. Only after the events at the Chu Sword Manor did she realize how deeply Lu Yi had once cared for her. He had playfully referred to her as his little maid, yet his voice had been laced with undeniable affection. Who in this world would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire for their maid? Or protect their maid to the point of becoming an emperor? Who would delight in teasing their maid to evoke her laughter, finding joy akin to that of a child, that genuine smile? Now forever absent from the young master's face, Shu Ling clutched her heart, gasping for breath. The pain was overwhelming, suffocating her. Her gaze remained fixed on the youth enveloped in myriad radiant feathers, her fists clenched tightly. Young master, I will accompany you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I will surely catch up to you. After uttering these words, Chu Ling bowed her head forcefully against the ground 3 times before rising to depart. She must grow stronger. She would stop at nothing to attain strength, for she could not bear the thought of a future where Lu Yi would no longer appear before her, where she would lose the one who loved her most in this world. How could she continue to live? She lacked Lu Yi's unwavering commitment to the Tao. She was navigating her emotional turmoil, grappling with her regrets. Lu Yi paid no heed to Chu Ling's plight. He was pondering a rather significant question, that was, he had reached the peak of the breaking infant stage, yet he did not feel he had hit his limit. Perhaps he could push this realm further. Practicing to ascend several levels within the breaking infant realm, push forward for better health. Chapter 053. Not yet finished. In the 4th layer of the ancient battlefield space, Yu Hongling's injuries were healing rapidly. With 81 fearless divine seals, she possessed the ability to attack, defend, restore, and explode. However, regrowing a severed hand was no simple task. It mattered not. The vermilion bird had already departed, its whereabouts unknown. She had her own matters to address. Her spirits were low, her bright and handsome face now hung forlorn, lacking the vigor that once exuded a transcendent elegance. She was finished. Yu Hongling felt utterly miserable. Just moments ago, she had glanced back at the past and realized she had been an utter fool. So hopelessly naive that it bordered on the absurd. How long had she known Feng Wuxie, yet she had trusted this demon tribe member so completely. She knew all too well what kind of person her senior brother was. How well he had treated her, yet, despite this clarity, how could she still pine for someone she deemed a white moonlight? Yu Hongling could not help but let out a bitter laugh. A white moonlight that was utterly tainted. Yet she clung to it even after becoming an emperor. The kinder her senior brother was to her, the more she felt he owed her, hence his kindness. Feng Wuxie, those 3 syllables were as chilling as a bone-chilling wind blowing from the depths of hell. She had to find Feng Wuxie. She wanted to rend him limb from limb and then plead for forgiveness before her senior brother. As long as her senior brother was willing to forgive her, she would do anything, even if it meant death. Even death did not intimidate her. Her senior brother's kindness meant that as long as she continued to apologize, no, it couldn't be just that, her senior brother favored her innocent demeanor. A water curtain appeared before Yu Hongling, and she gazed at her reflection, a smile gracing her lips. No, that smile was not right. She attempted a different smile. No, still not right. Where was her innocence? Where was her navet? In that moment, Yu Hongling awakened to the realization that her innocence had only flourished amidst happiness, and now, where was that innocence? She waved her hand to disperse the water curtain, her gaze sharpening. Tinged with a faint crimson hue. Feng Wuxie, wait for me, I will kill you. Feng Wuxie was in a state of panic. He could hardly fathom how the encirclement had transformed into this. So many prodigies. So many who were unattainable in his eyes had failed to end Yu Hongling. Was it that they were too incompetent, or was it something else? How could there be a demon tribe member who saved Yu Hongling? There were renowned figures like the Little Dragon King and the Broken Sword Demon, whose names echoed like thunder, yet their deaths were utterly pitiful and tragic. It was unimaginable that such a renowned group could be so ineffectual. Mere names without substance. Feng Wuxie was nearly driven to madness. He was on the verge of losing his mind, and the demons and monsters were equally exasperated. The demon tribe had become the target of collective ire. Why would there be a betrayal from within the demon tribe? Yu Hongling had seemingly reached a point of no return, yet suddenly a powerful demon emerged and saved her, claiming to have no knowledge of the Firebird. The Firebird's strength surpassed that of the Little Dragon King, yet the demon tribe insisted they did not recognize it. Were they attempting to fool fools? Had it not been for this joint assault, the demon tribe would have suffered the most casualties and exerted the greatest effort. Other factions began to suspect whether this was a deliberate trap set by the demon tribe. If they could not vent their anger on the demon tribe, they could only direct it at Feng Wuxie. The demon faction was prepared to reduce Feng Wuxie to ashes, while the ghost faction was ready to extract his soul. However, the divine faction intervened. Calm down, this Feng Wuxie still holds value, spoke a member of the divine faction named Shuiyi. What value? Yu Hongling had already seen through Feng Wuxie's situation. Could he truly win back her forgiveness? A furious member of the demon faction exclaimed. He could no longer win Yu Hongling's forgiveness, yet he had also become the person she despised most. At that moment, it was clear that Yu Hongling had missed something of great importance because of him. Only to find herself in this predicament. It was evident that Yu Hongling was tormented by the unknown of what she had missed. This meant that she loathed Feng Wuxie to the core. Unquestionably, her hatred for him surpassed that of any of us, wishing to consume his flesh and wear his skin. This was an avenue we could exploit. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Shuiyi's eyes. Are you suggesting, indeed, love can be a trap, and so can hatred? Feng Wuxi's heart soared with joy. Did this mean he could survive after all? He had not expected that at this moment Shui Yu would glance at him with disdain. Such a wretch, I hold you in the utmost contempt. Sparing your life is sufficient. As for the rest, unleash your fury upon him. The smile that had just blossomed on Feng Wuxi's face froze abruptly. No. No, you cannot do this. A towering demon stepped forward, swiftly tearing away a large chunk of Feng Wuxi's flesh and devouring it. Blood gushed forth, and chilling screams filled the air. The remaining demons and monsters vented their pent-up rage upon Feng Wuxi. To them, his cries were the most melodious of symphonies. Shui Yi displayed a hint of reluctance, releasing wisps of blue light to aid in Feng Wuxi's healing. Be gentle, don't kill him. Don't tear off his arm. It's difficult to reattach, don't step on his groin, you'll cause him unbearable pain. After an entire hour of torment, Feng Wuxi had lost the strength to scream. He oscillated between consciousness and unconsciousness, his body drenched in blood. Every inch of his skin marred, every morsel of flesh devastated. Shui Yi tirelessly worked to mend his wounds, finally pulling him back from the brink of death. It is likely that everyone's anger has subsided somewhat. Therefore, I shall take this individual with me. If the opportunity arises, I will re-establish contact with you all and once again hunt down Yu Hongling. Next time, there is no way Yu Hongling will escape. During the passage of time, Feng Wuxi found himself swollen all over, his skin grotesquely puffed up, filled with white fluid, as delicate as an eggshell. One could say it was as fragile as a flower. A careless move caused his skin to rupture slightly, and excruciating pain contorted Feng Wuxi's expression, yet he dared not move recklessly. Any sudden motion would only exacerbate the damage and intensify his suffering. After enduring torment, the group's fury had diminished considerably, but Shui Yi's wrath had not abated, and now Feng Wuxi was once again brought before the newly entered divine clan. A new hunt was about to commence. Chapter 054. The bone-chilling cold outside the ancient battlefield. By Qiulan and Sun Ruowei had already arrived. All of them were under a century old, still eligible to enter the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. Just barely below the 100-year threshold. For instance, the sect master of the Great Tao sect had surpassed the age limit and could no longer enter, leaving it to fate and destiny. A mere harmonization realm cultivator entering the ancient battlefield of the prodigies? Isn't that a bit too much? Sun Ruowei remarked, somewhat exasperated. By Qiulan, clad in flowing white garments, was a vision of grace, the gentle breeze accentuating her striking figure, drawing the gaze of many onlookers. Indeed, I may be of the harmonization realm, but the eternal prodigy rankings consider not only strength but also root talent, combat prowess, age, and various other factors. Perhaps my ranking may not even surpass yours on the eternal prodigy list. Bai Qiulan replied with a serene smile. Do not belittle me. I am still leagues away from harmonization. Our ages are quite similar, Sun Ruowei countered. As they conversed, a dashing young man approached junior sister Bai. It has been too long. The newcomer was an elder from the Shanhua Buddhist sect, named Su Maji, renowned for his mastery in artifact forging. This is a jade hairpin I recently crafted. It can enhance beauty and calm the spirit. I believe it would suit you perfectly. May I present it to you? Su Maji said with an elegant smile, producing an exquisitely crafted jade hairpin, intricately inscribed with powerful array patterns, exuding a formidable spiritual glow. Likely the result of immense effort from Su Maji. Sun Ruowei could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. Oh dear, it seems love-struck individuals can only see their beloved. Here I am, a living person beside you. Yet you do not even spare me a glance, let alone exchange a few words, she quipped sarcastically. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Maji explained, my apologies, it has been about a decade since I last saw junior sister Bai. And I was simply overwhelmed. How could you forget to address me properly? Su Maji, what do you mean by this, junior sister? Sun Ruowei chimed in, her tone teasing. Bai Qiulan, maintaining her composure, said, thank you for your kind gesture. Su Daoyu, but we share no deep ties, thus it would be inappropriate for me to accept your gift. How could there be no ties? We have fought side by side against demons before. Su Maji insisted, please Su Daoyu, do not cling to this notion. I, Bai Qiulan, am solely devoted to the Great Tao, with no other intentions. Your insistence will only lead to your own hurt, Bai Qiulan firmly rejected. Su Maji's expression dimmed. I harbor no ulterior motives. This hairpin is a product of my heartfelt labor. I believe it is a match made in heaven for you, even if you feel no affection for me. I implore you to accept it, for it deserves the finest owner. Bai Qiulan frowned. I do not wish to speak harshly. Please Su Daoyu, take your leave to preserve our harmony. I believe this hairpin would suit me just fine. Why not give it to me? As Sun Ruowei interjected cheerfully. Su Maji glanced at her, dejectedly departing. Sun Ruowei was furious. What does he mean by that? What was that look? What does he think he is doing? Bai Qiulan placed her hand gently on Sun Ruowei's fluffy head. Calm down. To her surprise, Sun Ruowei jolted, turning to Bai Qiulan with wide eyes, unable to comprehend. Bai Qiulan paused, realizing there was nothing behind her. Unexpectedly, Sun Ruowei seized Bai Qiulan's hand from her head, holding it tightly. Why is your hand so cold? Sun Ruowei exclaimed. Cold? Bai Qiulan replied, bewildered. She reached out her other hand, finding it not cold at all. Sun Ruowei grasped Bai Qiulan's other hand. This hand is freezing. Why is this happening? It feels like ice, don't you notice? What about your body? What has happened to you? Sun Ruowei asked, her eyes filled with concern. Her own eyes reddening as she rolled up Bai Qiulan's sleeve. Her skin was exquisite, smooth and radiant, resembling the finest silk, yet the more she touched, the more alarmed she became. Cold, chilling to the bone. Freezing to the soul. What on earth is wrong with you? Are you hiding something from me? A normal person, you're in the harmonization realm, don't you realize your body has become this frigid? Bai Qiulan furrowed her brow. She touched her arm again, still unable to feel the coldness. Could it be due to the chaotic Taiyin divine body? Though I am uncertain of the cause, I assure you, it is merely a side effect of cultivating a special technique. I shall return to normal soon. Really, you must not deceive me, Bai Qiulan. We are the best of sisters. If you lie to me, I shall be deeply saddened. Sun Ruowei insisted. I would never deceive you. My condition is truly due to my cultivation. If it were not for a powerful technique, do you think I could have advanced to the harmonization realm so swiftly? This is merely a minor side effect. I shall return to normal shortly. Is that so? Indeed, yet it feels so cold. Just touching you with my hand feels like touching ancient ice. What about my arm? As their arms touched, a wave of goosebumps erupted on Sun Ruowei's skin. She quickly withdrew, realizing that while her hand, with its thicker skin, felt acceptable, her arm was far too sensitive to endure such frigid contact. Are you certain you are fine? Bai Qiulan wore a gentle smile. Really, I am fine, do not worry. Alright then, it seems I must frequently check on you. If there are any issues, we must address them immediately. Bai Qiulan nodded softly, assuring her, rest easy. Her gaze turned toward the direction of the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. Her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, the cold, as frigid as ancient ice. In that moment, a flicker of doubt stirred within her heart. She had previously pondered whether, during their dual cultivation, if Lu Yi had never felt a trace of comfort. Could he truly claim to have taken advantage of her? Each time he endured this profound chill, was the act of betraying one's master truly justifiable? Bai Qiulan found herself engulfed in confusion. Chapter 055, The True Celestial Fist. We have located Feng Wuxie. Yu Hongling, utilizing the strength of the human race and expending considerable effort, had finally obtained Feng Wuxie's whereabouts. She gazed at the information in her hand. Her brow furrowed in frustration. Am I to be forever mocked for a single lapse in judgment? This time, is it truly orchestrated by the Divine Clan? She inquired. According to the reports, it seems the Divine Clan is indeed in charge. Luo Yuan replied. Yu Hongling fell into contemplation. For now it matters not. The Divine Clan, using Feng Wuxie to draw me back into the fray, will inevitably torment him should I delay my involvement. A glimmer of wisdom shone in her eyes. Before Luo Yuan could respond, Feng Longxiang expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Lady Yu, your strategies are truly remarkable. Luo Yuan interjected. Yu Hongling, old Feng, if you cannot offer a compliment, perhaps you should refrain from doing so altogether. Feng Longxiang's large eyes held a hint of confusion. What? Was my praise inappropriate? My master is always delighted when I commend her. Yu Hongling made a decisive choice. She would temporarily spare Feng Wuxie. Focusing her efforts on cultivation. As seconds ticked by, the Divine Clan, sensing Yu Hongling's apparent disinterest, began to grow agitated. What is happening? Wasn't it said that Yu Hongling lacks intellect? The news of Feng Wuxie has been released. Why has she not taken any action? Shu Wei chuckled. What do you think? No further movement indicates that Feng Wuxie holds no significance in her eyes. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate him. His mere presence is bothersome. Another voice chimed in. Haha, exactly. Yu Hongling must be employing a strategy of indifference, hoping we will tire of tormenting Feng Wuxie. You, who bear no grudge against him, cannot tolerate his comfortable demeanor. I refuse to believe she can endure it. From this moment forth, we shall not only cease to mistreat Feng Wuxie but also treat him with greater kindness, providing him resources for cultivation and beautiful bird demons. Let us see who can withstand whom. Yu Hongling has indeed been closely monitoring the news regarding Feng Wuxie. Upon discovering that events have not unfolded as she had anticipated, a surge of fury welled up within her. To witness Feng Wuxie thriving so splendidly feels even more unbearable than taking her life. If you wish to kill me, then do not blame me for declaring war upon you. For Yu Hongling, Combat serves as the finest form of cultivation. She set forth alone, not to slay Feng Wuxie, but to engage the divine race. Anyone from the divine race she encountered was met with death. After slaying them, she would flee. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged with hostility. Lui remained immersed in his training, while a group of monks, viewing from a distance, gazed upon the 20 or so corpses of their fellow monks strewn across the ground. Their expressions filled with rage, yet the wounds of the fallen monks filled them with dread. Each death was instantaneous. Every one of them fell in a single blow, even those who had reached the half-step of the void refinement stage. And those who had just begun to consolidate their Vajradharma form were cleaved by a single sword strike. Such power was indeed terrifying. However, the way of enlightenment tree was a treasure coveted by the Buddhist sect. And now, with animosity existing between the two sides, it was imperative to confront it. Yet, the opponent's strength was profoundly inscrutable. Should they launch a full-scale assault, the Buddhist sect could face utter annihilation. I, a humble monk, am willing to test my fate. If I should fall, then the time for the way of enlightenment tree has not yet arrived. If I can engage in battle, then the way of enlightenment tree is destined to be intertwined with the Buddhist sect. The monks gazed upon Dushan, each voicing their thoughts. Dushan possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Having cultivated the 6-foot golden body, should he falter, there would indeed be no reason to continue the fight. Yet, observing the youth amidst the radiant light, so young as to be astonishing, how could he possess such unfathomable strength? Dushan sat cross-legged, his monk robes billowing. His aura began to escalate. The energy once belonging to the 9th level of the breaking infant stage now took another step forward. Void refinement. The heavens shifted in hue above, boundless golden light cascaded down. An immense influx of spiritual energy surged toward Dushan as the 6-foot golden body materialized behind him, its pure golden form growing until it reached a towering height of 30 feet. The heavens and earth were awash in golden radiance. Dushan chanted the Buddha's name, his hands pressed together. Behind him stood the 30-foot golden body, mirroring Dushan, also with hands pressed together, chanting the Buddha's name. With a single step, the golden form advanced beyond the way of enlightenment tree. The humble monk Dushan, seek guidance from a fellow cultivator. The voice of the golden body resonated like thunder, the Buddha's light radiant, its vast aura surging toward Lu Yi like a tumultuous wave. Lu Yi opened his eyes, gazing at this 30-foot golden body. Yet, the realm of void refinement warranted his utmost seriousness. Thus, without rising, he lifted one hand, causing the entire way of enlightenment tree to sway. Were the way of enlightenment tree capable of speech, it would surely have cried out in astonishment at this moment. The Tao, this is the Tao. The way of enlightenment tree assists others in attaining enlightenment. It too comprehends its own path through the paths of others. However, the profundity of Lu Yi's fist eluded the understanding of the way of enlightenment tree. It could not grasp it. Yet, this did not hinder the tree's quaking excitement. It felt it had found something. Lifting its hand, it clenched its fist, bending its arm. The power of heaven and earth converged. Lu Yi thrust forth his fist, and all the forces within the realm seemed to discover their purpose, gathering frantically toward this strike. If Lu Yi's own power were sufficient, he could summon tenfold, thousandfold, or even myriad times beyond his own strength. Drawing upon the guidance of the Tao and the might of heaven and earth, the imprint of his fist pierced through space. The golden body of Dushan, solemn and imposing, found itself momentarily paralyzed. No, my friend, must you truly unleash such a strike? What am I? What level am I at? Is it necessary for you to deliver such a blow? This punch of yours has shattered my aspiration to Buddhahood and obliterated my path to enlightenment. Surely this is excessive, truly excessive. I am but a mere insect. There is no need for you to exert such force. The last remnant of Dushan's thoughts was mere lamentation, the final lamentation of life. Boom! The fist imprint struck, shattering the golden body. Dushan fell to the ground, his body emitting a thunderous roar as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. The breath of life vanished in that instant. The world fell silent. Lu Yi exhaled gently, feeling rather satisfied. His pursuit of enlightenment was not for mere amusement. To become a celestial sovereign, his understanding of the Tao had already reached the pinnacle just below that of a sage. What he now sought to comprehend was the distinction between observing the Tao in moments of weakness and in times of strength, how the Tao manifests differently. Indeed, there is a difference, yet there remains a semblance of similarity. Look, he had begun to emulate the celestial sovereign's fist even while in the breaking infant stage. The gains were considerable. The monks of the Buddhist sect glanced at Dushan, then at Lu Yi. There was no time for sorrow. They must take their leave. This man, should anyone from the Buddhist sect provoke him again, would surely bring calamity upon them. Chapter 056. What fault have I, at the ancient battlefield? One by one the blessed lands fell under dominion. Some prodigies disregarded the blessed lands, challenging all for the sake of cultivation. Some prodigies seized opportunities, soaring like a dragon into the sky. The frequency of battles surged. With skirmishes erupting everywhere, Zhuke, having rescued Yu Hongling, could no longer conceal herself among the demon race. She trained while observing the circumstances of the demon race. The Wanling demon emperor sought to gather the blood of prodigies. Now facing significant resistance. As the adage goes, ideals are abundant, while reality is stark. Before entering the ancient battlefield of prodigies, the demon race treated myriad races as mere resources, obtaining the blood of others as if it were a simple matter. Yet upon entry, they found themselves completely stymied. You dare seek my blood? I find your demon core rather splendid as well. The demon race faced similar challenges, brimming with overwhelming malice, yet, upon entering, they were battered by this and that. Their morale nearly shattered. The human race fared better, with Yu Hongling's valor and the occasional appearance of a formidable female sword cultivator, both instilling fear. Countless beings aspired to take the lead, yet how many could truly attain it? Yu Hongling engaged in relentless battles with the divine race. Her combat techniques were diverse. As long as she did not fall into traps, she could single-handedly make the divine race wail in despair. The divine race began to reconsider whether Shuei's strategy was sound or flawed. Shuei felt utterly wronged. His plan was undoubtedly flawless. It was a scheme targeting the human race, yet who could have foreseen that Yu Hongling would advance so rapidly? With the divine race sending forth a second wave of powerful beings, they found themselves utterly unable to contend with Yu Hongling. Who could he turn to for justification? They were truly at an impasse. The divine race made a decision to release Feng Wuxie. Let him fend for himself. Shuei remained silent for a long time but ultimately consented to this suggestion, unable to capture Yu Hongling. All schemes were in vain. Now, due to Yu Hongling, the entire development of the divine race faced significant restrictions, and they could not continue down this path. No, I will not leave. When Feng Wuxie was informed he could depart, his expression shifted dramatically. You don't wish to leave? Then we shall break your legs and cast you away. No, I can serve as bait. I can be bait. Yu Hongling is the pinnacle prodigy of the human race. If you do not eliminate her, once she grows stronger, she will become a calamity for all races. You must snuff her out in her cradle. I can assist you. She despises me to the core. As long as I fare well, she will undoubtedly find a way to kill me. I'm the bait. Feng Wuxie's legs were shattered. Shuei, expressionless, dragged Feng Wuxie away. They found a desolate mountain and discarded Feng Wuxie there. There were indeed no traps here. This matter ends here. The divine race need not act as the vanguard against the human race any longer. Do not leave. Do not go. I do not wish to remain here. You can send me to the demon race, the devil race, or anyone else, it matters not. Despite his wails, Shuei did not look back. Feng Wuxie had already been crippled, his cultivation had plummeted to the depths. And now with his legs broken, surviving with even a single life was a stroke of fortune. Feng Wuxie's pleas for help were in vain, and he could not contain his rage. He could not comprehend what wrong he had committed. Why must he endure such calamity? He came to the ancient battlefield of prodigies to enhance his strength. He had not provoked anyone. It was the demon race that pursued him first, led by that hideous Tianwu. Had he truly erred, Feng Wuxie's mental state shattered completely as he wept uncontrollably on the ground. A shadow loomed over him, a pair of red cloud boots appearing within his line of sight. She has come, an infinite terror gripped Feng Wuxie's heart, yet he still wished to survive. Even an ant possesses the desire to live. He simply did not want to die. There was nothing shameful in that. It is all my fault. They seek to kill me. I merely wish to live. What wrong have I done? I was simply frightened, truly terrified. The demon race has gone mad, unable to contend with the human race. They now seek to fulfill the Wanling demon emperor's orders, collecting the blood of all beings. They would take even this strand of phoenix blood from me. I do not wish to die. I only wish to live. You come and tell me what I should do, what I can do. If you were in my position, could you do better than I? Initially Feng Wuxie's pleas were but whispers. Yet as he spoke, he grew increasingly agitated. This matter cannot be blamed on him. He was merely swept up by fate. He is a weakling, never possessing the autonomy in this affair. The wind gently caressed Yu Hongling's hair. She did not look at Feng Wuxie. Her once brilliant gaze had turned desolate. Feng Wuxie was not at fault. Lu was not at fault. All the blame lay with her. In truth, it is not to say that in the previous life Lu Yi had not endeavored to discuss Feng Wuxie's matters with her over the long course of time. However, each time Lu Yi mentioned Feng Wuxie, she would fall into a fit of hysterical madness, only to return to an unsettling calm later. Lu Yi believed she had come to terms with her feelings, but in reality, she had buried her resentment deep within her heart when she lost trust in Lu Yi. Any words he spoke regarding Feng Wuxie could not penetrate her soul. Yu Hongling turned and walked away. The decision to kill or not to kill had lost all significance for her. In her heart, Feng Wuxie was already dead. Feng Wuxie looked up, watching as Yu Hongling's figure receded into the distance, momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Hey! Summoning an unexpected courage, Feng Wuxie called out to Yu Hongling. Yet, Yu Hongling did not pause. She had already contemplated everything thoroughly. Feng Wuxie was no longer relevant to her. Strangely, she began to understand Lu Ye's current state of mind. Was there hatred? Yes, there was, but it was an impotent hatred. To hate others, to hate oneself, it was all rather futile, rendering everything tasteless. Feng Wuxie truly wished to inquire what virtue or merit he possessed that could have made Yu Hongling develop feelings for him. However, as Yu Hongling's silhouette quickly vanished, it seemed unnecessary to voice this question. At last, he had survived. Feng Wuxie knelt upon the ground, exhaling a long, relieved breath. At that moment, he felt that everything he had experienced was a treasure on the path of his future growth. As long as he was alive, he could. A pair of azure embroidered shoes appeared within his line of sight. Azure embroidered shoes? It wasn't Yu Hongling returning, but he did not recognize this woman adorned in azure shoes either. Feng Wuxie stiffly raised his head to gaze ahead. A woman clad in a flowing azure gown, standing gracefully with an exquisite visage, held a black and red sword, looking directly at him. The intensity of her gaze filled him with foreboding. Young lady, thud, with a single stroke, there was nothing left of him. Chu Ling sheathed her sword. The young master did not say to spare you. Chapter 057, Schemes in the Shadows. This is the current distribution map of the blessed lands occupied by various clans in the ancient battlefield of the celestial prodigies. The human race remains the strongest. Although the alliances among different clans are evident, our human race boasts numerous powerful individuals, thus we need not fear, for the hearts of the other races are not so united. According to the distribution map, the human race occupies 45% of the blessed lands, the Buddhist sect 15%, the divine race 10%, the demon race 10%, the devil race 10%. And the ghost race occupies a unique territory, with only the ghost race and the spirit race benefiting, jointly holding 10%. Within the grand tent, Shangguan Wuchang wore a faint smile as he recounted the current status of various forces to numerous powerhouses. Shangguan Huanling had remained aloof from the crowd of human clans since her arrival, rarely showing herself. Shangguan Wuchang had not given this sister much thought. He had initially considered using this opportunity to eliminate Shangguan Huanling. But for some reason in the past 6 months, she seemed to have transformed into a different person, showing him great respect. Thus, Shangguan Wuchang temporarily abandoned this plan. The many strong individuals surveyed the distribution map. Nodding in agreement, the human race's acquisition of 45% of the blessed lands was indeed an extraordinary feat. However, it was precisely because of this vast acquisition that the strength of the human race was advancing rapidly, earning them the title of prodigies. What is this place, and why is it blank? A member of the One Calamity sect pointed at the distribution map and inquired. Shangguan Wuchang had anticipated this question. This area is enveloped by the Buddhist forces. One might say it is within the territory of our human race, as this individual is exceptionally strong. According to reports from our scouts, this place is called the Enlightenment Tree, a celestial treasure that aids practitioners in comprehending the Tao of the Enlightenment Tree is occupied by an individual of great strength, with the bodies of Buddhist disciples lying outside it, yet no retaliation has been seen from the Buddhist sect, which speaks volumes. As Shangguan Wuchang's words were spoken, a wave of uproar ensued. Is that true? The temperament of the Buddhist disciples is well understood due to their unique philosophy. Although many Buddhist disciples belong to the human race, they have gradually become unaccepted by the human race. Naturally, it is true. Look at the attire. This person is a disciple of the Great Tao sect. Shangguan Wuchang was certainly aware of Lu Yi, for Shangguan Huanling had warned him before entering the ancient battlefield of prodigies not to provoke Lu Yi, stating that she would be killed if she did. It appeared that this Lu Yi was indeed formidable, single-handedly suppressing the entire Buddhist sect into silence. However, cultivation is not solely about fighting. The Enlightenment Tree, he was quite envious of it. Such a treasure should not be monopolized by one individual. Our sects? A disciple of the Great Tao sect, Ding Yuqing, was momentarily taken aback. The name is Lu Yi. This name, not only Ding Yuqing knew it, but others also recognized it, for they had encountered him upon entering. At that time, the young fellow was rather anxious, and everyone speculated that his impatient demeanor would prevent him from surviving long in the ancient battlefield of prodigies. Yet, he managed to reach the Enlightenment Tree, slaying numerous Buddhist disciples and thriving, monopolizing the Enlightenment Tree. Indeed, he is a disciple of our Great Tao sect. quite impressive indeed. A smile unconsciously appeared on Ding Yuqing's face, since the Enlightenment Tree is occupied by the human race. Can it be incorporated into the blessed lands of the human race? Shangguan Wuchang inquired. Ding Yuqing raised an eyebrow. She was not foolish and quickly grasped Shangguan Wuchang's intentions. I believe that is unnecessary. He is cultivating alone beneath the Enlightenment Tree, without utilizing the blessed lands we occupy, so we have no need to force him to relinquish it, Ding Yuqing stated. Shangguan Wuchang's expression remained gentle. He did not suggest that he should give it up. After all, the Enlightenment Tree is not something that can only be comprehended by one person. Many can share in the understanding, allowing him to continue while also utilizing other blessed lands occupied by the human race. Surely it would be a win-win situation. Ding Yuqing was currently quite assertive. You need not concern yourself with those convoluted matters. If you wish to comprehend the Tao, you may do so yourself. It sounds pleasant now. But if Lu Yi is unwilling to allow others to share the Enlightenment Tree, would it then become Lu Ye's responsibility? Thus, some matters should be pursued on your own. There is no need to drag others into your troubles. We are not without our wits, who cannot see through your schemes. I also believe that the Enlightenment Tree ought to be shared. I intended to seek enlightenment myself and do not wish to conflict with the great Tao sect. If he insists on being obstinate, should I engage him in combat or refrain? At this moment, another individual spoke up. This was a practitioner of the Yin-Yang Law sect. Some principles dictate that the Enlightenment Tree is indeed precious. Representing a great opportunity, it should rightfully belong to the human race collectively to maximize its benefits. Another practitioner of the Yin-Yang Law sect chimed in. I find this objectionable. This matter can be negotiated but cannot be forced. The Mountain River Treasure Pagoda sect interjected. Although the Jiuli Heavenly Dynasty and the Supreme Imperial Dynasty are at odds, they too covet the wonders of the Enlightenment Tree and expressed agreement with Shangguan Wuchang's statement. Some voiced their support, while others expressed dissent. Let us inquire first. I also believe that the Enlightenment Tree should not belong to a single person. At that moment, a previously silent young man suddenly spoke up. The moment he did, all eyes turned to the youth due to both his strength and identity. The Ancient Era sect, Gu Qingtian. Even in the ancient battlefield of prodigies, the Ancient Era sect was not particularly enthusiastic. And few came. This was because the Ancient Era sect had its own unique cultivation methods. The resources sent down from above were sufficient for their needs. Nevertheless, this time, someone had come among the first batch. Those under 20 did not arrive, but in the second batch, 2 under 60 made their appearance, one male, Gu Qingtian, and one female, Lu Qingyan. What if he is unwilling? Ding Yuqing inquired. Gu Qingtian smiled lightly. That would be simple. I would just defeat him until he agrees. Ding Yuqing was infuriated. Are you planning to bully the weak with your strength? Lu Qingyan also smiled lightly. You dear friend, he occupies the Enlightenment Tree, suppressing the entire Buddhist sect into silence. If we truly engage him in battle, would that not be an act of bullying the weak? Of course, if that sounds unappealing to you, I can rephrase it. Lu Qingyan's expression gradually turned cold. Let us say we are indeed bullying the weak. What can your great Tao sect do about it? You would find it difficult to locate your bearings in battle. A shrill voice echoed from outside the grand tent, a red figure rushing in like a whirlwind, launching a magical seal toward Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan snorted coldly. Before her, light burst forth as a leaf multiplied, 2. For 8, countless faint silvery leaves formed a protective shield. Boom. The magical seal struck fiercely against the leaf shield. Lu Qingyan's expression shifted slightly as she retreated, exiting the grand tent. What tremendous strength! Chapter 058. No choice. 4th update. A battle had erupted. The shield before Lu Qingyan did not shatter. She struck it with her palm, and in an instant, countless silvery leaves transformed into a whirlwind, charging toward Yu Hongling. Yu Hongling was unperturbed, raising her hand to unleash a mountain-crushing seal. Sending the silvery leaves flying, the leaves swiftly returned, attacking Yu Hongling from all directions. With both hands, Yu Hongling pulled and pushed, her true essence surging as the leaves were controlled by an invisible force. Coming to a standstill around her. Lu Qingyan formed hand seals, the leaves glowing brightly and beginning to tremble. Stop, do not fight. The people inside the grand tent hurriedly rushed out. Gu Qingtian also slightly furrowed his brow and called out. Junior sister. A mere 4th layer broken infancy practitioner can unleash such power. You of the great Tao sect have piqued my interest. Lu Qingyan gestured, and all the silvery leaves flew into her sleeves and vanished. Yu Hongling regarded her with cold eyes, uttering a stern warning. No one shall disturb my senior brother during his cultivation. Should one dare to interrupt, they must tread over my corpse. Initially, I contemplated whether to intervene or not. But having heard your words, I am now indeed compelled to see for myself. The two women faced each other with fierce determination. Yu Hongling, known for her fiery temper, declared, "No one shall stand in our way. Come, let us settle this one-on-one, so be it, a duel it is." Hongling, Ding Yuqing hurriedly interjected, attempting to restrain Yu Hongling. The attitude of Wan Gujiao was undeniably infuriating, and while Yu Hongling was indeed formidable, she was still youthful. In the face of someone slightly older, youth would inevitably lead to disadvantage, even with exceptional talent. Regardless, you cannot go. Yu Hongling remained resolute. Whether I choose to go or not is my own prerogative, and it is not for you to dictate. Liu Qingyan replied with a smile, "With your kind of demeanor, seeking out my senior brother would only lead you to your demise. Oh dear, I am so frightened. Your words have only piqued my interest further. Let us inquire, miss you. There is no need for anger. If that Lu Yi disagrees, we are all of the human race and can certainly discuss this amicably." Indeed, the effects of solitary cultivation beneath the enlightenment tree are comparable to those of group training. We are not infringing upon Lu Yi's interests. Not only are we not infringing, but we are practically assisting Lu Yi. During our battles against demons and foreign races, he has not lifted a finger. Now we offer him the resources acquired through bloodshed to share, which undoubtedly benefits him immensely. Quite right, Shangwan Wuchang remarked with a smile. Isn't this turning lively? Upon witnessing the commotion, Yu Hongling gently shook her head. Some individuals were clearly seeking their own demise, and she found herself unable to deter them. At that moment, Shangwan Wuchang had discreetly positioned himself behind the crowd. Gu Qingtian stepped forward, heading towards the enlightenment tree, with other human prodigies following suit. Ding Yuqing gritted her teeth and joined them, while the members of the Dao sect were visibly enraged, and those from the Supreme Sword sect and the Robbery sect were also displeased. These three sects usually maintained a cordial relationship, while the Mountain River Pagoda sect often stood in a position of reason and neutrality. The sudden mobilization of human power raised alarms among the various races. Observing that the human warriors were heading straight for the location of the Buddhist sect, confusion ensued. The Buddhist sect felt threatened to wait. There has been no enmity between us and the humans since arriving at the ancient battlefield of prodigies. Why are so many sect members rushing over? Some were apprehensive, yet, as they progressed, their direction shifted, seemingly not towards the Buddhist sect at all of the enlightenment tree. That direction leads to the enlightenment tree. What is their intent? Lu Yi, engrossed in comprehending the great Tao, sensed that during his enlightenment, the tree, whether intentionally or not, consistently transmitted warm thoughts to him. He paid it no mind. The enlightenment tree was still too young. It could only assist him in the early stages, and with his speed of cultivation, in less than 5 years, its help would become negligible. By the time the tree matured, he would likely have reached an unfathomable level. A gust of wind arose. Liu Yi calmly opened his eyes, sensing the cacophony of rushing winds. It appeared that the atmosphere was about to become quite lively. A lively scene would suit him well. The system thrived on commotion. Upon their arrival, they immediately beheld a multitude of fallen monks. The lethal injuries inflicted left many momentarily stunned, but Lu Yi the Gu Qingtian inquired, "It is I." Liu Yi glanced around, relieved to find none of his despised figures among them. This brought him a slight sense of ease. "We have come to discuss a matter with you. Please proceed." Yu Hongling, keeping her distance from the throng, dared not approach Lu Yi for fear of breaking down in tears. Observing Lu Yi's demeanor towards strangers and recalling his attitude towards her, her eyes reddened with emotion. Such a stark contrast in treatment. She felt the urge to weep. "I have heard that beneath the enlightenment tree, one can draw closer to the great Tao, and thus we wish to cultivate there. Would you be amenable to this?" Gu Qingtian inquired. In truth, he could have elaborated further, adding that as a form of reciprocity, they could utilize other human-occupied sacred grounds for cultivation, which would have been more favorable. However, Gu Qingtian intentionally refrained from mentioning it. "So this is your true intention." Liu Yi understood. He knew a bit about Gu Qingtian, who possessed a rather haughty demeanor. They had sparred in a previous life, with Lu Yi narrowly claiming victory. They had not interacted since, and what more? Lu Yi asked, "What else is there?" Gu Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Liu Yi chuckled. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. I am inclined to agree with this notion, but I am curious, should I refuse? What then? Gu Qingtian laughed in turn. Apologies, but in my presence, you have no option to refuse. Their exchange quickly escalated with a palpable tension. Liu Yi surveyed those gathered behind Gu Qingtian. Who among them shared his sentiments? Silence fell upon the crowd. Gu Qingtian seemed rather overbearing. Why not articulate the latter part of his statement? "Lu Yi, if you are willing to allow us to cultivate beneath the enlightenment tree, the human-occupied sacred grounds are also at your disposal for independent cultivation. How does that sound? A prince from the Jolie Heavenly Dynasty interjected. What I mean is, I have no option to refuse. Who agrees with this? Shangguan Wuchang glanced around. What is it? Why are you all so timid? He had initially intended to remain hidden, yet the silence of the crowd thwarted that plan. I agree, as a member of the human race. It is only natural that you contribute to the betterment of our kind. The Enlightenment Tree should rightfully be available to all human prodigies, Shangguan Wuchang proclaimed. With one person leading, others began to follow suit. Indeed, I concur, you should not reject this matter. I agree. If the human race is weak, even if you are strong, you cannot monopolize the Enlightenment Tree, thus, it should rightfully belong to all humans. Chapter 059, Withering in an Instant, 5th Update, Moral Coercion? Fishing in troubled waters, the sparrows gather. Lu Yi regarded these individuals, having identified his adversaries. He had no intention of opposing humanity, and it was fortunate that this group of fools did not represent the entirety of the human race. Then let us commence. Lu Yi rose, stepping forward. His figure seemed to disregard the distance of space, appearing before Gu Qingtian in an instant, his stone sword erupting with a brilliant sword light. The air around them crackled with a deafening roar. Gu Qingtian's expression shifted as a phantom green lotus materialized above him, its myriad rays resembling chaotic energy cascading down to form an impenetrable shield. The sword light struck the lotus energy with a resounding crash. Gu Qingtian was sent flying, crashing into a small mountain, leaving a trail of blood mist in his wake. Liu Yi's figure did not falter. In a blink, he vanished once more. Boom! The sword light, accompanied by a piercing shriek, heralded its terrifying speed and power. So swift, too swift, some powerful beings were unable to withstand it, meeting their end on the spot. One man, one sword. This was retribution for their affront. Liu Yi, Ding Yuqing's face paled in shock, her voice rising in alarm. You cannot kill them all. This minor grievance, if you were to wipe them out, what place would you have in the great wasteland upon your return? Lu Yi paid her no heed. His sword grew even more ferocious, more terrifying. While typical sword energy often excelled in sharpness, Lu Yi's sword energy was never solely sharp. It was both powerful and keen. A single stroke of sword energy resembled a celestial seal, wielding the power to shatter the heavens. Boom! Blood mist erupted in clouds. Shangguan Wuchang's expression darkened. Before entering the ancient battlefield of prodigies, he had declared he would face death, but that did not imply he genuinely wished to perish. Protect me, he bellowed. All the powerful members of the Supreme Deity Dynasty rushed to the forefront, various artifacts radiating light. Liu Yi struck down the one who had spoken with blinding speed, leaving only the members of the Supreme Deity Dynasty before him. Lu Yi, I bear the mark of the Supreme Deity. Should you kill me, the Supreme Deity Dynasty will be your eternal enemy. Shangguan Wuchang roared. Upon hearing this, the other powerful members of the Supreme Deity Dynasty nearly erupted in outrage. You would utter such words? You'd be better off begging for mercy. Liu Yi chuckled. The stone sword aimed directly at the group from the Supreme Deity Dynasty. His foot came down heavily upon the earth. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Countless sword energy swirled around Lu Yi's form, coalescing into a deadly spike. Boom! Blood mist exploded in torrents as Lu Yi's figure surged through the ranks of the Supreme Deity Dynasty's warriors, piercing through Shangguan Wuchang as well. In his final moments, Shangguan Wuchang's eyes reflected disbelief. A madman. This is a lunatic. How dare he? Did he not realize that such ferocity and speed would lead to his downfall once he departed the ancient battlefield of prodigies? With this last thought, Shangguan Wuchang's consciousness faded into oblivion. A radiant light surged towards Lu Yi. He reached out, grasping the mark of the Supreme Deity, and with a gentle motion of his palm, the laws collided and shattered, dissolving into nothingness. Yet this was not the end. Liu Yi's gaze shifted to the numerous injured figures. Protecting humanity. In his previous life, he had safeguarded humanity, and in this life, he could do the same. The bonds of affection and love should exist within this world and should not be extinguished simply because he had lost his own. However, those who clashed with him on his path were not included in this humanity he intended to protect. Lu Yi moved once more. If he were to kill, he would do so thoroughly. Ding Yuqing could no longer contain herself, positioning herself directly in front of Lu Yi. Liu Yi, you must cease the killing. You still have to venture outside. They have already learned their lesson. If you continue down this path, even the Dao sect will be unable to protect you. Ding Yuqing said anxiously. This matter was instigated by these individuals, and Lu Yi's retaliation, though fierce, can still be justified. However, now that they are gravely injured, should you take another life, the Dao sect would find it impossible to defend you. Brother Lu, you cannot kill any further. Linghu Wushuang also rushed over to persuade him. Indeed, Brother Lu, remain calm. Xiao Huayang echoed the sentiments. Liu Yi, initially intent on annihilating them all, Lu Yi glanced at the concern etched upon the faces of the Dao sect members and smiled gently. Is there still someone who cares for me? Alas, just one more, the last one. Ding Yuqing clenched her fist. Luya's strength was so formidable it left her in awe. This battle could only be described with 4 words: an overwhelming force. She understood that if Lu Yi desired something, she would be utterly powerless to stop him. The only reason he paused now was for her sake. One more, you wouldn't be thinking of killing. Lu Yi nodded, offering her a gentle smile as he bypassed her obstruction. His target was Gu Qingtian. Gu Qingtian emerged from the pile of stones, his expression a mix of shock and fury. Very well, indeed you possess great power. His aura surged violently, instantly transcending the breaking infant realm to reach the refining void realm, all within the span of his words. Lu Yi slashed downward with his sword. The blade's radiance extended for hundreds of feet, accompanied by howling winds and swirling mist, birthing thunder and lightning. Gu Qingtian bellowed, myriad ancient green lotus, one sky. The ethereal image of the green lotus expanded, threatening to consume the entire sky above him. The sword light collided violently with the green lotus, causing it to tremble violently. Lu Yi's arms revealed faint veins as he exerted immense pressure. Shatter, boom. The green lotus crumbled instantly, reduced to dust. The overwhelming sword light obliterated everything in its path, including Gu Qingtian, leaving a deep chasm in the earth. The world fell silent. Lu Yi sheathed his stone sword and surveyed the onlookers. This deed was solely the work of me. Lu Yi, should anyone seek vengeance, feel free to come find me. I am always at your service, and, forget it, just leave. Lu Yi's figure vanished, reappearing beneath the enlightenment tree. Closing his eyes, his countenance remained as tranquil as water. The battle that had just occurred was aggressive as fire, resembling a mere illusion. The various factions seemed as though they were immobilized by a binding talisman. Remaining mute for an extended period, Ding Yuqing felt a chill run down her spine. She addressed the crowd. Let us depart. It is impolite to disturb one's cultivation. If there are matters to discuss, let us find another venue. Quarreling cannot take place here. Should Lu Yi become enraged once more and unleash his fury, Ding Yuqing feared she might not even find anyone to argue with. Li Wobai's eyes sparkled with excitement, his body trembling. How powerful! That sword intent was overwhelming. A profound fear gripped his heart, yet the greater the fear, the more exhilarated he felt. A throng of individuals, bearing corpses, or gravely injured, departed in droves. Lu Qingyan wished to carry away Gu Qingtian's remains, but he had already been reduced to nothingness. She had been fortunate not to speak earlier. Chapter 060. Not that I am weak. What transpired? Outside the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, particularly among the powerful of the Supreme Divine Dynasty, rage erupted. Just moments ago, many of their ranks had perished, including Prince Shangwan Wuchang, who has slain my people of the Supreme Divine Dynasty? His eyes blazed crimson, consumed by fury and murderous intent. Did my Yinyan Law sect's disciples also perish? How infuriating! Could it be that another battle has commenced? No, this is not a battle. How could so many fall so swiftly? This is slaughter. Who is responsible? Whoever it is, the Supreme Divine Dynasty shall not let them escape. Many listening to the outcry of the Supreme Divine Dynasty could not help but furrow their brows. It happened too quickly. What truly occurred within the ancient battlefield of the prodigies? So many prodigies fell in such a short span. It was utterly shocking. Bai Qiulan's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Something feels amiss. The Taishang Sword Sect, Robbery Sect, and Dao Sect have not lost a single member. These 3 sects have always maintained amicable relations. Now, several from the Yinyan Law Sect have fallen, 2 from the Mountain River Pagoda Sect, and a multitude from the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Why does it feel as though Lu Yi was involved? Only Lu Yi could unleash such terrifying power within the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. I hope it is not Lu Yi. If he were to clash with these factions, they might be utterly destroyed. Within the ancient battlefield of the prodigies, a throng of individuals surged forward in excitement. But now a multitude departed dejectedly. At the strength Lu Yi displayed dealt a severe blow to their confidence. They were all prodigies in the journey of cultivation. Some are ahead, and some are behind. It is an undeniable fact. Yet now, they were all at the same starting line, and before they had even completed half the race, he had already claimed the trophy. Lu Yi's existence loomed like a mountain before them. They could continue onward, but if they wished to become true powerhouses, Lu Yi would be an insurmountable obstacle. Ding Yuqing was mulling over what to say. My senior brother killed your senior brother? The figure of Yu Hongling reappeared, fixating on Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan, then it is my turn to strike you down. Yu Hongling was eager for a challenge. Lu Qingyan was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, perfectly suited to be her rival. Lu Yi's rapid rise in strength filled her with a sense of urgency. Hongling, Ding Yuqing's voice felt somewhat powerless. Are you 2 siblings truly intent on causing chaos? The prodigy of the Inyan Law sect spoke up. 5 of my brothers and sisters from the Inyan Law sect have perished. They did not fall in battle against demons but rather at the hands of their own kin. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. I, from the Mountain River Pagoda sect, will also seek an explanation from the Tao sect. However, that is not for now. To demand an explanation now would likely provoke Lu Yi. We shall wait until we leave the ancient battlefield of the prodigies or until the final 3 layers are opened. Has the human race departed? It seems so. Let us investigate the situation. Various factions stirred into action. Previously, there were too many humans, and fearing a potential scheme, they dared not approach. Now that a large contingent of the human race has withdrawn, they felt emboldened to show themselves. Albeit cautiously from a distance, they observed Lu Yi, who remained as usual quietly seated in meditation beneath the enlightenment tree, its gentle swaying dispersing strands of light. A closer look revealed traces of battle and bloodstains. A confrontation had surely occurred. The outcome was clear. Lu Yi had emerged victorious. The demon race, ghost race, and divine race were all perplexed. What was happening? The human race had come in full force, brimming with aggression, only to leave in despair. The demon and Buddhist factions sighed in relief, feeling considerably bettered. It turned out that it was not because they were too weak, but because Lu Yi was simply too strong. It was he who had slain Tu Wuying with a single stroke. Yen, the son of the demon emperor, spoke in a somber tone. It was him. The demon race's experts gasped in astonishment. No wonder the enlightenment tree resides here. In the face of such a treasure, Yen had repeatedly warned the demon race not to provoke those beneath the tree. Clearly, they had been left with a psychological scar. With such an extraordinary prodigy emerging from the human race, what should they do? Everyone understood the terror of a peerless prodigy. The rise of such a figure would inevitably be accompanied by rivers of blood and flames. This unparalleled prodigy belongs to the human race, and it is evident that the blood and flames will be those of the other races. Now there remains but one choice. Yian's eyes gleamed with a ruthless light. What choice? When the final 3 layers of the ancient battlefield of the prodigies open, the true powerhouses from various races shall unite to eliminate this threat. Will the human race's powerhouses not intervene to protect him? Yian snorted coldly. Have you not realized? He prefers to act alone. We only need to strike swiftly, and the human race will not have the time to intervene. The young master is astute. Yian cast a deep gaze at Lu Yi. If such a person is not eliminated, the other races may never know rest again. He would now go to rally forces, awaiting the opening of the final 3 layers of the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. At this moment, Lu Yi felt somewhat conflicted. What realm does he currently occupy? The 12th layer of breaking infant. Within his dantian, the diminutive Lu Yi had transformed into a small giant. Should he wish to break through and reach the refining void realm, he could do so at any time. However, he was concerned about the unknown toxins that might arise next. Once he breaks through, that power, untouched by the ravages of time, would erupt forth. He contemplated waiting until the final 3 layers opened. Obtaining the Blood Sea Immaculate Pearl, and delivering a powerful blow to the Myriad Ancient Prodigy list, this strike would undoubtedly be well received by the Myriad Ancient Prodigy list, bestowing Lu Yi with considerable strength, allowing him to seize the opportunity to break through to the refining void realm. Regrettably, there was no means to refine the final item needed to forge a third life within the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. That item is known as the Withered Manwood. Gathering the Withered Manwood, the Blood Sea Immaculate Pearl, and the Golden Celestial Sunflower would enable the formation of a third life in this lifetime. He was not prepared to utilize a third life again, just as he had deceived by Cholan upon his rebirth. If he truly reached the final moment of enlightenment, merging his 9 lives into one, he might become one of the most formidable saints in history. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Having comprehended the Tao to a considerable extent, Lu Yi found his own path remarkably mature and complete. His purpose in coming here was merely to perceive the scenery from a different perspective, which he has now achieved. As Lu Yi prepared to depart, a branch unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder. The Wudao tree gently swayed, emitting a subtle plea, requesting Lu Yi to take it away. Chapter 61. Shanghuan Huanling, do you wish to accompany me? Lu Yi inquired. The Wudao tree conveyed a faint consciousness, affirming its desire. Quite clever, indeed. Very well, I shall take you with me. Lu Yi extended his hand, and the Wudao tree radiated a misty glow, shrinking to the size of a palm and settling in Lu Yi's grasp. With one hand forming a seal, a rune coalesced and flew towards the Wudao tree, merging within it, establishing a faint connection between the man and the tree. The Wudao tree assimilated into Lu Yi's skin. Cultivation remained Lu Yi's primary avenue for advancement, having reached a point where further progress seemed unattainable. Thus, he could now resume his search for resources. The treasures within the Tianzhou ancient battlefield were generally of a low grade. However, some in their seedling phase were exceedingly precious, destined to become invaluable once matured. Lui was well aware of what held the greatest value and where to find such treasures, for instance, within the 5-layer battlefield. A young fusong sapling and a single fusong fruit could incite a frenzy among countless powerful beings. Should one pursue the fusong as their Dao, they would undoubtedly be recognized as a formidable fire-type cultivator. Wherever Lu Yi traversed, those who recognized him promptly made way, while others, oblivious to his identity, fell victim to his casual strikes. The phrase rampant and overbearing aptly described Lu Yi at this moment. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow lightly, for he discerned that many treasures had already been claimed by others. If merely a few treasures had been taken, it would be understandable, as each individual has their own fortunes and opportunities. However, the majority of items Lu Yi had coveted were inexplicably gone. Who could it be? It was only when Lu Yi arrived at Wanzhong Mountain that he understood that this mountain, resembling a great bell, resonated with the wind, echoing with the sounds of the Dao. In truth, it was a spiritual treasure, having fused with the mountain over time due to the demise of its original master. In this realm, the quality of treasures was distinctly categorized: magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, postnatal spiritual treasures, innate spiritual treasures, postnatal supreme treasures, innate supreme treasures. In the first layer of heaven, the treasured artifacts of various sects were mostly postnatal spiritual treasures, while those possessing innate spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare and formidable. Upon Lu Yi's arrival at Wanzhong Mountain, the entire mountain quaked, large boulders tumbled, revealing a gleaming bronze metallic luster beneath. A figure clad in black robes was seen performing hand seals, collecting the Dao Bell. Lui regarded this black-robed individual, unrecognizable, impossible, his hand traced lightly before his eyes, and as he looked again, his pupils had transformed to gold. Shangguan Huanling, sensing a ripple of energy, Shangguan Huanling turned to face Lu Yi, her expression shifting dramatically. Lui unleashed a sword chi. Dare you covet my treasures? You have chosen the path to your demise. The sword chi sliced through the air, accompanied by a terrifying howl. Shangguan Huanling, fully aware of Lu Yi's formidable reputation, did not dare to underestimate him. In an instant, she transformed into a mist of blood. Boom! The crimson light vanished at a speed akin to teleportation. Lu Yi was taken aback. How decisive this blood demon escape! It left him somewhat bewildered. Who engages in battle only to flee at the first encounter, employing such a drastic technique that depletes one's essence? He finally understood why the treasures he had sought had vanished. Most had been preemptively claimed by Shangguan Huanling. He did not pursue her, nor could he, unless he resorted to the blood demon escape himself. Even then, controlling its direction would prove challenging. Nevertheless, the Dao Bell was likely his now. As the earth trembled, after securing the Dao Bell, Lu Yi resumed his search. In a cave, Shangguan Huanling's complexion was ashen, her aura severely depleted. She hurriedly affixed numerous concealment talismans at the cave's entrance, lowering her presence to the utmost degree before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. How did he emerge from beneath the Wudao tree? No, she could not continue collecting treasures in this manner. Should they cross paths again, her survival would not be guaranteed. However, she had amassed sufficient treasures already. It was time to cultivate. Numerous treasures appeared, enveloping Shangguan Huanling. Streams of spiritual light surged forth from these treasures, entering her body. This technique, known as the origin devouring scripture, allowed her to consume the essence of all things. The treasures she acquired were of exceptional quality. The more she absorbed, the greater the influx of origin energy, accelerating her cultivation. Before long, Shangguan Huanling ascended to the 6th stage of breaking the baby, then the 7th, the 8th, and finally the 9th. Upon reaching the 9th stage, Shangguan Huanling altered her hand seals, experiencing a sudden decline in her realm. 8th stage, 7th stage, 6th stage. As she fluctuated between stages, her aura grew increasingly stable. Upon concluding her cultivation, she formally attained the 8th stage of breaking the baby, a testament to her astonishing rate of advancement. I told you, without you, I can still ascend to imperial status, perhaps even stronger than in my previous life. Shangguan Huanling felt the powerful waves of true essence within her body, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Perhaps some regretted betraying Lu Yi, but she felt no remorse. In her past life, she had always believed that Lu Yi's assistance was a constraint upon her. She could have reached formidable heights independently, yet Lu Yi's stubborn attachment had bound her, rendering her unable to break free. She had indeed loved Lu Yi, but his affection had later suffocated her. All the treasures she desired were delivered to her doorstep. She need not endure any trials, yet this was not the life she yearned for, and now gallivanting freely through the world was the existence she longed for. She was finally free. This time of rebirth, the treasures were far easier to acquire than she had imagined. So what merit did Lu Yi possess? why should he use his achievements to bind her to his side? Lu Yi did not encounter Shangguan Huanling again. Between layers 4 and 6, it was true that she had claimed many invaluable treasures. The origin-devouring scripture was indeed a formidable technique, enabling one to consume all things after cultivation. Akin to a kuanpeng. A few treasures were gathered by Lu Yi, who noted the peculiar behavior of the various races, including the divine and demonic clans. Their actions struck him as somewhat unusual. Displaying an eerie uniformity, had they united? Lu Yi shook his head. It was of no concern to him. As time passed, the final 3 layers of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield were on the verge of opening. Expected within a day or two. In his previous life, he had ranked 33rd on the eternal Tianzhou list. It was not due to his weakness, but rather the absurdity of the names on that list. The top 10 were shrouded in chaos, obscuring their true identities. Of the 11th name, Yi Wudi, was known to few, yet he possessed another name, Invincible Sword Sovereign. The master of the Invincible Sword was a monster of the celestial sovereign level. Ranked 11th, Chapter 62, the 9 layers open this time. There shall be no traitors, right? During a high-level meeting, the leader of the divine clan, Guang Wuyu, began with a veiled remark. The target of this remark was evident. The demon clan Su Shang glared intensely. What do you mean? Guang Wuyu smiled gently. What could I mean? I merely fear that everything is meticulously planned, yet at the critical moment, someone may suddenly defect to rescue others. How embarrassing would that be? Upon hearing this, Hu Shang shattered a stone before him with a claw. Who the hell are you talking about? The stone crumbled, and those who barked the loudest were often the ones struck. A monk clad in robes chose not to engage in idle chatter, rising to leave. Ye and hastily intervened. Dui, where are you going? Dui remained composed. With the various clans divided, this matter must not succeed. What purpose does my presence serve? It would be better to return and recite scriptures instead. Dui spoke candidly. What do you mean divided? Nonsense. We are gathered here to eliminate Lu Yi before the human race can react. Guang Wuyu, Hu Shang, can you two behave normally? Do you truly believe that Lu Yi will never clash with you just because he hasn't yet? When Lu Yi grows stronger and you encounter him, you will understand what regret truly means. Do we unite or not? Speak up. If we unite, then no more unnecessary chatter. If not, we disperse now, Yi declared with a serious expression. The atmosphere in the cave grew oppressive. The firelight flickering. Guang Wuyu and Hu Shang fell silent. Unite. Guang Wuyu finally spoke. Humph. Hu Shang scoffed. Ye bellowed. What are you scoffing at? Will we unite or not? Hu Shang's expression darkened, its claws tightening and then releasing. Ultimately, it nodded. Unite. Good, then everyone listen closely. As the last 3 layers of the ancient battlefield open, all our clan's powerful beings must refrain from acting recklessly. The first priority is to contact the strong from each clan and encircle Lu Yi. This is of utmost importance. No matter what, this task takes precedence over all others. Remember, it is a complete and total encirclement. Treat it as the final battle before the extinction of our clans. You must all unleash your full potential to persuade your formidable allies. Do not allow even a single thread of weakness to show. Time passes inexorably, and suddenly, Lu Yi raises his gaze. Boom! A tremendous roar resonates from the heavens above. The clouds swirl and the winds dance, as the sky begins to stretch into boundlessness. Light and shadow intertwine, and the world is fragmented into layer upon layer. The final 3 tiers of the ancient battlefield of the prodigies have officially opened. And the subtle sensation of shackles binding everyone begins to dissipate. Massive whirlpools emerge one after another in the sky, this time exceptionally colossal. Lu Yi's eyes gleam brightly as his figure vanishes. Charging towards the abyss of blood, almost all prodigies, whether human or from other races, rush towards the 7th layer of space. The powerful beings arriving this time are exceedingly formidable. Even the distant other races feel the gravity of the ancient battlefield. Following the emergence of the human powerhouses, formidable figures from various races begin to appear in succession, their potent auras enveloping the area. The realm of refinement void, the strong ones entering this time, regardless of their lineage, are all at the refinement void stage. Those who do not achieve this within a century cannot be deemed prodigies. Yen is the first to greet them upon seeing him. The members of the demon clan offer a slight bow, acknowledging him as the son of the demon emperor, a youth of modest age yet an unparalleled prodigy of the demon clan. Deserving of respect due to both his lineage and potential, the leading figure of the demon clan, clad in obsidian armor with horns radiating a menacing aura, towers like an insurmountable mountain. Shimie, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Shimie nods. Please speak. Prince Yi. A prodigious human has emerged, possessing the bearing of an emperor among ancestors. If he is not eliminated today, he may become a great threat in the future. I have already contacted the demon race, ghost race, divine race, Buddhist sect, and spirit race. We await your arrival to join forces and eliminate this individual. Are you willing to heed my words? Yi states. Upon hearing this, Shimia's eyes blaze with a fierce intensity. Is he truly that powerful? What is his current realm? He should be at the refinement stage. Very well, lead the way, Prince Yi. I shall slay him. Not just you, all powerful members of the demon clan must join this battle. We must leave him no chance of survival. Shimia nods in understanding. The demon clan is resolute, and similarly, the other races align. Hu Sheng locates the strongest member of the demon race, named Hua Qianshi. The Buddhist sect finds a senior elder from the Du generation, Wei Jing. The ghost race discovers Yin Xiai. The spirit race encounters Huan Wang. The divine race meets Xinjiang. Bai Qiulan enters the ancient battlefield of the prodigies. Master, Yu Hongling rushes forward. Upon seeing that Yu Hongling is unharmed, Bai Qiulan lets out a sigh of relief. Where is your senior brother? Bai Qiulan inquires. Yu Hongling's eyes are already brimming with tears. Master, her voice quivers with emotion. Bai Qiulan's heart sinks. What has transpired? Yu Hongling burrows into Bai Qiulan's embrace. Trembling from the cold. Master, why are you so cold? What has happened to you? It's nothing. My Taiyin divine power has yet to stabilize after the breakthrough. It will settle in time, Bai Qiulan reassures her. What about you? Why do you appear so sorrowful? Unable to contain herself, tears cascade down Yu Hongling's cheeks like precious pearls. Master, I misunderstood my senior brother. I misunderstood him. Bai Qiulan, Feng Wuxie was just a trap. My senior brother resolutely stepped into it for my sake, and he lost his life for it. I have wronged him. Master, I owe him an apology that I can never repay. I am deserving of this fate. Master Wu, Yu Hongling weeps bitterly. Bai Qiulan cannot help but close her eyes. Another misunderstanding has arisen. Why does this keep happening? Everything they have done has gone awry in such a short span of time. Sun Ruo's ears perk up, feigning indifference while attentively absorbing every word from Yu Hongling, meticulously analyzing the meanings. Each word is familiar, yet when strung together, the meaning eludes her. Senior brother refers to Lu Yi. Who is Feng Wuxie? Did Lu Yi lose his life? Oh heavens, surely not. No, if Lu Yi were dead, how could there still be talk of Yu Hongling seeking forgiveness? What does this all mean? How strange that all races are converging towards a single point. A young elder from the Dedao sect, holding a compass, remarks in intrigue at the members of the Dedao sect. Look over. The compass in Feng Tianqi's hands reveals wisps of ethereal light traversing its surface. In various hues, black, green, white, gray, and so forth, this compass tracks and searches for energy, with the lights representing demonic, monstrous, ghostly, and other unique energies. They are heading towards the 8th layer of space, Bai Qiulan asserts. Do they not covet the treasures and fortuitous locations of the 7th layer? Feng Tianqi expresses curiosity. Bai Qiulan contemplates. One race moving is inconsequential, however, so many races moving simultaneously is peculiar. I shall investigate. Bai Qiulan declares decisively. I will go too. Sun Ruo chimes in. Count me in, Yu Hongling adds. Feng, you contact the other sects and inform them of this matter, maintaining communication. If anything arises, I will notify you at once so you can react swiftly. If Feng Tianqi hesitates slightly. Sister Bai, should we not all go together from the Dedao sect? No need. I have reached the harmonious Dao stage. Even if I am outmatched by these allied races, they will find it challenging to keep me here. Moreover, many of our brothers and sisters have come to the ancient battlefield of the prodigies seeking opportunities. It is not yet clear what the situation truly entails. You should continue your search for fortune. Very well, but you must be cautious, sister. Sun Ruo wears an expressionless face, as long as Bai Qiulan is present. All attention will gravitate towards her. She glances down at her chest. We are all cultivators. Why should we concern ourselves with such superficial notions as beauty equals justice or size is truth? How vexing. Let us go and see. Bai Qiulan waves her hand, and the 3 figures appear atop a white cloud heading towards the gathering of various races. Feng Tianqi watches them depart, then begins contacting other sections. Most of the other powers pay little heed to this. Believing the human race to be overwhelmingly strong, even if the other races were to start a conflict, they might gain some initial advantage, but once the human race catches on, they would suffer losses 100-fold or 1,000-fold. For many human powerhouses, gathering treasures remains the priority. They must employ every method at their disposal to swiftly enhance their strength and reach the pinnacle of power, etching their names upon the ancient prodigy list at the abyss of blood. The ancient prodigy list does not merely rank based on brute strength. It considers one's realm, age, talent, and various other factors to determine standing. Some at the Yuan Dan stage may strike out and achieve a rank of 999. While others at the refinement void stage may find their efforts completely unacknowledged by the list. Of course, within the same age group, as long as one does not force growth, the stronger one is. the greater the likelihood of a higher rank. Generations of prodigies have left their marks upon the ancient prodigy list, leading to a continual cycle of competition and evolution. Thus, today, having a name among the top 100 is enough to stir the entire first heaven. Even garnering significant attention from those in the higher tiers. Let the competition unfold, strive to excel. Lu Yi traverses the 8th layer battlefield, advancing towards the 9th layer. His objective is crystal clear, the pure blood sea stone. It would be absurd to hesitate or waver in this second life. What meaning would rebirth hold otherwise? Ahead lies the blood sea. It stretches infinitely, yet it bears no foul odor, rather, it carries an indescribable sweetness. Perhaps this is because the blood within this sea flows from the fallen prodigies, mingling to form this vast expanse. However, this blood cannot be utilized, as it harbors terrifying obsessions. Over time, various obsessions have not diminished but rather intensified, growing ever more formidable. Lu Yi is oblivious to the monstrous entity that may emerge from this sea in the future. Regardless, during his ascension to the status of celestial sovereign, this blood sea had not yet birthed any true life. He strides forth, his feet touching the surface of the blood sea as he makes his way to the opposite shore. He recalls that the pure blood sea stone can only be found near the cliff where the ancient prodigy list resides. The sky is vast, and the blood sea lies tranquil like a mirror, clad in a flowing dark robe, his black hair simply styled. Each step he takes creates ripples, a scene of exquisite beauty. He gazes upward towards the direction of the rising sun, where an enormous stone tablet hovers above the blood sea like a colossal mountain. The tablet is a gray-brown hue, and the names inscribed upon it appear as if drawn in cinnabar. This is not the ancient prodigy list. The true ancient prodigy list is located at the top of the stone tablet. An aura of supremacy emanates from the enigmatic black list above, with golden characters etched upon it, each representing a span of time. Here, Lu Yi cannot discern it clearly, yet he has seen it in his previous life and is not in a rush to examine it anew. From Lu Yi's perspective, this ancient prodigy list is a treasure of chaos, a unique product born from the nurturing of heaven and earth and the condensation of the great Tao. As long as a name can be inscribed above, one may receive the blessings of the celestial path. Almost there. Lu Yi's figure came to a halt, his feet melded into the sea of blood. His body sinking inch by inch, the blood sea regained its tranquility. Soon after, a burst of golden light erupted from the southeast, the sacred radiance of the Buddha, vast and resplendent as a group of monks, reminiscent of legendary deities, tread upon clouds as they approached. From the east, a torrent of demonic energy intermingled with malevolence surged forth, accompanied by piercing howls that echoed incessantly. A mere glance at the roiling black mist sent chills down one's spine, causing the very soul to tremble. To the northeast, demonic fog enveloped the area, with terrifying figures emerging amidst the fiends, their forms grotesque and fearsome. They have come, all have arrived, Your Highness Tiger, the scent has vanished. I suspect it has entered the sea of blood, a treacherous-looking rat spirit squeaked, whereas the last trace of scent disappeared too. Here, the rat spirit pointed towards the location where Lu Yi had vanished. Good. Tiger Shang produced a black magic stone riddled with countless tiny holes resembling a coal briquette. The spot where Lu Yi disappeared has been locked in. Let us proceed according to plan. We, the demon clan, shall set up the 4 symbols great formation to suppress the heavens. Excellent. The Buddhist sect shall arrange the diamond exorcism formation. Can't you change the name of your formation? The demon clan grumbled in frustration. Amitba, the diamond exorcism formation begins to take shape. The ghost clan shall establish the sky ghost soul snatching formation. Very well. The spirit clan shall prepare the 10,000 spirits 10,000 slaughters formation. Understood. The divine clan will ready the divine clan Aurora. All arrangements are set. One by one, figures began bustling about, centered on the spot where Lu Yi had vanished. Bai Qiulan and her companions stood at a distance, observing the scene. What are they doing? Setting up formations, Sun Ruowei said, disbelief etched on her face as she turned to Bai Qiulan. Do you take me for a fool? Can't I see they are setting up formations? What I mean is, what purpose do they have in doing so? Chapter 064, Bai Qiulan takes action. What purpose do they have in doing so? Bai Qiulan's expression grew grave. She exchanged glances with Yu Hongling, and simultaneously a shared thought arose in their minds. Lu Yi, only Lu Yi could provoke such a large-scale mobilization and collaboration among the alien races, incurring immense costs to set up such a formation within the entire ancient battlefield of heroes. Master, please take action, Yu Hongling urged decisively. The formation had yet to be completed. With so many powerful beings engaged in establishing it, even the senior brother would find himself in dire straits, though Bai Qiulan was reluctant to maintain such an abnormal relationship with Lu Yi. He was undeniably her disciple. Baicholan did not hesitate. She formed seals with her hands, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. A chilling wind sweeping across the realm, the temperature plummeted in mere moments. The sky turned an ominous black. The sea of blood, peculiar in its nature, had not frozen, yet its temperature had dropped to the extreme of the alien races. Witnessing this paled slightly. There is a harmonization realm practitioner. Amitba, the Buddhist chant resonated as a colossal golden palm struck towards the ominous clouds above. The intricate patterns on the golden palm were discernible, radiating immense Buddhist light. As the golden palm drew closer, the golden glow dimmed, and countless frost crystals began to encase it. Rain began to fall. Within the clouds a single ice crystal appeared, followed by a second, third, and fourth. Countless ice crystals cascaded down like a vast galaxy, raining down upon the alien races below. A wolf's howl reverberated through the heavens and earth. A white wolf, with its jaws agape, displayed a devouring force, consuming a multitude of ice crystals, its body now encrusted in frost. Trembling uncontrollably, dozens of massive ice crystals appeared, thin as a cicada's wing. The sound of piercing air filled the atmosphere as various supernatural abilities erupted against the ice crystals. Upon shattering, the ice crystals transformed into even smaller shards. Puff, puff, puff. The minuscule ice shards indiscriminately assaulted the alien races, inflicting substantial casualties. Baicholan swiftly formed seals with her hands. 5 harmonization realm practitioners charged towards her. The speed of her seal formation intensified. Get lost! A streak of dark blade light cleaved through the air. Yu Hongling immediately prepared to rush forth. Hongling, Baicholan called out, and only then did Yu Hongling realize that she had only just reached the breaking infant realm. Even though she had been an emperor in her past life, it was impossible for her to confront harmonization realm practitioners at her current stage. Sun Ruowei intervened, conjuring an ancient zither between her hands, its melodious notes resonating as various lights surged towards the dark blade light. Bang, bang, bang. The dark blade light shattered all obstacles. Go. Baicholan completed her final seal. In an instant, a vast expanse of white mist surged forth towards the alien races. The dark blade light was frozen in place, and the attacks unleashed by the other harmonization realm practitioners were also immobilized, as the white mist continued to swirl. How can this be so powerful? All the alien powerhouses were left dumbfounded. It's not that we all possess harmonization realm prowess, it's just that how can one person suppress an entire group of harmonization realm practitioners? Moreover, your stance isn't just to suppress harmonization realm practitioners, it's to suppress all alien races. Amitba, the Buddhist sect, took action. A colossal golden bell appeared, enveloping all the alien races in its embrace. Crack, crack, crack. The golden bell manifested numerous fissures. At this moment, the Ghost Clan took action, producing a seemingly dilapidated large umbrella. Boom. The golden bell was frozen and shattered. The Ghost Clan's harmonization realm practitioner, Yin Xiaoyi, wielded the broken umbrella, and in an instant, all the white mist surged towards the broken umbrella. However, in that fleeting moment, at least dozens of alien prodigies were turned into ice sculptures. Take this back! Yin Xiaoyi exclaimed, closing the broken umbrella and pointing it at Baicholan. As the white mist transformed into beams of light, rushing towards her, Baicholan formed another seal, and gentle white light dissipated the beams, which quickly transformed into soft white light, growing ever more magnificent. By the time the beams reached Baicholan, they had completely vanished. Baicholan brought her hands together, condensing all the white light between them, forming a sphere. The sphere suddenly shot forth, only to return. A gigantic elephant leapt forward, wielding a massive black shield. The shield rapidly expanded, transforming into a wall-like presence, standing tall above the sea of blood. Assist me! One harmonization realm practitioner after another approached the giant shield. They placed their hands upon it, infusing it with power. Boom! The giant shield trembled violently, yet, unbeknownst to what material it was composed of, it did not shatter. Baicholan's expression shifted. With a wave of her hand, hundreds of fine silver needles shot forth. A puff, puff, puff. The silver needles pierced through the wall, embedding themselves within the bodies of the harmonization realm practitioners behind it. In that moment, those struck by the silver needles felt a terrifying chill seep into their beings, freezing their primordial spirits to a shade of blue. What kind of cursed chill is this? It is utterly horrifying. What is happening? Why do humans always produce such prodigies? Why can't we have even one such prodigy? Heaven, how unjust you are! Oh vast heavens, why do you treat me so harshly? Do not mind us, continue setting up the formation. I refuse to believe that even with all these human prodigies, we the alien races must be subjugated. I do not believe it. For every prodigy that appears among the humans, we will slay one. As long as our race does not perish, it will eventually be our turn. Continue setting up the formation. The giant elephant roared, straining its arms. The massive wall surged forth with earth-shattering force towards Baicholan's position. Baiqiulan furrowed her brows. She waved her hand, unleashing immense Taiyin divine palms towards the giant shield. The shield began to collapse, yet it continued its advance. Baiqiulan unleashed her full Taiyin divine power. And in that moment, her long black hair transformed into a shimmering silver. It seemed that this battle, though seemingly futile, was of utmost importance to Baiqiulan. Taiyin chaos light, the chilling power spread wildly in all directions. Sun Ruowei felt her eyelids twitching furiously, sensing that her very soul was freezing at that moment, and she hurriedly pulled Yu Hongling away. The Taiyin power transformed into the most brilliant radiance. Vast and awe-inspiring, surging towards the giant shield. This time, the giant shield crumbled. The 4 harmonization realm practitioners behind it were enveloped in brilliant light, their bodies rapidly turning into ice sculptures, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Suddenly a flash of light appeared before Baiqiulan. A dark dagger shot forward like lightning. There was no grand display, merely a return to simplicity in this single thrust. Baiqiulan's expression changed, the Taiyin energy coalesced into a protective shield. However, the black dagger pierced through with relentless force. Baiqiulan's palm was penetrated, the shadow's body stiffened for a moment, the dagger severing Baiqiulan's arm, followed by a swift horizontal slash. The Taiyin energy erupted around Baiqiulan. The shadow was thrown back, but Baiqiulan's neck was sliced open a quarter of the way. It was at this moment that Lu Yi discovered the Blood Sea Purity Stone. Chapter 065, Transforming Void into Reality. In the fierce battle above, Lu Yi could sense fragments of it. However, as the Blood Sea turned frigid, he knew that Baiqiulan had likely taken action. The Blood Sea was peculiar, perhaps due to its viscous nature or the chaotic energies within the blood. Lu Yi struggled to grasp the situation above, yet it mattered little. There was no need for absolute clarity. Securing the Blood Sea Purity Stone, Lu Yi began to ascend, eager to discern whom Baiqiulan was battling and whether he might seize an opportunity to intervene. His body rose swiftly the higher he ascended. The colder it became. Baiqiulan had unleashed her full might. Such potent Taiyin energy could potentially give rise to even more chaotic and venomous forces. How splendid! I hope Baiqiulan engages in more battles. Fighting is healthier, and if she dies, no one will assist. Tsk, how poetic! At long last, his silhouette emerged from the depths, and in that very instant, the Blood Sea abruptly hardened, as if forged from divine iron. Splendid rays of light rapidly blossomed, intertwining in a tapestry of colors, as formidable beings from various races each claimed their position. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. Lu Yi gazed upon this intricate array of formations, each encasing the other, and in that moment, a hint of bewilderment flickered across his countenance. That he was genuinely engulfed in confusion. It was not surprising. In his previous life, he had been the leader of a temporary alliance for the human race, leading them to slay the alien races, which earned him their enmity. That was entirely natural. However, what was the situation in this life? What had he done? He had cultivated in the heavenly spirit pool. Yes, and had slain a few monks, but that was merely because they had sought trouble. Indeed, he had also dispatched a few more monks beneath the Wuda tree, who had similarly approached him with ill intent. And there was the matter of slaying that ruthless figure, Tu Wuying. Beyond these alien races, the others were merely insignificant cannon fodder. He had not sought the limelight nor vanquished any extraordinary prodigies. And then there were the specters, gods, and spiritual beings. The system could vouch that he had scarcely encountered them at all. Lu simply could not fathom why this assemblage had descended upon the Blood Sea, setting up layers upon layers of formations with the intent to extinguish his life. After a moment of silence, he arrived at a conclusion. This was an intolerable act of bullying. Boom! This group of alien races did not even bother with idle chatter. A beam of divine light from the gods extracted the immense power from at least 20 of their kin, transforming it into a most terrifying radiance that surged toward Lu Yi with unrelenting ferocity. The void trembled under the impact of the beam, becoming vaguely obscured. In a flash, Lu Yi drew his sword, the stone blade cleaved upward, his feet sinking deep into the Blood Sea, as solid as iron. The beam split into two, exploding on either side of his body, the cataclysmic energy causing his true essence to quiver. A heart-wrenching roar resonated, tinged with anguish. Lu Yi's body trembled slightly as he struck at the ferocious celestial demon. The demon's shriek escalated, piercing the air with a shrillness that multiplied. Boom! A clash between a tiger's claw and his fist shattered the claw, yet dimmed the imprint of his strike, which still sent the celestial demon into disarray. The 4 symbols appeared, Xinglong, Baihu Zhuke, and Xuanwu, towering figures encircled Lu Yi as the celestial demon reappeared, its form considerably dimmed. I told you we must kill him. Naiden's furious roar erupted. What a terrifying presence this was! What level of power did he possess? A single punch could shatter a tiger's claw and nearly obliterate the celestial demon. The demon's soul attack merely caused him to stiffen momentarily. Such a human must not be allowed to live. The alien races would surely be doomed. Roar. The four symbols surged toward Lu Yi simultaneously. The Vajra pestle radiated with overwhelming Buddhist light, poised for action. Lu Yi unleashed a sword strike, cleaving the Qinglong in two. Yet the dragon was unperturbed, for it was an embodiment of energy, effortlessly regenerating. His figure darted through the fray, a flurry of sword lights erupting forth as the four symbols continuously shattered and reformed, launching relentless assaults that left Lu Yi with a throbbing headache. Each strike from the four symbols possessed the might of the harmonization realm. Even Lu Yi had to deflect their force to withstand their blows. As enduring them head-on would undoubtedly result in injury, their offensive power was indeed formidable, with swordlights that could pierce through anything, and the heavenly sovereign fist was astonishingly powerful. The demon-subduing pestle seized an opportunity. Flashing before Lu Yi, without turning, Lu Yi's elbow slammed forwards. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed. Lu Yi staggered. A piercing scream erupted once more. Lu Yi felt as if his head might explode, though his tolerance for pain was immense. He remained conscious, albeit momentarily stiffening. The divine light from the gods erupted once again. Boom! A beam that connected heaven and earth struck Lu Yi squarely. His fists had already clenched, yet he was a heartbeat away from unleashing his attack. My husband, senior brother, Bai Qiulan and Yu Hongling shouted simultaneously. Sun Ruowei's mouth opened in shock, yet no sound emerged. She was left questioning her own ears, or perhaps the intensity of the battle had rendered her dazed. Had she truly heard Bai Qiulan utter those words, husband, husband? In that moment, Bai Qiulan cared little whether she had misnamed him. She unleashed an even greater surge of power as each harmonization realm warrior let out anguished roars. The divine light from the gods struck Lu Yi with full force. Lu Yi's body instantly suffered grievous injuries. Breaking through to the harmonization level was indeed a daunting task. Given this, Lu Yi's expression morphed into one of ferocity amidst the colossal beam of light. Come then! The infant soul within him, resembling a small giant, suddenly opened its eyes wide. In that instant, it transitioned from the ethereal to the tangible. With a single step, it transformed the void into reality, allowing the infant soul to exist, enduring through the ages. As the transformation of the infant soul occurred, Lu Yi's meticulously refined true essence underwent a qualitative leap. Streams of true essence, once like a long river, now surged forth as a great dragon. In that fleeting moment, a blood-red lotus seed materialized from the void, only to shatter in the next instant. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, akin to a celestial river in tumult. A wave of murderous intent cascaded, reminiscent of the stars fracturing. How many lives had Lu Yi extinguished in his past life? Countless, beyond reckoning. The war of extermination against the demons, the war of annihilation against the fiends. The Great Chaos War, the Ancient War, the battle through the river of time, the war in the Nine Netherlands, the campaign against the eternal, shattering the false heavens, the slaying of gods and fiends. Quelling the turmoil, hundreds of thousands of battles, condensing Lu Yi's heart for slaughter, the essence of malevolence. The Nine Lives Heavenly Sovereign was a revered title among the humans. The world-destroying sovereign was a name whispered in fear by the alien races. His blood-red eyes opened amidst the divine radiance. In that instant, there was no trace of humanity left within them. His soul was utterly consumed by the thirst for slaughter. Could the bloodshed experienced by a heavenly sovereign be confined by mere illusions? Kill, kill, kill! Lu Yi raised his head within the divine light, the blood-red malevolence coalescing into a fiery torrent. Boom! Lu Yi's figure surged upward, his fist striking forth, the first layer of the formation, the four symbols suppressing heaven array. Saw dozens of demon kin instantly transformed into mist. Chapter 66, Full Retreat, Part 4. It was over. Bai Qiulan beheld the piercing blood-red and unfathomable fear blossoming within her heart. The lotus seed of slaughter erupted at this very moment. Retreat, retreat! We must vacate the ancient battlefield of prodigies at once. No one can remain here. Anyone who lingers will face certain death. There will be no exceptions. The Lu Yi of now had completely transformed into a creature solely driven by the will to kill. He would employ every means of slaughter at his disposal. Retreat! Bai Qiulan formed a seal, enveloping Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei with lunar energy, fleeing without a backward glance. Simultaneously, she produced a communication stone. Junior Brother Feng, you must inform all disciples of the Taoist sect to evacuate the ancient battlefield of prodigies with utmost haste. Notify all human factions, every sect, that they must vacate the ancient battlefield of prodigies immediately. At the fastest speed possible, abandoning everything, Feng Tianqi was startled upon receiving Bai Qiulan's message. Sister, what has happened? A most terrifying fiend has emerged. all beings remaining in the ancient battlefield of prodigies will perish. I am not exaggerating. The situation is dire. You must act as I say. If you do not leave, you will surely die. There is no chance of survival. You must evacuate at once. Bai Qiulan's voice was filled with urgency and fear. Sun Ruowei stood frozen, her expression shifting from the dazed wonder of hearing her husband's name to a state of pure bewilderment, her features seemingly set in stone. Was it really so grave? Was it truly so alarming? No. Was it merely that Lu Yi had turned red? Could that possibly cause Bai Qiulan such terror and anxiety? How long had it been since Lu Yi had entered the scene? They had but one opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield of prodigies. They had yet to leave their mark on the eternal prodigy rankings, and now they were to retreat. Who would willingly leave? Qiulan, it cannot be so. Lu Yi was just your disciple. While he was formidable, surely he couldn't compel everyone to withdraw. Even if he were to rampage, weren't there still plenty of alien races left for him to slay? You do not understand. I will explain once we are outside. Junior brother Feng, did you hear that? I heard. I will contact the other sects immediately. The gravity of Bai Qiulan's tone and urgency made Feng Tianqi realize that the severity of the situation likely exceeded his expectations. He hurriedly reached out to the other sections. What, you want us to retreat now? The reactions from the major sects were almost uniform. Their first thought was disbelief. How could they possibly retreat? They had yet to even attempt to leave their mark on the eternal prodigy rankings. If they did manage to etch their names in history, it would not only grant them everlasting glory but also immense rewards, especially since the powerful figures at the refinement void and harmonization levels had only been in the ancient battlefield of prodigies for less than a day. They had barely begun to explore and had yet to seize any benefits. How could they possibly be willing to withdraw? Bai Qiulan rushed to Feng Tianqi's side at lightning speed. Feng Tianqi was taken aback by the sight of Bai Qiulan. Her silver hair flowing like a cascade. Bai Qiulan immediately seized the communication stone from him. I am Bai Qiulan. Now I stake my personal Tao as a guarantee that my words are true. I implore all prodigious warriors from every sect, regardless of your confidence, to evacuate the ancient battlefield of prodigies within a quarter of an hour, otherwise death is certain. I am not jesting, nor am I deceiving you. Trust me, if you do not leave, you will surely die. Bai Shimi, what on earth has happened? Please clarify, why must we stay here or face death? Even if a demonic entity has emerged, how formidable could a being that manifests on the Tianzhou ancient battlefield truly be? Surely we are not without the means to confront such a foe, are we? Indeed, even if we each stand alone as insufficient opponents, if we unite, could we not still pose a challenge, if we are indeed incapable of standing against them? Then even the collective strength of all present cannot escape the finality of death. Bai Qiulan's voice was imbued with fervor. Everyone, trust me, we must vacate the Tianzhou ancient battlefield immediately. At once, silence enveloped the communication stone. Leaving everyone in a state of contemplation, some began to doubt Bai Qiulan's sanity, yet her status as a harmonious Tao realm cultivator suggested that something truly terrifying must be at play to induce such a breakdown in her. Very well, all disciples of the Taishang sword sect, retreat. A voice from the Taishang sword sect affirmed. Yes, senior brother, Jie sect, all disciples withdraw. Senior brother, I wish to remain here. I wish to test my mettle against the ancient Tianjiao rankings. You, alas, do take care. All cultivators of the Zhongzhou dynasty, retreat. Yes, Bai Jia, may I inquire, is it him? The voice of Shangguan Huanling rang out. Indeed, very well, I understand. All cultivators of the Wushang imperial dynasty, retreat. Who do you think you are to command the cultivators of the Wushang imperial dynasty? A scornful voice echoed. The Wushang imperial dynasty need not depart. I shall see for myself what manner of demon can instill such fear in this congregation of cowards. The Jiuli heavenly dynasty will withdraw. Those who wish to remain may do so. The Yinyan law sect, those who wish to leave may also depart, yet I doubt they can breach my Yinyan universe array. I will not leave. The Shanhua Pagoda sect, very well, the Shanhua Pagoda sect will retreat. The vast majority of human forces chose to heed Bai Qiulan's judgment, a mere harmonious Tao cultivator's alarm sufficient to indicate the imminent peril. Furthermore, we must endeavor to notify all scattered human cultivators to withdraw. Bai Qiulan's figure vanished, her colossal voice resonating through the heavens and earth. A peerless demon has emerged, slaughtering all in its path. Death is inevitable for those who remain. I am Bai Qiulan of the Daotai sect. All who hear this must vacate the Tianzhou ancient battlefield with utmost haste. Such declarations reverberated through the various layers of the Tianzhou ancient battlefield. Bai Qiulan could do no more. If she could save even one life, it would be worth it. She could help Lu Yi accumulate some karmic retribution, even if just a little, above the blood sea. Boom! The four-symbol suppression array was utterly shattered, the array's core transforming into a mist of blood. In the next moment, the blood mist was drawn towards Lu Yi, who devoured it whole. His body involuntarily shuddered with overwhelming exhilaration. The Tiangui let out a shriek as Lu Yi cleaved through countless rays of light, seizing the Tiangui's head. Boom! The Tiangui's cranium was crushed. And Lu Yi opened his mouth wide, forcefully stuffing the Tiangui into his maw. Waves upon waves of sword light emerged, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, each beam drenched in crimson. A single word escaped his clenched teeth. Death, Chapter 067, Slaughter, First Update. The array's core, sword energy transformed into a blood-colored tempest, emitting a sharp, explosive sound as it assaulted the most vulnerable point of the formation. What of the Vajra extermination array? Or the 10,000 spirits 10,000 kill array, each name more imposing than the last, yet in Lu Yi's eyes, they were riddled with flaws and easily dismantled. Boom, 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 blood mist erupted from the array's core. The Vajra pestle descended in fury, countless threads intertwining. Lu Yi unleashed a punch. The Vajra pestle and his fist collided, momentarily locked in a stalemate, but Lu Yi remained unyielding, and the Vajra pestle was ground into powder inch by inch. A group of harmonious Tao cultivators beheld this scene, their scalps tingling with dread. Amitba, especially the disciples of the Buddhist sect, who understood more than anyone the true resilience of the Vajra pestle, which had undoubtedly crushed the skulls of countless powerful beings, yet now it was reduced to dust by a single punch. I refuse to believe he possesses such strength. A divine general clad in white armor with a red cape appeared majestic. Disbelief and defiance reflected in his eyes. The divine race's aurora surged forth once more. The divine general transformed into a blinding white light, a colossal apparition materializing behind him as he thrust out his spear with all his might. The strike of the proud sky, a divine dragon coiled around the spear, marking his ultimate attack, the strongest strike of a harmonious Tao cultivator. He could not fathom how Lu Yi could withstand this supreme blow after enduring the divine race's aurora. Harmony, the union of power and the Tao, his path was the path of invincibility. A smile crept across Lu Yi's face, a grin that was both grotesque and peculiar. He casually cleaved through the divine race's aurora. In the face of this earth-shattering thrust, he extended his palm and grasp. Crash! The divine general's advance came to a sudden halt. Lu Yi remained motionless, his blood-red eyes fixated on the divine general, his smile cruel and terrifying. You dare to tread the path of invincibility. Killing intent surged through Lu Yi's eyes, piercing straight into the divine general's being. In that instant, the divine general witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He beheld the true fall of gods and Buddhas, and saw countless beings writhing in despair like ants. Upon closer inspection of those countless beings, he was horrified to discover that each one possessed strength akin to his own. His eyes glazed over in confusion, intermingled with profound terror. These were all beings who had walked the path of invincibility. Lu Yi gently tugged, drawing the divine general closer. He lifted his right leg, unleashing a torrent of raw, violent power in a devastating knee strike. The divine general's body exploded, transforming into a thick mist of blood. A completely white Yuan Ying emerged, attempting to flee, but was captured by Lu Yi, who opened his mouth and devoured it whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Blood dripped from the corners of Lu Yi's mouth as he surveyed the myriad figures before him. They were all destined to perish. With a swing of his sword, thousands of sword lights erupted. The formation was annihilated with overwhelming force, and numerous alien entities were turned to blood mist amidst the relentless wails of despair. A demon, he is a demon, do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me. The alien harmonious Tao cultivators were paralyzed with terror. Fear was deeply etched into their hearts. If even the divine general fell so easily, how could they possibly contend with this demon? The Buddhist sect was the first to flee. The demon's ferocity was unparalleled, and the light of the Buddha dimmed. It was time to conserve strength and await the day when the radiance of the Buddha shone brightly once more to eradicate demons. For that is the true path. As the crowd scattered, retreating for hundreds of miles, their figures suddenly vanished, only to reappear not far from Lu Yi. The alien races? Their SA formation. Yi Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Why was there a formation on the outskirts? Who the hell set up this trapping array? Who, in the void, a young man clad in a cloak, his lips red and teeth white, remained undetected, as if his cloak rendered him invisible. Were Lu Yi to see him now, he would undoubtedly strike him down. Not if the sober-minded Lu Yi were to see him, he would be astonished. This youth was Li Huayu. His identity did not belong to the 5 great sects, nor to the 3 major dynasties or the eternal teachings, but rather stemmed from a more mysterious origin. That he had little interest in cultivation, yet harbored a profound fascination for formations. However, due to his lack of talent, He was despised by his master and cast into the Tinzhou ancient battlefield for trials. His comprehension of formations was indeed quite laborious, taking him several minutes to dismantle even a single array. He had come here with the intention of rescuing Lu Yi, for Lu Yi had once aided him, yet, upon witnessing the scene, he realized that rescue might not be necessary, so powerful, so terrifying, even more so than his master. Based on Li Huayu's understanding, it was likely that Lu Yi could annihilate this entire group, but what if they attempted to flee? Thus Li Huayu set up a trapping array. Lu Yi could not help but burst into wild laughter upon witnessing this scene. He cast a glance at Li Huayu, who trembled involuntarily, an overwhelming fear flooding over him like a tidal wave. How could he see me? How is that possible? My cloak is a congenital spiritual treasure. Meant for my protection, kill. Sword light flashed. One by one, the monks fell, blood spilling forth. The weak character disciples roared in anger, forming a battle array, but in the next instant, the crowd erupted into chaos, limbs flying. Amitba, Amitba, the weeping chant of Buddhism echoed through the heavens and earth. Resembling a mournful wail, Amitba could not save them. In this moment, even the Buddha wept. Damn it, quickly break the array. I can't break through. What kind of demonic array is this? Let us out. Who set this formation? Let us out. I do not wish to die. I have boundless prospects ahead of me, a great Tao awaiting my pursuit. I do not wish to perish. It is all your fault. He did not provoke us, so why did we conspire to slay him? Damn the demon, damn the demon. The powerful beings of the ghost race let out desperate howls. Clearly, they had no contact with Lu Yi. Why did they foolishly join forces against him? Wails, bloodshed, collapse. Li Huayu witnessed the most brutal scene in existence, a slaughter devoid of suspense, a struggle filled with torment. He panicked, the blood-red gaze of Lu Yi merely glanced at him, embedding itself deeply into his soul, causing him to weaken. No, I must flee. As Lu Yi annihilated all within, he too would meet his demise. Li Huayu's silhouette swiftly vanished. Upon returning to the sect, he must urgently warn his senior brother to avoid provoking Lu Yi at all costs. Hu Sheng observed the carnage, his gaze gradually transforming, as if countless layers of pupils emerged within his eyes. Such a being manifested in the first heaven. Lu Yi's figure appeared before Hu Sheng, their blood-red eyes locking in a fierce gaze. Come here, Lu Yi rasped. A peculiar smile blossomed on Hu Sheng's lips. Very well. His head was shattered by a single punch. Chapter 068. Good counsel is hard to offer. Part 2. Corpses. Blood, severed limbs, all merging into a sea of crimson. Lu Yi's true consciousness resembled that of an onlooker, witnessing his body unleash its prowess as a formidable weapon of slaughter. That gaze from earlier, the demon emperor of all spirits. Lu Yi recognized it as one of his most troublesome adversaries in the past. That gaze felt all too familiar. Lu Yi's own awareness began to stir with excitement amidst the massacre. He had nearly forgotten the glory of his previous life during his continuous cultivation after his rebirth. So come and contend with me, eliminate the last of the otherworldly beings. The world fell into a profound silence, yet the thirst for blood surged ever higher. The blood lotus of slaughter amplified Lu Yi's murderous intent exponentially, making the mere act of killing seem woefully insufficient. His figure vanished, shattering the outer array with a single punch. The Celestial Pavilion's formation. To his surprise, the Celestial Pavilion had also sent reinforcements this time. The crimson malevolence churned like dancing flames, Lu Yi's speed in the air resonating with explosive sounds. His divine sense radiated in all directions. Quick, bring me a living being to slay, hurry. In the demon realm, atop the bone altar, numerous soul stones had already shattered significantly. Upon entering, 2 Wu soul stones broke, startling the powerful beings of the demon realm. They were taken aback by the rapidity of the shattering. As Tu Wuying stepped into the teleportation vortex, it seemed his garments were still fluttering in the demon realm, yet he had perished. Fortunately, no further demons met their end, allowing the demon emperor to exhale in relief. Tu Wuying's death must have been a coincidence. Such unfortunate luck. Indeed, the notion of fortune holds considerable weight for cultivators. With Tu Wuying's terrifying talent, had he survived, he could have become a figure that would instill dread in the hearts of all powerful beings across the heavens. Alas, he was lost. Crack, 7 soul stones shattered simultaneously. The demon realm's warriors turned their gazes, their expressions growing solemn. Fortunately, they were merely common demons. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, more soul stones began to shatter, the speed of destruction becoming alarmingly swift. What is happening? A demon warrior exclaimed in shock, as even the soul stones of those at the harmonization realm shattered. The entire demon realm fell into an eerie silence. The demon prodigies, annihilated, roaring, the demon emperor let out a thunderous bellow. What did the obliteration of so many demon prodigies signify? it meant that in decades, even centuries to come, other races could produce a new generation of formidable beings, becoming the backbone of the first heaven after the older generation ascended to the second heaven. Yet, the demon realm would be devoid of this cohort of strong warriors, creating a significant gap in its future power. What on earth transpired? Who was responsible for the demise of the demon prodigies? Immediate contact with other factions was necessary. No, contact the demon emperor of all spirits, for he must know what has occurred. Not only the demon realm was affected, the spirit realm, divine realm, Buddhist realm, and ghost realm, those independent worlds expelled from the Great Wasteland, were experiencing similar circumstances. Only the demon emperor of all spirits comprehended the unfolding events, for he had left traces within too many demon beings. Many appeared as independent entities, yet could be replaced by him at any moment. Ancient battlefield of prodigies, the 8th layer. 15 minutes prior, Shangguan Huanling received a transmission from Bai Qiulan and hastily inquired about Lu Yi, though she merely referred to him as he, she, and Bai Qiulan understood that this he referred to Lu Yi. Thus she promptly agreed to let all within the Supreme Imperium depart. However, she seemed to lack influence within the Supreme Imperium. Elder brother, we must leave. Bai Qiulan and I are well acquainted. The danger she speaks of is undoubtedly genuine. If we linger in the ancient battlefield of prodigies until that fiend arrives, we shall all perish, Shangguan Huanling urged. Shangguan Tianin raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know this fiend. Moreover, when did you become acquainted with Bai Qiulan? Bai Qiulan was distinct from them, being decades older. How could Shangguan Huanling possibly know her? This is not the time for explanations, elder brother, it is truly urgent. We must ensure the immediate evacuation of everyone from the Supreme Imperium, or we will all face death. I am aware of this fiend, and he is terrifying beyond measure. Shangguan Tianin feigned indifference. Then tell me, what is the name of this fiend? I am well acquainted with formidable human and otherworldly beings. I do not believe there exists an individual capable of exterminating all the powerful beings of the Supreme Imperium. Shangguan Huanling. Even if she uttered Lu Ye's name, he had been relatively obscure prior. Shangguan Tianin would not believe that a single Lu Yi could eliminate every individual in the ancient battlefield of prodigies. What purpose would I have in deceiving you? Shangguan Huanling sighed. Shangguan Tianin chuckled softly. Sister, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. If one retreats upon encountering danger, how can one achieve greatness? If you do not grasp this principle, your journey in cultivation will soon reach its end. Shangguan Huanling seethed internally. In her previous life, she had attained the Emperor realm, and now she had to allow an early departed Shangguan Tianin to instruct her on cultivation. I will say this one last time, those who wish to depart, follow me. Having said this, she turned to leave. Laughter erupted from behind her. Shangguan Huanling, if you choose not to leave, so be it. My sister may be somewhat timid, but that is no matter. After all, no one has high expectations of a girl. However, Bai Qiulan's urgency is alarming. There must indeed be a threat. Let us set up defensive formations and prepare for the unforeseen. The second prince is wise. Shangguan Tianin's eyes glimmered with ambition. Everyone, depart, all must leave. Once all had exited, the entire ancient battlefield of prodigies would belong to him. At that time, his prestige within the Supreme Imperium could potentially rival that of the first prince, and becoming the crown prince was not out of reach. In the 7th layer of space, the Yin-Yang sect remained behind, also arranging formations. Luo Yuan, as the saintess, felt conflicted. Yu Hongling had sent her a private message urging her to leave, yet she was not entirely willing. Coupled with the insistence from the Yin-Yang sect's strong warriors that they feared no fiend, she ultimately decided to stay. Many departed, while others harbored a sense of luck, and a portion believed themselves to be fearless. Gradually, the ancient battlefield of prodigies quieted significantly over the span of 15 minutes. Chapter 069. What Heart of Peace? Part 3. In Jiulong Valley, a throng suddenly surged forth, leaving the powerful beings of various sects awaiting outside the teleportation vortex utterly bewildered. As the ancient battlefield of prodigies concluded, many emerged, a large group from various sections. No, the final 3 layers of the ancient battlefield of prodigies have barely been open for a day. How could it end so soon? What is happening? Why has everyone come out? An elder from the Jie sect grasped a Jie sect disciple, inquiring, Greetings, elder. We heeded Bai Qiulan's words and exited. She warned of an unparalleled fiend within the ancient battlefield of prodigies who would slay us all. Her tone was exceedingly earnest and vehement, so we followed her counsel and chose to withdraw. What unparalleled fiend? Have you attempted the ancient prodigy ranking? We do not know what fiend it is. Nor did we have time to attempt the ancient prodigy ranking. Nonsense. The Jie sect elder's expression darkened, his voice booming. You would exit the ancient battlefield of prodigies based on mere words? Do you not understand how rare this opportunity is for you? The ancient battlefield of prodigies presents immense chances. The elder's voice resonated like thunder, shaking all who heard it. In the path of cultivation are fiends not commonplace. If you flee upon encountering one, what use is there in cultivating at all? Why not return home and tend to the fields where you will undoubtedly encounter no fiends? How disgraceful, truly disgraceful. Do you know the origin of our sect's name, sect? We fear not calamities nor great tribulations. We can endure any danger, yet you, without even having seen a single insignificant fiend, have retreated. The Dao sect must provide an explanation to the sect. Not just the sect, but other sects were equally incredulous upon hearing the news. Just because Bai Qiulan mentioned the emergence of an unparalleled fiend, so many had fled. When did cultivators become so cowardly? Those who have yet to emerge, do not let them out. Use every means possible to keep them inside. I am furious, I am absolutely furious, as the ancient battlefield of heroes exists in an alternate realm. Traversing this spatial divide for communication proves to be quite arduous. The conventional sound transmission stone simply cannot cover such vast distances. However, fortuitously, the Shanhabada sect possesses a gifted individual bearing a remarkable artifact known as the Bywing Book. I shall inform them. The elder of the Shanhabada sect spoke with urgency in his voice. The crowd continued to stream out from the ancient battlefield of heroes, and with each departure, a profound sense of loss enveloped the various sections. What a waste, such a splendid opportunity squandered in this manner. The Shanhabada sect produced half of the Bywing Book and began inscribing upon it. The characters transformed into golden light and vanished, while another tome emerged, displaying the contents of the writing. Why is there no response? The elder of the Shanhabada sect was growing increasingly anxious. Buzzing. A golden radiance materialized as a disciple from the Shanhabada sect within the ancient battlefield of heroes replied. Urging a halt to their exodus, Chung Daoyu, allow me to utilize this Bywing Book. I beseech you to inform our sect disciples that they must not leave the ancient battlefield of heroes. What is there to fear from the fiend? Engage them in battle. This is not a discussion, but a command. They absolutely must not depart. Cheng Daoyu, I implore you to assist the Taishang Sword sect as well. The Taishang Sword sect was equally reluctant to permit its disciples to exit at this juncture. For the way of the sword advocates' relentless forward momentum, retreat is not an option. Langya Daoyu. Think carefully. Based on our understanding of junior sister Bai, she is not one to speak without reason. If she claims that there is an unparalleled fiend, it must be an insurmountable threat. I urge you to reconsider. The members of the Dao sect spoke up. They were the most familiar with Bai Qiulan, and would never suspect her of deliberately instilling fear in others. She must believe that remaining in the ancient battlefield of heroes would lead to certain death. Hence her urging for everyone to withdraw. Lang Yijin hesitated, his expression fraught with turmoil as he faced a difficult decision. You need not use it, Cheng Daoyu. Kindly inform the people of the Zhou Heavenly Dynasty to refrain from exiting as well. The opportunities within the ancient battlefield of heroes are far too rare to be so easily relinquished. Cheng Liang did not hesitate, facilitating contact with the Zhou Heavenly Dynasty. The greater the number of individuals who remained, the higher the likelihood of survival when confronting the fiend. He refused to believe that the fiend could be so formidable. Time ticked away, moment by moment. The crowd continued to surge outward. Nearly all disciples from the Taishang Sword sect and the Dao sect had emerged, and the cultivators of the Zhou dynasty followed suit. Other sects had also seen their members trickle out, with a portion emerging later. A substantial number of rogue cultivators exited as well, placing their faith in the judgment of the Dao sect's experts. However, it seemed that roughly a third still remained inside, most of whom were formidable practitioners. The Yin Yang Law sect had almost entirely not emerged. Chu Ling had also fled alone upon the emergence of Bai Qiulan. Yu Hongling and Sun Ruowei. Bai Qiulan quickly assessed the number of individuals still present. Her expression shifted. Why are there still so many people who have not exited? Bai Qiulan exclaimed urgently. Bai Qiulan, what is your intent? You are well aware that the ancient battlefield of heroes represents an unfathomable opportunity for all, yet you urge them to relinquish it. The Yin Yang Law sect was the first to voice their discontent. Rebuking her loudly, indeed, Bai Qiulan, you must provide us with an explanation today. How infuriating, so many opportunities for the gifted have been squandered because of you. The Dao sect demanded an explanation as well. Bai Qiulan inhaled deeply. Then I shall reiterate. A temporarily possessed entity has emerged within the ancient battlefield of heroes, possessing terrifying power. It slaughters those in the harmonious Dao realm with the ease of dispatching livestock. This being is currently in a state of unending carnage, and any living creature it encounters will be slain. I swear upon my Dao that my words are not false. You must hasten the exit of those still inside. Swearing upon the Tao is a grave promise, many faces shifted slightly. To slaughter those in the harmonious Tao realm as easily as dispatching livestock. Bai Qiulan swears upon the Tao, such alarmist rhetoric. I ask you, who is this fiend? The elder of the Yin Yang law sect reprimanded Bai Qiulan. I do not know. Haha, what a convenient ignorance, you claim not to know, if what you say is true. He was unable to finish his sentence when a mournful cry suddenly emanated from the direction of the Wushang Heavenly Dynasty. The second prince, all gazes turned toward the location of the Wushang Heavenly Dynasty. What they witnessed sent shivers down their spines. The soul stones were shattering, crack, crack, crack. Without the slightest pause, all the soul stones shattered in a frenzy, one after another, each fracture signifying the loss of a life.